The night has deepened, enveloping the world in a shroud of darkness, rendering all visible forms unseen. Yet, amid the mountains, tranquility eludes ferocious beasts' roar, their sounds reverberating through the landscape, causing the trees to tremble and leaves to cascade in disarray. Within the vastness of the mountains and ravines, primordial creatures roam freely, ancient species emerging from the shadows, their terrifying calls echoing in the darkness, threat, aiming to rend the very fabric of the earth and sky. In the distance, a soft glow flickers into view, a solitary flame amidst the enveloping gloom, akin to a candle's flicker, poised to extinguish at any moment. As one draws closer, a massive, charred trunk comes into focus, its diameter spanning several meters. Aside from the half that remains, a delicate branch persists, exuding vitality, its leaves resembling jade, radiating a gentle light that envelopes a nearby village. In this village, each dwelling is crafted from stone, and as the night deepens, a serene stillness blankets the area, isolating it from the encroaching darkness and the roars of the STS beyond. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind sweeps through, and a colossal dark cloud looms overhead, obscuring the starry sky and plunging the mountains into greater darkness. A menacing cry pierces the air, resonating from the heavens, a sound that seems to shatter stone. Upon closer inspection, it reveals itself to be an inconceivably large bird, obscuring the sky and moon, its length unfathomable. As it glides over the stone village, its blood-red eyes, resembling two ominous moons, cast a fierce gaze upon the ancient willow below before it soars deeper into the heart of the mountains. An inexplicable aura pervades the air, plunging the mountains and ravines into a deathly silence, as both fierce birds and beasts lie in wait, too fearful to utter a sound. Approaching, there exists a humanoid being, upright and astonishingly massive, towering above like a mountain. Its body is devoid of hair, adorned entirely with shimmering golden scales that glisten brilliantly. The face is remarkably flat, featuring a singular vertical eye that opens and closes like a bolt of golden lightning, striking and intimidating. The creature exudes a vitality akin to an ocean, resembling a deity or demon. As it traversed this place, it cast a glance at the aged willow, pausing briefly before seemingly eager to continue its journey, ultimately departing with haste. The resonance of its footsteps reverberated through the mountains, causing the earth to tremble violently. A delicate willow branch, exuding a soft green radiance, swayed gently in the breeze. Chapter 1. Vibrant Energy. Schertsuan, nestled within the vast mountain range, is surrounded by towering peaks and deep ravines, with the majestic mountains looming in the distance. In the early morning, the dawn glows resplendently, as if shards of gold are scattered across the landscape, bathing all in a warm embrace. A group of children, ranging from 4 to their teenage years, numbering in the dozens, gather in the clearing before the village, facing the morning glow as they engage in spirited physical exercises. Each youthful face is marked with earnest determination. The older children exude vigor, while the younger ones mimic their movements with commendable enthusiasm. A robust, middle-aged man, resembling a fierce beast, clad in animal hide, with sun-kissed skin and flowing black hair, surveys the children with keen, bright eyes, diligently guiding them in their endeavors. As the sun rises, heralding the dawn of all things, the vitality of life is at its zenith. Though unable to feast upon the ethereal essence, as legends proclaim, greeting the morning light and honing the body bestows immense benefits, replenishing the human spirit. The plans of the day are forged in the morning. Rising early and diligently engaging in exercises fortifies the muscles and bones, invigorates the blood, and cultivates resilience, thus preparing one to thrive amidst the vast mountain ranges. A middle-aged man stood at the forefront, directing a group of children with a serious demeanor, earnestly imparting why. Stom, before exclaiming, "Do you understand?" In the mountains, prehistoric creatures roamed, occasionally casting immense shadows upon the ground with their colossal wings, while savage beasts perched upon the peaks, howlinga. To the moon, various venomous insects lurked, adding to the air of trepidation. "Yes, we understand," piped up a small child, clearly distracted and a beat behind the others. This child, appearing no older than 1 or 2, had only recently learned to walk and was endeavoring to strengthen his physique. Evidently, he had strayed from his place, mingling among the older children who were undoubtedly beyond his age group. Hey, the little one exclaimed, his tiny arms flailing energetically in an attempt to mimic the older children's movements. However, his tender age rendered his gestures clumsy and unsteady, and he wobbled precariously, his mouth adorned with remnants of milk, evoking laughter from those around him. The older children, observing his antics, exchanged amused glances, softening the previously serious atmosphere of the morning exercise. The diminutive child possessed a fair and delicate appearance, with large, glistening eyes that danced with curiosity. He resembled a porcelain doll, exuding an endearing charm with his innocent gestures and playful babble, which elicited smiles from the elderly men seated on the massive stone zyna. Nearby area, engaged in the absorption of celestial essence. Even the robust and towering adult males, their upper bodies bare, displaying well-defined and prominent muscles, turned their gazes toward him, grinning amiably. These were the strongest individuals in the village, the vital force behind its hunting and protection, all engaged in physical training. Some wielded colossal bones from unknown beasts, fashioned into formidable clubs, while others brandished broadswords forged from dark metal, their movements creating sounds akin. Oh, thunder! The environment was harsh and unforgiving, teeming with savage beasts and venomous creatures. Many young men met untimely ends in the wilderness, succumbing before reaching adulthood, driven by the instinct to survive. Thus, cultivating strength became imperative. The morning hours were dedicated to rigorous training, a habit ingrained in every villager since childhood, encompassing adults, elders, and children alike. Focus! Bellowed a middle-aged man, responsible for supervising and instructing the children in their exercises. The group of children promptly straightened their postures, resuming their training under the soft and radiant hues of dawn. Phew, I'm tired, the small child sighed, plopping down on the ground and watching the older children as they honed their physiques. However, after a brief moment, his attention wavered. He rose unsteadily, swaying as he dashed toward a nearby, prancing multicolored bird. In his eagerness, he stumbled several times, falling onto his bottom, yet refusing to cry, puffing in frustration before scrambling back up to continue his pursuit. Enough, it's time to conclude. With a resounding command, the children erupted into joyous cheers, rubbing their sore hands and feet before dispersing in a flurry towards their homes, eager to partake in breakfast. The elders chuckled as they rose from the great stone, while the robust adults exchanged playful banter, chastising their offspring as they strode homeward, wielding their clubs and swords. The stone village was modest in size, its populace comprising over 300 souls, young and old alike. The houses were constructed from massive stones, exuding simplicity and a natural charm. At the village's edge stood a colossal tree struck by lightning, its trunk measuring several meters in diameter. At this moment, the solitary willow branch adorning its main trunk had lost its luster in the morning light, appearing unremarkable. Oh, there's actually some lizard meat. Give me a piece. The children were exuberant and full of energy, their restlessness evident even during mealtime, as many clutched their earthen bowls and gathered together. Surrounded by lush vegetation and teeming with fierce beasts, the village's proximity to the mountains did not afford its inhabitants an abundance of food. Their diet consisted primarily of coarse wheat cakes, wild fruits, and the meager portions of meat that found their way into the children's bowls. Indeed, the scarcity of food had long been a grave concern for the stone village. The mountains harbored perilous dangers, the formidable and terrifying creatures lurking within posed a constant threat, and each hunting expedition risked the loss of life. If given the choice, the villagers would prefer to avoid venturing into the mountains, for such undertakings often heralded bloodshed and sacrifice. Food was of utmost value to them, forbidding any waste. Each child learned this lesson from a young age, understanding the intricate connections between hunger, sustenance, hunting, life, and blood. To the edge of the village lies the residence of the venerable patriarch, Shi Yi, constructed from colossal stones, adjacent to a charred and massive willow tree. In the courtyard before the stove, A ceramic pot bubbles with a frothy white liquid, the rich aroma of milk wafting through the air as he diligently concocts beast's milk akas. Ion ally adding herbs and stirring slowly with a wooden spoon. Before long, the elder called out, "Little one, come here for some food." Little one, having lost his parents at the tender age of 6 months, was reared on the milk of various beasts and, now over a year old, still indulged in this nourishment. Unlike Ot. Her children who had long since been weaned, he was often teased by the older kids for his attachment. "Yea, phew, I can't run anymore," he panted, having been tirelessly pursuing a colorful bird until he could no longer catch his breath, plopping down onto the ground. "Little one is still drinking milk," a group of older children jeered. "You mischievous little monkeys. Weren't you all once at his age?" The patriarch chided with a smile. "We certainly weren't still nursing at a year and a half." "Heh." Unfazed by their jests, little one laughed innocently, his bright black eyes squinting into crescent shapes as he sat before the ceramic pot, scooping milk with a wooden spoon and avering it with delight. After breakfast, several elderly villagers, their hair and beards as white as snow yet brimming with vigor, gathered in Shi Yunfeng's courtyard. Things have felt amiss lately. There have been massive creatures passing through at night, making quite the commotion. Something must be happening deep within the mountains. Last night, I was stirred awake several times, my skin prickling with a chill. Surely, some fearsome primordial beast or monster. Us creature has traversed this area. Several elders began to voice their concerns. With furrowed brows and contemplative expressions, they deliberated over recent ominous signs, sensing that something extraordinary was afoot. I believe that something truly remarkable has emerged from the depths of this wilderness, drawing the attention of ancient beings from the surrounding regions, who are now hastening towards it, mused the venerable patriarch, Shi Yunfeng. "Could it be that a treasure has surfaced from the mountains?" exclaimed one elder, his eyes widening in astonishment, his hair standing on end in disbelief. The others also manifested a spark of intrigue, their gazes igniting with fervor, yet this flame quickly extinguished. Such treasures were beyond their reach, concealed deep within the mountains, a realm no one dared to enter. For countless years, no one had managed to enter and exit alive. The mountains were rife with formidable creatures, and even if the entire Shi village were to attempt it, not a rip would be stirred. "Patriarch, it has been some time since we last ventured into the mountains." A robust young man entered the courtyard. He was the leader of the hunting party and poised to become the next patriarch of Shi village. "Things have been rather unsettling of late," the elder Shi Yunfeng remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. "However, our food supplies are dwindling," Shi Linhu replied, his towering frame exceeding 2 meters, a massive sword weighing over 300 pounds slung across his back. He was as formidable as a human bear, with bronze-hued muscles rippling like serpents in motion. "The children require nourishment to grow. We must devise a plan," an elder interjected. Although the night was fraught with unrest, the day unfolded without any peculiarities. "I have a group of individuals ready to venture out with caution. We should encounter no difficulties," declared Shi Linhu. In the end, dozens of robust young men gathered at the village entrance, led by the chieftain, Shi Yunfeng, who brought them to the nearby lightning-struck tree to offer solemn prayer. "Heirs before the ancient Willow, O spirits, we beseech you to bless our kin, granting our children the fortune of abundant game and a safe return. With unwavering devotion, we vow to honor and sustain you through the generations." Chapter 2. The Bone Script. The mountains are perilous. Beyond the protective embrace of the willow-guarded village lies an entirely different realm, teeming with fearsome raptors and colossal beasts. Thus, the village's strongest men set forth, bearing mighty bows and wielding broadswords, stepping into the vast wilderness, where the raw essence of the wild enveloped them. As the hunting party departed, the venerable chieftain, Shi Yunfeng, guided a group of children to the grassy expanse at the village's edge and settled down. "Very well, my dear little monkeys, it is time for you to apply yourselves to your studies." The children, wearing expressions of dismay, gathered reluctantly around him, their spirits as wilted as sun-dried leaves. "Grandfather chieftain, those bird scripts and tortoise characters are as intricate as ghostly runes. They are truly arduous to learn. What purpose does it serve to memorize them? Indeed, they are far less useful than the archery techniques my father taught me." The children all bore faces of discontent, expressing their resistance. You youngsters truly lack understanding. The bone script is a formidable ancient relic, inscribed upon the very bones, imbued with unfathomable power. Countless individuals yearn to learn it, yet find no pathway. Once mastered, one cannot fathom how much more powerful you shall become compared to your forebears, the old patriarch lamented, his disappointment evident. Grandpa Patriarch, please demonstrate the power of the bone script for us, a slightly older child suggested. Come here, little one, the patriarch called out from a distance. The little one, having just chased after a colorful bird, was tugging at the tail of a large yellow dog. At the call, he turned, slightly dazed, released his grip, and scampered over, his bright eyes blinking in curiosity. What is it, Grandpa Patriarch? He inquired. Use the bone script I taught you, Shi Yi instructed. All right. The little one complied eagerly, extending both hands, closing his mouth, and exerting himself with all his might, his small face flushing crimson. With a resonant hum, a luminous symbol appeared in his palm, manifesting a peculiar character, as if forged from metal, radiating a metallic sheen and texture. Soon, his other hand mirrored the phenomenon. Taking a couple of steps forward, the little one lifted a piece of blue stone that was taller than him. How impressive! The group of children exclaimed in astonishment. After all, he was but a little over a year old. How could he possibly lift such a substantial stone? Little one, have you summoned every ounce of strength you possess? Teased the older child. Indeed, all my strength has been expended. The little one cast aside the Qingshi and plopped down onto the ground, laughing heartily, unburdened and innocent, while the runes on his palm swiftly dimmed and vanished. Grandfather Chieftain, is this the mysterious power of the bone inscriptions you have studied for over a decade? A group of children gazed with wide eyes, their interest a stark contrast to their earlier indifference. Do not be overly excited, these can merely guide you on your path, far inferior to the legendary celestial bone inscriptions of ancient tales. The elder nodded and then shook his head. Grandfather Chieftain, please tell us about the world beyond, the children implored, their faces alight with hope. Everyone in the stone village knew that the old chieftain had traveled to the distant ends of the earth with a dozen formidable clansmen in his youth, venturing into the great unknown. For many years, he had dedicated himself to the study of the enigmatic bone inscriptions, often employing the village's strongest individuals as subjects for his experiments. The children were acutely aware that their robust fathers, akin to tigers and dragons, would emit chilling howls whenever summoned to that stone courtyard, instilling in them an sense of trepidation and reverence. It was only in recent years, as the old chieftain's research settled, that the villagers felt less fear. Moreover, the little one, who had grown up on the milk of myriad beasts and the meals of countless families, had been taken under the chieftain's wing, becoming the most suitable subject for his studies. The children harbored both awe and yearning, their curiosity piqued by the mysteries of the world. One of them inquired, are there treasures and elixirs in the mountains and rivers that can transform a person overnight? How formidable are the greatest prodigies of the human race? The elder smiled and remarked, if you wish to know, first make yourself strong. Will mastering the mysterious power of bone inscriptions allow us to traverse the various realms of the world? Some children displayed expressions of longing. Shi Yi gently patted one child's head and said, let alone other realms, even within our own domain, it would be remarkable if a gifted individual could traverse half the land. All the children fell into a daze. My only ability is to guide you onto the path where you ultimately go from there depends on you. The knowledge I impart should not be inferior to what children of your age learn in the outside world. The elder concluded, a glimmer of unusual light appearing in his eyes as he rest a peculiar jade bone hidden within his robe. A group of children gathered around the old chieftain, finally settling down to attentively absorb his teachings, which continued until midday before they dispersed. It's so difficult, the chieftain mentioned that it might take years for a few to internalize even a small portion of bone culture, while most may never succeed. But that little one is so tiny, yet he managed to do it. The little one blinked innocently with wide eyes, then resumed tugging at the tail of a large yellow dog, which barked in response, equally innocent. As the sun descended in the west, The entire stone village was bathed in a soft golden hue under the lingering rays of the sunset. In the distance, the cries of monkeys and tigers echoed, while the expansive stone houses exuded an air of ancient sanctity and tranquility, reminiscent of a primordial temple. Dozens of figures emerged on the horizon, their elongated shadows cast upon the ground by the setting sun, while the contours of their bodies were adorned with golden edges by the venean glow, rendering them imposing and robust. Almost every individual bore the weight of a colossal beast, returning triumphantly from a hunt. My heavens, such an abundance of prey! This is indeed a rare and bountiful harvest. This hunting expedition proved exceedingly successful, with numerous adult men bringing home their spoils, which included the massive dragon-horned elephants, the bull-like unipedal creatures, and the flying pythons as thick as water barrels, equipped with wings. The elders of the village displayed expressions of astonishment. These creatures were notoriously difficult to confront. Some could even be classified as ferocious beasts. Yet today, an unexpected number had been slain, their blood staining the ground. Take, for instance, the dragon-horned elephant, whose body was as hard as iron, impervious even to iron spears, and whose dragon-like horns were as sharp as diamond blades, capable of shattering boulders with ease. The unipedal creature, with a roar akin to thunder, could fatally incapacitate a person if approached too closely. As for the winged python, it was a ruthless predator of the mountains, capable of descending from a peak with terrifying swiftness. Among the prey were even more formidable beings, such as the crimson two-headed fire rhinoceros and the impure-blooded Pishio. These were indeed fearsome creatures, and upon sighting them, one ought to take a wide berth. Yet today, they had been hunted down, a scenario that defied all reason. This time we were truly fortunate we returned laden with spoils and without a single injury among us, proclaimed the leader of the hunting party, Lin Hu, with a hearty laugh as he addressed the chieftain and the villagers. During the past few nights, colossal beasts had traversed the mountains, causing tremors that crushed and maimed numerous mountain creatures. By day, they had relentlessly pursued and slain several of these grievously injured monsters, beings that the villagers typically sought to avoid. The footprints we discovered are reminiscent of human feet, yet they are astonishingly immense, measuring nearly 100 meters in length. Such size, gasped the villagers, the revelation sending waves of terror through them. Even the village elders could not help but draw in their breath, increasingly convinced that something extraordinary was unfolding deep within the mountains, drawing forth ancient relics from the wilderness. Regardless, this was a bountiful harvest, and the tribe's spirits soared. Laughter from children echoed throughout Shurtsun, enveloping the village in a joyous atmosphere. Chieftain Shi Yi led the assembly towards the Willow Grove, where they bore several beast carcasses, depositing the bloodied remains upon a stone altar, clearly a sight for a GR. And sacrificial offering. Chapter 3. The spirit of sacrifice. The altar, constructed of colossal stones, sprawled expansively beside the gnarled old willow tree, which had long since succumbed to the ravages of time. At this moment, it was heaped with the carcasses of ferocious beasts, resembling a diminutive mountain. Vivid crimson blood stained the stone platform, trickling along the engraved patterns upon its surface, a stark contrast to the dark hues of the stones. The sight was jarring, accentuated by the coarse, elongated fur of the massive creatures, the glimmering scales that caught the light, and the menacingly large horns that loomed ominously, evoking a visceral sense of primordial dread. The charred trunk of the willow stood silent as ever, devoid of any response, just as it had never consumed offerings in the past. Yet, many villagers were aware of its spiritual essence. At last, the ritual concluded, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, their faces brightening once more with joyful smiles as they began to transport the remains of the beasts for the purpose of draining blood and butchering. For many years, the spirit of sacrifice had remained untouched by the offerings. Did they truly need to perform the rites each time? A young boy muttered softly. Impudent child. What nonsense are you spouting? His father exclaimed, glaring at him with wide, furious eyes, raising his large hand as if to strike. The old chieftain waved his hand to intervene, speaking gently. The spirit of sacrifice is the essence we honor and nurture. Its value lies in our sincere devotion. By treating it with reverence, it will safeguard and bless our village. The boy's face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly replied, Chieftain, I mean no disrespect. I merely feel that the spirit does not seem to require these offerings, as it has never partaken of them. As long as the intention is pure, that suffices. Stone Yunfeng reassured him, patting his shoulder and explaining earnestly. The spirit of sacrifice, also known as the spirit of offerings, represents the essence revered and nourished by the tribe, serving as a guardian of the village and a deterrent against the ferocious beasts that roam the wilderness. The elders of the clan still recall that, decades ago, the ritualistic spirit was markedly different. It was a peculiar stone that would absorb more than half of the blood offerings presented to it. Until one fateful night, the ancient willow tree arrived, prompting the stone to choose to depart. Everything changed from that moment on. Reflecting on that rainy night, the old chieftain feels a wave of nostalgia. He was but a youth then, having witnessed a profoundly terrifying spectacle. On that fateful night, amidst the flashes of lightning and the relentless downpour, the storm raged violently, causing many mountains to crumble under the fury of the thunder. The torrents surged like an ocean, and ferocious beasts rushed forth like a tidal wave, creating a scene of utter horror. It was during this tumult that a colossal willow tree emerged from the clouds, bathed in the tempest, entwined with lightning as thick as the mountains themselves. Thousands of willow branches transformed into vibrant divine chains, piercing the heavens as though engaged in a fierce battle with an unseen force. Ultimately, the grand willow succumbed, charred and diminished to its current stature, descending to take root in the stone village. Simultaneously, the lightning ceased, and the torrential rain receded. That night, the peculiar stone that the village had worshipped and revered departed. Each recollection sends a shiver through the old chieftain. The willow did not originate from other great tribes or vast mountains, but descended from the heavens. Having endured an endless deluge of thunder and lightning, a truth known to but a few in the village. For the first few decades, it stood entirely blackened, devoid of life, as if it were utterly dead, until a tender green shoot emerged a decade ago, and since then, it has shown no further change. The young and strong of the clan wield their silver blades, skillfully carving the colossal beast, the clang of steel ringing out, sparks flying, as they contend with the astonishingly resilient bones of the creature. Some had already prepared earthenware jars to collect the precious blood essence retained within the unique parts of the beasts, a remarkable elixir of great rarity. Among the pile of beast corpses, the one belonging to the Pishio was the most esteemed. Although merely a descendant, it was still far superior to the bloodline pure Pishio royalty, containing a portion of true blood of astonishing value. It had been 2.5 years since the last capture of such a ferocious creature, known for its brutal strength, capable of extinguishing a formidable warrior's life with a single claw. This time's remarkable harvest was truly astounding. Oh, the true blood preserved within the horns of the two-headed fire rhinoceros was equally impressive, rivaling that of the Pishio. An elderly gentleman wielded the knife, skillfully unveiling the hardened flesh beneath the horn, from which flowed a stream of blood as crimson as flames. Suddenly, the blood transformed into a radiant crimson light, manifesting a two-headed fire rhinoceros, vividly alive and roaring with fury. A splendid find indeed. The potency of this true blood was unparalleled. The elder chuckled heartily, swiftly collecting the blood into the jar and securely sealing its opening. "Chief, this dragon-horned elephant's horn is also a treasure," remarked a young man. "When we found it, it was already on the brink of death. Otherwise, we would have been unable to subdue it." Shi Yinfeng nodded, stating, "Indeed, it is rare. The pair of dragon horns atop its head has aged considerably. Care must be taken when chiseling them off. They are exceptional medicinal treasures for bone replenishment. This sinew from the single leg of the Kuei beast is remarkably resilient. It cannot even be severed with an axe. All are treasures. Be cautious, you rascal. Do not waste the precious blood from the wings of the flying python." The villagers rejoiced, their faces radiant with smiles. Only a group of children shrank back, scurrying away like wisps of smoke. They knew that these so-called blood tonics and bone elixirs would, in large part, be applied to them, and their torment was about to recommence. After half an hour, the precious herbs growing on the fierce beasts were finally harvested. The village chief and the elders nodded in satisfaction, collecting the earthenware pots to process their bounty. With such a plethora of game, an experienced elder declared, "We shall marinate some, then smoke and cure the rest into jerky." So many beasts piled together like a small mountain would take the entire village many days to consume. To allow it to spoil would be an unconscionable waste for villagers who often face food shortages. Smoke curled from every hearth, and within half an hour, The aroma of roasting meat filled the air. The chunks of meat simmering in the iron pots were nearly falling apart, and the children could barely contain their impatience. The beast meat roasting over the bonfires began to turn a golden, glistening brown, dripping fat that sizzled as it hit the flames. Even the burly men could no longer resist, tearing into the meat, their mouths watering as they devoured it with gusto. "Child, this is pai shio meat," one exclaimed. "Eat more, and you will grow great strength. It is a rare delicacy." Another chimed in, "You little rascal, eat up. This is two-headed rhino meat. More nourishment will make your skin and bones as sturdy as iron. Don't waste your time on that worthless tree pig meat." The various fierce beasts became the villagers' most lavish evening meal. The tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the streets, inciting a ravenous appetite. Waves of laughter echoed, and the entire village was filled with festive joy. Chapter 4. Medicinal Bath in the Unforgiving Wilderness, where ferocious beasts roamed and life was perpetually under threat. The villagers' desires were simple. They sought only sustenance and were content to have their fill. The bonfire flickered, casting a lively atmosphere over the stone village, where men and women, young and old, wore smiles and were filled with laughter. "Children, do not run about. Soon, we shall partake in the medicinal bath, ensuring that you will be stronger than the ferocious beasts of the future," an elder remarked with a grin. "Ah, no," a chorus of children shrieked in horror, scattering in all directions to evade the impending ordeal. Such ungrateful little ones, oblivious to the blessings they possess. This is a rare restorative remedy. If you commit to the medicinal bath, your strength will rival that of the mighty beasts, the adults chided, rounding up their offspring as if they were chicks. "Ouch! I do not wish to undergo the medicinal bath. The last time it felt like being cut with a knife," protested one child. "Father, let go. I do not want to be boiled alive." In a clearing within the village, 8 large bronze cauldrons were already set up, roaring flames beneath them. The water within bubbled vigorously as several elders tossed in various herbs, occasionally adding centipedes over a foot in length and spiders the size of fists, transforming the once clear water into a dark, inky concoction that appeared quite intimidating. The faces of the children turned pale, longing to flee, yet they were firmly restrained by the adults. Shortly thereafter, more villagers arrived with dozens of clay jars. A few elders carefully opened them, pouring a vibrant crimson liquid into the large bronze cauldrons, causing the already dark water to bubble even more vigorously. These are precious drops of true blood extracted from the hunted ferocious beasts. Whether used by adults or children, they can enhance physical fitness. Furthermore, the villagers possess ancient recipes that, when combined with certain herbs, can optimize the effects of the true blood. In addition to the true blood, the elders painstakingly crushed the wing bones of the flying serpent and the foot bones of the Kuei beast, adding them to the boiling water. As the fire died down and the water in the cauldron ceased to boil, the temperature slightly decreased. Cries of agony and splashing sounds filled the air as the first batch of children were thrown in, 2 or 3 to a cauldron. The scalding water felt as if their flesh was being flayed by knives. In this manner, batches of children, numbering in the dozens, were immersed in the cauldrons. Most of them cried out vehemently, struggling incessantly. Only 7 or 8 children fared slightly better, enduring the pain with beads of sweat on their foreheads, yet remaining silent. As for the little one, he was not spared. He was given special treatment, being cast alone into a black cauldron filled only with a bit of clear water, otherwise consisting of true blood and crushed bones of ferocious beasts. The villagers saw nothing amiss in this, nor did they consider it favoritism. For their own children could not withstand the ordinary medicinal cauldrons without crying out in heart-rending screams, while the little one could endure it. Moreover, as the viscous liquid in the little one's black cauldron began to boil, the old patriarch opened 2 special ceramic jars, pouring their contents into the cauldron one by one. From one of the jars, a crimson glow burst forth, coalescing into a miniature Pishio, palm-sized, majestic and ferocious, seemingly intent on tearing apart anything in its path to escape. Its ferocity extreme. In the palm of Shi Yunfeng, luminous characters emerged, the bone inscriptions radiating brilliance. With a swift motion, he dispersed the Pishio, transforming it into blood that cascaded into the cauldron. Simultaneously, another vessel released a 2-headed rhinoceros, its fiery crimson hue dazzling and intimidating. It raised its head in a fierce roar, only to be similarly vanquished by the elder patriarch, plunging into the dark cauldron. As the water temperature gradually decreased, The small one was lifted and tossed into the cauldron, struggling vigorously. Being so young, he found himself choking on the water. Upon his initial plunge, he inadvertently gulped down several mouthfuls. The children across from him displayed expressions of sympathy, suddenly feeling fortunate. The concoction, composed primarily of special true blood along with beast bones and sinews, would undoubtedly inflict excruciating pain upon the skin and bones, eliciting pity for the small one. Even some adults felt a twinge of compassion as they observed the little fellow writhing, baring his teeth, occasionally swallowing mouthfuls of the viscous liquid, which raised considerable concern. "Fear not, this is not his first encounter," the elder stated. "He has endured such trials before and is resilient. Consuming more of the medicinal liquid will prove beneficial if he can absorb it." His approach to the small one's conditioning and care was often rather unrefined. The child possessed an exceptionally robust constitution, and the mysterious power of the bone inscriptions might assist in refining some of the medicinal potency, suggesting that the small one would not suffer excessively. Another elder stroked his beard contemplatively. The medicinal bath persisted for an extended duration, leaving the group of children resembling red-skinned monkeys, each one looking woeful as they exchanged glances, tears streaming down their faces. It was only after the bath concluded that their sobs subsided, finally finding relief. The little one did not cry while inside the black cauldron. His large, glistening eyes twirled about, and his rosy cheeks resembled a ripe apple. However, when he was lifted out, he swayed like a tipsy person. "How do you feel?" an elder inquired. The little fellow let out a satisfied burp and, in a dazed manner, replied, "I am full. Sleepy." He tilted and nestled into the embrace of Shi Yi, murmuring softly before drifting into a deep slumber. "Take these children to rest. They shall awaken with renewed vigor tomorrow," declared the village chief, Shi Yi. In the end, several elders tidied up the remnants, wasting nothing. They stoked the fire beneath the copper cauldron and added special herbs to concoct a medicinal powder. This was not only a restorative remedy, but also a healing elixir, a lifesaver when hunting in the treacherous mountains. In such harsh living conditions, with formidable beasts to contend with and precious little blood to spare, it was imperative to utilize every drop after the children had benefited from it. Of course, the able-bodied youths of the village were unfazed. As long as it could save lives when applied to wounds, that was all that mattered. That night, the children slept soundly, and upon waking the next day, many of them cried out in surprise as old skin shed from their bodies, leaving the bedding quite soiled. "Go fetch a bucket of well water to clean yourselves, and then lift that grinding stone for me," commanded a father. "But, father, that is what third brother uses to train his strength. How can I possibly lift it?" "No more excuses. If I say lift it, then lift it. Did all that precious blood and bone medicine go to waste last night? If you haven't grown stronger, I shall spank you until you're in pieces." At dawn, a flurry of activity erupted in the stone village as a group of children were compelled to move large stones and carry a bronze cauldron, their lamentations echoing through the air. The results were indeed palpable. The children exhibited a notable increase in strength and a marked enhancement in their physical condition. However, to claim they had undergone a complete transformation would be an exaggeration, bordering on the unrealistic. With a series of crisp sounds, the elder continued to toss peculiar herbs into the mix. Before long, the liquid within the earthen pot thickened into a paste, its aroma growing more tantalizing by the moment. The little one was roused by the commotion. In the stone house, the small creature stirred, still bleary-eyed from slumber, but upon catching a whiff of the fragrant concoction, he quickly perked up, his tiny nose twitching in excitement, murmuring, "How delightful." Indeed, it was a genuine elixir of great worth. None of it should go to waste. "Every morsel ought to be consumed," remarked Shi Yi with a smile. The little one devoured the paste with fervor, and in no time, the contents of the pot were entirely consumed. Yet, the adverse effects soon became apparent. After all, he was still quite young, and the potency of the medicine was overwhelming. That morning, the typically endearing little one transformed into a troublesome sprite, his large eyes sparkling red like those of a rabbit as he dashed about, calling out incessantly. Poor big yellow dog found its tail in his grasp, subjected to relentless tugging, nearly losing its fur at the tip, barking in protest for what felt like an eternity, creating a ruckus throughout the village, leaving it in disarray. "Hey, little one, why are you pulling down Andy's fence?" exclaimed one villager. "What has gotten into you? Why are you on my roof? Stop immediately. Do not tear off the tiles." The villagers were taken aback as the usually well-behaved little one transformed into a small, ferocious beast, rampaging about with unbridled energy. A whole cauldron of medicine was consumed, yielding remarkable effects. Shi Yunfeng stood alongside several elders, engaged in hushed discussions, their satisfaction evident as they nodded in approval. In the distance, many children, witnessing this spectacle, felt an increased reverence for the clan leader, shivering with trepidation as they retreated, whispering amongst themselves, "The little one is truly pitiable." A luminous glow emanated from the little one's palm, extending upwards, revealing intricate bone patterns on his arms, flickering mysteriously. Moreover, his physique had been enhanced, with significant improvements in both speed and strength, which was a source of satisfaction for the old chief. It was not until 2 hours later that he finally calmed down, scratching his head in confusion, murmuring, "Oh dear, I've caused trouble." Chapter 5. Raising the cauldron. Time slipped away unbeknownst to anyone, and 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The little one was now 3.5 years old, having acquired his own name, Shi Hao. At just over a year old, he could only scurry behind the older children, but now, at 3.5, he possessed astonishing physical prowess, often racing alongside a group of older children in wild abandon. At this moment, a clearing in Shizhuan was filled to capacity with onlookers, as villagers of all ages gathered to witness the youths practicing their martial skills. A group of children, their muscular frames bare from the waist up, were engaged in fierce bouts, sweat flying as they sparred. Some could even wield copper hammers weighing over 100 pounds, creating gusts of wind with their motions. Ranging in age from 6 or 7 to 12 or 13, each child resembled small beasts from the mountains, exhibiting incredible strength and remarkable physicality. "Behold, that is my child, who is merely 6 years old, yet possesses the strength to wield a 100-plus-pound stone as a shield. How many can rival such prowess? Surely, he is destined to become a formidable hero in the vast wilderness. My child is truly remarkable. Observe how he can draw the great bow, typically reserved for adults, to its fullest extent. In the future, he will undoubtedly be capable of shooting down fearsome beasts such as the ferocious hound, or even slaying fully grown Pishio." Although the villagers are quite unpretentious, they take pleasure in extolling the virtues of their offspring when gathered together, comparing them with one another. Some of the robust men clench their hands into fists, waving them excitedly, their brows raised in delight. The village women cannot contain their laughter, for these children are indeed exceptional, each brimming with vitality and boundless strength. The future of Stone Village will surely flourish because of them. Suddenly, a resounding bellow from a wild bull reverberates through the village. Look, Meng Tai, at just 8.5 years old, has managed to topple a wild bull. What an incredible feat! The massive, dark bull, gleaming like satin, emits a thunderous roar. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, it is brought down by a child of modest height, provoking awe among the onlookers. These children are undeniably powerful. Who knows? Perhaps a few of them will venture forth and send the mighty primordial creatures of the mountain depths into retreat. With a thunderous crash, a lean child in the distance hurls a stone millstone, sending it soaring over 10 meters. My word, that little rascal must be around 8 or 9 years old, appearing so frail, yet possessing such formidable strength. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Indeed, regardless of whose lineage it originates from, I have christened him Shizhanghu, destined to emerge from the mountains and seek honor among the illustrious and prosperous clans to attain nobility. The adult men boast among themselves, each convinced of their child's exceptional potential. Suddenly, a resounding tremor shakes the ground, dust swirling upwards, capturing the attention of all present. Astonishment spreads as someone attempts to lift the cauldron. In the center of the open space stands a bronze cauldron, weighing over 1,000 pounds, adorned with intricate depictions of birds and beasts, exuding an ancient charm. The walls of the cauldron are thick, embodying a sense of substantial gravity, while the legs, polished smooth from frequent handling, gleam like mirrors, engraved with the image of a vermilion bird. Little Shi Jiao cannot manage it. He nearly strained his back moments ago, merely managing to lift it off the ground. "You are still too young. It will be 4 years before you can lift it," a teasing adult remarks. Such a heavy bronze cauldron should not be trifled with, as it may cause injury. It is beyond the capability of ordinary children and is generally off-limits due to its weight. "I shall give it a try." The attempt ends in clear failure, but fortunately, the child escapes unscathed. "I shall also try." Another child steps forward, having just felled a wild bull, named Shenming, the second in his family, affectionately known as Shenming. He is indeed robust and sturdy, yet only 8.5 years old. With a resonant hum, the bronze cauldron rises from the ground, gradually lifted towards the sky, astonishing everyone present. This is still a child, yet he has achieved this feat, truly remarkable. Alas, he could not lift it above his head, his arms trembled. And with a thunderous crash, he cast it aside, creating a crater upon impact, sending dirt and sand flying. Once someone took the initiative, the other children eagerly followed suit, each stepping forward to attempt to lift the cauldron. However, none succeeded until a tall boy with thick eyebrows and bright eyes named Shi Hao approached. Taking a deep breath, he firmly grasped one of the cauldron's ears and a leg, and with a sudden heave, he lifted it swiftly overhead. Despite a slight tremor in his arms and a quiver in his legs, he ultimately triumphed, leaving the adults in awe. For he was merely 9 years old and possessed extraordinary strength. Daozhuang's remarkable feat heralded a promising future. Indeed, among his peers in the region, few could rival him. And it was evident that he would one day emerge as one of the mightiest in this area. The adults, naturally, showered him with praise. And they also encouraged and commended Shenming, who had nearly succeeded as well, demonstrating impressive strength. Several elders smiled, realizing that the years of dedication had not been in vain. The blood of fierce beasts had been used to enhance these children's physiques, and now the results were manifesting. Shi Village was destined to witness the rise of formidable individuals. "Little one, are you curious to give it a try?" teased an adult. Among the crowd, a small figure named Shi Hao, who could only tiptoe to catch a glimpse of the older children lifting the cauldron, peered with interest. Indeed, they say little Hao possesses astonishing strength. Although he may be a bit younger, he should give it a go. But first, let us try lifting the stone lock instead. Someone nodded and said, "My child mentioned that little Shi Hao is no less strong than they are. I have always been skeptical, but now seems the perfect opportunity to put it to the test." Little Shi Hao, now 3.5 years old, has glossy black hair cascading to his shoulders, and his large, dark eyes are bright and spirited, giving him a charmingly fair and adorable appearance. The little one glanced at several clan elders, who all wore smiles. Shi Yinfeng remarked, "Go ahead, I too am curious to see just how much strength you possess." With a youthful yet determined shout, Shi Hao, though diminutive in stature, effortlessly lifted a large stone millstone. Truly remarkable. The onlookers nodded in approval. He then seized a stone grinding disc and hurled it with force. It soared through the air as if it were a mere pebble, landing with a thunderous crash some 60 to 70 meters away, creating a deep crater and sending dust and debris flying, shaking the ground violently. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their astonishment. Suddenly, the little one dashed towards a massive dark bull, swiftly exerting his strength to grasp one of its horns and topple it to the ground. While his technique was skillful, it was undeniable evidence of his astounding power. Gasps of shock filled the air, as the villagers felt as though they were witnessing a ferocious little beast unleashing its might, challenging their perceptions. It is essential to note that the young Shi Hao, being the smallest in the crowd, appeared like a delicate porcelain doll, making it difficult to reconcile his fragile appearance with such extraordinary strength. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Shi Hao approached the massive cauldron. Due to his limited height, he could not grasp the ears of the cauldron. Instead, he squatted down to support its base. With a sudden surge of strength, a resounding boom echoed as the bronze cauldron lifted off the ground, raised triumphantly above his head. Everyone stood in stunned silence, hardly able to believe their eyes. A mere 3.5-year-old child had effortlessly hoisted a weighty cauldron, an astonishing feat indeed. What was this? It resembled the offspring of a golden-winged roc, or perhaps the progeny of a pure-blooded Pishio, with young Shi Hao comparable to a true ancient beast cub. Chapter 6. Preparation. The villagers were left in a state of petrified disbelief, some appearing dazed and stunned. Though they had long heard tales of the child's extraordinary physique, they had not anticipated such a remarkable display of physical prowess. Could he possibly be harnessing the mysterious power of bone inscriptions? Someone pondered aloud. "No, I observed closely. This is pure physical strength," declared Shi Linhu, the leader of the hunting team. Boom. Young Shi Hao hurled the cauldron to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, while he swiftly retreated, evading the billowing debris. The tremendous sound once again caused the villagers' hearts to constrict. This truly was a prodigy. The outcome was nearly unbelievable. A 3-year-old child had lifted a 1,000-pound cauldron. Such a feat was rare not only in the nearby mountains, but even at the farthest reaches of the earth. Is this real? How could this little fellow, Shi Hao, possess such immense strength? I have never heard of a child like him. It is indeed quite astonishing, if he were not of human form. I might have thought a cub of an ancient relic beast had arrived. Chief, have you encountered such remarkable children in the prosperous regions you visited? Indeed, Yufeng. You have traversed numerous powerful tribes. Have you heard of such prodigies? Even the elders were unable to contain their curiosity, astonished by the child's extraordinary capabilities. Shi Hao replied, I have seen a few exceptional children in a tribe with a population in the millions, endowed with extraordinary talents, truly astonishing. They were already formidable at a young age. Yet I believe they were slightly inferior to this child. The villagers were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, perceiving this as a divine blessing upon Shi Hao. A child comparable to the offspring of ancient ferocious beasts. If nurtured, what greatness could he achieve? Shi Hao would flourish because of him. An elder remarked, those great tribes are immensely powerful, filled with experts who undoubtedly can hunt down terrifying beasts, utilizing the rare blood of ancient relic species to temper and purify the bodies of those exceptionally gifted children. Otherwise, the gap between them and our child might be even more pronounced. The realms are boundless and vast, within the territories of legendary super tribes and certain noble domains. There may exist even more formidable children. After all, the world is immense, and our knowledge encompasses but a small fraction. Shi Hao continued. This martial demonstration has brought great joy to the villagers. The children are strong and possess tremendous potential. As for Shi Hao, he is an unforeseen delight. His performance truly shocking. As the crowd dispersed, several clan elders, along with Shi Hu and other significant figures, remained, earnestly engaged in further discussion, unwilling to conclude their previous conversation. In the future, if Shi Hao matures, can he truly vanquish the formidable Zhenhound with his bare hands, or slay a purebred adult swan in a one-on-one confrontation? Such legendary ancient beasts, once unleashed, possess the capacity to annihilate an entire superclan with ease. An elder extinguished the fervor in his heart, stating, having potential in childhood does not guarantee one will become an awe-inspiring powerhouse. Many prodigies have withered away in their youth. The crowd fell silent, then nodded in agreement. Shi Yufeng furrowed his brow and remarked, it is true that Shi Hao was born in our village, lacking some innate advantages and starting at a lower point. We cannot provide him with the ancient bloodlines and legendary treasures like those great clans. Shi Hu added, while he is still young, it is acceptable. However, if this continues, he will inevitably lag behind the children of those prominent families. Shi Yunfeng contemplated for a moment and said, as far as I know, in the powerful clans at the ends of the earth, gifted children undergo their first significant baptism by the age of 5. They are sealed within a copper furnace, where they are refined with numerous sacred herbs and ancient blood to enhance their potential. The others sighed softly. After all, this was merely a village, incapable of competing with those illustrious clans. The sacred herbs and legendary ancient bloodlines were unattainable. Let us do our utmost, striving to hunt some great beasts, extracting their precious blood, and gradually accumulating resources to prepare for the little one's 5-year baptism, an elder sighed. Shi furrowed his brow and raised another concern, stating, in order to stand shoulder to shoulder with those legendary prodigies, it is imperative to not only establish a solid foundation through physical prowess, but also to delve into the significance of cultivating our lineage. The clan leader, Shi Hao, nodded in agreement and replied, I shall devise a plan for this. In the days that followed, clan leader Shi Hao was incessantly occupied, often refining various herbs, with the cauldron in the courtyard perpetually ablaze, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Grandfather, please do not overexert yourself. Remember to take care of your health, advised the young Shi Hao, whose long eyelashes were more delicate than those of a young girl, displaying a thoughtful concern for the elder's well-being. It is of no consequence. Shi Hao chuckled, shaking his head lightly. The elder clan members and those in the know, including Shi Lin, refrained from divulging too much to Shi Hao, who remained oblivious to the fact that Shi Hao was preparing for his baptism at the tender age of 5. The clan leader's residence was situated at the village's entrance, and at this moment, Shi Hao stood at the doorway, eagerly anticipating the return of the others. Come, these are your favorite berries, specially gathered for you by your uncle. Shi Lin handed him a leather pouch, which, upon opening, revealed a vibrant array of ruby-red fruits, fragrant and glistening like exquisite garnets. Thank you, uncle, Shi Hao exclaimed, his large eyes sparkling with joy as he accepted the offering. As evening descended, the villagers conducted a ritual at the willow tree, honoring the fallen beasts. Once the ceremony concluded, several spirited creatures were brought into the clan leader's courtyard. Soon after, the scent of blood permeated the air, with several fierce beasts lying there. Their bodies drenched in crimson, gradually withering, adorned with shimmering runes that appeared both enigmatic and eerie. Those were the bone scripts, intertwining with the blood, resembling delicate flashes of lightning coursing through the scene. Shi Yi was casting a spell, harnessing enigmatic forces to extract and distill the essence from the blood of beasts. Gathering blood elixirs. Through relentless refinement, the beast's blood dwindled, each formidable creature ultimately yielding but a single drop, which fell into a jade vial. The blood droplet glistening and translucent, resembling a brilliant blood diamond. According to the ancient records, during the baptism at the age of 5, if the sacred elixirs and true blood were sufficiently abundant and extraordinary, the foundation laid would profoundly impact future achievements. The clan leader, Shi Yi, murmured softly. He wished not to squander Shi Hao's innate talents, nor to see him lag behind the prodigies of the great clans. He pondered incessantly on how to accumulate the rare treasures needed for his baptism. It was better to have fewer but of high quality. Only the finest true blood would be beneficial to the young one. Regrettably, the extraordinary species were exceedingly rare and too formidable to contend with, he mused quietly. Chapter 7. The Wumu Nest. The primordial forest was dense, shrouded in heavy energy, teeming with venomous creatures. The roars of beasts resonated like thunder. Wafting through the air were the pungent scents left by ferocious beasts like tigers and snakes, sending chills down one's spine. Howl, Brother Dazhuang, the forest is perilous. We are still young and should not venture further. A child trembled as he spoke. Having grown up amidst the primordial woods, they were acutely aware of the dangers lurking within. Numerous ferocious beings inhabited this realm, and even their forebears approached the forest with utmost caution, lest they meet their demise. This group of children was relatively young, numbering over a dozen, with the leader being Shi Yi, who once lifted a copper cauldron weighing 1,000 pounds. With thick brows and large eyes, his robust limbs matched his formidable name, and he was nearly as tall as an adult. He turned to another and inquired, Pihu, how much farther do we have to go? The monkey, known as Shizhanghu, appeared rather thin and frail, yet possessed immense strength and remarkable cleverness. I heard from Uncle Lin Hu and the others that the cliff is not far from the village, just in this direction. We should be nearing it, he remarked. What do you think, Shi Hao? Inquired Shi Dazhuang. Previously, Shi Hao had merely been a follower among the older children, but since he lifted the bronze cauldron, even the adults regarded him as a peculiar entity, let alone the younger ones, who now considered him one of their core members. Venturing further could be perilous. Little Shi Hao warned, his voice clear and bright, his large black and white eyes shimmering with sincerity. However, we are quite close, Shi Dazhuang insisted. More than half of the children seemed inclined to press on. If you all decide to go, I shall accompany you, young Shi Hao stated earnestly. Thus, the group of children set forth once more. After traversing over a mile, the trees grew sparse, the vegetation diminished, and colossal stones began to appear. An unsettling aura enveloping the area. The rugged mountains formed a vast stone forest, silent and still, with the ground strewn with the remains of gigantic beasts. Stark white and astonishing. The monkey scanned the surroundings and whispered, "This is the place." I heard from Uncle Lin Hu that its lair is nestled deep within the cliffs of the stone forest. The dozen or so children, having grown up in the wilderness, were highly vigilant, akin to small mountain beasts, swiftly and nimbly slipping into the crevices of the stone forest to shield themselves. After a brief moment of observation, they inhaled the wind, savoring the scents, and then exchanged knowing nods. Like agile monkeys, they dashed toward the heart of the stone forest. Along their journey, they encountered numerous skeletons, immense and alabaster, including avian bones measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, and the heads of beasts as large as grinding stones. These remnants bore witness to the ferocious predators and formidable birds of prey that had been ruthlessly devoured, rendering the atmosphere grim and lifeless. If it were to establish its abode here, over time, should it succeed in procreation, the inhabitants of Shizhuan would face a grave threat whenever they traversed the mountains. Uncle Lin Hu and his companions had deliberated for several days, meticulously observing the creature's habits. The children, whispering among themselves, dashed forward with remarkable speed. Like a dozen miniature whirlwinds racing into the depths of the stone forest. Before them loomed a sheer cliff. where silence reigned supreme and not a blade of grass dared to grow. Atop the precipice rested a colossal nest, constructed from sturdy black wood, imparting a sense of oppressive foreboding. The children, maintaining a prudent distance, concealed themselves within the crevices of the rocks as they surveyed the scene. The black nest, spanning an impressive 10 meters in diameter, was undoubtedly the lair of a fearsome avian species. Indeed, they had found it. The azure-scaled eagle had lingered here for quite some time, now having built its grand nest. Had it truly laid eggs, as Uncle Lin had suggested? The children's eyes sparkled with anticipation, for this was the primary purpose of their expedition. This avian creature, both fierce and powerful, possessed bloodlines tracing back to ancient magical birds, making it an arduous adversary. Any ordinary beast or being that fell under its gaze would inevitably meet a grim fate, unable to escape its clutches. According to the observations of Uncle Lin and his companions, the male azure-scaled eagle had not been sighted for several days, possibly having perished in the depths of the mountains. Each day at noon, the female would venture forth to hunt for sustenance, presenting an opportunity that was now within reach. As Piman remarked, a group of children clenched their fists, clearly anxious yet filled with a sense of anticipation and excitement. Having grown up in the mountains, each child possessed a certain boldness. Otherwise, they would not have dared to wander into such perilous territory. "Let me throw a stone to test it out," exclaimed a dark-skinned boy named Shenming, affectionately called Meng by the villagers. During a martial demonstration in Shetsuan, he had once single-handedly brought down a large wild bull and nearly lifted a bronze cauldron weighing 1,000 pounds, making him second only to Shi Hao and Shi Dazhuang among this group of children. With a whoosh, a large stone soared through the air, hurtling towards the distance before crashing down onto a pile of rocks at the base of the cliff, producing a thunderous sound. Everyone jumped in surprise, relieved that there was no reaction from the cliff above. "Meng, don't be so reckless. Exercise a bit of caution," I cautioned. "Let me check if it's in its nest." "It seems fine for now. Let us hurry up," Meng declared, ready to charge ahead. "Wait a moment, Meng," Shi Hao interjected, picking up a sizable rock and hurling it with force. The stone whistled as it flew up the cliff, landing near the eagle's nest with a resounding thud. After a brief silence, the cliff remained still. The Qinglin eagle did not appear. "Let us go." The children, like a pack of wild beasts, howled and swiftly dashed towards the cliff. Upon arrival, they organized themselves efficiently. Some stood atop a boulder, scanning the sky as sentinels to guard against the sudden emergence of the fierce bird, while others prepared to scale the cliff. "Dazhuang, you all wait here. I'll go up and take a look," Shi Hao asserted. "You're just a little one who hasn't even weaned yet. Stay back and watch while we go," Shi Dazhuang remarked, and a chorus of laughter erupted from the children. The little one, still nursing on beast's milk, often became the subject of their gentle teasing. I have long since taken to consuming meat, merely indulging in his milk as a substitute for water. The little one, indignant, crinkled his nose and glared with his gem-like dark eyes in defense. Yet, he was astute enough to recognize that the older children were not truly mocking him. Rather, they were caring for and protecting him. Wary of the dangers that lay ahead, "I am swifter than all of you, and I can escape peril just as quickly." Without waiting for their response, he leapt into action like a nimble monkey, swiftly scaling the stone cliff with remarkable agility. "Let us not allow him to take unnecessary risks. We must follow." Shi Dazhuang, along with Meng and Pai Ho, pursued him closely, their movements echoing that of agile primates. The cliff face was riddled with numerous crevices, providing the children the leverage needed to ascend rapidly. Having been raised in the mountains, amidst the untouched wilderness, their climbing skills were formidable, rivaling those of the demon apes that roamed the ranges. "At last, we have arrived." The stone cliff soared 300 meters high. Once the little one reached the summit, he paused for a moment, awaiting the emergence of the others before they collectively approached the gigantic nest. "What an enormous bird's nest!" Pai Ho exclaimed in awe. Standing in close proximity, the sight was nothing short of breathtaking. The nest measured an impressive 10 meters in length, constructed from dark, sturdy wood, dominating much of the cliff's apex, far surpassing the size of the homes in Stone Village. Moreover, scattered across the cliff were several large bones, caked with remnants of blood, each thicker and longer than that of an adult human, invoking a sense of dread. Particularly chilling were the bones the size of grinding stones, marked with terrifying claw holes, still stained with blood, exuding an air of menace. "This is the skeleton of the dragon-headed elephant, truly terrifying," A fierce bird dares to prey upon such colossal creatures. The children were astonished. Let us not dwell on this for now, Stone Dazhuang suggested, as they began to ascend towards the ominous black nest. Upon reaching the nest, they were immediately enveloped by a chilling aura, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of blood. The edges of the nest were stained a deep crimson, clearly indicating that the azure-scaled eagle frequently feasted at this very spot, leaving a lingering malevolence from the blood of various beasts that had long soaked into the area. The ferocious bird was absent. Look, there are several eggs. The children exclaimed, their audacity fueled by eavesdropping on the adults' conversations in the village, and they had boldly ventured forth, drawn by the allure of the fierce bird's eggs. The nest was lined with soft golden grass, creating a seemingly comfortable haven, where 3 eggs, glistening like jade, lay serenely. Adorned with intricate patterns and speckles, their surfaces shimmering in the light. Each of these formidable bird's eggs was as large as a basin, translucent and radiant. A vivid green akin to agate, with their markings glowing brilliantly under the sun. Chapter 8. The Azure-Scaled Eagle. The dark-skinned Meng grinned foolishly, nearly drooling as he hurried forward, exclaiming, "This is the largest bird's nest I have ever encountered. I have never seen eggs of this size before." He chuckled, his laughter reminiscent of a mountain monkey. "How beautiful!" exclaimed the young Shi Hao, his large eyes blinking in awe. Long eyelashes fluttering as he gazed at the 3 fierce bird eggs, warm and translucent, their lustrous surfaces sparkling. Unable to contain his excitement, the youngest among them, driven by his insatiable curiosity, longed to hold the eggs and examine them closely. As Meng approached, he reached out to touch the colossal egg, only to exclaim in surprise as a tingling sensation coursed through his arm, akin to being struck by electricity. What could this possibly mean? The children were taken aback. The shell of the egg, reminiscent of jade, shimmered with dazzling spots and patterns akin to twinkling stars, exuding an exquisite beauty, infused with an enigmatic power. How formidable! The Qinglin eagle, a descendant of ancient magical birds, possessed a bloodline that, though no longer pure, still retained fragments of profound runes in its life imprint. Little Dot, having studied bone inscriptions daily, discerned the clues at once, her large eyes sparkling as she proclaimed with a clarity beyond her years. The other children, a mixture of astonishment and delight, realized that the more powerful the fierce bird, the rarer and nobler the fledglings it would produce, potentially safeguarding their village and perhaps standing shoulder to shoulder with the spirit guardians in the future. However, they needed to exercise caution. As the spots on the eggshell pulsated with radiant light, they should avoid touching those areas and hastily secure the egg in their leather bags, for they had to depart swiftly. Shi Dazhuang, a tall and robust figure, urged them on, emphasizing the urgency of their predicament. Clearly, they had come prepared, each carrying a leather bag, which they promptly opened to gently place the fierce bird's eggs inside. 3 jade-like eggs the size of wash basins. Aside from Little Dot, the other 3 each took one upon their backs. What a stroke of luck! Meng exclaimed with glee, nearly bursting into laughter. Pai Ho joined in, grinning widely as he remarked, "Soon, our stone village will be under the protection of a powerful fierce bird. The clan leader and Uncle Lin who will surely hold us in high esteem." Oh dear! As Shi Dazhuang stumbled, he nearly fell, only to be caught by the little one. The nest of the fierce bird was adorned with soft golden silk grass. Yet amidst it lay a few glimmering scales that exuded a chilling metallic sheen. Unbeknownst to Shi Dazhuang, he stepped upon them, piercing the sole of his shoe and drawing a trickle of blood from his foot, though it was merely a superficial wound. What sharp scales! The little one, Shi Hao, collected several azure scales, each the size of an infant's hand, shimmering with a frosty light. Indeed, these were the scales of a mature ferocious bird, remarkable in nature. I surmised that even a sword weighing hundreds of pounds would struggle to cleave them. The children dared not linger, swiftly descending the cliffside like geckos, soon reaching the ground where they wiped their brows and exhaled in relief. Well, did we find anything? A group of children gathered around. We succeeded. We uncovered an entire clutch of bird eggs. Meng laughed heartily. The children unveiled their beast-hide bags, peering inside to behold eggs the size of basins, radiant and imbued with a mysterious luster, eliciting gasps of awe. "This is splendid. We have triumphed. These are the eggs of a powerful, ferocious bird. Our stone village will soon possess soaring warboats. Let us depart. This venture has indeed been fortuitous. We must hasten." The forest was dense, with fallen leaves accumulating a foot thick, soft underfoot. Towering trees obscured the blazing sun, while ancient vines coiled like dragons around the great trunks. In the distance, the echoes of beast roars reverberated through the mountains. Fortunately, the location was not far from Stone Village, remaining within a relatively safe zone. While clear of the perilous creatures lurking in the depths of the mountains. Almost there, let's hurry and dash to the village. A group of children, though filled with excitement, harbored a tinge of apprehension. After all, they were facing a formidable azure-scaled eagle, a creature that struck fear even in the hearts of the village's strongest men. The surreal sensation of having successfully taken its clutch of eggs weighed heavily upon them. Suddenly, a piercing cry reverberated across the vast expanse, sharp enough to cleave stone, resonating with a terrifying penetrative quality that left the children's eardrums ringing. "Run for your lives!" exclaimed little Shi Hao, his eyes gleaming as he glimpsed. Through the interstices of the towering trees, a shadow swirling ominously in the sky, heading their way. High above, the wind howled fiercely as a colossal bird cast an enormous shadow over the forest, plummeting with alarming speed, its body aglow with a chilling azure light, exuding an aura of menace. The other children soon caught sight of the massive bird descending toward the thicket, its velocity akin to a falling star, both sharp and intimidating. "Good heavens, what a gigantic bird! Run!" The children cried out, fear blossoming within them. The creature was enormous, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. With a wingspan of 15 meters, its body adorned with shimmering azure scales that glinted with a cold, metallic sheen, radiating an overwhelming aura of ferocity. The children bolted, relying on their familiarity with the forest to navigate toward the densest thickets, seeking refuge from the menacing avian predator. With a thunderous crash, dozens of towering trees were shattered by its iron wings, branches and leaves scattering chaotically in the air, debris swirling in a frantic dance. It descended like a forged steel weapon, unstoppable and terrifying. The children's faces turned pale as they screamed and fled with all their might. This colossal creature is truly fearsome, its iron wings striking the heavens, obliterating everything in its path. Its scales glimmer with a chilling luminescence, and with a single dive, it devastates a significant portion of the forest, scattering splintered wood and withered leaves. Its strength is unparalleled, its body is remarkably resilient, and its wings, akin to broad blades, could easily cleave a mountain asunder, rendering the towering trees utterly impotent against its might. Resembling a gigantic eagle, yet devoid of feathers, its scales are cold and reminiscent of iron, exuding an awe-inspiring sense of power. Upon its head, protrusions akin to plumes emerge, yet they are far from feathers, rather. They are long, sharp, bony spikes, resembling a row of horns that could effortlessly rend the chest of a formidable beast. This is the azure-scaled eagle, adorned with a dense array of icy blue scales, brimming with boundless strength, as if forged from steel, sweeping through the forest with disdain for the majestic trees. With a resounding crash, entire clusters of towering trees snap asunder, many so thick that several individuals would be required to embrace their girth. The azure-scaled eagle plunges directly through, its iron wings dismantling every obstruction, leaving the ground littered with branches and disarrayed leaves. With a thunderous boom, a massive boulder obstructs its path, yet it shatters it effortlessly. Sparks flying and debris scattering in every direction, with heavy stones plummeting and crushing numerous trees, the spectacle astonishing. All the children feel a chill run down their spines. The azure-scaled eagle is overwhelmingly powerful. Had it not been for that boulder, many among them could have faced a grim fate. After laying waste to vast expanses of forest, the azure-scaled eagle ascends once more, circling in the sky, its piercing gaze cold and electric, fixating on the ground below, poised to dive again in pursuit of the fleeing children. The village lay not far ahead, urging the children to rush forth. Chapter 9, Menacing Presence. There is a deep stone cave over here. Let us take refuge inside. The small figure, Shi Hao, shouted to the others. They fled through the mountainous terrain, navigating around large boulders, and plunged into a thicket of gigantic vines. With a swift motion, Shi Hao squeezed himself inside, and the other children followed suit. The cave was damp and concealed by the creeping vines, the faint sound of water echoing within. The light was dim, shrouded in shadows. The cavern was extraordinarily deep, and after the group of children entered, they dared not linger, continuing to sprint for several dozen meters before halting. In the darkness, heavy breaths filled the air. After running for miles, the exhausted children felt the weight of their fear. The ferocity of the azure-scaled eagle was overwhelming, should they be caught. One swipe from its claw would reduce them to mere blood and bone. That was truly perilous. We were on the brink of disaster. They sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. The cave entrance was not large, rendering it unlikely for the fierce bird to follow. Though the children relaxed slightly, their vigilance remained intact. This harrowing experience had nearly cost them their lives at the hands of the ancient avian beast's descendants, and now that the tumult had subsided, a cold sweat trickled down their spines. The small figure murmured, somewhat bashful as he tugged at his clothing. Last time, I chased a crimson sparrow and strayed from the village, nearly getting lost and inadvertently finding my way here. A group of children stood in stunned silence. The little one, lively and inquisitive, had always been curious and adventurous. Even as a child, he had chased the clan leader's large yellow dog, managing to escape the village on several occasions. As he grew older, his abilities expanded, and upon encountering peculiar sights, he would relentlessly pursue them to uncover their mysteries. He, still nursing at 3, chasing after the little sparrow, Hao, teased the older children. The little one blushed, puffing out his cheeks in indignation, retorting, "Do not mock me. That was a sparrow, entirely crimson as blood, resembling the legendary vermilion bird chronicled in ancient texts. Whether such legendary creatures exist is irrelevant. Even a fire cloud sparrow or its descendants could obliterate a great clan. If it were truly the vermilion bird, would you have the audacity to chase it? A mere yawn could shatter the realm of a prince. Yet, he insisted, it looked just like the ancient text described, vibrant red and stunningly beautiful. His small, delicate hands clenched tightly, his rosy cheeks flushed with excitement, and his large, jet-black eyes glimmered in the darkness. Suddenly, a resounding thud startled all the children. They turned to see a cold, metallic gleam flickering at the cave's entrance, where the head of a blue-scaled eagle emerged, its gaze icy and formidable, fixated on the children inside. Oh heavens, it is coming in. Many children turned pale, their faces drained of color. Fear not, the entrance is narrow, it cannot enter, exclaimed Meng, displaying surprising bravado as he seized a stone the size of a platter and hurled it with all his might. Thud! Under the immense pressure of his strength, a colossal stone sword with astonishing speed, crashing down upon the head of the azure-scaled eagle. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, it merely sparked and rang out like metal. The shimmering blue scales reflecting cold light, utterly unharmed, while the stone shattered and fell to the ground. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. This fearsome creature, with skin as tough as bronze and bones of iron, was formidable beyond measure, sending chills through their hearts. With a swift motion, it extended a claw and effortlessly seized several hundred pounds of rock from the cave entrance, as if plucking a clump of earth with a sharp iron hook. A group of children watched in wide-eyed amazement. Could even the cave's walls not withstand this beast? Crack! The sound of shattering rock echoed once more as the azure-scaled eagle flapped its wings, slicing through the stone wall with lethal precision, causing massive boulders to tumble down, its colossal body forcing its way inside. It was terrifying. Could it truly cleave this low mountain apart? Over time, would it not be able to collapse the cave and level the ground? The agile monkey drew back his bow. A dragon horn bow crafted from the horn of a dragon elephant, a material renowned in Stone Village for its unparalleled quality, typically requiring the strength of an adult to pull. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth with incredible speed, fierce and heavy, resembling a shooting star, swift and potent. Yet, to their astonishment, the arrow struck the head of the azure-scaled eagle, creating a shower of sparks but failing to penetrate its defenses. Even such a sturdy bow and sharp arrow proved ineffective. A sense of dread enveloped the onlookers. What could they do now? If even the strong bow could not harm it, approaching for battle seemed utterly impossible, leaving them trapped in a dire predicament. "Let me give it a try," someone said. The little one borrowed a heavy iron spear, weighing around 40 to 50 pounds, from a larger child. With a burst of speed, he sprinted towards the cave's entrance and, at the last moment, hurled the spear with all his might. It soared through the air like a bolt of lightning, its cold gleam directed towards the cave's mouth. Stone Hao, capable of lifting a 1,000-pound bronze cauldron, unleashed the spear with formidable force, its piercing power astonishing as it aimed directly at the eye of the azure-scaled eagle. The spear sliced through the air with a whistling sound, creating a deafening roar as the compressed air followed suit. The azure-scaled eagle, which had previously regarded the children with disdain, now revealed a flicker of surprise in its gaze, swiftly turning its head to avoid the spear's deadly trajectory. With a resounding clang, the spear struck the eagle's head with tremendous force, producing sparks akin to two metal plates grinding together, the noise excruciating to the ears. Ultimately, the spear fell to the ground, yet one of the glistening scales at the corner of the fierce bird's eye was dislodged, a trickle of blood oozing forth, strikingly visible. A piercing cry echoed, reminiscent of lightning cleaving through the soul, initially grand, and then transforming into a sharp, dragon-like wail that was utterly terrifying. Several children stumbled back, plopping down onto the ground, hastily covering their ears to shield themselves, fearing their eardrums might rupture. The wounded beast, enraged by its injury, glared at little Stone Hao with eyes as cold as a blade. Its massive claws raked violently at the cave's rocky walls, forcefully pushing inward. Rocks tumbled, varying in weight from dozens to hundreds of pounds, crumbling under the might of those lethal talons as if they were mere rotting wood. The cave began to expand, the azure-scaled eagle screeching in fury as it surged forward. Alas, this gigantic bird has gone mad. Shall we be crushed beneath its talons here? The children, including Pai Ho, were filled with trepidation and began to regret their choices. It was no wonder that the adults had refrained from acting recklessly. This fierce creature was truly terrifying. We are quite close to Stone Village. Surely, the elder chief and the others will hear the commotion and come to our aid, young Shi Hao remarked. Indeed. Let us unleash our full strength to provoke it, creating a greater uproar that will alert the chief and his companions. Shi Dezhuang interjected, seizing a massive boulder and hurling it at the ferocious beast. The bird's cries became even more chilling, causing dust to cascade from the cave's ceiling as the stone tumbled. The creature, adorned with scales, advanced menacingly, furiously clawing at the rocky walls. A group of children aimed their arrows at its eyes, while the strongest among them, Shi Hao, Meng, and Shi Dezhuang, were entrusted with iron spears to strike at the bird's glaring orbs. In this chaotic woodland, stones flew and leaves danced wildly. To avoid the assault on its vital eyes, the fierce bird retreated multiple times from the cramped cave, laying waste to the surrounding terrain. Back in Stone Village, some individuals sensed something amiss and expressed their suspicions. They swiftly dispatched messengers to inform several elders, who gathered atop a high platform at the village's entrance to survey the area. Chief, today I witnessed Meng, Dezhuang, and Little Bu Jian conspiring together. Could it be that they have ventured out of the village and stirred up trouble? A boy of 14 or 15 years old reported, noting that several younger children were missing. These little rascals. Shirlin, who exclaimed, striking his thigh as he suddenly recalled the children peering curiously while discussing the azure-scaled eagle. Upon learning of the situation, the clan leader, Xianfeng, understood the urgency and decisively commanded, quickly, retrieve the two ancestral artifacts. We shall proceed together. The strongest men from Shurtsuan sprang into action, their eyes reddened with determination for the sake of the children, regardless of their lineage. Whether descendants of ancient demonic birds or not, they were resolute in their commitment to battle. Some wielded massive wolf-toothed clubs weighing hundreds of pounds. Others carried towering bows taller than a person, and still others brandished broad iron swords nearly half their height, exuding an aura of ferocity. Rest assured, the little one shall be unharmed. Should that hairless eagle dare to act menacingly, we shall rend it asunder and feed its remains to the wild boars. These men reassured the women and children, their voices booming, before charging into the forest with a fierce battle cry. This group of robust young men surged forth like a pack of beasts, fierce and formidable, loosing arrows from afar. The thick shafts resembled javelins, all tipped with iron, demonstrating astonishing power. Thud, thud. A barrage of colossal arrows was unleashed, piercing and snapping numerous trees, embodying a wild and overwhelming force, akin to a horde of towering savages roaring as they confronted the fearsome bird. The azure-scaled eagle had long since retreated from its lair, its gaze icy, fixating on these valiant warriors. It felt no fear, for it was the apex predator of this realm. As long as it did not venture into the deepest recesses of the mountain, it could traverse freely. With a powerful spread of its wings, it summoned a howling wind, deflecting many of the incoming heavy arrows and iron spears with a cacophony of clanging sounds and sparks flying. Then, it raised its head and let out a long, resonant cry, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, as it took flight, swooping down upon the assembled warriors with lethal intent. A colossal creature, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, with wings that spanned an impressive 15 meters, descended with a terrifying force, shattering the brittle branches and leaves in its wake. Even before it came close, the fearsome gusts it generated stung the faces of all who stood in its path. Everyone gathered together in a defensive stance. Lin Hu summoned the ancestral artifact, commanded the clan leader, Shi Yi. Confronting such a dreadful descendant of a monstrous bird head-on would surely result in devastating losses. Only by employing the ancient treasures passed down through the village could they hope to intimidate it into retreat. The featherless eagle is approaching. It's charging towards me, bellowed Shi Yi, positioning himself at the forefront, gazing upward at the menacing bird diving down. Simultaneously, he retrieved a beast bone from his bosom, likely the arm bone of a ferocious beast. The azure-scaled eagle's eyes narrowed, as if sensing something, and halted its advance, fixating intently on the dull bone, displaying a wary demeanor. Its beak, measuring over half a meter, suddenly radiated with brilliance as a rune emerged, exuding a formidable aura of pressure. Indeed, this azure-scaled eagle is extraordinary, the old clan leader marveled. It bears a bloodline legacy inscribed with runes, symbolizing a potent force. With a thunderous roar, Shi Yi recognized the urgency of the situation. Channeling all his strength, he activated his left arm, which glowed brightly as several bone runes appeared, gleaming radiantly. In a decisive motion, he pressed the beast's arm bone against his own. Boom! The luminosity of Shi Yi's left arm intensified, and the beast's arm bone astonishingly fused with his limb, becoming an integral part of his being, a mysterious melding of flesh and bone, inseparable from one another. Moreover, the brilliance of his left arm grew ever more resplendent, ultimately coalescing into an ancient symbol, as if a ferocious beast were about to burst forth from that very rune. Chapter 10. Ancestral Artifact. This is a precious relic formed from the runes of ancient, formidable beasts, the skeletal remnants from which the bone scripts mastered by humanity have evolved, serving as the wellspring of enigmatic powers. The arm bone of the ferocious beast merges seamlessly with that of the stone forest tiger, radiating a resplendent brilliance. As a result, his strength surged dramatically. His entire physique astonishingly rose from 2 meters to an impressive 3, becoming significantly more robust, enveloped in streaks of lightning-like beams, exuding an extraordinary vitality. The azure-scaled eagle let out a long cry. Though intimidated by the aura emanating from the beast's bone, it remained unwilling to yield. A luminous sheen began to coalesce at its curved, black beak, the runes growing increasingly potent, signaling its intent to launch an attack. A mysterious force was accumulating, converging toward the beak, becoming ever more radiant, startling all creatures within the mountains into a state of panic, prompting them to flee in terror. Fly Qiao, you too, commanded the clan leader, Shi Yi, instructing another powerful man in the village to invoke the second ancestral artifact. Shi Feijiao, robust and vigorous, cast aside his wolf-toothed club, channeling the arcane energies within him. Instantly, bone scripts illuminated across his chest, twinkling like a constellation of stars. He swiftly retrieved an ancient, blood-stained hide from his bosom and pressed it fiercely against his chest. Boom! A ferocious aura erupted, spreading in all directions, causing the creatures of the forest to tremble in fear, as if an ancient species had resurfaced in this realm. The azure-scaled eagle, startled, halted its descent, its eyes cold and tense. The radiance from Shi Feijiao's chest intensified as the weathered beast hide merged with his flesh, emanating a powerful vitality that began to blossom with dazzling brilliance, ultimately forming a mysterious symbol. A beastly visage flickered into view, seemingly striving to break free from the rune. The stone-flying flood dragon appeared to possess an additional countenance, situated upon its chest. The rune, forged from the ancient hide of a beast, and its very flesh and blood, emitted a resplendent radiance, gradually taking on form as the terrifying silhouette of a fierce creature emerged. A formidable pressure enveloped the mountains and forests, instilling a profound sense of awe. This was yet another ancestral artifact of Stone Village, a piece of ancient beast hide, its origins lost to time, evidently shed from a primordial ferocious beast, and it had coalesced into a rare and potent rune. While the bone scripts mastered by humanity were largely replicas of the sacred bones of ferocious beasts, it did not imply that every fierce creature crystallized its enigmatic power within its skeletal structure. Some manifested within their flesh, or even within their hearts. The brilliance of the stone-flying flood dragon intensified, akin to a flickering flame, its entire being aglow. From its chest emanated a roar reminiscent of thunder, causing the mountains and forests to tremble, rocks cascading down. This was not merely an imitation of the bone scripts crafted by humanity, nor a developed rendition. It represented the primal source of power, the bones and precious hides, exceedingly potent. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the stone forest tiger and the stone flying flood dragon gazed upward at the predatory bird, unleashing the might of their ancestral artifact, their violent aura surging upwards like a torrent. It was evident that the surrounding thorns, vines, and towering trees were all shattered into fragments. The icy gaze of the azure-scaled eagle revealed a flicker of doubt, hesitant to approach, as if utterly intimidated. The two sides confronted one another, suspended in a fleeting moment of tranquility. Ah, the clan leader has arrived. Uncle Linhu and the others are here to rescue us. At the exit of the stone cave, several children peeked out, catching sight of a group of robust warriors in the distance, erupting into cheers. A throng of children surged forth from the stone cave, racing towards the adults, while on the other side, Shi Linhu and Shi Feijiao, relying on two ancestral artifacts, hastened to meet them, swiftly converging. Are the little ones unharmed? A group of burly men rushed over, scooping up their children, turning them over and inspecting them with great care, fearful of any injuries. As long as they are safe, that's what matters. With this reassurance, the fierce men relaxed, and one by one, they raised their large hands like fans, vigorously slapping the children's backsides. Ouch, that hurts. Why are you hitting us? Just a moment ago, you were so concerned about us, and now you've turned so quickly, the children wailed. One burly man declared, fair is fair. Since you are unharmed, we must settle the score. You dare provoke the demon beasts without having fully matured? If I don't leave your behind sore, then I'm not your father. In midair, the Qinglin eagle glared with fierce eyes, yet it refrained from diving down, cautiously maintaining its stance, opting not to act immediately. The best news was that all the children had been found without any mishaps. A group brandished heavy clubs and drew enormous bows, carefully guarding as they retreated towards the stone village, encircling the children for their protection. Wow, Uncle Linhu, you are truly impressive. For all these years, Grandpa the clan leader has been experimenting with you, and you have achieved such remarkable success. You are all geniuses. Indeed. Also, Uncle Feijiao, what weapon are you using? I've never seen it before. Is it necessary to understand bone script to wield it? You all are truly magnificent and formidable. The azure-scaled eagle followed closely, only pausing in its approach to the village upon sighting the ancient willow tree, at which point it trembled, refraining from intruding further into the settlement. Instead, it circled ominously in the sky, unleashing a wrathful cry. The villagers exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Being pursued by such a formidable descendant of primordial avian beasts had kept their hearts in a perpetual state of tension, for a single misstep could spell disaster for many. The clan leader murmured a prayer of hope, having employed ancestral artifacts, wishing that no trouble would ensue. Fear not, reassured the Shilin tiger, who would traverse these desolate mountains. No one will witness this. Let us hope so, replied Shi Yunfeng softly. The relics passed down through our forebears have gathered dust for far too long. May they not stir unforeseen calamities due to this incident. Upon entering the village, chaos erupted. Women rushed forth, clutching their children tightly, having been consumed by dread upon receiving alarming tidings. Meanwhile, the men began searching for implements, ready to chastise the troublemaking children. You little rascals, stop right there. One father shouted. Please don't hit me. I've learned my lesson, cried a child as a gaggle of youngsters fled in a frenzy, ultimately seeking refuge in the clan leader's courtyard, hoping to plead for mercy and spare their father's wrath. Inside the stone courtyard, the children were enveloped in envy and resentment. The smallest among them, however, was unscathed. Instead, he cradled a delicate porcelain bowl, diligently using a tiny wooden spoon to sip milk. Wow, little one, you're still drinking milk. Aren't you already 3.5 years old? Exclaimed one child. Eek! The little one, feeling quite embarrassed, clutched a small bowl, using her soft, fair hands to shield it from the gaze of the older children. Her cheeks flushed a bright red, and her long eyelashes fluttered as she offered a feeble defense, saying, You must have seen it wrong. I am merely drinking water. A chorus of laughter erupted from the group of children. We've all been punished. How is it that you get to drink beast's milk? Inquired the curious little monkey. Because I told Elder Patriarch a story, and he found it delightful. So he let me off the hook, replied the little one, her big, glistening eyes darting around. What story? The tale of Little Red. Who is Little Red? Little Red is that bird with fiery red plumage. I have told you about her before. The little one, Shi Hao, appeared quite displeased. The group of children rolled their eyes and hissed. If the patriarch believes that, it would be absurd. The vermilion bird was merely a legend from ancient times. How could it possibly exist now, let alone be pursued by you? Well, 2 years ago, something extraordinary emerged from the depths of the mountains, attracting many formidable ancient creatures and leading to an unimaginable battle. There was a red blaze that scorched the heavens, and for several days, we could faintly see the celestial fire from our village, the patriarch declared as he approached. It was evident that a fire beast resided deep within the mountains. But it was improbable that it was the legendary divine bird, as that seemed far too unrealistic. At that moment, Lin Hu and others arrived as well. The battle from 2 years ago was truly exhilarating. I cannot fathom what kind of fierce birds and colossal beasts participated. On one occasion, late at night, I glimpsed a towering humanoid figure wielding a black iron staff, effortlessly crossing several mountain ranges, though I could not discern its true appearance. Shifigio lamented. Recalling the incident still sent shivers down his spine. When the elders arrived, the group of children immediately donned expressions of distress, for they knew they were in trouble. Having followed the matter all the way to the chieftain. Chieftain, we have taken a nest of azure-scaled eagle eggs, capable of hatching descendants of the ancient demonic fowl. Perhaps in the future, they could rival the spirit guardians and protect our village. Indeed, our stone village will soon possess aerial warbits. And these are 3 eggs from the progeny of ancient demonic fowl. The children sought to plead their case, hoping for forgiveness. Do you comprehend how much meat is required to nourish such a fierce creature each day? Our own food supply is already severely limited. How can we afford to nurture 3 colossal beasts? Alas, the children wore expressions of despair. Moreover, do you think this is the end of it? An elder observed with a sigh. The children climbed to a high platform and gazed towards the village's outskirts, only to be struck with terror. The fearsome azure-scaled eagle stood upon a massive rock, its gaze icy and its scales gleaming ominously, steadfastly guarding the perimeter and showing no signs of departure. This vengeful creature harbored a deep grudge. Having stolen its eggs, it would not simply let the matter rest. In the future, venturing out of the village to hunt would become exceedingly difficult. Shifigio was filled with dread. The children's faces turned pale as they realized the calamity they had invoked. Oh, let us return the eggs to it. The azure-scaled eagle must be pitiful without its young. A small one chirped softly, eyes wide with concern. This featherless giant was truly terrifying. If they did not return the eggs, it could lead to an unending turmoil, leaving the village in disarray. Even with ancestral artifacts at their disposal, confronting it would prove challenging, for no one could unleash the true power of such treasures. The villagers resolved to send the egg away for a trial, contemplating alternate strategies if it proved ineffective. 3 jade eggs, each the size of a basin, gleamed with a translucent clarity, adorned with intricate patterns and a captivating luminescence. The mysterious power of runes enveloped them, radiating divine brilliance. As the crowd stepped out of the courtyard, they had scarcely taken a few strides when the ancient, charcoal-black willow tree beside the clan leader's stone dwelling suddenly stirred. The lone willow branch, entwined in ethereal green mist, cascaded down like a resplendent divine chain, gently brushing against one of the eggs, instantly amplifying its radiance. Chapter 11. Reversion. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Outside the village, a fearsome bird, seemingly forged from molten iron, quivered at the sudden spectacle. It abruptly raised its head, eyes shooting forth beams of lightning-like intensity, fixated intently upon the altar. The egg, caressed by the tender green willow branch, was enveloped in a myriad of celestial glows. Vibrant hues swirling, as if it had been divinely transformed, crystal clear and dazzling, truly astonishing. On the eggshell, the speckles began to shimmer, resembling miniature suns emitting a powerful blaze, bursting forth with an exuberant vitality. Moreover, intricate patterns manifested around these specks, complex and enigmatic, dazzling to behold, akin to dragons and serpents entwined, reminiscent of divine birds soaring through flames. The egg underwent an inexplicable metamorphosis, its interwoven patterns rapidly proliferating, and before long, it had entirely transformed. Adorned with an array of vivid and splendid designs, exuding divine radiance. The vitality of this egg surged to an incomprehensible magnitude, its ancestral imprint from the primordial magical avian evidently reawakening to a significant degree. If this egg were to hatch, it would undoubtedly surpass the azure-scaled eagle by leagues. The clan leader, Shi Yi, exclaimed in astonishment. This egg is rather extraordinary, potentially inheriting numerous fragments of ancient avian markings and exhibiting a phenomenon of ancestral regression. If this is indeed the case, its bloodline is of unparalleled nobility, far surpassing that of its progenitors. The tender branches of the old willow tree gently brushed against it, creating a scene that is nothing short of astonishing. Did it discover the egg's uniqueness, or does it possess a mysterious power that instigated this transformation? The villagers, taken aback, gazed at the egg radiating a brilliant luminescence, their eyes alight with fervor. It is undoubtedly a rare warbird, brimming with untold potential. Outside the village, the azure-scaled eagle, its entire body shimmering with iridescence, perched upon a colossal stone, its gaze fixed intently, beams of light shooting forth like flowing silk. It seems equally incredulous. Though it yearns to rush into the stone village for a closer inspection, instinctual trepidation prevents it from approaching the old willow tree, prompting it to emit urgent calls from a distance. The verdant willow branch, dripping with vitality, gently swept by before gradually retreating, ceasing any further movement. Clearly, it held little interest, merely brushing by with a casual flick. The villagers, filled with reverence, took a considerable time to regain their composure. "Should we keep this egg?" inquired the clan leader, as the villagers were now stirred, their hearts ablaze with desire. To let such a miraculous treasure slip away would be an immense pity. "Did you not see that fierce bird outside? We must retain it. It could very well go mad otherwise," Stone Yunfeng remarked, furrowing his brow. The old willow tree is both mysterious and formidable, having long safeguarded the village, preventing ferocious beasts from trespassing. The stone village lies within its dominion. Yet, it merely acts in defense, never stepping beyond the village's confines, let alone launching an offensive. The azure-scaled eagle hesitated to enter. Yet merely obstructing the paths leading out of the village was sufficient to instill torment in the hearts of the stone village inhabitants, who still needed to venture into the mountains for hunting. "Let us return the egg to that featherless beast," suggested an elder. The clansmen were disheartened, yet powerless. The azure-scaled eagle was a formidable creature, the apex predator of this region. As long as the creatures dwelling in the deepest parts of the mountains remained hidden, it would reign supreme. At that moment, the radiant glow of the mutated egg had dimmed, no longer dazzling, though the newly appeared mysterious patterns had not vanished. Compared to the other two eggs, it distinctly belonged to a different category, representing a separate avian species. The azure-scaled eagle spread its wings, transforming into a tempestuous gale and swooping down in an instant, enveloping the three eggs. It then fixed its gaze upon the uniquely patterned, glistening egg. With a resounding cry, the fierce avian seemed to revel in exhilaration. Its voice shattered the heavens, causing the towering trees to tremble and leaves to whirl chaotically. After a prolonged moment, it lifted its head, a peculiar light shimmering in its eyes, the ferocity subdued as it focused on the ancient willow within the village. Yet it dared not step foot inside. "Quickly, take the eggs away," someone shouted, as if banishing a harbinger of misfortune. However, to everyone's astonishment, the azure-scaled eagle flapped its wings and, with a powerful sweep, sent all three eggs tumbling into the village, rolling towards the great willow tree. "What? It doesn't he want them, but is gifting them to us?" The crowd stood in bewilderment, grappling with the unfolding enigma. It must have perceived that one egg had mutated, adorned with runes destined to be far more powerful than itself. "It intends to leave it as a sacred offering for our clan, so that we may nurture it," declared the clan leader, Stone Yunfeng. Could it truly possess such thoughts? A group of individuals stood astonished. Let us not forget, this is a fierce avian creature that has manifested mysterious runes within its being, endowed with bones that overflow with enigmatic power. Its intelligence should not be inferior to that of humans, as the venerable elder stated. The mightier the ferocious beast, the greater its wisdom. Legends tell of ancient breeds that surpass humanity in intellect, gazing down upon the tribes of men as deities might. The chief inquired loudly whether it truly intended to leave its offspring here. To everyone's surprise, the azure-scaled eagle nodded, gesturing with its gaze toward the three eggs, then towards the ancient willow tree. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and the azure-scaled eagle spread its wings, spanning 15 to 16 meters, soaring into the sky and vanishing among the clouds in the blink of an eye. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. It departed just like that? All that remained were 3 crystal-clear eggs, and none had anticipated such an outcome. "What shall we do now, Uncle Linhu?" a child asked urgently. "What to do? This predicament is of your making. You little one shall take responsibility for the hatching of the eggs." Linhu retorted with a glare. "Oh, no. Help!" the children cried in despair. The 3 eggs were placed beside the altar beneath the grand willow tree, under the watchful care of designated guardians, patiently awaiting the emergence of the hatchlings. After all, these were the eggs of a formidable beast, exceedingly precious. Days later, a crisp crack echoed as one egg exhibited fissures, its jade-like shell breaking open to reveal a small creature, its body adorned with glimmering azure scales. Shortly thereafter, another egg also cracked, liberating yet another similar little being, peering curiously around with bright eyes. The third egg was extraordinary. Upon cracking, it first emitted radiant beams of light, followed by a resounding cry. The once solid shell shattered entirely, transforming into fine powder, revealing a scene of divine brilliance. A young bird emerged, adorned not with azure scales, but with shimmering purple ones, radiating like a flame in vibrant hues, far more remarkable than its 2 siblings. After a considerable time, the purple glow gradually subsided, unveiling a remarkably spirited chick, its body cloaked in resplendent purple scales. Its large, glistening eyes appeared almost sentient, curiously observing the gathered crowd, unmistakably signifying that this was no ordinary mystical avian. Suddenly, a prolonged cry echoed as a colossal predatory bird descended from the clouds, swiftly approaching the stone village, casting a vast shadow. What was that? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. With a thunderous crash, dust soared into the sky as the azure-scaled eagle released its enormous talons, causing a gigantic creature to plummet to the ground, creating a large crater, with earth and stones flying in every direction. It was a massive dragon-horned elephant, measuring 6 to 7 meters in length and standing 5 to 6 meters tall. Its enormous horns gleamed with a radiant light, and its immense weight had crushed several towering ancient trees. At that moment, it lay lifeless, its head, larger than a millstone, riddled with claw marks, blood gushing forth from a fatal blow. What was the azure-scaled eagle's intent? Were we to nourish these 3 chicks with this? It truly resembled humans. Possessing a high degree of intelligence, the villagers marveled. With a whoosh, a fierce wind arose, sweeping away a multitude of fallen branches and leaves, as the azure-scaled eagle soared skyward once more. Chapter 12. The Secret Bone Codex. The villagers were grinning from ear to ear, utterly astonished by an unexpected delight. No one had anticipated that the azure-scaled eagle would deliver such a formidable beast. This fierce avian creature possessed an extraordinary spirit and intelligence. In the days that followed, the azure-scaled eagle sporadically brought forth a variety of prey, ranging from flying pythons to colossal elephants, with every kind of mountain beast imaginable. In just a month, the 3 little creatures had ballooned in size, nearing 2 meters in length, and their appetite was astonishing, growing more insatiable by the day. The eldest was named Dapeng, the second was called Shaoqing, and the third was referred to as Ziyun, names bestowed upon them by the children. It must be said that the 3 azure-scaled eagles were remarkably perceptive, possessing an uncanny understanding of human nature. They comprehended everything spoken to them, though they were unable to articulate human language. Particularly, the youngest, Ziyun, exhibited the most extraordinary intellect and power. At just over a meter in length, Ziyun once flapped its wings and dashed out of the village, effortlessly tearing apart several tigers and wolves, leaving the villagers in stunned disbelief. "Come here, little Ziyun," shouted Shi Hao as he ran ahead, with Ziyun playfully trailing behind, much to the envy of the other children, who marveled at the close bond between the remarkable young bird and the little one. "Chirp, chirp." Ziyun approached, using its scaled wings to pat the little one's back, a sight that belied its fierce nature as an azure-scaled eagle. "What a sycophant. Isn't it just because the little one taught you the bone script?" The group of children scoffed in playful annoyance. The little one, with a unique flair, insisted on teaching the 3 azure-scaled eagles the human-invented bone script, and to everyone's surprise, the peculiar Ziyun engaged with great enthusiasm, proving to be even more intelligent than humans, growing ever closer to him. Whoosh! The little one raised its arms, and the runes glimmered, intricate patterns sprawling across its limbs, radiating brilliance. With a flick of a finger, a tiny crimson bird soared forth with a sharp whistle, igniting a nearby grand tree in flames. The sound of flapping wings resonated as the purple cloud flapped its wings together, echoing like applause. Its bright, expressive eyes blinking rapidly. And it chirped incessantly, displaying a charming demeanor. Wow, this bird has truly become extraordinary. At merely a month old, it possesses such wisdom, far surpassing that of a human at the same age, exclaimed a group of children. Puffing and panting, two other azure-scaled eagles, alongside a small blue one, approached, nuzzling against the little one. These intelligent and fierce avians yearned for power more than humans did. Teaching them the ancient bone script would significantly accelerate their growth. During this time, the little one, Shi Hao, reaped immense rewards as well. The azure-scaled eagle, a descendant of ancient magical birds, naturally housed precious bones within, adorned with a powerful rune, its mysterious energy astonishing. He had been observing intently. The intricate patterns emerging from these primitive bones were unique to this race. The more formidable the ancient lineage, the more fiercely they guarded their runes, for if divulged, they would stop at nothing to hunt down the transgressor. Fortunately, these three fledglings were particularly special, being nurtured by the villagers. This original rune was exceedingly rare, far surpassing the general bone scripts studied by humans. A closely guarded secret that could be termed a treasure rune. It could be said that this type of rune was equivalent to a formidable tome of bone knowledge for humanity. Any creature capable of naturally producing runes was undeniably remarkable. The two ancestral artifacts of Stone Village were remnants of two terrifying ancient species, meticulously refined and crafted into the formidable treasures they were today. Especially concerning Ziyun. It exhibits a phenomenon of atavism. Even if it has inherited only a fragment of the ancient demonic aviance marks, it would still be exceedingly formidable and astonishing. The runes within its being can undoubtedly be regarded as a secret tome of arcane knowledge. Should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly pique the interest of several tribes. At dawn, the crimson sun ascended amidst the mist, casting gentle rays that painted the dense fog of the mountains and forests in vibrant hues as it flowed softly. The air was refreshingly crisp, with dewdrops cascading from the blades of grass and tendrils. A group of vigorous young men from Shurtsuan prepared to embark on a hunting expedition. Be cautious as you venture into the woods, little Shi Hao called out, leading three young birds in playful antics. He scampered over to bid them farewell, tilting his small face upward, his bright eyes sparkling as he greeted each one. Rising early, he had also retired early. A chorus of hearty laughter erupted from the young men as they approached, playfully pinching his rosy, apple-like cheeks before striding boldly into the forest. After the merriment, the little one extended his delicate hand to embrace Yun's neck affectionately, encouraging it to relax and reveal the markings on its precious bones for his exploration. Chirp chirp. Dapeng and Xiaoqing expressed their discontent, nudging his small arm with their heads. Dapeng, do not be troublesome. I shall study your runes shortly. Xiaoqing, I promise to take you to catch some dragonfish later, so please do not disturb me now. The little one offered similar affection to them, soothing their restlessness. In truth, the three young birds had grown taller than Shi Hao, yet he remained the petite one in the village, both in the past and present. Wow. So this is how it operates. The changes are quite intricate, akin to the complex arrangements of numerous stars. The little one gazed in awe at the resplendent patterns emerging from within the treasure bones of the purple cloud, his eyes widening in realization. Chirp. The great Peng and little Qing shared his curiosity, staring intently at the symbols sprouting from their brother's body, their eyes unblinking, as if striving to commit the sight to memory and assimilate it in their minds. Great Peng, little Qing, allow me to examine your treasures, the little one said. Shifting his attention to the two azure-scaled eagles, he meticulously explored and touched their treasure bones, where a luminous radiance manifested, revealing mysterious symbols that rendered their scales translucent and resplendent. The little one pondered deeply, refining his understanding from the past few days, then closed his eyes, murmuring to himself, it must be thus. The intricate patterns intertwine, evolve, and then emit light as enigmatic forces emerge. Whoosh! A radiant crescent moon burst forth from his left hand, swiftly soaring into the distance, cleaving a towering tree in two with a resounding crack, which then tumbled to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Wow, the little one succeeded. He had mastered the abilities of the azure-scaled eagle, wielding a primal talisman of immense power. Nearby, a group of children stood agape in astonishment. Silence. The chieftain had arrived, and such a commotion naturally drew his attention. Urging the children to hush so as not to disturb Shi Hao, who had first appeared bewildered and then plunged into contemplation. Little Purple, let me see once more. He implored, having gained insights from Great Peng and Little Qing, as a flicker of understanding illuminated his eyes, as if he had grasped profound truths. The purple cloud resounded, its entire form radiating a magnificent brilliance, exuding an aura of unparalleled sanctity. Though still in its infancy, it already possessed an air of inviolable majesty that sent shivers through the villagers. An intricate and enigmatic rune manifested upon its surface, rendering its purple scales translucent and resplendent. The little one's eyes sparkled with an inner light, akin to gems glowing, as he fixated intently on the precious talisman. After a prolonged moment, his arm quivered slightly, a radiant beam coursing along it before bursting forth from his palm. Clang! The light emitted a metallic resonance, akin to a treasured weapon being drawn from its sheath. A radiant moon, brilliant and divine, soared forth, slicing through the air with a sharp hiss as it struck a formidable boulder standing 5 to 6 meters high. The silver moon spun in place, and with a crack, the massive stone was cleaved in two. The surface of the fracture was smooth, and with a thunderous sound, the upper half, weighing thousands of pounds, crashed to the ground, sending dirt and debris flying, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. In the distance, a group of onlookers stood petrified, awestruck by such formidable power. A single moon had effortlessly severed a boulder as unyielding as iron, truly a breathtaking spectacle. The potency of the rune was extraordinary. The purple fledgling had indeed inherited fragments of the ancient demonic bird's legacy, now vividly re-emerging. Chief Xianfeng was elated, exclaiming, "The little one is truly remarkable. In just 1 month, he has unraveled the mysteries of such primordial talismans, showcasing astonishing talent." The purple cloud, the great rock, and the young azure all displayed expressions of surprise. Still immature, they were far from harnessing the mysterious powers of the runes within them. Yet they were exhilarated by this outcome. "Grandpa Chief, I think I've begun to comprehend it," the little one exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with joy. Xianfeng approached swiftly, whispering a caution. "The primitive runes you just employed can undoubtedly be deemed a secret bone treasure book, exceedingly rare and formidable enough to instill fear. Henceforth, refrain from wielding it lightly unless in dire circumstances." The little one, with wide eyes fluttering, scratched his head and inquired, "How powerful can it be?" "It seems to me that it is still not perfected. I believe there exists a tree and a palace that could manifest upon that silver moon. Yet I am currently incapable of such feats. At the very least, it is already sufficient to rival your Uncle Lin Hu and Uncle Fei Jiao. The secret bone treasure book is indeed something for which an entire tribe would yearn," the chieftain solemnly declared. Hearing this, the little one nodded earnestly, then broke into a simple, pure smile. Throughout that day, he diligently practiced, striving for further refinement, to the point where even the chieftain was left astonished, feeling helpless and assisting. What happened? Villagers rushed out, visibly anxious. "Fear not. No one has perished. However, the father of Pai Ho has sustained severe injuries from an arrow that pierced his lung." Sherlin Hu's expression was grim. It was the villagers from several dozen miles away who were responsible. "It has been a year and a half since we last glimpsed them, and now, inexplicably, they have encroached upon our hunting grounds, competing with us for prey, nearly fatally wounding Pai Ho's father." Chapter 13, Fury Father. Pai Ho cried out, rushing from the village, leaping forward to embrace one of Shishishin's arms. Tears cascading down his cheeks as he exclaimed, "What has happened to you? Who has inflicted such harm?" His mother also hurried over, her eyes brimming with tears, grasping Shishishin's other hand, standing vigilantly by his side, softly weeping. "Why weep? It is merely a wound from an arrow. Stone Shoshan often faces the ferocity of beasts while hunting. Losing this much blood is of little consequence." He glared, forbidding any tears, for he was a man of great fortitude. His upper body was marred with blood, a steel arrow having pierced through his protective armor, penetrating his right lung and exiting his back. The 1.3-meter-long shaft glimmered coldly with a metallic sheen, stained with blood, a sight both shocking and distressing. Such an injury was indeed grave. Even a man as robust as Stone Shoshan could not afford to be careless, lest he suffer long-term ailments, such as chronic weakness or asthma. Fortunately, Sherlin Hu and the others had temporarily tended to his wounds, crushing ancient herbs from the mountains to apply, while also administering medicinal powders derived from the essence of fierce beast's blood, concocted by several clan elders. Shi Yunfeng retrieved a jade vial from his bosom, pouring out 2 fragrant purple pills. He crushed one, applying it to the wound, while the other was swallowed. "Uncle shall surely recover swiftly." The little one also contributed a gesture of goodwill, bringing a basket of his favorite red berries. Indeed, Chief, it was the people of Beitsuan who instigated this trouble, trespassing into our territory to seize a six-legged camel slain by Shoshan, and they acted with deadly intent. Had Shoshan not evaded in time, he could have met a fatal end from an arrow through his heart, Shirlene who remarked bitterly. The other's expressions changed upon hearing this. Such brutality was truly alarming. To strike so ruthlessly is to disregard all sense of propriety. Although the two villages are separated by dozens of miles and seldom meet, they nevertheless coexist within these mountains. And some measure of civility ought to be upheld. It was not always this way, one elder sighed. Shafigio remarked, the assailant appears to be a mere child, seemingly around 14 or 15 years of age, yet possesses a strikingly handsome visage, fair and refined. However, his heart is truly malevolent. When he loosed an arrow towards the mountain guardian, it was as if he were hunting a beast, his eyes devoid of any emotion, chillingly cold. The villagers of Schertsuan were incensed and surged forward as one, yet the opposition showed no sign of retreat, rapidly gathering a formidable number of individuals, standing resolutely against them. Had it not been for the sudden frenzy of a swan deep within the mountains, shaking the very earth and causing boulders to tumble, both sides would likely have engaged in a grievous conflict. Why such aggression? Do they believe themselves so powerful as to disregard our feelings? How else could they be so brazen? Several tribal elders also harbored a sense of indignation. In a mountain setting, robust and vigorous men are invaluable to a village. And the audacity of the opposing party to threaten life so casually is alarming. One individual added, that child is no ordinary foe. His presence is unsettling, reminiscent of facing a fully grown Pishio, powerful, ferocious, and merciless. This suggests that Beitsuan has produced an extraordinary youth, indicating that their clan has grown significantly stronger and more ambitious. The clan leader spoke softly, narrowing his eyes towards the direction of Beitsuan. He then turned to Shilinhu and the others, stating, we shall not instigate trouble. But we are not afraid of it either. Be vigilant in the future. Should they overstep their bounds, act decisively without hesitation. Understood, Shilinhu nodded. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had elapsed. The inhabitants of Beitsuan frequently overstepped boundaries, even digging numerous beast pits in the area, leading to the unfortunate entrapment of the residents of Schertsuan, who narrowly escaped being impaled by the sharp iron spears at the pit's bottom. This nearly resulted in a bloody conflict, but at the last moment, the people of Beitsuan retreated. What could have driven them to such frenzied hunting of ferocious beasts? Even with a surge in population, such madness seemed unwarranted. Surely, something must have transpired in their village, pondered the chieftain, Shi Yunfeng. After several skirmishes, the people of Beitsuan became considerably more restrained. However, the residents of Schertsuan remained uneasy and dispatched scouts to stealthily investigate by night. From a distance, they discerned a cacophony of roars emanating from the village, an alarming sound indeed. Let us not intervene for now, as long as they do not overstep their bounds. It is best to avoid a bloody confrontation, for life amidst these mountains is arduous enough, advised one of the clan elders. Thus, tranquility was restored once more. Days later, fortune smiled upon Schertsuan, as they experienced a bountiful hunt. They stumbled upon a vast array of carcasses left in the wake of a ferocious beast rampage within the mountains, where powerful creatures battled, wreaking havoc across dozens of miles of forest. Many woodland creatures fell victim. Deep within the mountains, ancient species occasionally clashed in brutal combat, potentially sparking dreadful disasters, as was the case this time. Fortunately, the village remained unscathed. Chieftain, 8 of the magnificent dragon horn elephants have perished, along with several pristine moon rhinos, not to mention numerous other colossal beasts. Should we process them into jerky, it would suffice to feed our village for an extended period, exclaimed the elders, their spirits lifted. Indeed, 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 the elders rejoiced. A multitude of villagers set forth to the mountains to retrieve the bounty. Oh, such an abundance of magnificent beasts. We too shall join. Surely, we will gather ample true blood. A chorus of children cheered exuberantly. In recent years, the abilities of the little one have grown increasingly formidable, causing a group of children to become restless and no longer resist the medicinal baths. They willingly immerse themselves in the bronze cauldron for purification. Now, upon learning that a substantial quantity of precious blood is about to arrive, their excitement is palpable. I shall join as well. Da Peng, Shaoqing, Zun, wait for me in the village and behave yourselves. The little one, Shi Hao, will accompany me too. What has happened to Fei Jiao? Sherlin Hu inquired loudly. Brother Hu, it is Bei village again. They ambushed us and seized all our remaining game. Fei Jiao clenched his teeth in fury. What? This is truly intolerable. We have shown them forbearance time and again. Have they mistaken our good nature for weakness? Sherlin Hu roared with indignation. The villagers were incensed. Time and again, the denizens of Bei village have acted with arrogance, and this is not their first offense. Have any brothers lost their lives? None. But a few have sustained grievous injuries, their spleens pierced by iron arrows. We cannot ascertain whether they will suffer lasting ailments. What? Such viciousness. We shall retaliate. The villagers erupted in outrage. After enduring repeated humiliations, even the most passive of individuals would possess a measure of ire. That wretched lad of 14 or 15 is truly malicious. Those arrows were all loosed by him. Had it not been for an elder from their village shaking his head, he would have undoubtedly slain several of us. Merely a youth lacking in maturity, how formidable could he truly be? Are you still being intimidated by him? A dissatisfied, limping man from the village remarked. Of course we are not afraid. It is merely that their numbers vastly outnumber ours. That boy is indeed powerful. Despite his fair and handsome appearance, his heart is filled with malevolence. Do not be careless. Several of my brothers bore 3 layers of hardened steel armor upon their chests, all of which were pierced by his arrows. Only I and Brother Tiger in the village possess such capability, Fei Jiao added. A throng of individuals surged into the depths of the forest, for the transgressions of the villagers from Beitsuan had exceeded the limits of their tolerance. Uncle Afu, you are injured as well. I shall be fine. I will recover swiftly, reassured Fu, bloodied and accustomed to gathering berries for the little one. Clenching his tiny fists, he offered some comfort before racing after the advancing group. Chapter 14. Arrogance. The people of Shitsuan hurriedly traversed the forest. Arriving at a deeper part of the woods where towering trees lay felled, ancient vines lay ravaged, and the ground was stained with the blood of various beasts, a scene of utter chaos. 2 monstrous creatures had engaged in a fierce battle here, inciting a riot that resulted in the deaths of many animals. Moreover, the villagers from Beitsuan had ambushed Fei Jiao and his companions, leaving the area in disarray. The mound of beast carcasses, resembling a small mountain, had been removed by the Beitsuan villagers, leaving only emptiness. Upon their arrival, Sherlin Hu and the others gritted their teeth in anger, for the prey painstakingly hunted by the villagers had been so brazenly stolen. After them, without hesitation, they set forth towards the direction of Beitsuan, anticipating that those individuals would not manage to carry the heavy beast far. The forest bore clear signs, clumps of fur, blood, and scales guided them along the path taken by the villagers. Be cautious. Leading the way, Sherlin Hu raised a hand, signaling the group to halt. He pushed aside a mass of dried grass and fallen leaves, revealing a dark, gaping hole, filled with iron spikes jutting skyward. Should one fall into it, they would undoubtedly be pierced mercilessly. These wretched brutes are truly malicious. The people of Shitsuan grew even more incensed, for this transgression occurred within their own territory. The inhabitants of Beitsuan acted with utter impunity, and such arrangements would undoubtedly lead to a bloody tragedy. After hastening for 8 or 9 li, a sudden gust of wind surged toward Sherlin Hu's throat, carrying with it a chilling glint reminiscent of the underworld, instilling terror in the heart. This was a long iron arrow, measuring an imposing 1 meter and 3 centimeters, moving with the swiftness of lightning, capable of taking a life in an instant. The terrifying combination of force and velocity could easily pierce the scales of a dragon-horned elephant, making it no surprise that it could penetrate the armor of those clad in 3 layers of fine steel from Shitsuan, a truly horrifying prospect. The assault was utterly unexpected. Within the dense mountainous forest, such a formidable cold arrow was unleashed, leaving no chance for defense. Sherlin Hu, renowned for his valor and quick reflexes, swiftly sidestepped the oncoming threat. It was a near miss. The icy iron arrow grazed his neck, sending forth a spray of crimson as it tore through his skin, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike to his throat. Only then did the sharp whistle of the arrow reverberate, a sound trailing far behind the arrow itself, attesting to the astonishing speed at which it traveled. Clang! The iron arrow embedded itself into a distant boulder, piercing through with a resounding crash, sparking a shower of fiery embers, a truly fearsome display. With such formidable strength, who would dare to challenge such a lethal projectile? To be struck would surely bring one to their knees in despair. The scene fell into a profound silence as Sherlin Hu touched the grazed skin on his neck. a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. He had narrowly escaped death by a mere arrow's width. In the distance among the rugged terrain stood a young man. Bow in hand, his demeanor austere, with a cruel light flashing in his gaze as he fixated on this very spot. It was that wretched boy once again. Fury surged within Shi Hao and the others as this aloof youth continued to inflict grievous injuries upon several of the village's robust men. The individual in question was a boy of merely 14 or 15 years, possessing a slender physique, hair as dark and lustrous as ebony, and fair skin. His comeliness was only slightly marred by the chilling gaze in his eyes, which lent him an air of untamed ferocity. Behind him, a group of 70 to 80 individuals hauled a succession of colossal beasts, leaving a trail of blood upon the mountainous terrain, where vegetation and brambles lay crushed underfoot. Offspring of the Bay Village, what can you do besides launching clandestine arrows? Have the courage to face me, and I shall cleave your skull with a single blow. Someone roared. The handsome youth, with a glint of coldness in his eyes, immediately drew his bow and aimed. Seeing this, Shi Yi, without uttering a word, brandished a massive black bow crafted from dragon horns, swiftly knocked an iron arrow, and released it. Clang! The two thick iron arrows collided in midair, producing a shower of sparks and an ear-splitting sound, simultaneously halting their trajectories and causing them to fall to the ground. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. The youth's archery skills and strength were astonishing, especially considering his age. He was already capable of contending with Shi Village's strongest man, Shi Yi. Clang, clang. Sparks flew within the forest as a barrage of iron arrows collided in pairs, creating a cacophony of metallic sounds akin to a meteor shower before falling to the earth. The noise causing discomfort to the eardrums. The divine arrow startles the desolate forest. The youth was evenly matched with Shi Village's strongest man, leaving the onlookers in awe. The youth's arms, when flexed, could undoubtedly lift 5 or 6 bronze cauldrons, each weighing 1,000 pounds. This elicited a collective gasp of astonishment. Such a prodigious talent. A mere stripling, yet possessing such astonishing and fearsome power. Forgive us, friends of Stone Village, a resonant voice boomed forth from a middle-aged man of the Wolf clan. We are in dire need of quarry. Allow us to claim this hunt, and we shall compensate you handsomely in the future. You ambushed our people, intercepting our hunt with ruthless intent, your arrows piercing organs, leaving several grievously wounded, teetering on the brink of death, and yet you ask for our forgiveness? Stone Lin Hu retorted, his voice laced with indignation. Having committed such heinous acts, how can you stand there with such composure? What manner of reasoning is this? When disputes arise and conflicts ensue, bloodshed is inevitable. This is a truth known to all men of the wilderness, the leader of the Wolf clan's hunting party declared. If you are not content, then bring it on. Another robust man of considerable standing within the Wolf clan added with increased vehemence. The people of Stone Village were incandescent with rage, waylaid and robbed of their prey, subjected to such overbearing arrogance and utter disregard for reason. There was nothing left to be said. Then let us fight. Shi Hao roared. Clang, clang. The sound of weapons being unsheathed echoed through the air as many raised their massive broadswords, their cold light shimmering, a palpable aura of murderous intent permeating the atmosphere, causing the leaves to flutter and fall from the trees. Stone Lin Hu thundered, you may possess extraordinary abilities for one so young, but such overweening arrogance and merciless actions will lead to your downfall. Simultaneously, he drew his bow and released an arrow, directly aiming to kill. With words having reached this point, what other recourse was there but to engage in battle? Clang. Once more, the iron arrows collided, the reverberation causing the mountains and forests to hum. Kill. The inhabitants of Shetsuan, armed with colossal bows, broadswords, and whirling wolf-toothed clubs, surged forward like ferocious beasts unleashed, stirring a tempest that sent leaves swirling in disarray. Conversely, the denizens of Baitsuan, towering and formidable, charged forth, heralding the impending chaos of battle. At that moment, a diminutive figure darted forth like a nimble sparrow, vociferously rebuking, you seize the sustenance upon which we depend for survival and seek to harm Uncle Afu. He is so kind-hearted, almost shot dead. You are all villains of the highest order. The young face of Shi Hao flushed crimson with indignation, his tiny hands clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Having been nurtured in the warmth and kindness of Shetsuan, he had never before encountered such brazen brutality. The people of Baitsuan were taken aback, then erupted in laughter, incredulous that, aside from a few adolescents, A mere child from Schertsuan had chosen to follow them into the fray, seemingly complicating matters for his kin. Suddenly, whoosh! An iron arrow sliced through the air, shot by a stoic youth of around 14 or 15 from Baitsuan, who had drawn back his formidable bow, intent on eliminating the little one. The eyes of the Schertsuan crowd blazed with fury, their anger reaching a boiling point. After all, he was but a child, normally sweet and endearing, yet the adversary showed no mercy even towards a mere infant, a truly egregious act. Shenming, bow drawn and arrow knocked, aimed to intervene and deflect the youth's lethal projectile, but his expression shifted in an instant as he realized the gravity of the situation. The boy had unleashed 4 arrows in one swift motion, their cold gleam flashing like lightning, while Shenming could only manage to release 3 in response. His opponent's prowess astonishingly formidable. As the arrows collided, 3 pairs fell to the ground, while a thick iron arrow, over a meter long, hurtled towards the throat of the young one, exuding an eerie chill that instilled fear. The villagers gasped, urging him to evade. They were aware of Shi Hao's extraordinary gifts. Yet he was not yet 4 years old. Although he had lifted a heavy bronze cauldron, his opponent was older, possessing even greater divine strength, capable of raising 5 or 6 cauldrons, rivaling Shenming. How could one dare to target a mere child? The villagers of Shi were filled with indignation. Remarkably, the young one's left hand struck the arrow shaft, sending it careening off course, leaving the crowd in stunned silence, speechless. Only a few noticed a symbol flicker momentarily in his palm before vanishing. With a swift leap, the young one charged directly towards the boy from Bay Village. Chapter 15. The young one's triumph. The boy's expression shifted to one of astonishment. After all, how could such a mere child possibly deflect his iron arrow with a single hand? It was indeed hard to fathom. He was aware that with a mere movement of his arms, he could lift 5 or 6 bronze cauldrons. And that massive iron arrow could cleave stone and shatter gold, a force beyond the endurance of ordinary mortals, capable of slaying even the formidable dragon horn elephant. The inhabitants of Bay Village were taken aback, for none understood better than they how fearsome Bei Feng was. His extraordinary talents and remarkable divine power were exceedingly rare. How could a mere child have deflected an iron arrow? Seeking his own demise, the young Bei Feng uttered a soft rebuke, his eyes blazing with intensity, akin to twin bolts of lightning. He exhaled sharply, drawing back his great bow, and unleashed a flurry of arrows. Hiss, hiss. The iron arrows sliced through the vast sky, emitting a haunting wail reminiscent of ghostly echoes from the underworld. The elongated shafts radiated a chilling metallic gleam that sent shivers down one's spine as they hurtled forward with terrifying speed. The archer, Bei Feng, relentlessly drew his bow, unleashing a barrage of 8 iron arrows that whistled ominously, each one aimed directly at the vulnerable spots of the diminutive figure. Like a nimble ape, Shi Hao extended his limbs with grace, evading 5 arrows with fluidity, before striking out with both hands to deflect the remaining 3, which embedded themselves with a resounding clang into the rocky terrain. Such a display left onlookers in utter astonishment. Even the villagers of Schertsuan stood transfixed, their expectations shattered by the extraordinary prowess exhibited by the young boy, who, despite his tender age, seemed almost surreal in his capabilities. Bei Feng let out a sharp admonition, fervently loosing arrows that cascaded like a torrential downpour, each thick iron shaft piercing through the woodland. Though diminutive in stature, Shi Hao moved with an astonishing swiftness, akin to a leaping tiger or a soaring dragon, evading the deadly projectiles while simultaneously striking out with his hands, clashing against the shafts with a metallic resonance that sent many arrows spiraling away. His agility was nothing short of remarkable for one so young, as he traversed dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, embodying the burgeoning might of a fledgling golden-winged roc. Boom! The rain of arrows intensified, growing ever more relentless. The little one bellowed, kicking up a massive boulder weighing thousands of pounds, which soared into the air with a thunderous crash, hurtling toward the cold-faced youth. Bei Feng. How could such strength emanate from a child not yet 4 years old? The spectators gasped in disbelief, utterly astounded. Only a select few discerned the fleeting shimmer of runes as Shi Hao unleashed his formidable power, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, too swift to fully comprehend. A colossal boulder descended with a thunderous crash. Bei Feng's eyes narrowed with cold determination as he ceased his barrage of arrows. He pivoted his towering bow, drawing it back with tremendous force towards the massive stone. With a resounding boom, the weighty rock shattered, splintering into fragments that scattered in all directions. Seizing the moment, Shi Hao lunged forward, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Why do you act so tyrannically? Why attempt to slay my Uncle Fu and seize our means of survival? Bei Feng let out a disdainful snort, discarding his great bow to grasp a dark red spear forged from blood-patterned iron. With both hands, he thrust it fiercely towards the small figure's chest. At that moment, Shi Hao found himself suspended in midair, directly in the path of the attack, making evasion nearly impossible. The villagers of Shiyuan watched in horror, their hearts racing with animosity towards Bei Feng for his ruthless assault. A sharp metallic sound resonated as Shi Hao's eyes gleamed with clarity. He deftly maneuvered his right hand, tracing an elegant arc that emitted a radiant glow. And with a decisive clang, he severed the spear into two halves, his delicate hand unscathed. This astonishing outcome left onlookers dumbfounded. Shi Hao, despite his tender age, had boldly confronted the formidable Bei Feng, demonstrating remarkable prowess as he closed the distance with unyielding strength. With a swift motion, Bei Feng hurled the broken spear towards Shi Hao's right eye, the attack both decisive and menacing, perilously close. Shi Hao tilted his head to evade, and while still airborne, he spun his right leg downwards, delivering a sidekick to Bei Feng's face, propelled by a powerful gust of wind. Though small in stature, his grace was striking, his movements fluid and natural, akin to a swift swallow gliding through the air. With a resounding thud, Bei Feng blocked with his left arm, producing a deep, resonant sound that sent nearby trees into a frenzy, their leaves swirling and cascading down like autumn's embrace. What an astonishing force! The villagers of Bei were left in disbelief, fully aware of Bei Feng's formidable power as a youth, unmatched within a radius of several thousand miles. Yet, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand. As Shi Hao fell to the ground, he appeared so young, significantly shorter than Bei Feng, yet he exhibited no fear, his small face puffed in defiance, wide eyes glaring intensely as he stood his ground. Both sides halted, captivated by the fierce confrontation between this powerful young man and the astonishingly brave child. Eagerly awaiting the resolution of their duel, Bei Feng's expression turned cold, his eyes glinting with malice. At 14, he was aware of the disgrace of their earlier clash, resulting in a stalemate against a child who appeared to be under 4 years of age. With a thunderous crash, Shi Hao staggered back. Growing up in the wilderness, he had not experienced true combat, but had learned much. Evading danger, he leapt back several meters. Nevertheless, Bei Feng had slain fierce beasts and hunted formidable foes, his wealth of combat experience enabling him to maintain the initiative and seize the advantage. He leapt into the air, covering several meters in an instant, his right leg spinning down like an iron whip, an unstoppable force that stung the air against Shi Hao's face. A relentless barrage of attacks. With ancient trees at his back, Shi Hao found himself with no avenue for retreat. Pressed against the giant tree, he crossed his arms and braced himself, striving to rise above the onslaught, several symbols flashing briefly before vanishing. With a resounding boom, the battle escalated. It was as though two colossal beasts had collided, causing dust and debris to swirl chaotically, while leaves fell in disarray. The ground shook violently, and when Bei Feng unleashed a powerful kick, it effortlessly severed a towering tree behind Shi Hao, which measured over a meter in diameter. With a thunderous crash, the ancient tree splintered and toppled in the mountainous terrain, producing a sound that resonated with astonishing force. The onlookers from Beitsuan observed with clarity. As it appeared that symbols flickered within Shi Hao's palm, it was this very power that withstood the tremendous force of Bei Feng's exceptional attack, which weighed several thousand jin. A treasure. The young boy was gripping a rare artifact. They exclaimed in unison, regardless of their disbelief. They could not fathom that Shi Hao had unraveled the profound mysteries of bone inscriptions. Instead, they attributed his prowess to the string of beast fangs adorning his wrist, which indeed shimmered with a radiant glow. The eyes of the villagers from Beitsuan turned crimson with envy. While it may not have been a clan's ultimate treasure, it was undoubtedly an exceptional artifact capable of significantly amplifying the strength of a mere child. After severing the massive tree with a single kick, Bei Feng's fierce momentum remained unyielding, and his onslaught intensified. His legs swept through the air like iron stakes, shattering the remaining timber and scattering debris in every direction. Shi Hao, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated fiercely. Though diminutive in stature, each leap he took soared several meters high, akin to a fledgling rock spreading its wings. Boom! Bei Feng's punch was akin to rolling thunder. As he unleashed a blow, Shi Hao deftly dodged and struck a boulder weighing thousands of jin, causing it to explode, sending fragments weighing hundreds to thousands of Jin flying in all directions. The spectacle was utterly astonishing. A mere teenager possessed such terrifying strength that the surrounding adults gasped in disbelief. Like a rabbit darting away from a hawk, the two combatants moved with remarkable swiftness, each strike echoing with a fearsome intensity. The sound of their fists was like thunder, resonating through the air, causing trees to topple and rocks to shatter. After exchanging dozens of blows, Bei Feng's expression darkened. He was a prodigious talent. Yet he found himself unable to gain the upper hand against a child scarcely 4 years old. How could he bear such humiliation? With a resounding crash, he unleashed a full-force attack, only to suddenly bend low as a barrage of crossbow bolts soared from behind him, glinting ominously as they aimed directly at the child's eyes and face. The villagers of Stone Village gasped in shock at the unexpected turn of events. Soon, a wave of anger swept over the crowd. Bei Feng's ruthlessness was appalling. To go to such extremes against a mere child was utterly cruel. The little one was startled, but showed no fear. With a swift motion, he drew his hands together, intricate patterns emerging at his fingertips, forming a small crescent moon, which he clasped tightly in his palm. With a vigorous sweep, radiant sparks erupted, shattering all the crossbow bolts. The villagers exhaled in relief, having been genuinely frightened moments earlier. This boy is far too formidable. If he grows up, he will undoubtedly become a menace. Stone Fei Jiao exclaimed in anger. Bei Feng seethed with resentment at having missed his target. He leapt 6 or 7 meters into the air, descending upon the child with an unstoppable force. With determination in his clear eyes, Shi Hao surged upwards, arms outstretched like an eagle soaring through the sky, embodying an aura of dominance and ferocity, reminiscent of the azure-scaled eagle piercing the clouds. Boom! In the palm of his hand, the crescent light shimmered once more, transforming into a radiant glow that surged forth, colliding with the fierce wind, resulting in a cataclysmic storm. With a grunt, the fierce wind spat blood from its mouth, its body hurtling away, crashing through numerous branches of sturdy trees before plummeting to the ground. Meanwhile, the diminutive figure instantly followed suit. Chapter 16, yielding just as the fierce wind attempted to rise. Shi Hao descended from the sky like a young rock, landing a foot squarely upon his chest, his eyes gleaming as he looked down upon him. With a thunderous sound, the mountains trembled, and the formidable youth, the fierce wind, was once again forced to lie back down, unable to rise. No one doubted the power behind the small one's foot. The people of Bei Village were astounded. The gifted young man, who commanded their respect, had been defeated. And by a mere child at that. Many from Bei Village knocked their arrows, preparing to shoot Shi Hao in a bid to rescue their companion. Shi Fei Jiao and others, filled with rage, also drew their great bows, ready to engage in a chaotic battle. With a swift motion, Shi Hao seized the collar of the fierce wind, hoisting him up and using him as a shield against the villagers of Bei, thus safeguarding himself. Enraged, the fierce wind, who was usually solemn and composed, could no longer contain his fury. This day was indeed a profound humiliation. Being captured by such a young child was more unbearable than death itself. He struggled fiercely, his fists aimed at the small figure. Although Shi Hao lacked combat experience, he was quick-witted and agile. With his other hand, the radiant glow overflowed, symbols rotating as he preemptively struck the fierce wind's chest with a resounding clap, causing his body to tremble violently and blood to surge from his mouth as his fists lost their strength. The diminutive figure did not pause. Hoisting the bi foam, which towered over him, he swiftly leaped forth, surging towards SHLNH and his compatriots. Bi foam, with his slender physique, was suspended in such a manner that a significant portion of his form trailed along the ground, colliding with thorns and rocks. His disheveled appearance was a stark contrast to the handsome and callous youth he had been, now utterly discomfited. With a distance of 8 or 9 meters remaining, the little one abruptly hurled Bi foam, who landed with a thud near SHLNH and the others. He rolled several times, expectorating blood. His eyes filled with resentment. "Little whelp, weren't you virulent? Continue your arrogance." SHFIGO, heedless of everything, spoke and strode forth, planting a foot upon him. With a resounding crack, 4 or 5 of Bi Feng's ribs fractured instantly. Their strengths were comparable, but Bi Feng, now a captive, could hardly resist. His chest against a foot, he naturally could not withstand the force. He was drenched in sweat from the pain, groaning softly. "Little one, you are too benevolent. You had several opportunities to grievously wound him during the confrontation, yet you missed them. Moreover, after capturing him, you were too lenient, which is perilous for you. SHLNH admonished from the side. Iya, the little one demurred, entirely unlike the little tiger he had been moments before. This was his first time fighting so desperately, primarily because he had witnessed several of his clan's uncles nearly felled by arrows, and the opposition was so unreasonable. Thus, he had hastened to engage. Hold. Friends of SH Village, spare him. Let us parley. This matter can be negotiated, the BI Village people urged, alarmed. The demise of such a promising youth would be a grave loss for their clan. Negotiated? You plunder the game we toiled to hunt. Ambushing my people, did such ruthlessness not cross your mind when you drew your bows with such cold indifference? Stone Forest Tiger exclaimed, incensed. Thump. On the other side, Stone Flying Dragon pressed down with another stomp, snapping one of Wolf Wind's arms with a sickening crack. His face contorted in agony. Yet he remained silent. Spare him, please. It was all our fault. We offer our apologies. A middle-aged man from Wolf Village cried out, his voice fraught with anxiety. The leader of their hunting party also bellowed, requesting parley. Towering at over 7 feet, his presence was once imposing. But now he was stripped of his former arrogance and aggression. Negotiate your mother. We'll deal with the niceties later. First, a beating is in order. Second, Strong's father roared, his anger palpable. The people of Stone Village had been seething with resentment, and a mere apology would not suffice. Boom. His fan-like hand descended, striking Wolf Wind's face, tearing the flesh and sending him flying several meters. You dare glare, brat? Your arrows nearly killed 4 or 5 of my brothers, each shot laced with venom, piercing vital organs. Where is your arrogance now? Show it again. Thump. As Wolf Wind landed at Stone Forest Tiger's feet, he was met with a swift kick. With the force of several thousand pounds, enough to crush a beast, Wolf Wind suffered further broken bones, his lips twitching as blood and sweat mingled. Not long ago, he was haughty, ruthless, and domineering. Now, he was a captive, disheveled and bloodied, reduced to silence. The contrast was stark. Thump. Halt. The villagers of Bay were in a state of anxiety, drawing their bows, ready to rush forth for a rescue. They believed that if this continued, Bay Foam would be left in ruins, and they could no longer rely on the rise of a genius. Everyone, stand down. Remain where you are. It is not yet over. We shall speak once our tempers have cooled, declared Shi Hao. In no time, the crowd had given Bay Foam a thorough beating, leaving him battered and bruised, his features marred and bones broken, presenting a pitiful sight devoid of any trace of his former cold demeanor. At that moment, a group of children surged forward, particularly a sprightly boy, who kicked him with all his might, exclaiming, "You nearly shot my father. Look at you now, so arrogant. Yet you have been captured by a mere little one. Our little champion is barely 3.5 years old, and you, a teenager, cannot even best him. What pride or arrogance can you still hold?" The children taunted him as they continued their assault. Meanwhile, a throng gathered around Shi Hao, showering him with unreserved praise. Even the villagers from Shi were astonished by his prowess, having subdued a formidable youth who could rival Shi. Friends from Shi, have you vented your frustrations? That should suffice, urged the villagers of Bay, their anxiety mounting. They feared that if this continued, the genius would be rendered crippled, rendering him no different than a dead dog. Very well, let us converse, declared Shi, as he plopped down onto Bay Foam, treating him like a stool. This caused the villagers of Bay to flinch, for such a robust man, nearing 2.5 meters in height, could easily bring a bull to its knees with such weight. Yet, under their circumstances, they had no choice but to bow their heads, offering gentle words of persuasion, reluctant to display any dissatisfaction. In the vast wilderness, amidst friends, there may be occasional misunderstandings. However, we must learn to overlook these moments of discord and extend our forgiveness for this instance of recklessness, a member of the hunting party from Beitsuan eloquently expressed. Bah! What do you mean by overlooking? It sounds pleasant, yet I must ask, what were you doing earlier? Why did you shoot down my kin? Shi Hao retorted sharply. Shi, with a dismissive wave of his hand, interjected, enough of this trivial talk, we find it unappealing. Now, tell us, how will you compensate us? The members of Beitsuan frowned collectively. The leader of the hunting party replied, we offer our sincerest apologies and propose giving you all our game. The father of Erming scoffed and replied, these creatures were ours to begin with. You have injured many of us, and merely offering an apology is insufficient. How about this? The Beitsuan representatives suggested, we shall withdraw from this forest and promise never to trespass again. We will return your hunting grounds. Utter nonsense. Those lands were rightfully ours. You have shown no sincerity in your words. A hot-tempered individual from Shurtsuan shouted back. What? Absolutely not. The Baitsuan members cried out. To them, weapons were akin to a second life. Living in these mountains without such arms was unthinkable. Metal resources were scarce and difficult to mine. Acquiring a reliable weapon was a laborious endeavor requiring don't. A key figure from Baitsuan exclaimed, hastily intervening. The expressions of the others from Baitsuan turned grim, and someone questioned, are we truly to surrender so many weapons? Weapons can be reforged, albeit with time and effort, yet there remains hope. However, if lives are lost, they cannot be resurrected. Beifeng possesses extraordinary talent, a rarity in this vast wilderness, and could protect our clan in the future. The people of Baitsuan reluctantly acquiesced, and heaps of iron arrows were brought forth, along with grand dragon horn bows and sharp broadswords. Their hearts bled at the sight. A bloody battle was imminent. But a small figure unexpectedly emerged, confronting the formidable genius Beifeng, altering the course of events and averting a massacre. Otherwise, who knows how many would have perished. In the ensuing days, Shurtsuan enjoyed tranquility, yet deep within the mountains, unrest loomed. The deafening roars of beasts echoed, shaking the very foundations of the mountains and sending boulders tumbling. Chieftain, deep within the mountains, the terrifying Swan Ni is likely nearing its end. As it has been roaring and struggling recently, someone reported to Xianfeng. That creature is a true primordial aberration, a formidable entity within the depths of the mountains. Should we obtain its remains, extract its true blood, and inscribe the primal talismans upon its bones, it would undoubtedly unlock a treasure of unimaginable worth. Chapter 17. The Art of Talismans. This Swan Ni is a fearsome being, and even in death, it would be worth a fortune. Its entire body could be considered a treasure. Who wouldn't desire to possess it? It ignites a fervent yearning, a longing to rush forth and claim its true blood and primal talismans without delay. Some young members of the clan were eager for action. Even though the ancient beast, the lion-like creature, was in a state of decline, it was not something we could confront. We must exercise caution and patiently await the opportune moment. The clan leader solemnly advised. Haha, this time we have reaped bountiful rewards. It must be said that Little Dot played a significant role. Without his words, we would have undoubtedly descended into a chaotic bloodbath, some members of the clan praised. Little Dot, feeling bashful, scratched his head and called out to Ziyun, Da Peng, and Xiaoqing before dashing off into the distance. Boom. Now, nearly 2 months since the hatchlings had emerged, they had grown to approximately 2.5 meters in size, becoming increasingly robust and powerful, flapping their wings as if they were about to take flight. Little Ziyun, grow quickly. So you can take me deep into the mountains to explore, Little Dot said, embracing their necks with wide eyes filled with hope. Afterward, he began to delve into the primordial talismans of the 3 hatchlings, investigating the unique mystical powers inherent to their lineage. With a soft hum, a silvery moon appeared in the palm of his hand, gentle and sacred, casting a delicate shimmer. Soon, the silver moon ascended, hovering behind him and accentuating Little Dot's extraordinary presence. During his previous confrontation with the fierce wind, he had merely integrated this primordial talisman into his palm, without wielding the complete silver moon against his adversary. Otherwise, its power would have been far greater. The silver moon spun around him, its pure luminescence scattering about, rendering Little Dot an image of unspeakable sanctity. Ah, I've come to understand a little more. Within the palace on the moon resides a giant bird. Could it be the ancient magical avian, the ancestor of Ziyun, Da Peng, and the others? Shi Hao mused to himself, lost in thought. On the silver moon, there stands a solitary tree and a magnificent palace, adorned with intricate patterns. At this moment, the young prodigy has made remarkable progress in his study of the secret bone treasure book, gaining newfound clarity. He thrusts the silver moon outward, revealing a clear and luminous full moon. A bird's call resonates from within the palace, while the tree sways gently, scattering glimmers of ethereal light. This does not resemble a silver moon constructed from runes, for it is far too tangible. It seems as if a celestial moon has descended from the heavens, vibrant and lifelike. With a resonant clang, a metallic sound echoes, reminiscent of an ancient artifact, long sealed away, being cleansed of dust and re-emerging into the world, ringing with a sacred brilliance. The silver moon circles around a massive stone, approximately 5 to 6 meters in length, and with a crisp crack, it cleaves through it, leaving a smooth and even surface. Undeterred, it charges forward again, severing 2 additional massive stones before finally dimming. Oh, last time it merely shattered 1 stone. And now it has effortlessly bisected 3. How astonishing! The young one gasps in awe, his mouth agape. This silver moon has solidified significantly compared to before, with runes flickering within. And the palace along with the ancient tree can be faintly discerned, vibrant and realistic, showcasing a tremendous increase in power. How impressive the young one is. Capable of conjuring such a lunar disk, I believe it is sufficient to confront the primal beasts lurking within the mountains, remarked several envious children upon witnessing this spectacle. Indeed, it is evident how formidable the ancient magical birds were. Had the inheritance marks been intact, it would certainly be a divine skill. Nevertheless, even in its current state, it remains exceedingly rare, the clan leader stated. After many years, our clan has finally acquired a treasure technique. Some of the elder clan members expressed with palpable excitement. This ancient treasure technique is typically associated with a formidable race. Had it not been for the diminutive figure nurturing the azure-scaled eagle, closely observing and studying it, acquiring such knowledge would have been virtually impossible. One cannot help but ponder the fate of the mythical beast, the swan and I, dwelling within the mountains. Should it meet its demise, obtaining its primordial skeletal remains would signify the acquisition of yet another terrifying treasure technique. The more powerful the ancient species, the less likely they are to permit the secrets of their lineage to be divulged, particularly the original runic inscriptions on their bones, which may be obliterated before death. Shi Yunfeng furrowed his brow. It is precisely for this reason that primordial treasure symbols are exceedingly rare, as they truly exist in limited quantities, representing the formidable heritage of a race, and suggesting the potential for an extraordinary treasure technique. I sincerely hope that the swan and I does not destroy its precious bones. After all, it is a genuine ancient species, and the treasure technique it possesses must be astonishing. Shi Linhu remarked. The clan leader shook his head, stating, "Let us not be overly greedy. It would be remarkable for our clan to unexpectedly acquire even one treasure technique." For days later, a thunderous roar reverberated through the mountains, shaking the very valleys, causing the creatures to tremble in fear, collapsing to the ground, while raptors soared into the sky in a frenzied escape. Rocks tumbled, trees swayed, and the entire forest quivered. The swan and I emerged from the depths of the mountains, approaching the outer regions, nearing its end, seeking a final resting place, its presence awe-inspiring. It truly appears to be on the brink of death, likely within these 2 days. The entire stone village trembled at the prospect. Should they acquire the remains of the swan and I, it would represent an immense treasure, its true blood possessing remarkable efficacy, a veritable elixir of life. Ah, the true ancient primordial species. If the bloodline is sufficiently pure, perhaps the essence of true blood from the 5-year-old little one during the baptism has already fallen upon it. Even Shi Yunfeng could not remain composed, pacing back and forth, his demeanor filled with excitement, eager to seize it at once. We observe cautiously, prepared to spring into action at any moment. Several elders of the clan could no longer remain seated, their hearts a tumult of tension, exhilaration, and anxiety, unable to find peace within. As for the young and vigorous, such as Shi Linhu and Shi Feijiao, their breaths quickened, eyes nearly ablaze with fervor. I beheld the scene. The magical beast, the swan and I, had torn apart numerous ferocious creatures, transforming that forest into a no-man's land, devoid of any trace of bird or beast. The clan leader, Shi Yunfeng, abruptly turned around and proclaimed, "Let us commence our mission, but we must exercise utmost caution. It is likely that we are not alone, and other beasts and villages will also vie for this prize." "Grandfather clan leader, I wish to join," exclaimed the young one, eagerly volunteering. The clan members raised no objections. His combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Though diminutive in stature, he had already mastered a remarkable technique, capable of unleashing great power in critical moments. Chirp, chirp. The great Peng, along with Shao Qing and a Z, approached, nuzzling against his arm in a display of affection, eager to accompany him. Shi Hao comforted the 3 fledglings, simultaneously urging them to persuade the Qinglin eagle to assist when the time came, for the search for the Swanese remains could prove perilous. With the aid of a powerful avian ally, success would be far more attainable. "Let us proceed into the mountains." With a grand flourish, the group ventured forth into the great mountains, heading towards the chosen resting place of the swan and I. Boom! The earth trembled violently, as if a great earthquake had struck the depths of the mountains, sending rocks flying and causing the peaks to shudder in terrifying disarray. The chieftain, Swan and I, had reached the end of his lifespan. Before his demise, he retreated into a cave, causing its collapse. Members of the clan rushed from the front, hastily and loudly reporting this alarming news. "Come on, hurry!" Stone Yunfeng shouted. Chapter 18. The uprising of the mountains and forests. A group of individuals dashed into the depths of the mountain range. The death of Swan and I, whose essence had been depleted, signified that his blood and precious bones would become unclaimed treasures, igniting a fervor among them. "Hurry, we are moving too slowly," Stone Linhu and the others urged anxiously, fearing that they might arrive too late and miss the opportunity. Towering peaks rose one after another, the forest seemingly endless. Some ancient trees were astonishingly large, their crowns reaching into the heavens, standing over 1,000 meters tall, eclipsing even the mountains themselves. Vines, unknown how many years they had grown, entwined around the mountains like mighty dragons, their girth beyond that of several grown men. The villagers of Stone Village sprinted wildly, approaching the site of Swan Ni's fall, where they felt a terrifying aura that was profoundly oppressive, a consequence of the death of the king of beasts. How eerily quiet. They sensed an abnormal stillness. It was too silent, devoid of any sound, resembling a land of death. Not a single bird was to be found, let alone any creatures. Even the ants had retreated into their burrows, refusing to emerge. The forest was engulfed in a desolate silence, a deathly stillness. Before his passing, Swan and I had slain numerous fierce beasts, disturbing the wilderness, causing all the birds and beasts to flee. "Something is amiss," Stone Linhu exclaimed. The patriarch, Shi Yunfeng, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and then urgently exclaimed, "Linhu, do not rush. The remains of the Swanee are exceedingly rare and invaluable. I suspect not only we covet them, but also some ferocious beasts lurk in anticipation. We must retreat swiftly and refrain from acting first." He sensed an ominous aura, as if a colossal primordial beast was hastening from afar, its icy gaze fixated on this area. The old patriarch's back felt cold, and he commanded his clansmen to withdraw. Little thus shared a similar feeling, his hair standing on end as he clenched his tiny fists, while Shi Hao voiced his own apprehension. The group quickly surged toward the periphery, avoiding the collapsed stone mountain. To abandon it like this was truly disheartening. Shi Feijiao pounded his chest, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. "Do not be hasty. Wait for the right opportunity. Life is paramount. Even if the Swanee's true blood is astonishing and its remaining treasures are extraordinary, one must be alive to claim them," Shi Yunfeng stated solemnly. They arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, ascending a high mountain to observe the situation from a distance. Shadows flitted about, and the forest echoed with shouts, as three groups from different villages converged from three directions, all sharing a singular goal: to excavate the remains of the Swanee from the collapsed stone mountain. Indeed, we are not the only clan aware of this ancient creature's impending demise. Those dwelling near this vast wilderness are all keeping a watchful eye. The three factions faced off against each other, and as expected, conflict erupted amidst the woodland, filled with cries of battle. Hark! Suddenly, a quintet of formidable beasts materialized, each rivaling the size of a dwelling, bearing ivory tusks, and lunged with alacrity towards the assembly, vying for the spoils of the Swanee's carcass. Concurrently, an aerial cry echoed, summoning a tempestuous gale, as a multitude of predatory birds descended, each spanning 5 to 6 meters in length, with wings unfurling to 11 or 12 meters, swooping down to rend asunder 6 or 7 individuals, leaving the terrain awash in crimson. Roar, not confined to this sylvan expanse, but extending to the distant mountains. Every formidable creature stirred, precipitating a chorus of avian and terrestrial roars, igniting the entire mountain range into a frenzy. A menagerie of beasts, ranging from the colossal to the diminutive, numbering in the hundreds within a mere instant, materialized, each a paragon of power, emboldened to charge forth, resembling a surging deluge, bellowing with unbridled fervor. Likewise, the heavens teemed with a myriad of avian species, their beaks like iron, their talons like razors, descending upon the terrain in a manner akin to madness, their scales and feathers swirling in the tempestuous air. Flee, the denizens of the three hamlets, abandoning over 40 lifeless forms, plunged into a river, seeking refuge in its watery depths, lest they be entirely consumed. Upon the precipice, the populace of Stone Village. Observing from afar, paled in complexion, having anticipated the arrival of predatory beasts to contest the Swanee king's remains, yet never envisioning such a multitude. Those who sought sanctuary in the waterway were met with a sudden, agonizing demise, as a serpent of considerable length, measuring dozens of meters, writhed and convulsed, its jaws agape, devouring 4 or 5 souls in a single gulp. Crack! On the other side, a colossal golden crocodile, stretching over 10 meters in length, surfaced, its immense jaws agape, instantly seizing 5 or 6 individuals. Blood cascaded, flowing from its sharp, ivory teeth, staining the river's surface crimson. The scene was chilling, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. The survivors fled in terror, not daring to linger for even a moment. How terrifying! Fortunately, we retreated in time, or we would have likely shared their fate, exclaimed Shi Yi, a wave of trepidation washing over him, realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. It seems the Swanee's physical form is even more precious than we imagined. Otherwise, the beasts and birds would not be fighting so fiercely, observed Shi Hao. Before the collapsed stone mountain, hundreds of ferocious beasts and birds were engaged in a frenzied assault, attempting to unearth the Swanee's treasured body from beneath the massive rocks. They were also engaged in a bloody internecine battle, the air thick with the stench of blood and deafening roars. With so many fierce creatures, our position here is also precarious. We might be caught in the crossfire, cautioned an elder. Just as he spoke, a gust of wind swept down from the mountain, and 2 immense creatures appeared in tandem. Each was 7 or 8 meters long, with tawny fur and a tiger-like form, their countenances savage and wings sprouting from their ribs. Remarkable. It's a pair of formidable biao, appearing together. Biao, due to their peculiar appearance, are often rejected by their tigress mothers, left unfed and abandoned. They are unlikely to survive, either starving to death or being devoured by wild animals. However, should one survive and mature, it becomes a fearsome terror of the mountains, preying on all manner of beasts. The simultaneous appearance of 2 biao was truly astonishing, far more menacing and difficult to contend with than ordinary beasts. With a sudden whoosh, a gust of wind swept through, and a colossal panther stirred, swooping down with gaping, blood-drenched jaws. In a flash, it seized 2 villagers, and with a sickening crunch, half of one man's body plummeted to the ground, blood gushing forth in a horrifying spectacle. Sherlin, Ayun. Heart-rending roars of anguish echoed from the villagers as a rain of iron arrows shot forward. The suddenness of the attack was overwhelming. The ferocious panther, capable of flight and spanning 7 or 8 meters in length, had appeared without warning, unleashing a bloody massacre. Beast! Shi Yi and Shi Fei bellowed, brandishing their broadswords as they surged forward, leading a group of the most robust men to confront the savage panther. Though these creatures lacked primitive runes on their bones, their physical prowess was immense, making them formidable adversaries. In their daily hunts, the villagers exerted every effort to avoid encountering them. A deafening roar erupted as another panther lunged from the opposite side, its claws flashing with a chilling glint. With a resounding clang, sparks flew as it shattered the villagers' broadswords and clubs. 2 unfortunate souls, caught off guard, were instantly disemboweled, their lifeblood spilling onto the ground as they suffered unimaginable wounds. Villagers desperately dragged them to safety behind the lines. Great cat, you'll pay for Uncle Ayun and the others. Shi Hao cried out, his eyes ablaze with fury. He charged forward, his arms shimmering with runes that ignited like celestial stars. Glimmers of light danced between his fingers, coalescing into a radiant silver moon. This moon, with its tangible presence, descended like a divine orb from the heavens, its sacred light swiftly enveloping one of the savage panthers. As the formidable beast brandished its winnowing fan-sized claws, a frigid glint shimmered, colliding with the argent moon in a metallic tremor that reverberated through the mountain peak. This argent moon, potent enough to cleave boulders, was met head-on by the beast's razor-sharp claws. After a brief stalemate, the savage beast emitted an earth-shattering roar as one of its claws was severed, crimson blood staining the ground. Simultaneously, the undeterred argent moon struck its cranium, cleaving a deep fissure from which blood gushed forth. The beast's roar echoed through the heavens, shaking the forest. With waning ferocity in its eyes, it succumbed to gravity, collapsing into a pool of its own blood. Such was the prowess of the azure-scaled Eagle Clan's treasured technique, its formidable attack power exemplified by Shi Hao's swift dispatch of a fearsome beast. Well done, little one. Another strike. Shi Hao exclaimed. Shi Hao turned, charging towards another beast. Once more, the exclusive technique manifested its deadly force as a silver moon sliced through the air. The 7 to 8 meter long giant beast's neck erupted in a spray of blood, its head severed and plummeting to the earth. The beast's blood cascaded forth like a rivulet, splattering the villagers. Such a terrifying technique. After slaying 2 savage beasts, little Shi Hao stood in a daze, his first experience with killing wild beasts in the mountains. Gazing at his delicate hands, he was momentarily speechless. It's all right, child. Do not be dismayed by the gore. What man who grows up in the wilderness does not become bloodied? It is the way of things. The stone forest tiger approached and gently patted his shoulder. Although Stone Hao felt a tempest of emotions within, he tightly sealed his lips, refraining from uttering excessive words. Had he not spared the ferocious beast, numerous clansmen would have suffered grievous injuries or worse. The treasure art was indeed formidable. It possessed the power to vanquish vicious creatures as well as to save lives. How fortunate it would be to acquire the primordial runes of the Swan and I. After a considerable time, the little one softly mused to himself. A resounding cry echoed through the clouds as the azure-scaled eagle swooped down, stirring a tempestuous wind. The little one leapt up, vigorously waving his hand and calling out, "Anti-azure-scaled eagle, take me with you. You reign over the outskirts of the forest, and I can be of assistance. Together, let us compete for the treasure of the Swan and I." Chapter 19. Contest for the treasure. The azure-scaled eagle cast a sidelong glance, its scales shimmering with an icy brilliance, as if forged from exquisite gold, cold and imposing. Its eyes radiated a divine light as it gazed downwards. "Anti-azure, hurry. Time is of the essence." The little one shouted from the mountain peak, waving his small hand. The howling wind intensified as the azure-scaled eagle descended, its wings unfurling to an impressive span of 15 or 16 meters, resembling a dark cloud descending, casting a shadow that sent shivers down one's spine. Stone Hao leaped upward with a swift motion, landing upon the broad back of the eagle, instantly feeling the hardness beneath him. Each scale was as unyielding as tempered steel. "Little one, do not take unnecessary risks." The clan leader, Stone Yufeng, called out loudly. Everything had transpired too swiftly for him to intervene before Stone Hao had leaped aboard. "Rest assured, grandfather clan leader, we shall not take risks. We will only act when the opportunity arises." Stone Hao waved his small hand, reassuring him. "Be cautious, little one." The stone forest tiger roared, aware that there was no stopping the little one now, and could only loudly caution. The clansmen fell silent, recognizing the harsh reality that even if all the able-bodied joined forces, they would be overwhelmed by the hundreds of frenzied beasts, bloodshed staining the forest. "Let us depart," commanded the clan leader, Shi Yunfeng, with a wave of his hand, for failure to act could invite grave disaster. "Little one, you must be vigilant." The clansmen urged in unison, their voices echoing with concern. "I understand, grandfather clan leader, you must also take care." The azure-scaled eagle soared, skimming the mountain peaks as it flew toward the horizon, its speed remarkable, the wind howling like thunder, stinging the faces of those below and nearly blinding them. Little Shi Hao clung tightly to its cold, glimmering scales, squinting his large eyes to gaze downwards. "Anti-Qing, be cautious. There are many ferocious beasts below." With a powerful beat of its wings, the azure-scaled eagle swiftly traversed the mountainous terrain, arriving at a scene of devastation where trees lay prostrate, colossal trunks splintered, and debris scattered everywhere. Hundreds of formidable beasts clashed violently, while countless ferocious birds flapped their iron wings, leaving nothing in their wake. Even the rocks were shattered to pieces, creating utter chaos. The roars of beasts and the cries of birds reverberated through the forest, and the ground was stained crimson with blood, as many massive bodies fell, trampled into a mire of gore. In front of the crumbled stone mountain, a dense throng of terrifying creatures engaged in a frenzied battle, blood occasionally splattering high into the air. They jostled against one another, digging through the rubble in search of the body of the fallen Swan and I. Behold, a lynx of considerable size, adorned with stripes and crowned with formidable horns. Possessing immense strength, each strike is capable of rending the flesh of colossal beasts, inducing a sanguinary frenzy. Its claws, of unparalleled sharpness, glint with a chilling light, ensuring that every swipe is accompanied by a spray of blood. A prodigious beast bellows, its roar akin to thunder, its immense form stretching 20 meters in length, resembling a small mountain. Its sonic waves serve as weapons, rendering a multitude of wild beasts unconscious. With each step of its massive feet, blood and mud splatter in its wake. A pangolin of silvery hue, measuring 8 or 9 meters in length, brandishes a conical horn atop its head, its point capable of cleaving stone. It bores into the mountainside with relentless force, causing rock and debris to explode outward. The diversity of species is truly astounding, each a formidable variant of its kind. Only creatures of significant power and intelligence would dare venture into this domain. A battle of behemoths ensues, as a host of powerful beings clash violently, each vying for the corpse of the Swanee, hoping to consume it and evolve into the apex predator of these woodlands. A gale howls as a verdant-scaled eagle descends with incredible velocity, extending a pair of iron talons, each the size of a millstone, towards the silvery pangolin. The pangolin, having burrowed deep into the rocky hillside, appears poised to claim the Swanee's remains. With a sickening tear, the eagle's gleaming talons pierce the pangolin's tail, drawing forth a gush of blood, despite its armor-like hide. A furious roar echoes from within the rock pile as the silver pangolin erupts from the stone, rearing up on its hind legs. It lunges, attempting to impale the eagle's chest with its 2-meter-long horn. Yet, the verdant-scaled eagle is a creature of immense ferocity. Having once compelled the inhabitants of Stone Village to wield their ancestral weapon, a terrifying relic left behind by an ancient king of savage beasts. With its wings striking the heavens, it surged upwards in an instant, its claws still firmly grasping the pangolin's tail, swiftly penetrating the clouds. Throughout this tumultuous ascent, thunder rumbled and the pangolin struggled vehemently. Yet to no avail. Without the leverage of the mountains, it found it difficult to rise on its hind legs, unable to inflict harm upon the fierce bird of prey. Suddenly, upon breaching the clouds, the azure-scaled eagle released its mighty talons, and the pangolin transformed into a silvery streak, plummeting rapidly downwards. Boom! A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the forest as a massive pangolin, measuring 8 to 9 meters in length, crashed to the ground, causing several formidable creatures to suffer broken bones, while it itself was reduced to a mere puddle of mud, despite its body being as hard as steel. "Incredible!" exclaimed the diminutive observer. The azure-scaled eagle swooped down once more, returning towards the rocky mountain, as the apex predator of the mountainous outskirts. It naturally commanded the respect of all beasts. With a resonant hum, this time it did not rely on its physical power, but instead unleashed a cerulean moon from its beak, distinct from the silver moon of the observer, measuring over 2 meters in diameter, its target being the 20-meter-long Kuei beast. As this primal treasure technique was unleashed, chaos ensued in the vicinity, with numerous ferocious birds and beasts scattering in terror. Yet, there were also those consumed by bloodlust, advancing to eliminate this great threat. The radiant cerulean moon, sharp as a razor, sliced through the Kuei beast's massive head, blood gushing forth to a height of several meters. As the headless giant collapsed with a resounding thud, shaking the ground, while crimson streams flowed like a small river. Meow! A chilling scream echoed through the air as a colossal bobcat, several meters in length, concealed behind a high rocky outcrop, leapt forth to ambush the azure-scaled eagle. A prominent black horn emerged from its head, aimed directly at the eagle's nape, while its formidable claws, extending over 1/2 meter, slashed mercilessly at its back. This was a masterful ambush. Should it connect, even the eagle's iron-hard scales would likely prove insufficient against such a creature, a hybrid born of ancient beastly blood. Simultaneously, the sound of flapping wings filled the air as 7 or 8 fierce birds of prey descended from all directions, intent on attacking the azure-scaled eagle. Perceiving it as their greatest threat and seeking to eliminate this aerial sovereign, a hazy light emerged as a silver moon ascended, runes shimmering in its glow. With a celestial palace nestled within, ancient trees standing sentinel, the moon radiated a precious brilliance, and with a resounding thud, the fearsome bobcat's horn shattered. Its skull cleaved in two, letting out a horrific shriek as it plummeted to the ground. "Do not worry, Aunt Qing. I shall handle what lies behind us," young Shi Hao declared with a childlike innocence. The azure-scaled eagle let out a long cry, its wings thrumming powerfully as it swept away the other predators. Feathers and scales scattered. Blood flowed freely as it tore through 5 or 6 monstrous birds, some even larger than itself, all vanquished by its sheer physical might. This was the legacy of the ancient demonic fowl, capable of sweeping through the forest with unparalleled strength, even without the use of magical techniques. The winds howled as the azure-scaled eagle dove once more, and the majority of ferocious beasts scattered in fear, unwilling to challenge its overwhelming prowess. "Dear Aunt Ching," Little Point exclaimed, "if we excavate these rocky mountains, the swan and I lies just beneath." The azure-scaled eagle descended, its talons striking down to shatter a massive boulder with ease. With a powerful sweep of its iron wings, it sent the debris flying, hastily burrowing into the treacherous ground. For even such a formidable creature dared not linger long in this perilous domain. As chaos erupted and stones scattered, a deep pit soon emerged. Suddenly, a flash of violet light illuminated the scene, and a brilliant beam shot forth directly towards the azure-scaled eagle. With a resounding clash, the purple-hued radiance collided with the eagle's left wing, igniting a shower of sparks and eliciting an enraged cry from the fierce bird, as it felt the searing pain coursing through its iron feathers. "Ah, it's a purple serpent," Little Point gasped. The serpent struck with astonishing swiftness. Leaving no time for reaction, it retreated in one fluid motion, its girth comparable to that of an adult's thigh, stretching an impressive 6 to 7 meters long, appearing almost delicate beside the colossal beast. Yet, its power was undeniable, as its body glimmered with resplendent purple-gold scales, radiating a brilliant luminosity. And its formidable jaws crushed the eagle's scales as if they were mere paper. Moreover, the wound on the azure-scaled eagle's side oozed dark blood, indicating a grievous poison had taken hold. With a swift motion, the ancient avian offspring expelled a crescent of sharp energy, severing a substantial piece of the serpent's flesh, which weighed several pounds, resulting in a violent spray of blood. "Aunt Ching," Little Point cried out in alarm. No one had anticipated that such a terrifying serpent would lurk within the stones, evidently strong enough to challenge the azure predator. The azure-scaled eagle screeched, its wound illuminated by flickering runes that swiftly staunched the bleeding and stabilized its condition. Then, with fierce determination, it locked its gaze onto the undulating serpent, its eyes radiating cold, electric fury. Hiss. This serpent possesses a profound intellect and is endowed with extraordinary wisdom. Beneath the shimmering moonlight, brilliance cascaded down as the azure-scaled eagle unleashed its arcane prowess, striking swiftly at the colossal purple-golden serpent. The air, under immense pressure, resonated with a thunderous roar, echoing ominously. To the astonishment of onlookers, the purple-golden serpent displayed remarkable swiftness, rising upright and propelling itself with its tail, leaping more than 20 meters to evade the oncoming strike. The azure-scaled eagle flapped its wings and lunged forward, its beak agape as the azure moon reappeared, radiating even more fervently, pursuing the serpent with a series of resounding slashes. Clang! At last, it struck true. However, in a shocking twist, the purple-golden serpent remained unscathed, merely shedding a substantial portion of its scales, revealing faint traces of blood. In agony, it writhed and swiftly leaped back over 20 meters once more. The diminutive figure joined the fray, summoning a silver moon within the palm of its right hand. The disk radiated purity, enveloped in a myriad of celestial rays and auspicious vapors. With a swift motion, it soared forth, landing upon the serpent's wound. Although many scales had been lost, diminishing its defenses, a burst of blood erupted forth. Yet, it still failed to sever the creature, merely embedding itself to a depth of a thumb's breadth, as its flesh and bone proved remarkably resilient. The azure-scaled eagle, its gaze as frigid as ice, rarely sustained injuries unless deep within the mountains. Today, having suffered such a significant setback, it was relentless in its pursuit. Suddenly, a streak of crimson light shot forth from the side, extending over 2 meters, shimmering with dazzling red radiance. It struck the back of the azure-scaled eagle with startling abruptness, leaving no room for defense. This was a blood sable, exceeding 2 meters in length, its entire form as translucent as red agate, and bearing a pair of wings as scarlet as the sunset. Though its size could not compare to that of massive beasts, it was extraordinarily powerful. Endowed with immense strength and moving with lightning speed, it charged forth, nearly disemboweling the little one, only to be repelled by the silver moon. Missing its mark on his abdomen, it immediately lashed out with a claw, tearing a gash over 1/2 meter long in the azure-scaled eagle's neck. The little one cried out sharply, and the silver moon reappeared, startling the blood sable. The fierce bird shuddered, its entire body glowing, completely enraged. Having suffered repeated setbacks, it was now wreathed in ferocity and began to hunt down the 2 exotic beasts. The coordination between the purplish-gold snake and the blood sable was remarkably seamless, as if they had rehearsed it beforehand, leaving the little one in awe. These creatures truly possessed great intelligence. Rumble. A large, silver crocodile surged from the river, arriving at the scene and instantly smashing through a swath of rocks. Simultaneously, 7 or 8 more formidable creatures appeared, far surpassing ordinary giant beasts, forming a terrifying standoff. Finally, as if by some tacit agreement, they ceased their attacks and together rapidly began excavating the rocks, intent on first laying eyes on the remains of the swan-Ni's treasured body before contending for it. The azure-scaled eagle also ceased its pursuit, its body bearing large patches of blood. The cold light of its azure scales flickered, appearing dreadful. "Andy Ching, are you all right?" the little one asked with concern. There were hundreds of giant beasts, with several not weaker than the azure-scaled eagle. The difficulty of seizing the swan-Ni's remains was immense. Boom! The silver crocodile was frenzied, continuously overturning boulders. Suddenly, a radiant golden light burst forth, like a small sun rising, shimmering amidst the rocks. It was a leg as robust as a pillar, powerful and adorned with glistening golden fur, radiating brilliance akin to that of gold, shimmering with an intimidating aura. The treasure of the ancient species, the swan-Ni, emerged, its body adorned with shimmering primordial runes that captivated all formidable beings, igniting fervent desire within their eyes as they surged forward. Chapter 20. A stunning transformation. This golden beast's leg shone resplendently, its strength reminiscent of a divine creature, exuding a terrifying majesty even in death, emanating a golden luminescence that inspired awe. At that moment, not only did hundreds of ferocious beasts and numerous fierce birds retreat instinctively, but even the silver-scaled alligator, the blood weasel, and the purple-golden serpent were compelled to withdraw, overwhelmed by an aura of ferocity. Ultimately, the azure-scaled eagle was the first to advance, followed by several other extraordinary beasts, including one resembling a fire and another akin to a hound. They were the sovereigns of the peripheral regions, though apart from the azure-scaled eagle, the others did not belong to this territory. With a thunderous roar, the azure-scaled eagle spread its massive wings, scattering numerous boulders and stirring up dust and debris, unveiling much of the swan-Ni's magnificent form. The other formidable beasts followed suit, creating a tumult of rocks that startled the remaining fierce creatures and birds into retreat. A brilliant golden divine radiance poured forth, revealing a colossal figure resembling a divine lion. Adorned with golden dragon horns and a forehead covered in golden scales, its entire body resplendent, its fur shining brighter than golden satin. This was the swan-Ni, a true relic of the ancient era, its noble lineage now diluted, lacking the unparalleled might of its ancient ancestors, yet still reigning supreme in the depths of the mountains. The creature left behind is not overwhelmingly colossal, measuring 6 meters in length. However, the ferocity of a beast cannot be judged by its size. The present example of the mythical lion is the most compelling evidence of this truth. Its entire body appears as if forged from gold. Though lifeless, its formidable presence endures, and an aura of menace permeates the air. The golden radiance illuminates the surrounding mountains, casting a luminous glow upon the foliage, which transforms into a pale golden hue. This ancient lion is an embodiment of terrifying strength. In an instant, several other extraordinary beasts, such as the azure-scaled eagle, the leopard hound, and the fire-cloud unicorn, sprang into action, confirming the lion's treasure-like body. They now vied fiercely for it. With a resounding cry, the leopard hound unleashed a silver arrow of light from its back, shooting forth like lightning, its form inscribed with primitive runes. In a mere moment, another massive creature let out a harrowing shriek as the arrow, sharp beyond compare, pierced through its chest, revealing a gruesome sight of its shattered heart gushing blood. The azure-scaled eagle had already soared into the sky, launching frenzied assaults below. Its cerulean moonlight emitted an eerie glow, sweeping across mountains and forests, cleaving one beast in twain. It unleashed indiscriminate destruction, intent on vanquishing the mightiest foes, rendering the hundreds of other colossal creatures and fierce birds inconsequential. The sheer number of adversaries posed no threat. The locale swiftly devolved into a scene of carnage, as massive beasts began recklessly charging forward, attempting to tear apart the lion, eager to feast upon its blood-rich flesh. Several beastly overlords roared in defiance, as did the azure-scaled eagle, launching attacks to thwart the chaos that ensued. The place was engulfed in utter turmoil. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed, causing an excruciating jolt to one's very soul. A purple rodent, as large as a millstone, leaped into the air and pounced upon the back of the azure-scaled eagle. "Watch out, Andy!" cried the diminutive figure. In the eyes of the purple mouse, the azure-scaled eagle posed the greatest threat, prompting it to ascend abruptly to a staggering height of over 30 meters, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Although its size was relatively diminutive compared to the eagle, its ferocity was unmatched. With a single swipe, it gouged out several pounds of flesh from the eagle's body, piercing through its azure scales. The small figure admonished fiercely, channeling all power into the silvery crescent, pursuing the purple mouse with relentless determination. Though the azure-scaled eagle was filled with rage, it did not succumb to irrationality. Well aware that within the distant woodlands lay a rodent king that instilled terror in all beasts, a creature that feasted upon metal, with teeth and claws that were nigh indomitable. The eagle glowed brilliantly, its runes intertwining like bolts of lightning coursing across its form, briefly restraining the mouse, hoping to crush it with primordial talismans. Shi Hao also sprang into action, wielding the silvery moon to strike at the immobilized rodent king. However, with a resounding clang, he found it impervious to his attack. The small figure widened its eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Oh dear, let's try again." Clang, clang. Sparks flew as the silvery crescent continued its onslaught, ringing out with each strike. At last, the rodent king's fur was breached, blood splattering forth, yet its bones remained as unyielding as a treasured artifact, proving difficult to sever. Unrelenting, the small figure pressed on. As the first silvery crescent dimmed, it summoned forth a second, striking with fervor until, with a resounding crack, a portion of the rodent king's skeleton shattered, inflicting severe damage. Boom. Meanwhile, the runes woven by the azure-scaled eagle unleashed their formidable power, inflicting grievous wounds upon the rat king, whose body was marred by terrifying crimson streaks, causing him to plummet among the rocky terrain. At this juncture, a ferocious avian overlord also fell, leaving the azure-scaled eagle unchallenged. It swiftly ascended, biding its time for the turmoil below to subside before re-entering the fray. Indeed, not only the azure-scaled eagle but also other sovereign beasts, after a fierce skirmish, opted to retreat, unwilling to allow others to seize an advantage, thus creating a standoff. Suddenly, the scales of the azure-scaled eagle quivered and then tightened, as if it had encountered an unspeakable terror. It abruptly dove downward, skimming the forest in a desperate flight. In that instant, a chill coursed through the diminutive creature's spine, akin to plunging into an icy abyss. As the azure-scaled eagle soared at breakneck speed, this sensation gradually dissipated. What was that? The little one had never experienced such heart-pounding trepidation before. Moments earlier, it felt as though its breath would cease, its countenance paling. The azure-scaled eagle ventured far before abruptly ascending into the heavens, disappearing into the clouds to observe the mountainous expanse below, harnessing the arcane energy of its skeletal runes. The little one's eyes sparkled with brilliance as it perched upon the back of the azure-scaled eagle, gazing intently in the same direction. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the mountains and valleys, shaking the very earth. Leaves fell in disarray, and the atmosphere turned frigid, engulfed by a terrifying aura that surged like a deluge. In an instant, the once boisterous forest fell into an eerie silence. The ferocious birds and beasts ceased their cacophonous cries, trembling in fear, no longer daring to emit a sound. Even the blood weasel, the golden serpent, the fiery cloud chelan, and others remained motionless, paralyzed by dread. A shadowy figure emerged, reminiscent of a formidable dark lord descending from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity that rendered the mountains and valleys into a profound silence. It was a fearsome ape, not excessively large, standing over 2 meters tall, cloaked in half-foot-long black fur that gleamed menacingly. Astonishingly, it possessed a pair of black, fleshy wings, granting it the ability to soar through the skies, having just descended from above. Furthermore, atop its head were a pair of thick, menacing black horns. Could it be a demonic ape, perhaps of an extraordinarily noble lineage, for only such a creature would bear wings capable of flight? The little one gasped in astonishment. The demonic ape was overwhelmingly powerful. Upon its arrival, it instilled terror in all beasts, its icy gaze sweeping across, causing none to dare resist. Moreover, a swirling black mist enveloped its form, emanating a chilling aura as if it had slaughtered countless formidable beings. This was the sovereign of the depths of the mountains, rivaling even the mighty Swanee. With a swift motion, the demonic ape propelled itself upwards, soaring to a height of 100 meters before diving down onto the massive head of a giant bear. This 10-meter-long bear, a rare and fearsome beast, possessed a human-like body and a pair of eagle wings capable of soaring into the sky, yet it quivered in terror, paralyzed and prostrate beneath the weight of its fear. The demonic ape leisurely settled atop its head, extending a claw to nonchalantly pry open the massive skull, the sound echoing as it indulged in its meal. The bear emitted a mournful wail, yet it dared not move, utterly immobilized by the overwhelming ferocity that bore down upon it. All ferocious beasts trembled in fear as a formidable king of apes emerged from the depths of the mountains, a creature scarcely weaker than the legendary Swan and I. How could they not be terrified? With a thunderous crash, the demon ape took a few bites before propelling itself into the air, landing before the Swan and I. Behind it, a 10-meter-long beast, the ferocious eagle bear, collapsed with a resounding thud. The not-so-massive black ape king suddenly stomped its foot, causing a cataclysmic landslide of stones. The mountains crumbled, and the earth split apart, clearing the rocky debris surrounding the Swan and I in an instant. Then came a sudden bellow from a wild bull. A terrifying fireball surged forth from the distant forest, a colossal crimson bull, towering over 10 meters and stretching 30 meters in length, its hooves igniting flames as it charged. Enveloped in a blaze, its fur shimmered like satin, radiating a brilliant scarlet glow. Could this be the fire bull demon spoken of by the clan elder? The little one widened its eyes in astonishment. Now, the elder Xianfeng had grown frail with age, yet in his youth, he had heard the elders recount tales of a fire bull residing deep within the mountains, a creature of immense power that still thrived. With a powerful flap of its wings, the demon ape soared into the sky, confronting the fire bull demon. An overwhelming aura of ferocity erupted between them, sweeping through the forest like a devastating hurricane. With a simultaneous roar from both, they charged at one another, engaging in a fierce battle that shook the mountains, shattered ancient trees, and sent massive boulders flying. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, illuminating the entire mountain forest in a dazzling radiance. The trees and rocks shimmered in a soft golden hue. No one could have anticipated that the mighty Swanee would leap into action, emanating an overwhelming ferocity. With a roar that resonated like thunder from the heavens, it shook the very mountains. Like a streak of golden lightning, it lunged at the two beast kings who had claimed dominion over the land. So swift and unexpected was the assault that, despite the demon ape's rapid reflexes, one of its arms was violently torn away, blood spraying high into the air. Simultaneously, the fiery bull demon, engulfed in flames, suffered a grievous blow as Swanee's claw severed a massive horn, complete with a chunk of flesh, which crashed to the ground. This astonishing spectacle left all the ferocious beasts and fierce birds in utter shock, causing them to collapse in place, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 21. Swanee amidst the clouds. The azure-scaled eagle quivered in fear, realizing that Swanee had not perished. Just moments ago, they had been embroiled in a fierce struggle over its lifeless body. How terrifying was this revelation? How could it be alive again? The little creature scratched its head in confusion. A thunderous roar reverberated through the forest as the enraged demon ape, having lost an arm, let out a furious bellow, its pain manifesting in a torrent of blood. With a single arm, it struck out at the beast sovereign bathed in golden light. Yet Swanee showed no signs of aging. With a flicker, it vanished, reappearing 100 meters away in an instant. With a resounding crash, the demon ape shattered the remnants of the stone mountain with a single punch, its formidable presence instilling terror in the surrounding forest. Without pausing, it leaped 200 meters into the air, intent on escaping. Though filled with rage, it was acutely aware that it could not match the ancient Swan and I. The Swanee's golden eyes gleamed with an icy demeanor, its form enveloped in swirling clouds, reminiscent of a devastating tsunami, as golden lightning surged forth, striking the demon ape squarely on the back with a thunderous clap. With a deafening roar, the demon ape trembled violently, blood spraying high into the air, reminiscent of past encounters where it had suffered greatly under the fearsome techniques of the Swan and I clan. A gaping wound now visible on its chest and back. The once mighty demon ape plummeted to the ground, bearing its gaping maw filled with ivory fangs, preparing to unleash its own formidable magic with its one free arm, its body adorned with pulsating runes. Meanwhile, the fiery bull demon, entirely crimson as if forged from flames, was also in a frenzy, its runes shimmering as it sought to evade a true confrontation with the Swan and I. It opted for flight at the first opportunity. However, the Swan and I was too fearsome. Beams of light erupted from its golden pupils, accompanied by a deafening roar, striking the fiery bull demon and causing its runes to dissipate, leaving horrific gashes across its body. With a thunderous bellow, the 30-meter-long crimson bull demon erupted in fury, flames enveloping it as the fire raged uncontrollably. Rising on its hind legs, it unleashed a torrent of blazing light from its massive maw, igniting the stone peaks into molten rock and sweeping devastation across the landscape. In that moment, countless fierce birds and beasts were reduced to ash, unable even to emit a single cry of despair. The Swan and I roared, its entire body radiating a more intense golden brilliance, the dazzling light transforming the entire mountainous terrain into a golden sea. The swirling clouds obstructed the departure of the fire. In the distance, amidst the clouds, the diminutive figure murmured, "The Swan and I feigns death," seeking to eliminate its foes by deliberately luring the demon ape and the firebull demon. Truly, it is a creature of great wisdom, surpassing many. The demon howled. The flames surged, and the clouds crackled with electricity, creating an atmosphere of turmoil. The clash of the three ancient progenitors resonated, shaking the vast wilderness. Mysterious patterns intertwined on the Swan and I, firebull demon, and ape king, densely packed, their brilliance akin to dancing electric serpents, powerful forces swirling, gathering the winds and clouds, heralding the emergence of treasure techniques. Boom! The deafening sounds erupted one after another, reminiscent of celestial thunder striking from the heavens, radiant lights soaring, mist enveloping, electricity and fire intertwining, as the three titans, the Swan and I, demon ape, and firebull demon, fiercely collided, causing the ground to fracture as if the apocalypse had arrived. With a thud, the demon ape was sent flying, tumbling out from the resplendent golden glow, its body drenched in blood, bones shattered beyond count. Yet it managed to escape the Swan and I's shrouded domain. With a resounding crash, it stomped the ground, its demonic wings unfurling to create a whirlwind, engulfed in a torrent of black mist, charging into the depths of the mountains. The demon ape had not only lost an arm, but also suffered internal injuries, its bones broken in numerous places, urgently needing a secluded refuge to mend its wounds. Otherwise, should its numerous adversaries discover it, certain doom awaited. Moo! The inferno bull demon roared with a thunderous bellow, shaking the very mountains around it. Bloodied and battered, it struggled to free itself as the sky blazed crimson with flames. It shattered a mountain peak, treading upon molten lava, retreating into the depths of the mountain range. Left in its wake was a solitary lion-like creature, its golden fur shimmering magnificently. It raised its head to let out a long, mournful howl, akin to a tempest, uprooting grass and thorns, snapping ancient trees, and sending boulders tumbling in chaotic disarray. The lion's indifferent gaze swept over the surviving formidable beasts. With a low growl, it seemed to grant them a reprieve, prompting them to flee in all directions, as if liberated from a dire fate. In truth, most of the ferocious birds and beasts had perished in that very place, particularly during the fierce clash between the lion, the inferno bull demon, and the king of monkeys, which had wreaked havoc upon many. The forest fell silent, the lava cooled, leaving behind a gruesome scene of bloodshed. The ancient lion stood alone, its colossal form reminiscent of a deity, enveloped in divine radiance. Yet, a sense of solitude washed over it, the brilliance in its eyes gradually dimming, a trickle of blood escaping its maw, a heart-wrenching sight. Ultimately, a surge of light erupted from its body, causing it to crack, and, with a thunderous crash, it collapsed upon the mountainous terrain. Ah, has it truly perished this time? On the back of the azure-scaled eagle, the diminutive figure widened its eyes and remarked, "It was simply too old. Its life has reached its end." Alas, despite devising a deadly trap, it could not vanquish its foes. A glimmer of light flickered in the eagle's eyes, tempted to swoop down, yet wary that the lion might not yet be entirely deceased, for to do so would be courting death itself. And azure-scaled eagle, the lion should indeed be dead this time. "Let us go and take a closer look," whispered Shi Hao. The wind howled as emerald scales flickered through the clouds. This wise creature was not oblivious to its surroundings. Nevertheless, it remained cautious and circled for a moment before diving down. The mountainous terrain was drenched in a crimson hue, with numerous puddles, all stained with blood, while remnants of flesh and white bones littered the ground. the stench of gore overwhelming. Alas, it had truly perished. The diminutive figure approached the corpse of the lion-like beast, gently prodding it. As its body gradually cooled, life extinguished. The emerald-scaled eagle, filled with exhilaration, beat its iron wings forcefully, stirring up dust and debris. Soon after, it retrieved the arm of the demon ape from a distance, another ancient relic imbued with precious blood. "Aunt, we must hasten our departure," the little one urged. The eagle, unusually animated, appeared different from its usual fierce demeanor, its eyes half closed, almost in a trance. "Aunt, what ails you?" the little one exclaimed in concern. As the emerald-scaled eagle grasped the lion's corpse, it attempted to take flight but stumbled, nearly collapsing. "Ah, Aunt, you have been poisoned. The toxins have yet to be fully purged," the young one observed, worry etched in his large eyes. In a recent battle, the eagle had been bitten by a golden serpent. Though it decisively severed a sizable portion of its flesh, it had failed to completely halt the spread of the venom. Additionally, it had suffered grievous wounds from an assault by a blood weasel and the terrifying rodent king that feasted on metal, leaving it considerably weakened and allowing the poison to proliferate uncontrollably. With renewed determination, the emerald-scaled eagle flapped its wings and made another attempt to ascend. This time, it successfully lifted the massive lion-like beast into the air, soaring towards the direction of the stone village. On the journey, it trembled several times, perilously close to plummeting down, its body growing weaker and nearly devoid of strength. Under normal circumstances, it could effortlessly capture prey twice as heavy. As it flew past a rocky cliff, its iron wings collided with the boulders, shattering a significant portion of the cliff face, and it narrowly avoided tumbling down. The azure-scaled eagle immediately intervened, insisting that it perch on its back while tightly clutching the several-meter-long crimson horns and the arm of the demon ape, ensuring nothing was left behind. Meanwhile, its own talons clung desperately to the swan knee as it swayed, flying low through the forests, racing towards the stone village. At last, the stone village drew near. The little one, holding the crimson horns and the demon ape's arm, felt a profound sense of joy, beaming with a delightful smile. The village elder and the uncles had been secretly fretting over the upcoming ceremony for his 5th birthday, but he was already aware of it. Now, with 3 ancient relics in his possession, he was certain that the blood would be sufficient. Overjoyed, his small face radiated a sweet and pure smile, gleaming brightly in the evening glow. Chapter 22. The enemy. As the sun set in the west, the sky blazed with a crimson hue, casting a warm glow over the mountainous terrain, enveloping it in tranquility and harmony under the fading light. The stone village was nearly within reach, and this area was relatively free from ferocious beasts, lying at the periphery of the mountains, thus maintaining a sense of peace. Finally, home was on the horizon. The little one felt a sense of relief, exhaling deeply. However, at that moment, the azure-scaled eagle began to descend, its wings snapping through towering ancient trees, gradually exhausting itself, dark blood seeping from its wounds. "Hold on, dear aunt, we are almost home." The diminutive Shi Hao encouraged the creature with a resonant call. With a final, powerful cry, the azure-scaled eagle ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, its massive form plummeting to the ground, sending leaves spiraling in disarray and shattering numerous ancient trees in its wake. Fortunately, it descended in a glide rather than a free fall. Otherwise, the impact from such a height would have surely resulted in broken bones and shattered sinews. With a thunderous crash, the treasure-laden body of the lion-like creature it had seized struck the earth first, fracturing the colossal boulders within the forest, followed by the colossal body of the azure-scaled eagle itself, which landed amidst the brush. The small figure, bearing the crimson horns, tumbled down as well. Luckily, he was nimble and spry, managing to drop the several-meter-long precious horn in time to avoid injury. "Are you all right, dear aunt?" Little Shi Hao quickly scrambled to his feet and dashed towards the azure-scaled eagle. The condition of the ancient avian descendant was dire. Blood poured from its wounds like dark ink, emitting a foul stench, leaving it weak and unable to rise. The azure-scaled eagle let out a soaring cry, its voice resonant and powerful, capable of shattering stone, causing young Shi Hao to wince in pain, hastily covering his ears as leaves fluttered around them. "Yes, dear aunt, if you are in pain, cry out loudly. Let out a few cries. We are not far from Stone Village. Da Peng and Shao Qing will surely hear us and come to lead the clan leader to our aid." As he spoke, little Shi Hao rushed to the vibrant crimson horn, severing a substantial piece of flesh still clinging to it and bringing it to the beak of the azure-scaled eagle. "Aunt, I have heard that the lynxy horn can dispel toxins, and this is the precious blood of an ancient breed's horn, though it belongs to a bovine. It may still hold some efficacy. He fed it into the eagle's beak and gently helped it close. Only then did a tender light flicker in the fierce bird's eyes as it gazed upon him, as if regarding its own offspring. The descendants of the ancient demonic birds possessed remarkable wisdom. Hold on, Andy, Grandpa Chief, and the others will be here soon. Time ebbed away, and distant roars of beasts echoed. Little Stone was anxious, wondering if the people of Stone Village had heard the azure-scaled eagle's cry. The muffled roars seemed to draw nearer, accompanied by rustling sounds in the distance. With the sun nearly vanished, the forest grew dim, appearing particularly eerie and terrifying. Have some more precious blood, Andy. Little Stone once again held up a piece of the blazing fire demonic bull's flesh, offering it forward. Suddenly, Little Stone's hair stood on end, and he swiftly dodged. An icy iron arrow grazed his throat, striking the mountain rock with a resounding clang. Only then did the terrifying sound of air being torn apart arrive, the arrow's velocity far exceeding the speed of sound, its power astonishing. Had Little Stone reacted even slightly slower, his throat would have been pierced. Another flash of cold light followed, and a second iron arrow hurtled toward him. Little Stone evaded, but with a soft thud, blood splattered as the piece of meat he had intended to feed the azure-scaled eagle was pierced through. What a waste. Feeding a dying fierce bird. Better to leave it for us. A coarse male voice echoed. It's you. Little Stone exclaimed in anger, recognizing the people from the wolf village. The archer was their hunting party leader, towering at over 7 feet tall, his muscles firm, with sinewy cords like snakes. About 24 figures emerged from the shadows, each wielding a strong bow, aiming iron arrows at him. The little one, filled with fury, glared with wide eyes and exclaimed, Last time, we, from Stone Village, spared you, and you pledged a blood oath. Yet now you seek to take my life. How utterly despicable. A middle-aged man from Bay Village sneered, What a charming child. Can a mere oath rival the rarity of the Xuanli treasure body? Can it compare to the crimson horns of the ancient breeds? With that, the little one ceased responding. He spread his arms wide, conjuring a radiant moon, shimmering brilliantly, as if the divine moon from the heavens had truly descended. He advanced with the moon in hand, charging towards the assailants. When reason failed, battle was the only recourse. Although he was still but a child, he had heard countless tales from adults about the brutal and terrifying encounters in the great wilderness with ferocious beasts. Now, the little one regarded these men as such beasts, no longer seeing them as kin. He surged forward with fervor, determined to confront them and protect Aunt Qinglinning. In his heart, these individuals were far more malevolent than the typically vicious Aunt Qinglinning, and they were no longer deserving of sympathy. Whoosh, whoosh. Iron arrows rained down relentlessly, each possessing a weight of at least 1,000 pounds, truly terrifying, capable of slaying even a colossal beast. It was heartless and utterly ruthless for so many to target a mere child simultaneously, devoid of any compassion, each wearing a cruel smirk. As the silver moon spun, it deflected a barrage of iron arrows, producing a cacophony of clinks and clanks, as even the strongest iron could not withstand the force and shattered completely. Do not hesitate. Though he is a child, he wields a powerful artifact. Let us unite to bring him down, bellowed a burly man. Hark! The argent moon howled, spiraling from the woodlands, instantly cleaving the bellowing man's shoulder and arm asunder, a crimson torrent erupting as he collapsed with a harrowing cry. What a formidable whelp! Retreat forthwith, and unleash the iron spears. The chieftain of the Baitsuan hunting party roared, commanding dispersion and retreat, resorting to the more potent iron javelins, more dreadful than arrows. Whiz! The chilling, gleaming iron spears lacerated the firmament, each a 2-meter, multi-kilogram shaft capable of piercing the hide of a fire rhinoceros, hurtling forth. Clang! Clang! The diminutive figure parried with the argent moon, severing the iron spears, the clangorous din deafening, sparks igniting, the situation perilous. Slay! Little Shi Hao's eyes blazed. Though benevolent, he was no craven. As others sought his demise, he would retaliate with utmost vigor, ensuring his preservation. The argent moon quivered. He sprinted with all his might, wielding the treasured moon to intercept the iron spears, traversing dozens of meters before unleashing it with full force. A gleaming argent radiance flashed, followed by several agonizing screams as the arms of 5 or 6 men were severed, blood arcing high. Several iron spears grazed little Shi Hao, piercing his garments. Yet he paid no heed, instead summoning a second wave of the argent moon, upon which an ancient tree materialized, its shimmering foliage casting a radiant glow, enhancing the moon's brilliance. Thwack! This time, the argent moon soared over a dozen meters, nearly bisecting several men before the Baitsuan hunting party's chieftain, all grievously wounded, even tearing open the leader's abdomen, nearly spilling his entrails. Flee! With a thunderous command, the leader's face turned pale, beads of sweat dotting his brow. A throng of individuals yelled, swiftly retreating with the gravely injured, dispersing into the dense woods. The azure-scaled eagle, with gentle eyes, merely shook its head, remaining silent and tranquil. Annie, am I truly so ineffectual? Despite everything that occurred just now, I couldn't bring myself to deliver a fatal blow. I merely wounded their shoulders and arms. The little one wept, consumed by self-reproach. After all, he was still a child, even with his precociousness. He could not summon the ruthless heart required for a bloody massacre as an adult might. Though he had acted, both his heart and hands trembled throughout. Nevertheless, those who had been injured had utterly lost their combat capability, no longer posing a threat. Most had suffered grievous wounds to their shoulders and arms, destined to live with disabilities for the rest of their lives. Several miles away, the villagers of Bay swiftly assembled, rushing toward this direction. Among them, a youth reclined half-sitting on a stretcher, his complexion pale, and his gaze icy, idly toying with a string of beastly teeth. An elder whispered, "He is remarkably formidable, having injured over a dozen of our kin. Fear not. This time, the ancestral spirit has bestowed us with a precious artifact. Let us see how he stirs up trouble. The body of the swan and I lies there. The ancestral spirit will come in person," another elder replied. Meanwhile, several miles away, the inhabitants of Shur village surged forth like a pack of ferocious tigers. The entire village mobilized toward the forest where the little one was. Leading the charge were the three fledglings, Ziyan, Dapeng, and Shaoqing, flapping their wings in a state of frantic urgency. Chapter 23. The slaughter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the light in the forest dimmed, casting an eerie atmosphere, and a multitude of eyes lurked in the shadows, watching intently. The effluvium of vital energy attracted several wild beasts, fortunately confined to the periphery, thus averting encounters with particularly formidable predators. A guttural roar echoed as a striped tiger worm lunged forth, its variegated body resembling a colossal, dyed silkworm, stretching 5 to 6 meters in length, adorned with a tiger's head. It exuded ferocity and menace. The monstrous worm, enticed by the scent of archaic true blood, sought to seize a morsel of the Swannee's precious body. With a swift motion, the diminutive figure hurled an iron spear, plunging it directly into the creature's cranium. A harrowing shriek ensued, followed by a gush of blood as the striped tiger worm writhed upon the earth, soon succumbing to its mortal wounds. Silently, a python, as thick as a water bucket, descended from a rocky precipice, unfurling its wings. A foul wind emanated from its form as it opened its sanguinary maw to strike. The impending arrival of the Bay village inhabitants stirred apprehension within the small protagonist. Had the village elder not heeded the eagle's cry? He lamented, torn between his desire to flee and his reluctance to abandon the azure-scaled eagle. Startled birds took flight as the young boy abruptly looked up. At that instant, a barrage of frigid iron arrows rained down like a torrential storm, all converging upon his person. An aura of slaughter permeated the air, pulverizing the foliage. The dense volley of iron arrows could riddle even a colossal dragon-horned elephant. The young boy exhaled, emanating a surge of vital energy, his entire being aglow. Interwoven runes, like silver crescent blades, materialized before him, clanging resonantly. The iron arrows incessantly fell, their tips snapping off, accumulating rapidly upon the ground. The metallic luster was chilling, a testament to the sheer force of the assault. "People of Bay Village, do not push me." The young boy's eyes reddened as several iron arrows struck the azure-scaled eagle's wounds. The tempestuous iron arrows halted abruptly as a multitude of over 100 individuals emerged from all directions, encircling him while fixating their gaze on the ancient beast and its crimson horns, their breaths quickening with anticipation. Though many had never laid eyes upon such a creature in the vast wilderness, none were oblivious to the immense value of the ancient bloodline it possessed. Its worth was immeasurable. "Child, the remains of this beast are a priceless treasure. You cannot protect it. If you are wise, you will depart quietly, and we shall not make things difficult for you," spoke an elderly man with a gentle demeanor. The young one felt a surge of indignation. He had risked life and limb alongside the azure-scaled eagle to acquire the precious body of the ancient creature, and now, on the brink of delivering it to Stone Village, They were ambushed by this group intent on seizing the ancient lineage. How could he acquiesce? Clenching his delicate fists tightly, he exclaimed, "You are being unreasonable. Child, such is the nature of existence. We are all struggling within this vast wilderness. If one cannot show a semblance of ruthlessness to others, they shall only be cruel to themselves," sighed the elder of Beitsuan, urging him. It would be wise to leave swiftly. The young one glared at him in silence, waiting for the arrival of reinforcements from Stone Village. Ah, it is truly astonishing. This is indeed a genuine azure-scaled eagle. At first, I mistook it for a spotted linbird. Who would have thought that such a dominant creature of the skies would submit to Stone Village? Marvelous. The elder of Beitsuan spoke earnestly, his astonishment genuine. Alas, it is gravely poisoned and near death. Upon hearing this, tears welled in Shi Hao's eyes, for he too recognized the dire condition of the azure-scaled eagle. Observing the boy's expression, the elder narrowed his eyes and lamented, "What a pity! Otherwise, it could have rivaled the sacrificial spirits. Let us accompany it on its final journey, to spare it from suffering. Dare you?" The little one raised her brows and clenched her tiny fists, positioning herself defiantly before the azure-scaled eagle. "Heh!" The chieftain of Beitsuan, Bailey Qing, chuckled and remarked, "It seems you are indeed a good child, possessing a kind heart, unable to part with this fierce beast." At this juncture, his gaze turned somewhat frigid. With a swift gesture, he commanded, "Draw your bows, and strike down that azure-scaled eagle first." The villagers of Beitsuan were momentarily taken aback, yet they did not hesitate, obeying the order as arrows descended like rain, whistling through the air, aimed at the eagle's numerous wounds. The little one's eyes brimmed with tears, straining with all her might to shield the ancient avian creature, conjuring forth a silver moon that swept aside the iron arrows, guarding the descendants of the primordial beast. At this point, the villagers recognized that Chieftain Bailey Qing had ensnared the child from Shurtsuan with this ferocious creature, intending to wear him down until he could be easily slain. "Didn't you just say you would release this child?" they questioned. "I merely feared his escape. It was but a statement. Understanding what he values enables us to target him effectively. A child with such tremendous potential, if he were to mature, would pose a significant threat. Thus, he must be eradicated with utmost effort." The iron arrows fell in a dense barrage, glinting with a cold light, producing a relentless whistling sound, each arrow robust and formidable, shattering several large trees in proximity to the azure-scaled eagle. The little one, exhausted from the endeavor, gritted her teeth and summoned forth 2 moons, yet still struggled to protect the azure-scaled eagle. With a sickening thud, an iron arrow pierced its wound, erupting in a spurt of crimson, inflicting excruciating pain upon the descendant of the primordial beast, causing a slight convulsion in its body. Anger and sorrow mingled in its eyes. At this moment, it found itself unable to move, for otherwise, these individuals would not dare to approach it. The arrows rained down with relentless intensity. Despite the diminutive figure's valiant efforts to fend them off, it proved futile. The azure-scaled eagle had already sustained over 20 arrow wounds, each piercing deep into its flesh, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain. "Azure-scaled eagle," the little one cried out in anguish, his voice thick with sorrow, tears welling up in his eyes as he desperately tried to shield the majestic bird. Suddenly, an iron arrow pierced through the branches, silently hurtling towards its target. It narrowly missed the little one's heart, who reacted with astonishing speed, twisting his body to evade the projectile. However, it still managed to tear through the muscles of his forearm, causing blood to spurt out. "Ah!" the little one cried out in pain, the most severe wound he had ever suffered in his young life. In the distance, Beishan, the leader of the hunting party of the wolf clan, sneered. It was he who had pierced the little one's arm with his arrow. His face was pallid, still bearing the marks of the silver moon's attack that had opened his abdomen not long ago. Once again, he drew his bow, concealed within the thick undergrowth, and initiated a fresh wave of attacks. Ignoring the azure-scaled eagle, he aimed solely for the little one's heart or throat. The little one's face turned ashen with pain. He tore off a strip of his small garment and wrapped it tightly around the wound, while runes flowed across his body, staunching the flow of blood. In that fleeting moment, the azure-scaled eagle was struck by over a dozen more arrows, its wounds becoming increasingly grievous. Tears streamed down the little one's face. Unable to protect the majestic bird, he cried out, "I'll fight you to the death." He surged forward with great haste, summoning 2 silver moons, heedless of his own safety, determined to slay those who relentlessly fired their iron arrows. In the vast wilderness, The archery skills of the villagers from Bei Village were astonishingly formidable. Over 100 archers simultaneously aimed at a single target, releasing a barrage of arrows that converged like a colossal iron hammer striking down upon the diminutive figure. Although he had raised the silver moon as a shield, he was still sent reeling, spitting blood. "Kill him," commanded Bei Liqing, the leader of Bei Village. His cold gaze devoid of mirth. He ordered everyone to shoot urgently, intent on eliminating the airborne figure. "Ah!" The diminutive figure cried out as 2 silver moons whirled around him, resonating with a metallic clang, severing swathes of arrows that fell like rain, their shattered tips littering the ground, glinting with a chilling sheen. The silver moons, sharp as blades and dazzlingly brilliant, flew forth, spraying blood as he fought desperately, claiming the lives of 17 or 18 villagers on the spot, inciting a wave of panic and chaos. "Continue the assault on that azure-scaled eagle. This time, do not hold back, drive the arrows deep." Bei Liqing issued his command with icy indifference. The air was pierced by a haunting wail as a multitude of iron arrows surged towards the azure-scaled eagle, the situation reaching a critical juncture. "You are all villains," cried a tender voice, a child's sorrowful lament. "Bei Liqing, you shameless wretch, do you even consider yourself human for plotting against a child?" A thunderous shout echoed in response. Simultaneously, arrows descended like a locust swarm, their flight swift as shooting stars, raining down in a dense barrage, accompanied by the harrowing cries from Bei Village. The people of Shi Village had arrived, led by the venerable patriarch Shi Yunfeng, along with Shi Linhu and Shi Feijiao, all of whom were seething with rage, unleashing a relentless hail of arrows. Chirping sounds filled the air as the fledgling roc, azure feather, and verdant plumage dashed forth, their wings fluttering, their feet pounding against the earth. Though not yet capable of true flight, their speed was remarkable as they rushed towards the injured azure-scaled hawk, their cries filled with sorrow. Each of the 3 fledglings nestled against a different wound, using their small bodies to shield their mother from the iron arrows, their mournful cries echoing through the air. They nuzzled against their mother's form, their actions a heartbreaking display of affection. The iron arrows of the Bei Village rained down, clanging against their scales. Yet, their youth betrayed them, their scales not yet hardened, and traces of blood began to appear. May the mongrels of Bei Village meet their demise. Stone Forest Tiger roared. The melee commenced, iron spears and broadswords flashing as the 2 sides clashed in a brutal struggle. "Chieftain," little one cried out. The adults noticed the iron arrows piercing the child's arm and leg, blood flowing freely. Their hearts ached with sympathy and rage as they roared and charged forward. "Fear not, child. I am unharmed. Chieftain, hasten to the aid of the azure-scaled hawk." Little one wiped away his tears and charged towards the people of Bei Village with a resounding cry. The silver moon blade soared, and a spray of blood erupted. 7 or 8 individuals screamed as severed limbs went flying in a gruesome scene. "Bei Liqing, you jackal, do you intend to violate the customs of the great wilderness? We struggle to survive, and neighboring villages never wage war. What is your aim?" Chieftain Stone Cloud Peak thundered. Despite his words, he had already issued the order: show no mercy, fight to the bitter end. "Do not blame me. The swan precious body and the horns of the Lihua cattle demon are invaluable treasures. Who could resist such temptation? Furthermore, my clan's sacrificial spirit is on the verge of breakthrough and urgently requires a substantial amount of true blood." "What? The sacrificial spirit is about to transcend?" Shi Yunfeng exclaimed. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the forest, an arm subtly displaying runes. He moved swiftly, retrieving a jade jar and dispensing medicinal powder to detoxify the azure-scaled eagle. Little Shi Hao, completely consumed by battle lust, found himself isolated from the people of Bei Village. Severed limbs littered the ground, a testament to the silver moon's strikes against over 20 individuals. Suddenly, a radiant array of light motes emerged from a thicket, swiftly engulfing little Shi Hao. The ensuing sounds of impact marked the immediate piercing of 6 or 7 villagers, who collapsed into pools of blood, writhing in agony. Despite little Shi Hao's silver moon defense, a glancing blow to his shoulder left a ghastly, bleeding gash. A treasured artifact. Someone cried out in alarm. A pale-faced youth, resembling a wolf, had been lurking in the foliage, launching a critical assault on little Shi Hao. One of the light motes nearly pierced his throat. It was Bei Feng, the prodigious youth recently defeated by Shi Hao and whose bones had been broken by the villagers. Despite his unhealed injuries, he remained composed, his expression cold and sinister. "You are not the only one with a treasured artifact," Beifeng stated. He indifferently ignored the villagers writhing in blood. Their screams met with his composure and apathy. How can he wield a treasured artifact without understanding bone inscriptions? Many wondered, astonished. "Uncle!" Little Shi Hao cried out in distress, rushing to aid the villagers pierced by the light motes. Their injuries were severe, their internal organs ruptured, and death seemed imminent. With a deft flick of his wrist, the wind conjured forth a cascade of luminous droplets, akin to a meteor streaking across the heavens, resplendent and enchanting, yet possessing an astonishing lethality. "I loathe my own benevolence. Having spared you once, I shall not grant you mercy a second time." The youthful visage of the little one was resolute and determined. Chapter 24. Divine Artifact the Pristine. Crystalline fangs of the beast transformed into glimmering specks, divine radiance cascading forth as they surged ahead, reminiscent of falling stars traversing the sky, dazzling yet exuding a terrifying aura. A silver moon ascended, seemingly suspended over the shimmering surface of the sea, embodying tranquility and harmony. However, a resounding tremor shattered this serenity. The confrontation between the wind and the little one commenced, one wielding a divine artifact while the other invoked primal sorcery. A radiant deluge of light poured forth, the clanging reverberations incessant, causing the entire forest to shudder. A total of 42 luminous points spiraled and danced, coalescing into a meteor shower, indescribably brilliant, yet serving as a lethal instrument of destruction. With a piercing wail, they whizzed past, turning flora into dust, and perforating massive boulders several meters long as if they were mere sieves, utterly invincible. The little one's expression was steadfast, exerting every ounce of strength to summon two silver moons, one for protection and the other for offense, charging forward with a resounding clang, clashing fiercely with the radiant points. This was akin to a divine duel, beautiful and resplendent. Whether it was the silver moons or the cascading light, they showered the area with divine brilliance, creating a spectacle of radiant hues and auspicious energies. After several intense collisions, one of the silver moons shattered, yet the little one swiftly reformed, maintaining the presence of two, parrying the onslaught of the luminous rain, rising and falling amidst the divine radiance that erupted in all directions. Buzz. This artifact instills terror, vanquishing foes in silence. Elusive and insidious, yet it possesses such exquisite delicacy that, at first glance, it lacks the appearance of a formidable weapon. What you wield is not an ordinary artifact. It is the power of bone inscriptions. Beifeng's expression shifted, uncertainty flickering within him. To think such a young child has mastered this enigmatic force is genuinely frightening. What? In the distance, the people of Bei Village gaped in astonishment, each one staring at the little one as if encountering a monster, their hearts a tumult of fear and awe. Beifeng must eliminate him. He cannot be allowed to survive. Barked Bei Liqing, the village chief. Be cautious, that is an artifact bestowed by the ancestral spirits. As it remains active, it can be wielded without the need for bone inscriptions. Whoever receives it can command its power, Shi Yinfeng cautioned, hastening to cleanse the poison from the Qinglin eagle. Runes flickered between his arms and fingers, while various medicinal powders were scattered over several wounds. This time, I shall not let you escape. Throughout that day, the little one had endured numerous trials. His gaze was compelling, fists clenched tightly, his tone resolute and unwavering. For a child so small to comprehend the arcane power of bone inscriptions and to possess such profound skill is indeed a remarkable prodigy among the great clans. Beifeng remained composed, his gaze frigid, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Unfortunately, your time is short." With a resonant hum, the string of beast fangs soared once more, then dispersed into myriad points of light, hurtling toward the little one. This time, the lights arranged themselves, transforming into a wolf-like monstrosity, lunging forward with its radiant, fearsome maw agape, poised to devour the child. With a resounding clang, the silver moon whirled, striking towards the ferocious beast, releasing a cascade of lunar brilliance amidst its howling, serene yet sacred. The collision sparked a shower of embers. Such a formidable treasure, rivaling even the might of divine artifacts, was truly astonishing. This young child, despite his tender age, possessed extraordinary strength, indeed overshadowing the talents of the prominent clans. Remarkable. The patriarch of the Beitsuan tribe marveled, his resolve intensifying to eliminate Shi Hao. Enmity had been established, and it could not be resolved lightly. Only through the child's complete demise could he find peace. Suddenly, flames soared skyward as the ferocious beast transformed, fragmenting into several components: razor-sharp claws, a gaping maw, a bronze head, and an iron back, all composed of luminous points, descending upon the diminutive figure with lethal intent. The little one could only summon 2 rounds of the silver moon, feeling somewhat strained in response, while the opponent's treasure originated from fallen spirit bones, exuding formidable power. Let us see how you counter this, Beifeng chided, invoking the secret incantation bestowed upon him by the spirit, causing the beast's teeth to morph into several weapons, claws, and head appearing vividly. As the silver moons clashed, they slashed at the claws and gaping maw, resulting in a fierce confrontation. Suddenly, one silver moon erupted, showering a cascade of silvery brilliance that instantly sent the luminous points flying. In the distance, Beifeng was taken aback and retreated, for the little one seized this rare opportunity to pounce toward him, intent on dispatching him first. The child remained silent, launching his attack as 2 rounds of silver moon ascended, aimed at Beifeng's form. At that moment, 42 beastly teeth floated in unison, emanating a resplendent glow, intertwining as if transforming into a suit of armor that enveloped Beifeng. The argent moons cleaved repeatedly, yet struggled to penetrate the defenses as the 42 bestial fangs interlinked, forming a resplendent mantle of light, exceedingly robust. Concurrently, certain fangs shone with greater intensity, transmuting into daggers, ethereal arrows, and other armaments, all composed of solidified light, directed toward the diminutive figure. Clang, clang. The argent moons dimmed, and the small child was forced to retreat. Within this vast wilderness, I am considered a prodigy, and yet you emerged. But now it matters not. I shall dispatch you on your final journey, ending your brief and lamentable existence, declared Beifeng, his countenance somewhat sinister. As he advanced, relying on his treasured artifact, he shielded himself, impervious to the 2 argent moons. Each bestial fang radiated light, transforming into luminous arrows, daggers, and the like, hurtling toward the child's frame. Beifeng had taken lives on numerous occasions, hailed as a genius since his youth, possessing a cruel and resolute nature. To slay a mere child evoked no sense of guilt within him. Rather, a callous smile adorned his features. Shatter! The small child exclaimed softly. He never succumbed to discouragement. Even against a formidable artifact, he remained fearless, continuing to wield the primordial treasure technique. With a resounding boom, the 2 argent moons collided, unleashing a blinding silver radiance. Faintly, the cries of demonic avians echoed, resembling the surge of tumultuous waves against the shore, akin to the collapse of jagged rocks, a truly harrowing spectacle. The argent moon shattered, and 2 indistinct specters emerged, coalescing and solidifying slightly, transforming into a terrifying demonic bird, its wings spread, assaulting the firmament, lunging toward Beifeng. With a resounding thud, as if a precious pestle had descended, Beifeng immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. The treasured artifact he wore dimmed considerably, and the 42 bestial fangs scattered, falling from his person. Beifeng was aghast, while the others were thunderstruck. That was a treasured artifact, bestowed by the Sacrificial Spirit. Yet a mere child had forcefully shattered it. At the critical moment, the little one comprehended another layer of the arcane technique. Seizing this rare opportunity, he leaped high, his tiny foot aimed at Beifeng's face. Thud! Though diminutive in stature, his strength was astonishing. Soaring several meters into the air, his descent and forceful stomp upon Beifeng's face was a terrifying prospect. With a soft crack, the left side of Beifeng's face instantly contorted. His bones fractured. He writhed in agony, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably, emitting a howl akin to that of a wolf. Thud! The little one planted one foot firmly on his face, while the other landed squarely on his chest. The force was equally tremendous, causing his ribcage to creak and groan before snapping in several places with a series of sharp cracks. Beifeng had previously suffered numerous broken bones at the hands of the Stone Village people, and his injuries had not yet healed. Now, he was sent hurtling through the air, spewing blood from his mouth, his wounds exacerbated. And just like that, the little one foot planted on his face and the other on his chest, was carried along as he flew, before they both crashed to the ground together. Beifeng shrieked in agony, his cries barely resembling human sounds, for the little one had landed upon him. Half of his face was completely flattened, and his right rib cage was entirely shattered, blood constantly trickling from the corners of his mouth. All of this transpired with incredible speed. No one had anticipated the little one's ferocity. At the crucial moment, he unleashed a supreme arcane technique, shattering the treasured artifact bestowed by the Sacrificial Spirit. A truly heaven-defying feat. Halt. Bilqing, the Bi village chieftain, and Bishn, the head of the hunting party, cried out in unison. This bracelet is truly exquisite, with its 42 beast fangs gleaming as white as sheep fat jade, radiating a crystalline luster that shines brilliantly, embodying an extraordinary power. The little one touched it, and then immediately adorned his wrist with it. Witnessing this scene, the people of Beitsuan were filled with astonishment and fury. This was the treasured heirloom of their clan, taken so casually by this child. Beifeng howled in agony, his body severely weakened by the force exerted beneath the little one's feet. Observing this, the villagers of Beitsuan roared in anger and surged forward. A howl escaped Beifeng, reminiscent of a wild beast's cry, filled with pain and despair. This prodigy was utterly finished. Although he was still alive, he felt worse than death itself. Spirit of the ritual, why have you not yet arrived? Please descend swiftly. The chieftain of Beitsuan's face turned ashen. From the depths of the forest came a mournful sound, as if a terrifying creature was approaching, and the entire atmosphere was laden with a chilling malice. Lin Hu, Fei Jiao, are you prepared? By all means. If the spirit of Beitsuan dares to show itself, let us slay it. Shi Yinfeng commanded. Chapter 25, The Spirit of Beitsuan. To think you dare to contemplate killing the spirit. Bai Liqing's expression darkened. The genius Beifeng was rendered incapacitated, and the clan's treasured artifact was seized, delivering a grievous blow to Beitsuan. If it dares to come, we shall not hesitate to strike. Shi Yunfeng's demeanor turned grim, his genuine ire ignited. The sky had long since darkened, the forest cold and eerie, with the scent of blood thick in the air. A mournful wailing echoed across the wilderness. The chilling aura pervading the surroundings sent shivers down one's spine, as if malevolent spirits were lamenting, creating an unsettling atmosphere. With a resounding thud, the instant the denizens of Bai village surged forth, the diminutive prodigy propelled Beifeng with a forceful kick, sending him spiraling towards the assembled populace of Stone Village. Though crippled, to let him live is to court disaster. A swift execution averts future troubles, declared the father of Heir Meng, his vigor palpable. Without hesitation, he swung his great sword, severing Beifeng's head with a sickening thud, a geyser of blood erupting skyward. Ah, Fenger! Bai Liqing bellowed, clutching his chest. A crimson torrent expelled from his lips in agony. It was his own grandson, felled before his very eyes. He was spared once before. His current predicament is entirely self-inflicted. Stone Lihu remarked impassively. May the spirit of the altar descend swiftly. Bai Liqing lamented, his disheveled hair framing a face that fluctuated between crimson and ashen. A visage of abject terror, devoid of its former composure. The inhabitants of Stone Village coalesced, vigilant against the potential emergence of the altar's spirit, wary of its indiscriminate slaughter. Simultaneously, the Bai village contingent retreated, their ranks severely depleted, now cautiously awaiting the spirit's descent. The forest teemed with verdant foliage, shrouded in an oppressive darkness. The cacophony of bestial roars reverberating through the air, an atmosphere of foreboding intensifying with each passing moment, yet no formidable creature dared to encroach. Suddenly, a frigid arrow hurtled through the air with unerring accuracy, its trajectory aimed at the azure hawk's eye, its chilling gleam a testament to its lethality. Only a warrior of immense strength, capable of mustering 5,000 to 6,000 pounds of force, could unleash such a formidable projectile. The Bai village contingent, apprehensive that the azure hawk might be revived, precipitating their own demise, sought to disrupt any potential intervention with this calculated assassination attempt. As Stone Forest Tiger brandished his broadsword, he cleaved the arrow shaft in twain, deflecting it with a resounding clang. The iron projectile embedded itself deeply within a nearby rock, sparking a shower of incandescent fragments. Humph! With furrowed brow, the diminutive figure surged forward. The ambush by Bai village had brought about the imminent demise of the azure-scaled eagle, igniting within him an incandescent fury. His silver moon blade swept across the field, transforming into a resplendent bolt of white silk that engulfed everything in its path. Resembling a celestial river or the cresting waves of a boundless ocean, it reverberated with a resounding hum, causing the entire mountainous terrain to tremble. Thud, thud! Cries of agony erupted from the opposing side. 4 or 5 individuals staggered backward, their bodies rent asunder, crimson ichor sprang forth. The wounds were gruesome to behold. Limbs were severed from 3 or 4 others, their faces ashen with agony, brows beaded with perspiration. The diminutive figure moved with alacrity, leaping forth like a miniature Pichio. He caressed the string of crystalline, snow-white animal teeth that adorned his wrist. Runes flickered, and he emitted a soft command. Swoosh, swoosh. The animal tooth string radiated an intense light, each tooth adorned with intricate and captivating patterns, gleaming with effulgent brilliance. They detached from the string, scattering and soaring forward. It was a mesmerizing rain of light, yet its destructive force was astonishing, leaving adversaries with scant opportunity to react. The alabaster teeth pierced the bodies of many. Blossoms of crimson bloomed as bones shattered and entrails were torn asunder. The denizens of Bay Village cried out in terror, unable to withstand the onslaught of the precious artifact. Withdraw. In the hands of the diminutive figure, the radiant artifact possessed a potency far surpassing that when wielded by Bei Feng. With his understanding of bone inscriptions, its activation unleashed a power of unparalleled magnitude. The inhabitants of Beitsuan were in a state of despair, even without the chieftain's order to retreat. They would not have remained here, fleeing for their lives. Yet, even at this moment, the spirit of the village had yet to make its appearance. Little one, do not pursue, cautioned Chieftain Shi Yunfeng, fearing for his safety. We must hasten our departure. The spirit of Beitsuan, due to its inherent suspicion, may be wary of my declaration to slay it, and hence has chosen to remain hidden, he murmured. The old chieftain's words seemed to be a ruse, serving their purpose by leaving the people of Shurtsuan at a loss for words. 100 or so individuals sprang into action, lifting the azure-scaled eagles, aiding the wounded, and carrying the gravely injured as they fled with great urgency. These were men forged in the wilds, and as long as they drew breath, there was hope for survival. This group was led by Shi Linhu, while another was commanded by Shi Feijiao. Tasked with transporting and guarding the treasures, the crimson horn of the Swanni and the demonic arms of the ape. Each individual was filled with excitement, yet visibly tense. For these were indeed true treasures. Amidst the mountainous terrain, thick with underbrush and towering ancient trees, their rapid escape was hindered by numerous obstacles. A haunting howl echoed, rising and falling, encircling them in a chilling embrace. They were drawing closer to Shurtsuan, the village almost within sight. Yet the darkness of the forest revealed pairs of emerald eyes, glowing like will-o'-the-wisps. Oh heavens, such enormous wolves! The villagers of Shurtsuan gasped in horror, as they found themselves encircled by a pack of colossal wolves, their backs as dark as night and bellies as white as snow. Each beast was as large as a house, with gaping maws and fangs measuring half a foot in length, starkly white and menacing, complemented by their blood-red tongues, presenting a truly fearsome visage. It was not a mere 1 or 2, but a staggering 40 to 50 beasts, a pack of savage behemoths encircling them, posing a far greater threat than the denizens of Bay Village. Damn it, the sacrificial spirit of Bay Village was indeed inherently suspicious and cunning, having summoned such a formidable pack of mutated wolves. These colossal wolves, each rivaling the size of a mammoth, were a rare sight even during routine hunts. Yet, here they were, 40 to 50 strong, an absolute calamity. In the tenebrous woods, pairs of emerald eyes, each the size of a small bowl, gleamed with a sinister and frigid light, brimming with a murderous aura, the product of countless slain beasts. A mournful howl, akin to a thunderclap, echoed through the air as a massive figure lunged forth, eliciting a scream of agony from the rear of the stone village contingent. A villager was left gushing blood from half his body, a single swipe from the giant wolf's claw having torn off an arm, along with the shoulder, resulting in a grievous wound. In a pivotal moment, Shirlin Tiger hurled an iron spear, piercing the giant wolf's hide, causing it to bleed and halting its carnage, thus saving the villager from a gruesome dismemberment. These wolves, as large as mammoths, were utterly terrifying. While a few could be managed, the sheer number of 40 to 50 was insurmountable for a group of 100 or so people. The giant wolf howled, causing the trees to shed their leaves, the ground littered with foliage amidst a surge of baleful energy. 2 more cries of anguish erupted from different locations as several giant wolves launched simultaneous assaults. Their razor-sharp claws felled trees with a mere swipe. Despite their vigilance, 2 more villagers were disemboweled, their entrails spilling out. Quickly bandage it, Shi Feijiao shouted. The forest was shrouded in darkness. Despite the ferocity and might of the colossal wolves, who held a distinct advantage, they refrained from direct confrontation, opting instead for stealthy assaults. This time, a dozen giant wolves launched a simultaneous attack, leaping from the shadows to strike at the villagers. With a swift motion, the diminutive figure raised his wrist, weaving runes that materialized before him. The 42 gleaming beast fangs emitted a brilliant light, transforming into daggers and luminous arrows that surged forth. Thud, thud. The foremost wolves were blinded and pierced through their skulls, blood gushing as they howled in agony, writhing on the ground. Even such formidable creatures could not withstand the power of the enchanted artifacts. A direct hit would either severely injure or slay them. "You vile wolves, retreat at once," the small figure commanded. He summoned 2 silver moons, leaping forward with a fierce determination. With 2 decisive strikes, he cleaved 2 particularly robust wolves in half, the splits extending from their foreheads to their hindquarters, blood pouring forth in torrents. The remaining wolves, now cautious, hesitated to attack recklessly. If it comes to it, we must first deploy one ancestral weapon, saving another for a crucial moment to ambush that spirit. We cannot allow them all to become aware and take precautions. Shi Yi whispered. Surrounding them were pairs of emerald eyes, the wolves encircling, exhaling frosty mist through their nostrils, their massive jaws lined with menacing fangs, radiating an aura of dread that chilled the very marrow. "You are doomed. Today marks the end of your clan." The ominous presence of Bei Liqing reemerged, his countenance cold as ice, his eyes akin to those of a venomous serpent, as he sat astride a giant wolf, its fur a glimmering silver. "The denizens of Bei village have arrived once more." Numerous robust youths clambered onto the backs of the colossal wolves, each brandishing bows and arrows, their gazes fixed with animosity and frigidity upon the opposing side. The people of Stone Village inhaled sharply, recognizing that the synergy between the villagers and the giant wolves constituted a formidable force, far exceeding the capabilities typically possessed by a single village. "Our ancestral spirit has arrived. None of you shall survive," bellowed Bei Shan, the chieftain of the Bei village hunting party. Is it not merely an aged wolf? Having lived for so long, its teeth have likely fallen out, and it can scarcely ambulate. Of what use could it possibly be? Stone Yufeng retorted, feigning disdain. The ancestral spirit of Bei village was indeed a wolf, from which the clan's surname was derived. Dozens of giant wolves roared, their howls resonating through the air, intensifying the ominous atmosphere as they prepared to pounce. "Not a single one of you shall survive," Bei Liqing uttered in a chilling tone. "Are you not afraid of violating the great wilderness's conventions, thereby inciting a collective assault from various villages and tribes?" Stone Yunfeng inquired impassively. "Once we have slain you and abducted your women and children, we shall proclaim that our 2 villages have merged into one. Should our ancestral spirit achieve a breakthrough, who would dare to object?" Bei Shan, the chieftain of the Bei village hunting party, sneered. 40 to 50 giant wolves launched tentative assaults, lunging intermittently. The people of Stone Village defended themselves, while Little Stone assumed the offensive, dispatching 8 wolves with several strikes. The massive wolf carcasses lay strewn about, imbuing the forest with a pungent odor of blood. For an entire hour, the ancestral spirit of Bei village remained absent, with only the giant wolves attacking and Bei Shan and his cohorts firing volleys of arrows. Several more individuals from Stone Village sustained injuries, their bodies lacerated by the enormous, winnowing, basket-sized claws of the wolves. Indeed, with the suspicious nature of a Bei, there's no time for further consideration. "Sacrificial artifact, break through," Stone Yunfeng commanded. "Chieftain, if the ancestral artifact is exposed, might it cause significant trouble?" Stone Feijiao inquired. "Preserving our lives takes precedence. Afterward, we'll devise a plan to eliminate everyone in Bei village who becomes aware of it. Since they are devoid of benevolence and have forced us to this point, they mustn't fault us for our lack of righteousness," Stone Yunfeng said icily, revealing such a dreadful expression for the first time. They lifted the azure-scaled eagle, carefully safeguarding it in the center, as it would be a formidable force for their future vengeance, perhaps capable of withstanding the opposing sacrificial spirit. A group of people swiftly broke through. Stone Linhu retrieved a piece of arm bone, poised to invoke it. This was the village's ancestral artifact, possessing unparalleled power. Suddenly, before he could act, the distant mountains resembled a torrential outburst, with roars of beasts reverberating ceaselessly, surging toward them. "A stampede of beasts, damn it. That old Bei has stirred up a horde of giant beasts from the mountains, intending to assault this place. Truly ruthless and cunning." Stone Yunfeng's countenance changed. Stone Linhu also bellowed, "That damned old Bei is truly vicious, intending to trample us with a beast hide." Everyone, be cautious and prepare for defense. Not only they but also the people of Bay Village underwent a change in complexion. The sacrificial spirit was so insidious that even they would suffer a terrible impact. Not everyone had climbed onto the backs of wolves. Half of them were standing on the ground. Quick, onto the wolves' backs. Bei Liqing shouted. However, it was already too late. The rumbling sound drew near, and even these giant wolves grew uneasy, leaping up and swiftly evading. A chilling howl echoed through the air, reminiscent of a mountain spirit's lament, sending shivers down the spine. Above the tumultuous beast tide, a peculiar creature unfurled its wings and took to the sky, measuring over 2 meters in length. Its coat shimmered in a rich tawny hue, yet its visage bore the marks of age, with deep wrinkles adorning its wolf-like face. This was a rare and formidable dingo, an anomaly amidst countless wolves. Its forelimbs were notably short, rendering it nearly incapable of independent movement. It relied on the backs of mighty wolves for support. Fortuitously, its potent lineage bestowed upon it a pair of wings, granting it the ability to soar. Clearly, this ancient dingo was a terrifying sight, with primordial runes faintly pulsating upon its body, a testament to its immense power. Chapter 26, Vanquishing the Beasts. The forest trembled as colossal creatures surged forth, dragon-horned elephants, fire rhinoceroses, leopards, and the fearsome Kuei beast, all charging in unison. Trees were splintered like matchsticks, as if a torrential flood had swept through, casting a dark shadow over the landscape. Leaves were whipped into a frenzy, boulders tumbled, and the earth shook violently, painting a scene of utter terror. Alas, the villagers of the dingo tribe bore the brunt of the onslaught. Due to their precarious positioning, within moments, more than a dozen individuals were sent flying by the towering beasts, trampled beneath their colossal forms, their bones shattered, reduced to mere pulp. The throngs of giant wolves, witnessing the carnage, turned to flee, leaving the dingo villagers seated atop them pale with dread. Among the fallen were their closest kin, the veil between life and death torn asunder in an instant. Prepare! Stone Cloud Peak shouted with fervor. The tide of beasts surged forth, crashing towards Stone Cloud Peak and his companions with unstoppable force, uprooting ancient trees in their wake. Nothing could halt their relentless advance. Kill! Roaring vehemently, Shi Hu retrieved a lusterless animal bone. Runes flickered across his left arm before he forcefully pressed the bone onto it. Instantly, a radiant light erupted as the bone melded with his flesh and blood, becoming an inseparable part of him. A thunderous roar echoed, as if an ancient, primordial beast had been resurrected. A boundless, savage aura surged forth, causing the surrounding mountains and forests to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Every colossal beast was startled, instinctively shuddering as if facing the king of all beasts, daring not to offend. They swiftly halted and detoured around the area. Wailing in the sky, the wolf-like creature cried out like a vengeful spirit, its voice chilling to the bone. It was goading the giant beasts into attacking, seeking to eradicate the people of Stone Village. Some of the beasts, feeling coerced, hesitated. A few of them suddenly stood upright and stepped forward, preparing to charge at the villagers. Open! Shi Hu bellowed, the patterns on his left arm shimmering, dense, and brilliant. They coalesced into a symbol, solidifying into an ancient bestial king's primal mark, resembling a gateway from which a massive, ferocious beast was about to emerge. A deep, muffled roar reverberated through the mountains as Shi Hu's body abruptly grew, tearing his clothes. His bronze-colored physique stood over 3 meters tall. He unleashed a punch, and with a deafening crash, a giant beast in front of him cried out in agony as its entire body exploded, flesh and blood flying, shattered bones scattering. The scene utterly gruesome. Most importantly, an overwhelming, primeval aura of a bestial king permeated the area, causing the giant beasts to tremble and shiver, no longer daring to attack or advance. In the sky, the old cunning creature's eyes shimmered with unusual colors, a blend of astonishment, greed, and treachery. It had discerned the source of strength within Stone Village, instilling a profound sense of apprehension within it. Yet, it was resolute in its pursuit. The treasure of the Swan Eni was of monumental significance, capable of transforming its very being. The old creature launched an assault, not directed at the Stone Forest Tiger, but rather aimed at the other inhabitants of Stone Village. It was both sly and brutal, seeking to exhaust the tiger, leaving it beleaguered and distracted from its precious artifact. With a towering physique of 3 meters, the Stone Forest Tiger unleashed a surge of explosive power, its muscles taut, and its left arm radiating with brilliance. It struck the heavens with a resounding roar, summoning the spectral form of a ferocious beast that materialized into a tempest, uprooting all surrounding flora in its wake. The old creature, taken aback, swiftly evaded, its mouth aglow with runes that coalesced into a radiant mist, which it expelled in a thunderous clash against the indistinct apparition of the beast. The stone forest tiger staggered, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Although the ancestral artifact was formidable, his mastery of the bone script was not sufficiently profound to harness its full potential, limiting him to only a fraction of its power. Nevertheless, this display was astonishing enough to momentarily halt the old creature, its radiant mist obstructed, revealing a flicker of astonishment in its eyes, which now burned with even greater fervor. Now, not only was the swan eye and the crimson treasure horn alluring to it, but the ancestral artifact had also transformed into a coveted prize it yearned to seize. The creature's eyes glinted with a malevolent and cold light as it let out a ferocious howl, summoning colossal wolves from the wilderness to heed its command and join in the fray. The situation was dire. The old creature remained at a distance, watching intently, poised to strike from the skies. The limping old wolf, "Do you dare to come down?" The stone forest tiger pointed, embodying a spirit that once instilled fear in the hearts of the human tribes in the vast wilderness, now met with disdain. The old wolf, despite its predicament, remained unperturbed, its gaze cold and calculating, never rushing. Such formidable strength, capable of effortlessly annihilating a village in the past, now displayed a cautious demeanor, evoking a sense of helplessness. In the surrounding wilderness, the giant wolves howled, launching relentless ambushes, placing the villagers in peril, exhausting their efforts to fend off the attacks. Suddenly, the old wolf stirred. With runes shimmering, its short front paw radiated a golden light, and an ancient talisman coalesced with a resounding crash, vividly transforming into a massive golden claw that surged forth. The people of the stone village shuddered. This was the manifestation of the primal mark, materializing as a golden paw, set to obliterate all in its path. Limping old wolf, perish! The stone forest tiger bellowed, summoning all its strength to activate the bone inscriptions, allowing its left arm to resonate. A primal symbol flickered as a ferocious beast materialized, resembling a hound, bursting forth from the talisman with overwhelming ferocity. The earth-shattering roar reverberated as it collided with the golden claw, lightning illuminating the darkened sky, creating a terrifying spectacle. The golden claw did not descend but rather sliced through the air, with a resounding crack, shattering a distant low stone hill, sending boulders tumbling. The villagers stood in stunned silence, recognizing the true terror of the old wolf. The stone forest tiger gasped for breath, struggling to withstand the overwhelming power of the ancestral artifact, which proved arduous to wield. The old wolf howled, invigorating the pack, as they charged with all their might. Simultaneously, the colossal beast stirred, sensing the stone forest tiger faltering, once again yielding to the command of the old wolf. The situation is exceedingly dire, and the lives of the villagers in Shenming are on the brink of annihilation. At this juncture, the old beast relinquished its trepidation, having discerned the villagers' source of resilience. No longer hesitant, it began to dive recklessly, launching attacks with abandon. With a swift motion, the young one unleashed a string of beast fangs, the treasured artifacts radiating brilliance, each fragment akin to a radiant star, ascending to pierce the flesh of the old beast. This was the first time the creature felt rage. These were its own lost teeth, meticulously refined, potent relics belonging solely to it, now wielded by a mere child. Suddenly, the young one was enveloped in a dazzling display. Bone inscriptions resembling a spider's web entwined around him, illuminating in unison. He promptly pressed a blood-stained ancient beast hide against his chest. There, the stars shimmered, the hide merging with the flesh, branding itself upon him, becoming one with his being, exuding a terrifying aura that swept across the heavens and the earth like a fierce tempest. The sound of long howls echoed incessantly, sending tremors through many colossal beasts. With several collapsing in submission, the beast hide transformed into the young one's own skin, radiant and resplendent, forming a pattern that morphed into an ancient sigil, causing his entire small frame to glisten magnificently, as if flames were consuming him, emanating an overwhelming ferocity that instilled fear across all directions. This was the second ancestral artifact of Shenming, originally meant for Shi Hao, yet the young one's mastery of bone inscriptions surpassed expectations, and it was secretly entrusted to him for use. now serving as a decisive weapon. A roar of a ferocious beast erupted, shaking the vast wilderness. From the young one's chest, the sigil transformed into a portal, from which a terrifying beast surged forth, resembling a bion, confronting the descending old beast head-on. The cunning and treacherous creature was taken aback, caught off guard by the suddenness of the attack. There was no time to evade. It could only unleash its formidable claws. And a massive golden paw materialized once more, descending with overwhelming force. With a resounding crack, akin to the shattering of a mountainside. The golden claw splintered as the indistinct ancient aberration ensnared its true form, squeezing with ferocity, eliciting a piercing shriek that echoed through the heavens. The merciless beast, measuring 2 meters in length, was nearly cleaved in two by the assault, managing to extricate itself with great difficulty. Yet, it was struck by a sharp claw on its hind leg, and with a sickening crunch, that limb was grotesquely contorted, rendered utterly deformed. The diminutive figure wielded the ancestral artifact, its power significantly elevated beyond that of the stone forest tiger and the stone flying flood dragon. Though it still fell short of unleashing the artifact's true potential. It howled in rage, circling above, but the other colossal beasts and ferocious wolves hesitated to attack, momentarily deferring to the fear instilled by the artifact in the little one's grasp. The creature, in a frenzy, continued to spiral, occasionally diving down for a lethal strike with astonishing speed. Yet its trajectory proved elusive, and the artifact failed to make contact on several attempts. This is dire. It seeks to drain our strength before striking us down, and the expenditure of energy in wielding the artifact is considerable, Stone Yufeng mused with a furrowed brow. The diminutive figure winked at him, a glimmer of hope shining in its eyes. Once more, the beast lunged, nearly tearing apart a dozen individuals. The terror of that golden claw was immense, its power formidable, but fortunately, it was intercepted by the stone forest tiger. Even so, golden radiance descended, sending 7 or 8 people tumbling, their bodies mangled and bloodied, a truly harrowing sight. Clang! Suddenly, the heavily injured Qinglin eagle, lying on the ground, abruptly opened its eyes. With a powerful flap of its wings, a tempest arose, and it soared into the sky. Its beak, over half a meter long, glimmered with a piercing azure light, resembling a crescent moon forming as it swiftly ascended. The old wretch could scarcely believe that a half-dead bird would revive so fiercely. It let out a wail akin to a ghostly cry and hastily evaded, yet it was still a moment too late. With a resounding thud, blood erupted as the Qinglin eagle's strike shattered one of its hind legs, sending flesh and blood flying. Simultaneously, the Qinglin eagle lunged forward, one magnificent claw extending, equally radiant with azure light and razor-sharp, seizing the old wretch and causing blood to spatter forth. Enraged and alarmed, the old wretch struggled fiercely, nearly breaking the eagle's grip, and regained its freedom, its body now intertwined with golden runes, prepared to retaliate against the ferocious avian. Boom! Suddenly, another twist of fate unfolded. The stone forest tiger, harnessing the power of its ancestral artifact, hurled the diminutive figure into the sky. With clarity in his gaze, Shi Hao summoned the mysterious strength of the beast hide to vanquish the old wretch. A fierce bihuan charged forth, its terrifying presence imposing upon the wild forest, causing all beasts to submit and birds to tremble as the world fell into a hushed silence. Boom! The ferocious beast collided with the old wretch, intertwining runes radiating divine brilliance, akin to 2 comets colliding in the night sky, emitting a blinding light. The Qinglin eagle swayed, catching the plummeting figure, then veered towards the forest, crashing down with a resounding thud. Fortune favored them this time, as the old wretch, caught off guard, was severely wounded by the suddenly revitalized Qinglin eagle. Otherwise, all would have perished here. A throng of individuals surged towards the stone village, daring not to pause for even a moment. As for the inhabitants of Beitsuan, many suffered grievous injuries. More than half were reduced to mere pulp under the onslaught of the monstrous beast. This was not the time for reckoning. The people of Shurtsuan disregarded them, hastily fleeing to avert any unforeseen calamities. However, the village of Shurtsuan was in sight, and just then, the old beast, having lost a significant portion of its body, pursued relentlessly. It could not bear the loss of the precious Swanli body. Should it reclaim it, not only could it heal its wounds, but it could also achieve further breakthroughs. This was dire. An injured beast was the most terrifying, and it was determined to fight fiercely. A shadow loomed over the hearts of the Shurtsuan populace. There remained a distance of merely a mile to the village, yet it felt as though a chasm separated them. With the ferocious creature blocking their path, poised to attack with all its might. Spirit of our ancestors, please protect your kin. Do not adhere rigidly to tradition. Come forth from the village and shield us, prayed one of the clansmen. A charred willow tree stood, featuring only a single tender green branch, emanating gentle rays of light in the darkness, enveloping the entire village in a hazy glow. Suddenly, the tender shoot stirred, transforming into a chain of emerald mist that extended over a mile, rushing forward with the swiftness of lightning. Chapter 27. The curtain falls beneath the night sky. The beast, adorned with golden runes and shimmering fur, bore a ferocious gleam in its eyes, radiating brilliance. Yet, at this moment, it was filled with terror. The vibrant green shoot stretched forward, compelling it to let out a piercing cry, eyes wide with fear. With wings unfurled, crackling with electricity, it soared into the sky, desperate to flee. Despite its formidable nature, the beast harbored no thoughts of resistance, only a desire to escape swiftly from this accursed place. Its fur bristling in a panic akin to a lost dog. In a desperate flight through the void, the creature was on the verge of vanishing into the night. Yet, the willow branch emanated a gentle luminescence, ascending like a divine chain of order, swiftly closing the gap. With a piercing cry, the creature, overwhelmed by fear, felt its fur bristle in alarm as it flapped its wings with all its might, golden runes intertwining around it, reaching an unparalleled speed. However, all efforts proved futile. The supple willow branch shimmered with iridescence, enveloped in a misty glow. With a soft thud, the green shoot pierced through the creature's back, splattering blood in a vivid display. The creature struggled, its eyes wide with terror, emitting heart-wrenching wails that reverberated through the mountains. The villagers of Stone Village stood transfixed, aware of the willow tree's mysterious nature, distinct from ordinary sacrificial spirits. Yet they had not anticipated such a shocking display. In just one encounter, the formidable village spirit was rendered defenseless, its vulnerability surpassing all expectations. What secret lay behind the willow tree? The village chief, Shi Yi, trembled, recalling the terrifying sight of the ancient willow tree bathed in a tempest of lightning, descending from the heavens. The verdant willow branches quivered gently, radiating brilliant hues, as the village spirit shrieked, its body rapidly withering before shattering into pieces. Its fur and bones aged, cracking like decayed wood, falling from the night sky. A gust of night wind swept through, and from the charred, lightning-struck wood, a willow branch exuded a soft glow, enveloping the entire stone village in an ethereal, harmonious tranquility, resembling a delicate painting. The villagers were left speechless, unable to utter a word, as they witnessed the ancient willow tree manifesting its terrifying power for the first time before them. Even a single tender branch had sufficed to vanquish the creature. In bygone days, it perpetually emanated a propitious aura throughout the night, safeguarding the village, never proactively assailing anyone. Yet today, it made an exception. Was the ominous bay truly deceased? A palpable sense of incredulity pervaded many, for they had exerted immense effort in a fierce battle against the malevolent creature, narrowly escaping death, only to witness the Bay village's ancestral spirit being directly pierced by a verdant, luminescent willow branch. The stark contrast between the before and after was too vast, diverging entirely from their expectations. A collective of individuals, both awestruck and elated, their crisis averted, hoisted the Swanee's precious remains and bore the fiery, crimson horn, striding purposefully toward the village. Expedite the aid to the wounded, Shi Yi urgently exhorted. This time, Stone Village had also sustained considerable losses, with numerous individuals suffering grievous injuries. Some bereft of limbs, destined to endure a lifetime of disability, while others had perished in battle. Such was the unyielding nature of existence within the great wilderness, where daily struggles against ferocious beasts were commonplace, and injuries and death were frequent occurrences, though internecine strife among humans was relatively rare. Lin Hu, Fei Jiao. Take the ancestral artifacts and intercept that contingent from Bay Village, spare none, and slaughter them all without exception. Shi Yi decreed with resolute decisiveness. Having attended to the wounded, he promptly issued this sanguinary command, intending to exterminate those from Bay Village who possessed knowledge of the ancestral artifact's secrets, thereby preventing the dissemination of information that could invite calamity. Littled, having campaigned for an entire day, contending with ferocious beasts to seize the Swanee's precious remains, and engaging in combat with the Bay village populace. Had sustained several arrow wounds and subsequently waged a fierce battle against the malevolent Bay, leaving him utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, he volunteered for service, desiring to partake in this operation. Shi Yunfeng hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acceded, for jade must be carved to become a vessel of worth. And only through the crucible of blood and fire could Little Dot mature. This was destined to be a night bereft of slumber. Stone Forest Tiger and Stoneflight Dragon, ancestral artifacts in hand, led their clansmen in a merciless purge of the prime of Badger Village, showing no quarter. Blood splattered, lives were reaped, the moonlit night was desolate. The mountain forest stained crimson, wild beasts howled in lament, and the atmosphere was both grim and frigid. In the brutal wilderness, human life was often as cheap as grass. And many fine men perished in the jaws of savage beasts, the casualty rate exceedingly high. Yet on this day, it was humanity that turned upon itself. Of the 123 souls that Badger Village had mustered, half had fallen prey to the stampede of beasts, and the survivors were largely wounded. Upon learning of their totem's demise, the morale of the tribe had plummeted, nearly collapsing altogether. What followed was a one-sided hunt. The people of Stone Village tallied their kills, relentlessly pursuing and seeking out their quarry, eradicating them one by one. "Vile old wretch, where do you think you're going?" Stone Forest Tiger roared, drawing back his massive bow. An iron arrow flew, its cold light illuminating the mountain forest. With a sickening thud, it pierced Badger Green's spine, the thick arrowhead tearing through, unleashing a torrent of blood. "I curse you!" The Badger Village chieftain bellowed in rage. "Old codger, your wickedness has reached its zenith. It is time for you to relinquish your life," Stoneflight Dragon retorted, swinging his greatsword. With a wet, heavy sound, a bloodied head tumbled several meters away, crashing to the earth. With Badger Green's death, the remaining villagers turned ashen, trembling in terror, each fleeing for their lives. Thwack! A cold arrow shot forth, aimed at Little Stone's nape, deadly and precise. Had it struck true, it would have pierced his brain without fail. Hearing the whistle of air, Stone rapidly evaded the projectile and whirled around, his gaze fixed on a patch of forest. His eyes blazing with fury. "It's you again," he roared. In the thicket, a robust man lay concealed, though he had now been revealed. Standing at an impressive height of 2 to 3 meters, with powerful, sinewy muscles shimmering in a bronze hue, he was none other than Beishan, the leader of the Baitsuan hunting squad. During the skirmish with the Baitsuan people, the first arrow wound inflicted upon the diminutive figure was by Beishan, who had hidden in the shadows and shot an arrow that pierced Shi Hao's arm, causing considerable bloodshed. Now he struck once more. With a hum, Shi Hao raised his hand, and a string of beast fangs shot forth, resembling a lustrous divine chain, radiating celestial brilliance as it surged forward, shattering Beishan's colossal bow with a resounding crack. The formidable foe lay defeated, severing all ties with the treasured artifact. The diminutive figure grew increasingly adept, as if the weapon were an extension of his very being. The resplendent string of beast fangs proved indomitable, delivering devastating force. Beishan drew his giant sword and charged at the diminutive figure, the frigid gleam of his blades slicing through the forest. With an astonishing arm strength of 5,000 or 6,000 pounds, he swung the massive sword with such ferocity that it seemed to unleash a bolt of lightning. The diminutive figure's fingertips shimmered with runes, and the star-like beast fangs entwined around the gleaming sword. With several sharp snaps, the sword was crushed, reduced to a pile of scrap metal, showcasing the might of the treasured artifact. In a flurry, 42 lustrous beast fangs launched forth, transforming into divine spears and light arrows that penetrated Beishan's body. Blood erupted as his arms and legs were shattered, and the once mighty form collapsed to the ground with a thunderous thud. The luminous points coalesced, forming a pure white string of beast fangs that wrapped around Shi Hao's wrist, radiating a dazzling glow. The diminutive figure had vanquished him. Shirlin, who approached with heavy strides, his expression grave as he spoke. Bearing a gore-stained greatsword, Shi Feijiao approached, remarking, "A valiant man dwelling in the great wilderness must inevitably take life. Though you are but a youth, your prowess surpasses ours. Yet, should you perpetually abstain from bloodshed, you shall, in time, suffer greatly." "I comprehend." Little Shi Hao's large eyes flickered, his long lashes quivering, a tapestry of emotions, apprehension, anguish, inner conflict, and resolve, etched upon his tender face. "Little whelp, who would have foreseen your ascendance? A pity my arrow merely pierced your forearm, failing to perforate your throat," snarled Bei Shan, his pearly white teeth bared in a menacing grin. Little Shi Hao closed his eyes, the image of Uncle Wen's chest being pierced by an arrow flashing vividly in his mind. His eyes snapped open with renewed determination, and he swung his great sword, severing Bei Shan's head with a resounding thud, a torrent of blood erupting forth. Uncle Lin Hu, I am weary, the little one murmured, relinquishing his grip on the great sword. He had battled ceaselessly throughout the day, relentlessly channeling the power of the silver moon, confronting foes of ever-increasing menace, ferocious beasts, ruthless men, and the malevolent Bei clan. Bearing several arrow wounds, he was utterly exhausted in both body and spirit. With those words, his eyes fluttered shut. Rest now, Shi Lin Hu said as he hoisted the boy onto his back. When Shi Hao awoke, a day and a night had elapsed. His wounds had been tended and were now scabbed over. The pursuit by the Bei village was concluded, every last member having been eradicated. In this instance, Shi village had struck with unwavering resolve and merciless efficiency, sparing none. A gruesome pile of over 100 heads served as a grim testament to their actions, while others had met their end within the bellies of beasts before they could even raise a hand in defense. Boom. Suddenly, in the deepest recesses of the vast wilderness, a cataclysmic blaze erupted, illuminating the sky with an unparalleled brilliance. A bird's cry resonated through the heavens, shattering the celestial vault. The crimson flames surged to their zenith, causing the firmament to tremble. A diminutive red bird soared across the expanse, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. With a thunderous roar, a colossal golden claw descended from the dense clouds, casting an overwhelming shadow as it reached for the scarlet avian, its might unmatched. In a swift maneuver, the little red bird deftly evaded the grasp of the furry golden claw, which subsequently obliterated a mountain ridge, sending debris flying through the air in a scene of unimaginable horror. Ah, it is the little red bird I once beheld, exclaimed the small one, eyes wide with astonishment. Having only recently awakened to witness this breathtaking spectacle, what could possibly be transpiring? Was the great battle from 2 years prior still unresolved? Were the mightiest of the ancient relics still guarding the mountain treasures, embroiled in a relentless contest? Shiyun Peak was equally astonished. With a resounding crash, the golden claw lunged again, its demonic power overwhelming, dispersing the crimson flames as if they were mere wisps. It was unfathomable to conceive of the true enormity of its form, for merely a golden paw loomed in the clouds. In the depths of the mountain range, an intense conflict ignited, reminiscent of a mythical tale. Each strike of the all-encompassing golden claw shattered the ridges beneath it. The crimson little bird was undeterred, transforming many summits into rivers of magma, the red liquid erupting skyward, forging vast crimson rivers that connected heaven and earth. Yet, this was merely the aftermath. The true battle raged above the firmament. The crimson bird measured merely the length of a palm, its feathers glistening like freshly spilled blood, yet it possessed unparalleled valor. It soared into the thick clouds, engaging in a fierce confrontation with an unknown and fearsome creature. The villagers of Stone Village gazed in astonishment, their spines tingling with a chill, for tales spoke of ancient species so powerful they transcended comprehension, capable of obscuring the sky with a single hand and effortlessly annihilating a mighty clan akin to deities. Now, it appeared these tales were not mere fabrications. Alas, the spectacle was obscured. The leaden clouds loomed heavily, a peculiar force shrouding all, rendering the villagers unable to pierce the veil of mystery, leaving them oblivious to the monumental battle unfolding above. Who could have imagined that Little Red was so formidable? The tiny one propped up their chin, blinking large eyes, whispering softly. Half an hour later, tranquility returned to the depths of the mountains, yet the fire clouds lingered, swirling ominously, the horizon painted in shades of crimson, as if stained by divine blood. In these tumultuous times, one could only ponder the nature of the mountain treasure at stake. Having been fiercely contested for 2 years, had a resolution yet to be reached? The clan leader, Stone Yunfeng, harbored doubt. The mountain treasure must be extraordinarily formidable, declared the Stone Forest Tiger. The innermost recesses of the mountains were shrouded in peculiarities. None from Stone Village had ever ventured deep within, unaware of the treasures that lay in wait. In the ensuing fortnight, the deepest parts of the mountains remained eerily peaceful, allowing memories of the breathtaking battle to fade. However, in even more distant realms, tranquility was disrupted. This was a land of abundance, replete with expansive plains, beautiful peaks, and meandering rivers. Scale horses surged like ocean waves, Galloping in vast formations, an endless array of ironclad cavalry dominating the land, their armor gleaming, exuding an aura of murderous intent as they practice their martial skills. On the horizon, there lies an expanse of buildings, stretching endlessly. It is a vast tribe with a population in the millions, flourishing consistently upon this land. The tribe is replete with formidable individuals, their legacy unbroken from ancient times to the present, with each generation yielding several prodigies, ensuring their strength and prosperity. Among the architectural marvels stands a grand golden tent, from which a powerful figure emerges atop a scaled steed, landing with a thud as he proclaims loudly, "Tribe leader." There is commotion to the south. It appears that a remarkable treasure of the mountains has surfaced. Did it not emerge 2 years ago? How can there still be more? A voice of an elder responds. For reasons unknown, the mightiest of beings continue to engage in combat. This suggests that an extraordinary relic has been unearthed, one that has eluded the grasp of those ancient beings, stirring the winds of change in all directions. From within the golden tent steps forth a towering elder, his presence imposing, with eyes that emit flickers of golden lightning, exuding an aura of terror. Tribe leader, should we not venture forth? Though our population may not reach 10 million, our strength is by no means inferior to others. Several formidable individuals approach, each radiating a compelling energy akin to that of fierce beasts reincarnated. Let us not take unnecessary risks. Take a few young ones to broaden their horizons. But do not act without my command. The elder cautions, his gaze imbued with a mesmerizing golden light. Understood. In the distance, another realm unfolds, a vast lake. Azure as the sea, adorned with breathtaking scenery, dotted with islands like stars in the night sky. The waves surge and swell, as a few children ride upon a dragon. Leaping from the water's surface, amidst rolling clouds and mist, their shimmering scales glistening as they soar high into the heavens. On the island, before the majestic palace, a group of adults indulgently observe their charges. Enough of the antics. Shortly we shall embark on a journey to witness the extraordinary wonders of the outside world. Another expanse of mountains and rivers lay ahead, equally distant. This was a realm governed by nobility, vast and boundless, with a population numbering in the tens of millions. Towering cities bustled with life, a constant flow of vehicles and people, a scene of unparalleled prosperity. The grand capital, both magnificent and solemn, boasted walls constructed of adamantine rock, imposing as a black mountain ridge that spanned the horizon, instilling a profound sense of awe. The royal palace loomed large, akin to a celestial palace descending to earth. Its structure towering and majestic, adorned with gilded splendor, intricately carved beams, and opulent decor, a testament to unimaginable luxury and wealth. Have the ancient relics of the bygone era contended for 2 years without retreat? In the resplendent silver hall, a calm yet authoritative voice resonated from the exalted throne. His true form remained obscured, his presence akin to a radiant purple sun, overwhelming in brilliance, enveloping him entirely. This was his vitality, terrifyingly potent, emanating like a great furnace. Resembling a blinding deity of purple light, evoking both reverence and trepidation among those who beheld him. In the grand hall, a powerful figure knelt upon the ground, eyes cast down, humbly prostrating, and spoke. Indeed, it has persisted for 2 years. It appears that an astonishing divine artifact has emerged. Within the Silver Palace, others occupied their seats, and one young man rose to proclaim. Who could have imagined that the desolate wilderness would yield a treasure so coveted that even the mightiest ancient relics would vie for it? How intriguing. Father, I propose that we dispatch envoys immediately to await the opportune moment. Perhaps we shall reap substantial rewards. Seek out your granduncle and let him lead you, along with those young ones, to witness the spectacle. However, without my command, none shall take action. Otherwise, there will be no mercy for the transgressor. The authoritative voice emanated from the exalted throne, causing the violet sun to tremble, its terrifying aura enveloping the entire hall in a violent quiver. In another realm, similarly adorned with fortifications and home to millions, lay the domain of another noble. Within the grand and magnificent palace, a thunderous roar resounded, causing numerous armored guards to shudder, nearly collapsing to their knees. The voice of a singular individual echoed, instilling fear and resonating through the vast halls, akin to thunder cracking across the heavens. The Marquis of Purple Mountain took action, dispatching his descendants. Yun Kuan, take your brothers and go, upon encountering the prodigies of the Purple Mountain family. Ensure you deliver a sound thrashing. The thunderclaps reverberated, and within the treasure hall, strands of black lightning intertwined, encircling a vague yet imposing figure, transforming the space into a tempestuous sea of thunder. Indeed, in the distance, amidst towering mountains that pierced the clouds, a magnificent city was constructed upon a colossal peak, overlooking the vast expanse. The population here was sparse, belonging to an ancient and secluded lineage, yet its legacy was astonishingly formidable, having once ruled this land in ancient times. The emergence of a sacred relic in that barren wilderness was truly remarkable, as an elder remarked. For 2 long years, the ancient relics have yet to depart. A mystery worthy of exploration. It is certain that many will venture forth. The rivalry between the Duke of Purple Mountain and the Duke of Thunder will undoubtedly inspire their descendants to engage in a contest, bringing along several promising young talents from our clan to broaden their horizons. Grandfather, we must all go. A group of enchanting young maidens approached, each radiant as if they were delicate sprites, their eyes sparkling and their fair faces luminous, with glossy black hair dancing in the breeze. 2 young men followed closely behind. Let us go and witness the prowess of those gifted individuals from beyond, an elder remarked with a smile. This land is far from tranquil. The unrest from the depths of the vast wilderness has reached distant realms, capturing the attention of numerous formidable clans. Within Stone Village, the clan leader, Shi Yi, was engaged in conversation with the little one. Your talent is remarkable. At such a tender age, your mastery of bone text is already astonishing. From today onward, I shall instruct you on how to further transform, he said. Is it different from what I learned before? The young one inquired, bewildered. Grandfather, please explain slowly, he implored, his curiosity evident in his bright, clear eyes. Chapter 29. The essence of Iluan in the distant past. At the dawn of humanity, the supreme harmony was established, and the essence of Iluan was imparted. The clan leader spoke solemnly, gazing out at the boundless wilderness, reflecting on the bygone era of antiquity. Grandfather, what does this mean? I do not understand, the inquisitive child exclaimed, his gem-like eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. Shi Yunfeng gently patted his head and replied, in that ancient epoch, it was still the beginning of humanity. The great principles were first established, and eternal truths were laid bare. The elder patriarch spoke slowly, unraveling the mysteries from their origins for the young one, sharing all he knew, allowing a deep yearning to blossom within him. It was akin to planting the seeds of the Tao. Although Shi Yunfeng was not exceptionally powerful, his disposition naturally led him to impart such wisdom, a practice he had engaged in since Shi Hao was very young, truly akin to sowing the seeds of the Tao. The truths of order are woven into the fabric of nature, and all things possess a spirit. Certain wise races, favored by the heavens, stand as paragons of this principle, embodying the true essence of the Tao. Grandfather Patriarch, are you referring to those primitive runes, the marks imprinted upon the ancient relics of bygone species? The young one's eyes sparkled with intelligence. You are quite astute, the patriarch chuckled, praising him. The ancients had long recognized these truths. Through their battles with the ferocious beasts of the primordial era, they gradually discerned some of the cosmic rules, and through the remains of the most formidable beings, they began to comprehend certain simple supernatural abilities. Thus, the bone inscriptions developed over time. The human race borrowed from other races to explore the principles of cosmic order, ultimately evolving from weakness to prosperity. Alas, the true supremacy of humanity remains woefully scant, while the ancient ferocious beasts are overwhelmingly powerful. The mere appearance of one could obliterate several great human clans with a mere gesture. Relatively speaking, humanity remains feeble, while many races tower above, akin to deities. In truth, the ancient ancestors held beliefs and frequently worshipped deities, which was, in essence, a reverence for some supremely powerful being. Grandfather Patriarch, could you elaborate further? The little one yearned to delve deeper into the past and the formidable beasts that rivaled deities. My knowledge is limited, for my grandfather has only ventured 80,000 miles. While that may sound astonishing, we remain unaware of how many such distances exist within our domain, conservatively estimating. One would need to travel several million miles to reach the end. Shi Yunfeng softly murmured, reflecting on the places he had visited, which, although they seemed substantial, were but a mere corner of this vast realm, let alone the enigmatic world beyond the Earth's edge, which others from greater domains could scarcely comprehend. To study 100,000 volumes of scripture pales in comparison to traversing 100,000 miles. One day, if you become strong enough, Venture out to behold the world for yourself. My grandfather has grown old, lacking both the opportunity and the strength to do so. Shi Yunfeng sighed gently. Grandfather, I know you bear hidden injuries. In the future, I shall surely procure the legendary elixirs of heaven and earth to restore your health. And together we shall explore the world beyond, the little one declared. Shi Yunfeng felt a bittersweet pang, yet a smile broke across his wrinkled face as he replied. As long as you grow up safe and sound, and all goes well, I shall have no worries. He had sustained peculiar, hidden injuries long ago, requiring a rare remedy, one that even the most populous of clans might struggle to provide. The notion of a complete cure seemed a distant dream. How? Grandfather the clan leader is sharing his teachings again. Come quickly to listen. A throng of children exclaimed. Times have changed. The children no longer resisted, but instead craved power. Each time Shi Yunfeng elucidated the ancient inscriptions, a flock of eager youngsters would gather to listen intently. At present, several children have initially cultivated brilliant runes on their bodies, which undoubtedly indicates that they will embark on this path in the future, destined to be far stronger than their predecessors. You rascals, sit down immediately. The clan chief said with a smile and a scolding tone. A gentle breeze wafted by, and on the charred, thick willow wood, a glistening tender branch swayed in the wind. A group of children gathered around an elderly man, listening to his teachings under the tree. Mastering the bone inscriptions is akin to wielding a broadsword or holding a bow and arrow. But what if you relinquish these weapons? The essence of cultivation lies in fortifying yourselves. Some children were bewildered, while others seemed to have a dawning comprehension, lost in contemplation. What must we do? Transform the bone inscriptions into an integral part of yourselves, so that your flesh and bones, like those races blessed by the heavens, can merge harmoniously with the natural world. Otherwise, imitation will always be imitation, making it difficult to unleash true power. The clan chief explained that, according to his meaning, bone inscriptions are just like muscles and hair. And only when they are truly integrated with oneself and transformed into a part of the body can they be considered one's own power. Clan chief, please teach us quickly. Don't be impatient. Take your time, Shi Yunfeng said. In fact, the use of runes will damage one's own essence, just like when little one uses precious techniques. The consumption is enormous, and continuous battles may harm oneself, weakening one's blood and energy. Hearing the clan chief's detailed explanation, the children's faces turned pale. Not only are the bone inscriptions of Stone Village like this, but also the great clans outside. If you want to achieve something, you must do this in the initial stage, and you must experience this when entering the door. Little one's attainment in bone inscriptions is already profound, and he can learn the ability to change this situation. Upon genuinely embarking on this journey and attaining a certain level of proficiency, a different path of cultivation unfolds. The clan leader brought forth several ancient tomes, imparting the final runes to the young prodigy. In the ensuing days, the clan leader delivered daily teachings, instructing the children with tailored guidance based on their individual capabilities. It was evident that the young one was far ahead of his peers. Even among the most esteemed clans of the outside world, his innate talent would leave others astounded. During this period, the young prodigy was utterly engrossed. Attending lectures and diligently studying the ancient texts, his cherubic face adorned with a joyful smile, his large eyes nearly crescent-shaped with delight. Initially, the ancient script required the expenditure of one's own vital essence for nourishment and growth. However, once fully formed and with deeper comprehension, it could be transformed. The runes would integrate into the body, becoming radiant light, ethereal energy, each rune akin to an eternal furnace, residing within every inch of flesh and blood, refining the very essence of heaven and earth, drawing divine energy into the body, thereby fundamentally altering both physique and spirit. This was the path that lay ahead for the young prodigy. He had established an astonishingly solid foundation, with the runes already taking shape, making this transformation a relatively effortless endeavor. In just a few days, the young one achieved extraordinary results. When he next employed his precious techniques, every inch of his flesh radiated light, the runes shimmering, as if numerous treasure furnaces were ceaselessly providing him with vitality, leaving him feeling invigorated and utterly at ease. This outcome left Shi Yunfeng in a state of astonishment. He was already aware of the young fellow's remarkable talent, yet he was once again taken aback. It had only been a few days, and young Shi Hao had achieved groundbreaking results, an accomplishment that would typically require years for an ordinary person, and at least several months for a genius. I anticipate that you will require more than 2 months, However, at the current pace, it appears that 1 month will suffice. Perhaps even as little as 20 days. Shi Hao's astonishing performance elicited laughter from the elders, akin to that of children reveling in joy, while the younger generation, including Shi Linhu and Shi Feijiao, grinned widely, displaying their pearly whites and unable to contain their mirth. He is comparable to the offspring of ancient ferocious beasts. It is conceivable that our stone village may soon witness the emergence of an unparalleled entity capable of contending with the primordial true hound or the pureblood Pishio. This child is a divine gift bestowed upon our village, inherently transcending the mundane. The atmosphere was jubilant, and that evening's banquet in Stone Village was lavish, featuring an array of beast meats, either steamed or roasted to a golden, glistening perfection, with aromas wafting throughout the village, tantalizing the senses. However, one must not become overly complacent. At the distant ends of the earth lie unimaginable superclans, and within those prosperous realms, there surely exist prodigies of extraordinary talent. As the clan leader cautioned, naturally, whether in praise or admonition, the elders refrained from speaking in front of the children, fearing that such words might unduly influence the young ones. In the ensuing days, Shi Hao's progress was meteoric. Every inch of his flesh and blood sparkled with radiance, as if ancient deities were seated within him, with runes transforming and reorganizing, fundamentally altering his physical state. Shi Yunfeng was filled with excitement and joy. If this continues, perhaps within 20 days, or even in just half a month, the little one will achieve success and be ready for the baptism. Grandfather Clan Leader, what lies ahead on this journey? The road is long. You are currently in the blood mobilization stage, and it is far from time for you to forge your own path forward. The true pinnacle of the human race, a select few may ultimately manifest sacred bones, revealing their own primordial mark and possessing exclusive primordial treasures. How enchanting this prospect is. The little one clenched his tiny fist, his large eyes shimmering with excitement. Shi Yunfeng remarked, the path traversed by our ancient ancestors stretches far, and the journey is still long. When you grow sufficiently powerful, you shall venture beyond this vast wilderness to behold the world. There are certain truths I cannot impart, for they lie beyond our realm. As he spoke, the clan leader, Shi Yunfeng, shifted his expression, gently caressing a luminous white bone nestled in his embrace, his body quivering slightly. In the distant past, the essence of the people began to flourish. The imperial foundation was established, and the principles spread far and wide. The little one mused softly, gazing out at the boundless wilderness, his eyes seemingly piercing through endless mountains, glimpsing another expansive realm. Chapter 30. The Town of Little Solitude. The Town of Little Solitude, a modest settlement, lies on the outskirts of the Kangmang Mountains, with a population exceeding 2,000. Located over 100 miles from Stone Village. In this world, the territories are limitless, forests stretch infinitely, teeming with primordial beasts and venomous creatures. The human habitats are scattered amidst the primordial mountains, each isolated, making communication with the outside world exceedingly challenging. Although this is a town, neither Stone Village nor Beitsuan sees visitors for a year and a half. The 100-mile mountain path is obstructed by ancient forests, inhabited by fierce birds, venomous insects, and savage beasts, rendering it perilously dangerous. Indeed, this is the prevailing situation across various regions, even with merely dozens of miles separating Stone Village from Beitsuan. The two clans may go months without encountering one another. However, today, outside the small town of Lonely Hill, the sound of horses echoed as a dazzling array of armored riders surged forth, traversing the endless mountain ranges and breaching the domains of various ferocious beasts, ultimately arriving here unscathed. These dozens of riders were mounted on scaled steeds, while at the center, a select few rode upon majestic, mutated creatures adorned with a single horn. Their bodies pure white, with shimmering silver scales reflecting the light. The leader of this assembly was a middle-aged man, his black hair cascading loosely, with strands of golden radiance flickering in his eyes, his pupils nearly transformed into a pale gold. As he gazed toward the town, two beams of golden light shot forth from his eyes, exuding an aura of terror. Seated atop separate unicorn steeds were two youths, a young girl, a boy, and two young maidens, all of whom appeared astute and agile, each possessing striking and endearing features. The townsfolk of Lonely Hill were filled with suspicion. It was rare for outsiders to visit, yet in recent days, waves of powerful clans had arrived, an unimaginable number of formidable beings. Given the current trend, it seemed that even more would follow. The once vacant courtyards of the town had filled to capacity, with additional visitors taking refuge in various households. As this group entered, another arrived with even greater spectacle, a colossal serpent, measuring over 20 meters in length, its scales gleaming brilliantly, bearing a pair of immense wings that cast a vast shadow upon the ground. A middle-aged man and 3 children sat atop it, one about 5 or 6 years old, another around 8 or 9, and the eldest approximately 11 or 12, each possessing a remarkable presence. From a height of more than 10 meters above the ground, the 3 children leaped down, the wind rushing past them. Observing this, the middle-aged man called out, "Slow down, do not be too hasty. There is nothing to worry about." The youngest child exclaimed, his eyes radiating 2 beams of light, akin to a fledgling golden-winged rock, spiraling down and landing with a thud that exuded an aura of formidable intensity. The townsfolk were taken aback, their hearts racing. For he was but a mere child of 5 or 6, yet he emitted such a fierce presence, capable of leaping several meters into the air and undoubtedly able to rend ferocious beasts with his bare hands. This town, named Xiaogushan. Was it possible that the sacrificial spirit resided within a mountain? Mused a boy of about 11 or 12. At the entrance of the town stood a stone tablet inscribed with 3 large characters, Xiaogushan. Upon hearing this, the townspeople's expressions shifted dramatically. The sacrificial spirit that had slain their kin was akin to obliterating their very settlement. It was not a foreign concept, for I had once bathed in the blood of the sacrificial spirit, and it had bestowed remarkable effects upon me. The youngest child was named Jiaoping. Silence. A middle-aged man, his gaze sparkling like 2 bolts of lightning, shot him a glare and remarked, "Mountain and stone-type sacrificial spirits are not to be disturbed, otherwise one might inadvertently provoke a mountain deity. How dull. We cannot venture deep into the mountains in search of treasures, nor capture sacrificial spirits. What purpose do we serve in this desolate place?" Jiaoping grumbled. "Ah, the child possesses quite the audacity," came a voice from afar, accompanied by laughter. Outside the town, within the primal forest, a beast's bone, long and thick, measuring 6 or 7 meters, radiated a pearly glow, its surface adorned with a myriad of flickering runes. Hovering a foot above the ground as it raced forward, upon it stood several figures, the foremost being an elder clad in feathered garments and crowned with gold, exuding wisps of purple aura that enveloped him, creating an ethereal presence imbued with an indescribable majesty. Beside him stood a young man in his 20s, exuding a remarkable charisma, accompanied by 2 teenage maidens, whose beauty seemed to have emerged from the very fabric of a painting, as well as 2 young boys with bright, lively eyes. As they approached, the group stepped down from the beast's bones, and with a flash of brilliance, the 6 or 7 meter long colossal bones swiftly diminished to the size of a palm, smooth and translucent, resting in the hands of the elder. It was evident that this was an extraordinarily precious artifact, capable of gliding just above the ground and compressing space. The middle-aged man, arriving on the back of a dragon, addressed the elder, revealing himself to be a senior member of the Purple Mountain clan. The elder, being the uncle of the Duke of Purple Mountain, smiled and remarked, "The Luo floating marsh is truly remarkable. It has produced such a young prodigy, not yet 6 years old, yet so powerful. In 10 years, he will undoubtedly be renowned across this land." His flattery was palpable, almost causing him to swell with pride. The middle-aged man from Luo Floating Marsh shook his head and said, "Old man of the Purple Mountain clan, how about a contest between our grandchildren?" A 5 or 6-year-old dragon-like boy responded, his eyes shining brightly as he regarded the 2 children across from him with an air of provocation. One of the children, his gaze suddenly ablaze with a violet light, resembled a lurking mythical beast, his aura instantly magnifying. Clearly, the 2 clans were not as harmonious as the adults portrayed. For such animosity among the children would not exist otherwise, and the immediate urge to duel was rather intriguing. "An interesting little fellow. Do you truly wish to spar?" The elder proposed with a smile. "Let me sweeten the deal. I have a jar of exceedingly rare beast's true blood. Whoever wins shall claim it." He then turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man. "Well, since that is the case, I should also make my contribution. I possess a jar of rare blood from an exotic, ferocious bird." The middle-aged man from the Luo Fu Days spoke. "Ah, duel? My Thunder clan revels in such encounters. How could we possibly refrain?" A distant rumble of thunder echoed through the air. Within the primeval forest, an ancient beast hide inscribed with runes shimmered, suspended 3 feet above the ground, extending several meters in length, exuding an aura of antiquity and desolation. reminiscent of a primordial relic resurrected, instilling a sense of dread. Upon this hide rested several figures, a young man in his 20s, an elderly servant, and a few children ranging from 5 to their teenage years, both boys and girls. They were enveloped in flickering black lightning, the resonating thunder audible from afar, causing the very earth to tremble violently. "I too possess precious blood to wager," the robust youth proclaimed, whispering to a spirited little boy with a tiger-like visage and a delicate girl beside him. "Ming Yuan, ya? You too shall ascend and subdue the two beloved offspring of the purple mountain marquis." In a flash of brilliance, the beast hide shrank to the size of a palm, landing in the young man's grasp as they stood upon the ground. What prodigies they are! Who among them is the strongest? Our generation has battled for many years, and now it is time for the younger ones to spar. Voices from the town echoed as individuals approached. Of course, there must be wagers. Do not bring forth blood that is not of the primordial relic. Another voice interjected, causing all to gasp in astonishment at the staggering stakes. On this day, the small town of Gushan was anything but tranquil. Its indigenous inhabitants were filled with trepidation as countless formidable beings descended upon them, stirring a sense of unease. Indeed, let the children, some barely in their teens, compete to determine who truly is the foremost talent. As the tempestuous atmosphere enveloped little lonely mountain town, Stone Village, 100 miles distant, remained serene, a haven of tranquility. The villagers were filled with joyous anticipation, for a momentous occasion was at hand. Little Stone Hao had accomplished his cultivation in a mere fortnight, seamlessly integrating the bone inscriptions into his flesh and blood. His entire being radiated a luminous purity, and when employing his treasured techniques, he no longer depleted his own life force. Instead, he began to temper the creations of heaven and earth, drawing divine essence into his body, rendering him lithe, vigorous, and brimming with vitality. The clan elder decreed that Stone Hao should undergo a baptism of sorts. Utilizing the Swanni's precious body, the Lihua bull demon's treasured horns, and the demon ape's arm. These, along with the ancient remnants' true blood and precious bones, would be sealed within a cauldron and alchemized. The other children would also partake in this extraordinary opportunity, as the Swanni's vast size ensured an abundance of essence and blood, bestowing upon each child a rare and transformative experience. With a solemn countenance, the clan elder inquired, "Child, are you prepared?" Traditionally, this baptism occurs at the age of 5, but we are advancing the schedule. I fear that your tender age may render you unable to withstand the ordeal. Grandfather clan elder, Little Stone Hao replied, blinking his large eyes, "I am not afraid. I am certain that I can endure until the very end." "Very well," Stone Yunfeng declared with gravity. "I shall have the golden Swanni, the Lihua treasured horns, and the demon ape king's arm brought forth. Let the ritual commence this very day." Grandfather clan elder, Little Stone Hao asked, his curiosity piqued. "If the baptism is successful, will my strength be enhanced?" "There shall be surprises," the old clan elder responded earnestly. "You shall not be inferior to the geniuses of the great clans. Should you ever confront them, even in your youth, I believe you shall exhibit extraordinary prowess." Though having watched little Shi Hao grow, he continually astonishes those around him. His remarkable performance leads one to question whether he is a humanoid offspring of an ancient beast. Chapter 31. The Baptism. The black dragon wood, both sturdy and weighty, is akin to fine iron. Its trunk, resembling a dragon, twists and curves with a powerful grace, appearing jet black, with leaves akin to jade. This extraordinary wood is not only strong and dense, making it suitable for crafting weapons, but it possesses another remarkable trait. When ignited, it burns with an intense flame, capable of cooking 2 pots of meat, even with a mere handful. In everyday life, while smelting ore and forging weapons, it serves as the finest source of fire. Hey, get to work. In a clearing within Stone Village, a group of robust men, including Shirlin Hu, wielded massive axes, laboriously chopping the wood, which the average person could hardly manage. The sound of cracking wood echoed intermittently, occasionally accompanied by the sharp clang of metal, sending sparks flying, as the wood proved exceptionally resilient. In preparation for Shi Hao's baptism, the village made various arrangements, gathering old medicines, venomous creatures, spring water, and ancient cauldrons, even selecting the finest black dragon wood for refining true blood. On a sizable jade stone, the little one bathed, as villagers continuously poured sweet mountain spring water over him, aiming to enshrine the purest flesh within the cauldron. Everyone appeared solemn, and the little one, too, took the matter with utmost seriousness, silently preparing himself. The lion-like creature had long been brought forth, its entire body gleaming golden, radiating brilliance. Its fur shimmered like golden satin, especially under the glow of the dawn, rendering it even more resplendent and radiant. A lengthy crimson bullhorn lay beside, resplendent and translucent like red agate. Shimmering with the hues of dawn, a remnant of the ancient world, containing the most precious spiritual blood of the fire bull. The arm of the demon ape, comparable in length to that of an adult human, was not particularly gargantuan, yet it exuded an overwhelming aura of ferocity, infused with ancient true blood, exceedingly rare and invaluable. A black cauldron, emanating an archaic essence, was adorned with depictions of the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and scenes of ancestral sacrifices, appearing both enigmatic and profound. At that moment, the cauldron was filled with water, beneath which black dragonwood blazed, causing the water to boil rapidly. This was to concoct the most potent elixir with the fiercest flames. The chieftain, with a solemn expression, stood before the cauldron, casting in one ancient herb after another, each a treasured relic, for the wilderness was bountiful in medicinal flora. Before long, the boiling water released a medley of fragrant aromas, invigorating to the senses as the liquid transformed in hue. Subsequently, Shi Yi retrieved dozens of ceramic jars, cautiously opening them one by one. The first jar burst open with a hissing sound, releasing a large purple centipede, measuring nearly half a meter in length, quite fearsome indeed. With a sharp crack, the chieftain's fingers glimmered with runes as he gently struck the centipede's head with a small hammer of pearl. Dozens of ceramic jars were opened, revealing peculiar creatures and venomous insects, each more extraordinary than the last, such as golden snakes the length of chopsticks and silver spiders that could fly. The contents of the cauldron transformed into a vibrant kaleidoscope of colors, releasing a medley of bizarre scents into the air. The faces of the children turned ashen, for the sight was truly terrifying. A multitude of venomous insects crowded together, mingled with ancient herbs, evoking an ominous foreboding. Fortunately, this cauldron was intended for the little ones, rather than for their own destruction. As the water gradually boiled, it diminished in quantity, leaving the herbs and various strange insects to congeal into a paste. This concoction would serve as auxiliary medicine, alleviating the suffering of the little ones and aiding them in refining their true blood. Dissect the swan and I. Prepare to infuse the cauldron with precious blood, Stone Yunfeng proclaimed with vigor. The swan and I, appearing as though cast from solid gold, radiated a dazzling brilliance akin to flames in full blaze. Even in death, it exuded an aura of formidable majesty. Its hide was impenetrably tough, impervious to ordinary iron axes, striking sparks and ringing out like the sound of metal being forged. Fortunately, the ancient swan and I, nearing the end of its lifespan, engaged in a final struggle before attempting self-destruction. Though it failed, its body was already riddled with cracks, blood streaking through the golden radiance. Villagers, guided by these fissures, wielded their cleansed giant axes, laboriously splitting the creature open. Each individual was profoundly moved. The stone forest tiger and stone flying flood dragon wielded a divine strength of 5,000 to 6,000 pounds, a rare and formidable force in this desolate forest. Yet, at this moment, they were breathless and drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted from merely cleaving along the gaping wounds. The resilience of the mythical creature, the Swanee, surpasses all human imagination. Upon its complete dissection, several elders took it upon themselves to extract the precious blood, which astonishingly contained a portion of golden liquid, dazzlingly radiant to the eyes. This is the essence of its value. The divine power of the ancient Swanee, intertwined within its sanguine essence, is akin to liquid gold, rendering it priceless and inciting envy among the great tribes. Although the Swanee lies lifeless, its blood remains viscous yet manageable, easily collected in silver vessels that adorn the ground, filled to the brim with the luminous, oversized silver jars. The clan leader, with great urgency, wielded a jade blade inscribed with runes, unleashing a cascade of radiant light as he excavated the most precious heart, which was as large as a basin and exuded a soft golden hue. Imbued with unparalleled divine strength, shedding showers of golden light as it was moved. The elder did not dare to delay, promptly placing this treasured heart into a black cauldron. Fearing the waste of the Swanee's divine brilliance, while commanding, infuse the precious blood. Several robust men brought forth the immense silver vessels, pouring the blood into the cauldron to replace spring water, combining it with medicinal pastes. Beneath the cauldron, the fire from the black dragon would blazed intensely, causing the ancestral cauldron to roar, as images of primordial beasts seemed to awaken, echoing with haunting howls. Inside the cauldron, the pale golden liquid bubbled vigorously, the precious heart radiating an overwhelming brilliance, as golden light erupted, illuminating the entire vessel and releasing an exceptionally rich fragrance. This is the ancient Swanmi, whose very being is a treasure, boiling and simmering into a grand elixir. The little one was prepared and ready to enter the cauldron. The clan leader, Shi Yi, spoke with a solemn demeanor. Understood. Shi Hao responded loudly. The blazing fire brewed the great medicine with fervor, its aroma rich and penetrating. As the liquid within the cauldron transformed into a pale golden essence, intermittently accompanied by the haunting roars of primordial relics, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Faintly, a golden swan Ni materialized, its terrifying presence swallowing the sun and moon, causing the very stars to tremble. The onlookers were aghast, collectively inhaling sharply, many unable to suppress their shivers. This was but a fragment of the imprint left in the pale golden blood by the ancestral swan Ni, serving as the divine source for the relic before them. After steadying their spirits, an elder sighed, "This is not yet the end." The clansmen withdrew several tendons and placed them into the cauldron, alongside a considerable amount of pale golden divine marrow extracted from the treasured bones, further enhancing the brilliance and fragrance of the elixir. Clan leader, there are runes on this bone, pulsating with mysterious power. At that moment, Shi Jiao exclaimed in shock. What? The clan leader and the elder members rushed over, no longer able to maintain their composure. Upon unraveling the flesh of the swan Ni, a symbol appeared on its skull, intricate and profound, shimmering with light and constantly shifting, reminiscent of the endless stars in the sky in motion. It had astonishingly been preserved. Shi Yunfeng trembled with excitement, then laughed heartily towards the heavens, nearly shedding tears. Before its demise, the swan Ni had self-destructed, its body cracked all over. According to the villagers' conjecture, it had obliterated its original runes. Any ancient relic would strive to erase the marks of its lineage before death, to prevent them from falling into the hands of other clans, ensuring that nothing was lost. This is precisely why the original bone of the fierce beast is so rare, and the value of this treasure technique is immeasurable. Typically, a truly great clan possesses only one exceptionally powerful treasure technique, supplemented by a few lesser divine abilities. The people of Shizhuan never anticipated that an unexpected event would occur. The ancient creature, the swan Ni, engaged in a fierce battle with the firebull demon and the demon ape king, and ultimately failed to destroy the treasured bone imprinted with its mark. It must be kept hidden, not a whisper of this must escape. Shi Yunfeng soon came to his senses, his expression grave as he declared, "Heaven has favored our clan, granting us an extraordinarily powerful treasure technique. This is of paramount importance. We must safeguard this secret." He then turned to urge, "Little one, swiftly enter the cauldron. The baptism can commence. Upon your emergence, you shall comprehend the supreme treasure technique of the ancient swan Ni. Grandfather clan leader, I have been prepared for this all along." The little one, after his bath, was resplendent, his body shimmering with radiant runes, exuding both beauty and charm. He leaped gracefully into the boiling cauldron, where the brilliant golden liquid immediately enveloped him. "Seal the cauldron," Shi Yunfeng commanded, as the villagers fetched the large, dark lid. Several individuals worked together to secure it tightly. The other children felt dizzy and pale. How could such boiling water be contained, and how would they breathe? The old clan leader glanced at them and said, "Once you have infused the bone inscriptions into every inch of your flesh, transforming into celestial light and becoming divine radiance, you shall no longer need to worry. You will be able to draw upon the essence of heaven and earth to nurture yourselves, allowing you to endure in water or fire for extended periods without the need for breath." The resplendent golden horns of the crimson clouds and the arms of the demon ape king remain unrefined, as Shi Yunfeng harbors concerns about the young child's capacity to endure such trials, given his tender age. A decision will be made after assessing the situation. Chapter 32. Astonishing Transformation. The black cauldron trembles, emanating waves of radiant light. The child has been confined within for over an hour, the lid periodically jolted open, golden liquid splashing forth, its rich aroma intoxicating those nearby. Faintly, a golden mythical beast appears poised to burst forth, its roars resonating with such authenticity that the villagers shudder in trepidation. The creature is not large, measuring merely over a foot in length. Yet it fiercely assaults the cauldron's lid, its entire form gleaming with a brilliant golden hue, occasionally bellowing at the young boy. The lid shakes violently, instilling fear in onlookers. Several villagers attempt to secure it tightly, but the elder clan leader intervenes, asserting that the essence within, the medicinal spirit, must not be disturbed during this critical refining process. The fragrance intensifies, the heavy black cauldron continuously shedding divine radiance, spilling through the gaps of the lid. Inside, the boy floats in a state of deep meditation, eyes closed, embracing the sanctifying ordeal. The golden mythical beast struggles more vehemently, its body ablaze as if embodying a deity, crashing against the black cauldron in a frantic bid for freedom. The onlookers' expressions shift dramatically, and even Shi Yunfeng appears anxious. His eyes wide with concern as he closely monitors the medicinal spirit, a fragment of divine essence inherited from the ancient royal lineage of the mythical beast. This predicament is alarming. Will it truly break free? Must the clan leader insist that we refrain from intervening? Shi Feijiao inquired. Shi Yunfeng's countenance was grave as he stated. The medicinal cauldron is sealed. Any imprudent tampering could trigger an explosion of the medicinal essence, dissipating it into the cosmos. Alas, it has commenced its assault upon little one. Meng, amidst the throng of children, exclaimed in alarm. A collective apprehension gripped the hearts of all present. The divine Swanee manifested an even more dazzling radiance, brandishing its claws and fangs, exhaling clouds and mist, and emitting peals of thunder as it lunged toward little one. Restrain your anxiety, it is long deceased. These are merely fragments of divinity, devoid of genuine consciousness, Shi Yunfeng reassured. Little one, with a solemn and dignified mien, remained motionless. His flesh and blood emanated light as he was immersed in an extraordinary state, oblivious to all else, as if sequestered from the external world, refining the divine radiance enveloping him. He was forging runes within his flesh and blood, fusing them into a rosy luminescence, transforming them into divine mist. Each droplet of blood was a rune, each a perpetual divine furnace, emitting boundless light to nourish his being. In that instant, every pore on his body dilated, each drop of blood becoming a divine entity, inhaling and exhaling divine radiance, as if countless deities were seated within, chanting, reciting scriptures, and radiating light, illuminating the azure heavens. The golden Swanee charged forth, guided by myriad points of light, transforming into strands of radiance, purified by each individual point of light, and smelting itself within. Such a mystical phenomenon. The villagers marveled, their apprehensive hearts assuaged to a considerable extent. Aowo, the Swanee struggled, its resistance intensifying. It recoiled from little one, frantically colliding with the massive black cauldron, emitting tremors that instilled trepidation, lest the cauldron shatter abruptly. In the end, the golden lion became increasingly fierce, colliding with the black cauldron, which resonated with a thunderous roar and trembled incessantly. At that moment, the cauldron underwent a transformation. The images of the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and various creatures upon it appeared to become remarkably vivid, as if they were on the verge of revival. Could it be that this ancient artifact passed down through my clan is, in fact, a treasure for alchemical concoction? The clan leader, Shi Yunfeng, marveled, noting its resemblance to the cauldrons of grand clans. The golden lion, driven by rage, intensified its assault, yet the cauldron grew increasingly archaic, emanating an enigmatic aura. The runes etched upon its walls ignited sequentially, as if igniting spontaneously. The roars of fierce birds and wild beasts reverberated forth. Though faint, they were undeniably real, not mere illusions. Meanwhile, the cauldron's walls began to shimmer, initiating the process of refining the golden liquid within. The black cauldron quaked, and the ancient ancestors depicted on its walls became ever more lifelike, echoing rhythmic sacrificial chants, soon accompanied by the sound of reciting scriptures that resonated continuously. This ancestral vessel truly seemed to be an extraordinary alchemical cauldron. Shi Yunfeng was astounded, never having anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable black cauldron, used in everyday rituals, possessed such extraordinary qualities. Concurrently, the tiny figure within the golden liquid was increasingly surrounded by luminous points, densely clustered, resembling a multitude of deities manifesting. Seated in meditation while chanting, resonating harmoniously with the cauldron. The lion was engulfed by fear, trembling incessantly before being dismantled. The black cauldron refined it into streams of golden divine light, which entered the golden liquid within. Ultimately, tranquility ensued. The cauldron's lid sealed tightly, obscuring the inner workings from the outside world. At last, the cauldron is sealed. If all goes well, the little one will succeed. Shi Yunfeng exclaimed, filled with excitement. Chieftain, what is the approximate duration required for this? Stone Fei Jiao inquired. It remains uncertain. The span of the ritual varies considerably, ranging from a single day to 3 months. Stone Yunfeng replied with a furrowed brow. What? The assembly was taken aback. Finally comprehending the old chieftain's insistence on felling Black Flood Dragon wood and the necessity of such firewood. For a full day and night. The golden fluid continued to seethe without drying up. The little one was immersed within, rising and falling, his entire body crimson as if about to bleed. The golden liquid incessantly entered his body through his pores, subsequently drawing out impurities in a repetitive purification. It was a harrowing process, exceedingly fierce. How could an ordinary child endure it without succumbing to the excruciating pain? The golden fluid did not merely wash over him, but invaded his body, assaulting it relentlessly. Akin to fracturing bones and mincing flesh, the severing of tendons and veins was commonplace. The little one clenched his teeth, remaining still as he guided the golden fluid to cleanse his physical form from the outside in, his entire being radiating light. Despite the intense agony, he felt his spirit becoming increasingly invigorated. Divine radiance surged forth with tyrannical force, nearly rending his internal organs, yet ultimately nourishing and healing them, imbuing them with a crystalline luster. Even his bones, on the verge of shattering, were eventually restored, becoming more solid, lustrous, and radiant. Moreover, not only was his physical body purified, but the divine power also nurtured his spirit. For an entire day and night, the little one underwent an unimaginable transformation. As dawn approached, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Grandpa, the fluid is almost depleted." Success. Stone Yufeng rejoiced, directing others to remove the cauldron's lid. They beheld the little one, his entire being translucent, his pores emitting radiant light. The villagers marveled, understanding that the little one had received immense benefits. Shi Yunfeng hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and commanded, "Prepare the crimson horn of the Li Huan Yo Mo and the arm of the demon ape. Let the blood flow." Sherlin, who drew forth the ancient true blood contained within the crimson horn, while releasing the dark liquid from the ape's arm into the cauldron. Moo. In an instant, the bellow of the rampaging bull reverberated, causing a tightening sensation in the scalp, nearly bringing one to their knees. Roar. Following this, a chilling howl of the demon echoed as a demon ape manifested within the cauldron, enraged alongside the crimson Li Huanyo, both crashing against the great vessel. Then, the golden heart of the treasure surged forth, summoning a majestic swan Ni, radiant with golden light, joining the fray. "Cover the cauldron," commanded the elder. This time, the intensity escalated as 3 types of true blood intertwined: the fiery crimson of the Li Huan Yo Mo, the golden swan Ni, and the dark demon ape, all ancient relics, fiercely struggled and collided, striving to shatter the cauldron. The ancient ancestors re-emerged upon the cauldron's walls, the sounds of ritualistic chants resonating, with countless recitations rising and falling to suppress the 3 ancient beings. Within the cauldron, the diminutive figure mirrored this turmoil, its body aglow with endless points of light. Bones and organs pulsating in a rhythmic symphony, radiating brilliance that resonated with the dark cauldron. Both man and cauldron shone resplendently, emitting various runes and Dao sounds. As the atmosphere became ethereal, awash in vibrant colors and dazzling brilliance. This process continued for 2 days and nights, until finally, all settled into tranquility. The lid of the cauldron was forcefully dislodged, and the small figure leaped over 20 meters, soaring into the heavens. It's done, it's done." He continuously rubbed his rear. His entire body cloaked in darkness, save for a pair of large, sparkling eyes that glimmered with vitality, resembling a diminutive monkey enveloped in soot. The villagers were left in a state of astonishment. Just moments ago, the little one had managed to lift the heavy lid of the cauldron and leap into the sky alongside it, soaring to an impressive height of over 20 meters. The old chieftain erupted in hearty laughter, fully aware that the little one had achieved a momentous feat. After regaining his composure, he commanded, "Quickly, extinguish the flames beneath the cauldron and hasten to add water. The remaining medicinal roots are still precious treasures." As the little one landed gracefully on the ground, a throng of children surrounded him, playfully poking and prodding, their laughter ringing in the air. Some even fetched clean water to help rinse him off. To their astonishment, they discovered he had shed a layer of old skin. As the charred black layer peeled away, it revealed a small, pristine body that shimmered with a radiant glow. "Wow, little one, are you a silkworm? How did you shed such a thick layer of skin?" the children exclaimed in delight. A few girls squeezed into the crowd, gazing enviously at his translucent, lustrous form. Flushed with embarrassment, the little one hastily snatched up a garment to cover himself, provoking a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. "Child, let us see the transformation you have undergone," one of the elders remarked. Shenming, who and others approached with purposeful strides, extending their large hands to explore his new form, all expressing their amazement, likening the sensation to that of touching a warm jade. The little one's cheeks flushed crimson as he was playfully flicked by the adults, who still regarded him as an infant. Struggling against their affection, he pushed back with all his might, nearly toppling Shi Hao to the ground. A group of adults erupted into hearty laughter, while Shi Hao, astonished, exclaimed, "Do not jest. The strength of this little creature is truly astonishing. You must understand. With a mere flick of his arms, he possesses a force of 5,000 to 6,000 pounds, and yet, he nearly toppled over by a child not yet 4 years of age. How could this not leave me in awe? Come here, little one. Lift the cauldron and demonstrate the might of your physique," urged the clan leader, Shi Yi. "All right," the little one responded, as if granted a reprieve. Swiftly escaping the clutches of the boisterous men who were playfully poking at him, and darted to the side. "Lift." The little one hoisted the 1,000-pound copper cauldron with fervor, and to everyone's astonishment, he subsequently lifted the 5,000-pound black gold cauldron, rendering the entire assembly of Shi village speechless. It is worth noting that the little one's previous feats were extraordinary enough, being able to lift the 1,000-pound copper cauldron. Now, he had effortlessly raised the 5,000-pound black gold cauldron, leaving the onlookers in a state of stunned silence. And this is not his limit. Once more, the clan leader, Shi Yi, trembled, and one can only imagine the intensity of his excitement. With a thunderous sound, in a final display of strength, the little one raised the heaviest cauldron of the clan above his head. It was the 8,000-pound hound pattern cauldron, adorned with the engraving of a fearsome beast. The crowd stood in shock. At such a tender age and possessing such divine power, it was an unprecedented occurrence. Chapter 33, The Prodigy. With a mere flick of his arms, he displayed 8,000 pounds of divine strength. This was merely a child, not yet 4 years old. And the people of Shi village had never heard nor seen anything like it. They were left gaping in disbelief. A chorus of exclamations erupted as they rushed forward, lifting the little one high, eagerly squeezing him from all sides. "Is this truly not a human-shaped young hound? Little one, what are you made of?" Meng's father was remarkably rugged, with a gaping mouth like a blood-stained basin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. His coppery eyes glared as he pinched and prodded the boy. A group of robust men shared this rough demeanor, all exuding a raw vigor. Subsequently, a swarm of children erupted in loud cries, rushing forward to pinch and poke incessantly, only releasing their grip after quite some time. The little one was a vision of purity, his body gleaming with a crystalline sheen, an inner brilliance restrained. His long, silky black hair cascaded to his shoulders, and his large, expressive eyes sparkled with vitality, brimming with exuberance. Truly, the heavens had favored our clan by bestowing upon us such a child. An elder of the clan muttered on, his voice trembling with emotion, his lips quivering in excitement. "Do you feel any discomfort, child?" Shi Yi inquired, concerned about any potential risks during his transformation. The old clan leader burst into hearty laughter, his worries dissipating as he pulled the boy closer, examining him with renewed vigor. As if he had shed a decade from his age, the wrinkles on his face softening considerably. Soon after, the little one lifted the heavy hound-patterned cauldron, weighing 8,000 jin, and paraded around the open space. Despite its immense weight, he did not even gasp for breath, his divine strength truly astonishing. When he set down the cauldron, the ground trembled violently, sending shockwaves through the earth, startling the villagers. Such formidable strength will pose challenges in forging weapons for you in the future. An elder's face lit up with joy, showing no signs of trepidation at the prospect of trouble. "Bring forth the clan's mightiest treasure bow, and let the little one try to draw it," Shenming exclaimed with a broad grin. This was a colossal bow crafted from rhinoceros horn. Regrettably, it was too cumbersome. Although the little one managed to draw it, his arms were not long enough to fully string it. "Fortunately, your arms are short. Otherwise, this precious bow would have snapped." Shenming wiped the sweat from his brow, and the villagers burst into laughter. The clansmen were remarkably straightforward, their emotions transparent, and whatever they felt was written plainly on their faces. Although they appeared rugged, they emanated a warm aura. Today, the little one visited the aunt's house to enjoy some roasted meat. Child, you are about to turn 4. It's time to consider a marriage proposal. What do you think of Hun Yo from Uncle Lin Hu's family? Speaking of weapons, where are you wandering off to? The clansman rejoiced. For having such a child meant that, once grown, he would surely command respect far and wide, safeguarding their land and elevating Shurtsuan to its utmost strength. Little one, though you have successfully undergone your baptism and your power has surged, you must not become arrogant. Remember, there are many formidable beings in this world, and they are exceedingly terrifying, the elder clan leader solemnly warned. Grandfather clan leader, I understand. The little one earnestly nodded. However, Xianfeng still harbored some concerns and deliberately pressed on. Legend has it that in ancient times, there existed a divine ape that, without invoking its most powerful treasure techniques and relying solely on its physical strength, wielded an iron rod weighing an astonishing 80,000 pounds. A group of children stood in awe, while the adults were equally astonished, their mouths agape. It was truly terrifying. Wielding a weapon and merely lifting a heavy object were entirely different matters. Just how immense must the strength be? Subsequently, the clansmen encouraged Shi Hao to leap and see how high he could soar. This time, they were taken aback. With all his might, the little one leaped, reaching over 30 meters into the air before crashing down like a spear, his feet embedding into the hard ground, causing the earth to tremble and crack. Indeed, henceforth when venturing into the woodlands for the hunt, your presence shall be indispensable. I surmise that with your current might, you are more than capable of overwhelming even the most colossal of beasts. Your physical form is exceedingly robust. The young one's internal organs are crystalline, and bones are translucent. Having undergone a complete purification, resplendent runes shimmer, coalescing with flesh and blood, transmuting into divine radiance, indistinguishable from one another. Within every inch of his flesh, there exists a luminous spark, akin to a deity, a manifestation of divine runes, poised to ceaselessly extract the essence of creation, drawing it into the body. Cheep, cheep. 3 fledglings nestled into the throng, their scales gleaming, wings fluttering. Their large eyes were remarkably spirited, as if on the verge of uttering words. Their strength was considerable, causing a cluster of children to be jostled aside. Great rock, azure, purpura, the little one exclaimed, rushing forward. The 3 fledglings, brimming with sentience, chirped incessantly, nuzzling his arm with their heads, expressing affection and joy. For over a fortnight, they had remained vigilant before a stone cave behind the village, safeguarding their mother, only occasionally venturing forth to frolic with the little one. Aunt Azure Feather should be well, shouldn't she? Having ingested the clan elder's medicinal powder, along with the treasured horn blood of the cinnabar ox demon, she is certain to make a full recovery. The little one inquired with concern, for he had been undergoing purification these past 2 days and was unaware of the Azure Feather Eagle's condition. When dismembering the archaic remnant's precious body, we had already sent her a substantial portion of Swanee flesh and blood. She is likely exerting herself to refine the essence of the blood at this very moment. The clan elder stated, our success in vying for the Swanee's precious body is entirely attributed to the Azure Feather Eagle's valiant and selfless struggle amidst the mountains, a bloody battle. Without her, we could not have returned laden with such bounty. The stone village naturally would not forget its. Over these recent days, under the meticulous care of the clan members, the dying fierce bird gradually emerged from peril. However, it had been too frail previously, and consuming some of the true blood from the cow's horn for detoxification had nearly been its end, for it could not withstand excess nourishment in its weakened state. Now, as it slowly regained strength, the stone village also managed to break through the body of the mythical beast, subsequently offering it the true blood and flesh of the ancient lineage. After consuming part of the true blood and precious flesh from the ancient species, it might reap immense benefits. A piercing cry shattered the sky, akin to a thunderbolt striking down, rending gold and splitting stone, resonating painfully against the eardrums. A colossal fierce bird, its entire body shimmering with a greenish treasure light, soared from the rear of the stone village, engulfing the sky as it circled around before darting deep into the mountains. It seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough, seeking a secluded place for meditation, declared the clan leader, Shi Yi, with a serious expression. A breakthrough. A mix of astonishment and uncertainty flickered across the faces of the gathered crowd as they gazed at the distant clouds. If its power advanced further, it would undoubtedly surpass the fierce creature from the Beitsuan. Subsequently, the clan members rejoiced. The azure-scaled eagle had become a companion in life and death. having entrusted 3 of their children to its care. Its growing strength would only benefit Stone Village further. You've all grown a bit. The little one chuckled. The young birds had reached a length of 3 meters, their scales gleaming with treasure light. Over the past few days, they too had been feasting on the blood and flesh of the ancient species, gaining tremendous advantages and becoming increasingly intelligent. Leader, when will we undergo the baptism? A group of children gazed eagerly, their eyes fixed on the little one, envious of its newfound strength, no longer fearing the pain of flesh and skin. At present, you certainly cannot withstand such potent medicinal properties. Dilution is imperative, Chief Shi Yi declared. Immediately, Shi Village was once again bustling with activity. Cauldron after cauldron bubbled, as the precious blood of the archaic remnant was utilized to its fullest extent, benefiting the entire village. On this day, Shi Village was filled with lamentations. Although the children gritted their teeth and endured, they were tormented by the excruciating pain, wailing incessantly. As dusk fell, everything came to an end. Some of the adults also consumed some of the flesh, but like the children, they could not devour it in large quantities or undergo a full baptism, as ordinary people simply could not withstand it. It wasn't until 2 days later that Shi Village calmed down. The remaining precious meat and true blood were sealed away, to be slowly refined without wasting a single bit. After several days of processing, Chief Shi Yi retrieved a palm-sized, lustrous white bone fragment, which was the brow bone of the Swanee, bearing the primordial runes. It had been painstakingly extracted by the able-bodied men of the village over several days and nights. Fortunately, the brow bone, after giving rise to the runes, was no longer connected to the entire frontal bone, having long since separated and formed an independent piece of bone. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to dislodge it even the slightest. It was similar to the string of beast teeth from Bay Village. The runes and lustrous white beast teeth were fused together, and the most mysterious aspects were no longer discernible, leaving them as merely a string of beast tooth treasures, without access to the precious techniques. Upon hearing this, little Bud nodded earnestly. He did nothing else that day but carefully observe the lustrous white bone, his eyes fixed upon it with unwavering focus. Although it was only a single rune, it represented an entire race. Its precious techniques were earth-shattering, its imprints constantly shifting, like the stars in the sky, flowing ceaselessly, complex and enigmatic. Until the late hours of the night, the little one diligently recorded the various transformations, etching them into his heart. Grandfather, I have memorized them, but the techniques of the swan and I are exceedingly complex. I cannot comprehend them at the moment. The little one expressed candidly. Shi Yi was rendered speechless. If one could instantly grasp them, it would be possible to replicate the formidable might of an ancient species. A feat no one could accomplish without time for understanding and assimilation. Take your time. You will eventually come to comprehend it. For now, focus on thoroughly understanding the techniques of the ancient demonic bird. Do not bite off more than you can chew, remember that. Grandfather, I understand. 2 days later, throngs of formidable individuals surged towards the mountains, eager to enter the range. There were tribes riding silver unicorns, noble descendants soaring through the air upon massive beast bones, and powerful figures gliding in on the backs of serpentine creatures. Ah, grandfather, look quickly. The village's spirit offering is quite strange. It is merely a charred old willow tree struck by lightning, with only a single tender branch remaining. A snow-white feather, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, radiated a pure, luminous glow, exuding an aura of sanctity. Upon it stood an elderly man, accompanied by 2 youths and 2 enchanting young maidens, who resembled ethereal beings, their eyes shimmering with brilliance. What a peculiar spirit offering. It remains alive despite its condition, with only a single tender shoot left. It must be extraordinary. The lightning strike has given rise to unparalleled new life, surely a rare treasure. No one shall take this from me. This willow branch is mine. A child, no more than 5 or 6 years old, leapt down from the serpent, soaring several meters above the ground. What kind of village is this, to possess such a spirit offering? Among another group of onlookers, a youth stared in astonishment at the charred old willow tree. Strange occurrences abound. Amidst calamity, rebirth emerges, and the lone tender shoot must surely be a treasure of great worth. A voice breaks the silence. Do you all wish to contend with me? By all means. Try and see who is the true prodigy. The child, having leapt from the dragon, sneered. Very well, let us engage in a duel. But this time let us wager a precious artifact, not some inconsequential blood of transformation. Subsequently, a gathering of adults halted. their eyes glinting with intrigue as they fixated on the ancient willow tree. They did not oppose the children's conflict. Rather, they were eager to offer encouragement with their own precious blood. Let the battle commence and discover who among you is the true genius, who will reign supreme in this realm 20 years hence. But do not resort to the slaughter of one another's sacred spirits, some elders cautioned, their voices bearing the weight of formidable authority across the land. Chapter 34. The terrifying village. The child who leapt from the dragon hailed from the vast expanse of Luofu, bearing the name Jiaopeng. Though diminutive in stature, he exuded an aura of fierce strength, sneering as he declared, "This willow branch shall be mine. Dare to contest it if you wish." A striking young scion of the Zishan Marquis, calm and unhurried, responded, "Jiaopeng, refrain from boasting. While you may possess certain skills, do not be overly arrogant, lest you meet your demise in this desolate wasteland." He was Zishan Kuan, and from their initial encounter, animosity brewed between him and Jiaopeng, exacerbated by the discord between their clans. "Then let us engage in a battle, a life-or-death contest. Do you dare?" Jiaopeng retorted, his tone brimming with defiance, his gaze piercing like the cold glare of a primordial golden rock chick. "Enough of this bickering, quiet down." On the other side, a slightly older child glinted with a fierce light in his eyes, dark energy swirling around his head as he cast a cold glance. He hailed from a noble territory, the offspring of the Thunder Marquis, known as Mingyuan. Originally, his intent was to confront the cherished progeny of the Purple Mountain Marquis, Zishan Kuan. But upon witnessing the arrogant demeanor of Jiaopeng, his ire was ignited. Both Jiaopeng and Zishan Kuan raised their brows simultaneously as prodigies. They were accustomed to their own confidence and would never bow to anyone. "Are you courting death?" Jiaopeng, though young, exuded an imposing presence as he stepped forward, the ground trembling beneath him with a resounding boom, akin to a colossal beast in motion. "Silence," Zishan Kuan retorted directly, for they harbored a long-standing enmity with the Lei clan. Their encounters had never been amicable. Although tensions had eased over the years, a covert battle persisted. "Let us settle this with a duel," Lei Mingyuan declared, soaring into the air, leaping over 20 meters with a single bound, his palm descending towards Zishan Kuan. As he ultimately sought to fulfill the commands of his father and brothers, his fist emanated a dark wind, crackling with electric energy, which ultimately coalesced into a dense black lightning that rained down. Such prowess for one so young. An enigmatic rune materialized in the center of his palm, embodying the essence of thunder and lightning, a closely guarded secret of his clan, a rare and formidable treasure technique. With a hum, purple energy enveloped the air as Zishan Kuan raised his right hand in defense. The rune on his palm shimmered, unleashing a radiant blaze that transformed into a violet sun. Surging forward, this too was a fearsome treasure technique, unique to the lineage of Purple Mountain, cultivated to its zenith, wielding a might that could shake the very heavens and earth. As the two forces collided, black lightning and violet light erupted, shattering into runes that marked the void in sweeping patterns, creating a breathtaking spectacle. "Who truly is the foremost prodigy? Do not forget about me." Suddenly, Jiaopeng made his move. His power was formidable. With a flash of the rune in his left palm, a dragon-like creature surged forth, entirely composed of luminous patterns. This was not a mere impure lineage, but a fragment of a genuine ancient fierce dragon, exuding a terrifying aura. The ancestors of the Luofu Great Marsh had once encountered such a primordial beast and unexpectedly obtained its legacy, acquiring the ultimate treasures of the dragon lineage. Though their descendants could not fully manifest this divine ability, they remained exceedingly impressive. The dragon writhed and clawed, its body a dusty brown, imbued with an ancient essence, as if it had awakened from the depths of antiquity, transcending time and space to join the fray. This formidable technique targeted both Zishan Kuan and Lei Mingyuan, while Jiaopeng, though diminutive in stature, exhibited a wild spirit, intent on challenging two opponents simultaneously to prove his innate superiority. Seeking death, Lei Mingyuan retorted coldly, as black lightning surged forth. 10 fingers spread wide, unleashing 10 beams of dark light that intensified the electric brilliance. Accompanied by a soft cry, a fearsome bird emerged from the electric storm, its menacing presence diving towards the fray. Zishan Kuan also joined the fray, enveloped in a mist of purple energy, as a sun-like orb burst forth, harboring a fire unicorn that emitted a terrifying violet flame, leaping into action with a fierce countenance. Thus, the 3 young warriors engaged in a chaotic melee, launching attacks against one another, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Though they were young, each displayed remarkable strength, prompting nods of approval from their elders, who were equally astonished by the prowess of their opponent's offspring. How tiresome! They could not truly engage in combat, constrained as they were by the presence of those old men, leaving them unable to unleash their full potential. Nearby, some children watching the battle curled their lips in disdain. Truly, the prodigies are birthed on the grand battlefields of various races. What significance do these skirmishes hold? Another child chimed in. What are you saying? Here, a life and death struggle can unfold just the same. The three children embroiled in combat were incensed, expanding the battlefield and drawing the two onlookers into the fray. It was a chaotic melee. Despite their tender years, they exhibited astonishing talent, showcasing formidable prowess that left the spectators in awe. Within Scherzuan, a group of mischievous children was frolicking when they were startled by the commotion from the mountains and forests. They rushed to the village's edge and were taken aback by the sight of so many people in the woods, their attention captivated. How did so many people appear? They beheld the clash among Zhaoping and his companions, marveling at their mastery of the bone script's power, evoking envy among the children. Soon, their focus shifted again as they spotted a mutated scale-horned unicorn, its shimmering silver scales glistening and its horns sparkling brilliantly, exuding an extraordinary grace. I heard Uncle Linhu say that this mountain beast can sprint at incredible speeds, covering 10,000 miles in a day. Last time, when they encountered it in the wilderness, they pursued it for days without laying a finger on it, Shi Zhuang remarked. The strong ones within the mountains, keenly perceptive, naturally caught this exchange and paused in astonishment. According to their understanding, this was merely a backward mountain village, devoid of any skilled warriors. Yet, the children's words astonished them. Unicorns were no ordinary beasts. If provoked, they could embody ferocity, possessing great strength. Could these mere villagers truly dare to pursue them? Little did they know that the stone forest tiger and his companions had sought out two ancestral artifacts from the clan leader, emboldening them to pursue with reckless abandon. The unicorn, capable of traversing 10,000 miles in a single day, presented an irresistible allure for the men of the vast wilderness. Behold, a dragon coiled in the sky, measuring over 20 meters in length and as thick as a water vat, astonishingly adorned with feathered wings, a formidable beast indeed. Surely, it must be delectable? Tu Meng, you glutton. This creature is not meant for consumption. It is intended for alchemical purposes. Even if it is not a pure-blood ancient species, its blood is still of great value, retorted Pai Ho. Outside the village, a group of formidable beings stood petrified, slightly dazed by the revelation that such a powerful dragon was merely regarded as sustenance or a resource for potions. What manner of village is this? While the dragon appeared appetizing, it could not compare to the fragrance of the flesh of the swan and eye. It was not an ancient species, and its true blood was certainly inferior. An additional snot-nosed child chimed in. Having recently indulged in swan and eye meat and undergone a baptism in true blood, their standards had soared to unprecedented heights. They believed their voices were hushed, yet their words reached the ears of the powerful. Whether from the Purple Mountain Clan, the Thunder Clan, or the Dragon Clan of the Luofu Great Marsh, a collective sense of bewilderment ensued. Had they misheard? What secrets did this village harbor? To casually consume swan and eye meat, did they truly look down upon this formidable flying dragon? It is important to note that this was an exceedingly fearsome beast, one that was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary warriors. Wild brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Roared the battling Zhaoping, his gaze icy and piercing as he unleashed two terrifying beams of light towards the village entrance. The eyes gleamed with a chilling brightness, reminiscent of the last sacrificial spirit that had met its end, leaving a sense of unease. Is it just me, or does it feel similarly imposing? Murmured Meng, believing his words were scarcely audible, yet they resonated throughout the forest. What? You killed a sacrificial spirit? A wave of trepidation washed over a group of formidable warriors, nearly petrifying them. Even they were reluctant to provoke such entities. Those from the vast expanse of Luofu were exceedingly cautious when dealing with sacrificial spirits. These beings were often tied to ancient, terrifying deities, emerging only to seek rebirth among humanity, aspiring to tread the path of ancient gods. Alas, the spirit they encountered had turned to ash before they could claim it. Such a pity, sighed Pai Ho, as a silence enveloped the group. What a terrifying village this was. An unsettling aura lingered in the air, leaving many bewildered. I am utterly infuriated. Do you wild brats seek your own demise? Roared Zhaopeng, feeling utterly disregarded. Wow, a true menace. Pai Hao mused. Could that fool possibly hear our words? The distance seemed vast, yet laughter echoed from above, melodious and enchanting. Perched upon the snowy feathers, two young maidens hung in midair, their laughter resounding joyfully. Despite their differing attire, their features were strikingly similar: pale skin, ethereal beauty, and large, sparkling eyes that darted about playfully. How amusing! Are they naturally oblivious or merely feigning it? Certainly, they are doing it on purpose. They're bound to infuriate that Jiaopeng. The two maidens continued their delightful laughter. Their youth belied the fact that they were destined to be unparalleled beauties. Their eyes shimmering and lashes long, a perfect reflection of each other. How dare you, you wild brats, mock me? After the ceasefire, Zhao Peng's arms trembled, and like a fierce beast, he leaped forward, covering a distance of over 20 meters in an instant, rushing towards the village's edge, intent on confronting a few children. From the stone house at the village's entrance, a little one emerged, rosy and beautiful, exclaiming, "Oh, why are there so many people here? Hey, little one, are you still secretly nursing? When will you stop?" A group of older children teased, having noticed the milk stain at the corner of the little one's mouth. No, no, you must be mistaken." The little one hurriedly wiped their mouth, vehemently denying it, hiding the milk-stained hand behind their back, while their large, round eyes darted around. What an adorable child! The two young girls on the snow feather were utterly astonished. Witnessing the porcelain doll-like little one in such a charming pose, they couldn't help but giggle. At that moment, Jiao Peng approached, raising his palm to strike forward, the wind howling with immense force, as if it carried thousands of pounds, truly terrifying. "Hey, big brother, what are you doing?" The little one widened their eyes, sensing something amiss, realizing Jiao Peng's strength was overwhelmingly powerful, aimed directly at Meng and Pai Hao. Quickly stepping forward, the little one's demeanor shifted dramatically, their soft, white hands stretched out, producing a sound akin to thunder, colliding with Jiao Peng's palm. Boom! Dust and stones flew, the earth trembled violently. The little one stood firm, while Jiao Peng staggered as if struck by lightning, retreating unsteadily. With each step he took, a frightening fissure appeared in the ground beneath him, as he swayed and stumbled back, nearly toppling over, retreating a distance of several meters. Wow, what an impressive little child! The two young girls' eyes sparkled with admiration as they jumped down from the snow feather, rushing forward to pinch the little one's cheeks. The little fellow shyly retreated, his bright, large eyes blinking as he gazed at Jiaoping, saying, "Big brother, what you're doing is not right." His lips still bore traces of milk, uncleaned. And the brilliance of his onyx-like eyes, combined with his earnest expression, made the pair of ethereal young girls even more fond of him, eager to tease him. Behind them, a group of formidable individuals stood petrified. Could it be that a mere infant, still nursing, had just sent the renowned genius Jiaoping sprawling with a single blow? What kind of terrifying village was this? Everyone was in a daze, rendered speechless. Chapter 35, Bewilderment. The crowd remained frozen, unable to utter a word, utterly astonished. Jiaoping's arm trembled slightly, feeling as though he had collided with a ferocious beast, the pain akin to a fracture. He could hardly fathom that a child with remnants of milk at the corner of his mouth had nearly knocked him down. All were filled with trepidation. Could this truly be just a remote village? It was likely that it was indeed a hidden lineage from ancient times. Many began to fear, for if it were true, it would be exceedingly terrifying. These reclusive families, dwelling deep within the mountains and desolate wastelands, though few in number, were all formidable warriors. The two ethereal young girls approached, their eyes shimmering with curiosity, their oval faces adorned with smiles, their foreheads radiant, exuding a certain wisdom. One of the girls inquired, "Little brother, how old are you?" "What? A child barely over 3 years old, not yet 4? This was simply astonishing, causing everyone to gasp in disbelief. In Zhao Peng's eyes, a predatory gleam flickered, his expression exceedingly malevolent, as if he yearned to unleash the most formidable techniques of his clan and press the diminutive figure into the earth with a single blow. Yet, he refrained from invoking the Jiao clan's arcane arts, opting instead to harness the sheer might of his physical form, charging forward with reckless abandon. The force of his punches howled through the air, causing the nearby trees to sway violently, their leaves cascading to the ground like a gentle rain. It was as if a colossal beast from the sprawling mountains had emerged, stirring a tempest in its wake. Jiao Peng's presence was nothing short of formidable as he lunged at the small child. "Big brother, why are you picking on me?" The child, with his large, innocent eyes, radiated purity and confusion as he gazed at Jiao Peng, extending his arm to strike forward. Boom! This time, onlookers observed with clarity that the adorable child was indeed employing purely corporeal strength, devoid of any mystical enhancements. He pushed forward with astonishing force. However, the sheer power and ferocity of the strike were staggering, producing a resonant sound that sent Jiao Peng reeling backward. The prodigy from Luofu Marsh staggered, his steps faltering as the ground beneath him cracked and splintered. His arm convulsed, the agony eliciting a muffled grunt from his lips. Remarkable. Jiao Peng gritted his teeth, his gaze betraying disbelief. The humiliation was palpable as he realized he had been subdued by an infant still in the throes of childhood, his face burning with shame. Ha! Laming Yuan, barely over 6 years old, reveled in the misfortune, laughing uncontrollably. Yet, apart from him, no one else bore a hint of amusement. If Jiaoping was deemed a genius, then what could one call this child who had yet to be weaned? The potential of this young one was astonishing. If he were to step onto the battlefield of the great clans, who knew what he might accomplish? Someone whispered. Upon hearing this, the group of children were visibly shaken, their gazes fixed intently on the diminutive figure, knowing that prodigies such as he were destined for that formidable battlefield, an inevitable confrontation. Ahem. Zishan Shou, the venerable uncle of Marquis Zishan, cleared his throat. A man of considerable seniority and influence, he adopted a benevolent demeanor as he inquired. Young one, what is the name of this village? Might we trouble you for a moment to rest, and perhaps partake of some water? Meanwhile, the Jiao Peng was restrained by the middle-aged man from the Luo Fu Great Marsh, preventing any rash actions, while other powerful figures from various clans advanced, seeking to unravel the mysteries of this peculiar village. How adorable, cooed 2 elfin girls, already at the side of the little one, their affection evident as they gently pinched his cheeks. What are you doing, elder sisters? The young Shi Hao protested, attempting to evade their grasp. Would you be so kind as to show us around the village? The girls implored. What's amiss with our little one? The adults of the village emerged, making their way towards the forest. Ultimately, the powerful figures from the Zishan clan, Luofu Great Marsh, and other influential factions entered Stone Village, their eyes scanning the surroundings, with particular attention focused on the ancient willow tree. However, the charred wood of the willow remained inert, unresponsive even to those who attempted to communicate telepathically. As they ventured into the village, the formidable individuals were perplexed. The stone houses and bluestone streets appeared ordinary, indistinguishable from any other desolate village. Oh, these cauldrons possess an ancient aura, likely having weathered the passage of countless years, observed Zishan Shou, whose lineage as the uncle of a marquis granted him extensive knowledge and insight. The cauldrons in the village, steeped in antiquity, were adorned with engravings of birds, beasts, fish, and insects, evoking a sense of rustic simplicity that captured the attention of many. These cauldrons seem quite extraordinary, remarked Jiao Tsang, a middle-aged man from the great marsh of Luofu. What purpose do they serve in your daily lives? His question caused a stir among the villagers. The sight of a child, barely 8 or 9 years old, effortlessly lifting a 1,000-pound bronze cauldron was remarkable. While such a feat might not be exceptional among the great clans, it was extraordinary in a small mountain village. Moreover, it seemed that none of the children were ordinary. The visiting experts began to suspect that this was indeed a reclusive family, shrouded in mystery. Meng had already been on the verge of lifting the 1,000-pound cauldron, but after being bathed in the true blood of the Swanee, his strength had increased significantly, making the task considerably easier. However, the visitors were unaware of this fact and assumed that every child possessed such strength. They knew that within their own clans, true prodigies were rare, and not everyone was like Jiao Peng or Zishan Koan. Most children were far less capable than Meng. At 8 or 9 years old, such prodigious strength was truly exceptional. Uncle, Meng innocently inquired, are you keeping that flying dragon to eat? Or are you going to use it to refine true blood? The visitors from the great marsh of Luofu were taken aback. They had initially thought that the rough-hewn man who had been scolding the children might offer some profound explanation. Instead, they were met with such barbaric words. Were the people of this village also eccentric? This was no mere tree pig or mud cow. It was a truly formidable and terrifying beast. Who would dare to squander it? The visitors' gazes intensified as they scrutinized Meng's father, seeking to discern any hidden power. However, they detected no trace of runic energy. Was he concealing his abilities, masking his aura? The atmosphere surrounding the cauldrons was thick with ominous energy, as if recently stained with the blood of ancient relics. The fourth son of Lord Lei, a young man named Lei Yunkuan in his 20s, stood tall and robust, his eyes shimmering with the essence of black lightning. Approaching the cauldrons, he displayed an expression of astonishment. A group of individuals followed closely, closing their eyes to concentrate, only to open them wide in shock moments later. Indeed, a terrifying beast king had perished here. Could it be that you have refined an ancient relic? The child Jiaoping, who had just suffered a setback, could not contain his indignation and spoke up. Startled, the younger child, known as the Snotty Kid, expressed his displeasure towards Jiaoping and retorted childishly, "What fearsome beast?" The prodigious Zishan Kuan interjected, revealing a look of intrigue. "A Swanee, immensely powerful," the Snotty Kid replied nonchalantly. "You foolish child." His father chastised lightly, but it was too late. The words had already escaped. The Snotty Kid then recalled the admonitions of his kin regarding the discretion required in discussing ancient relics, realizing he had momentarily forgotten, murmuring, "I forgot." The clan leader said to keep a low profile. However, to the ears of the assembled formidable beings, these words bore significant weight. They unmistakably implied the existence of a fearsome hidden clan. Their notion of low profile was entirely different from ostentation. After all, who would casually hunt a Swanee? Such a creature, with even slightly pure blood, exudes an overwhelming aura of ferocity, let alone that of an ancient relic, which would impose tremendous pressure on any great clan, inciting profound trepidation. "Are you certain you have hunted a Swanee?" With eyes widened in astonishment, Jiao Peng momentarily abandoned his arrogance, revealing a childlike wonder and curiosity. It was a known fact that even the formidable Luofu Great Marsh would rarely dare to provoke an ancient species as mighty as the Swanee. Although he had been bathed in similar blood, it did not mean he had the privilege of consuming such flesh regularly. In prominent clans, the more precious an ancient species, the more meticulously it was prepared. Every inch of its flesh, even its bones, was refined into medicine. Devouring it in such a crude manner was unheard of. The group of powerhouses was rendered speechless, marveling at the profound resources one must possess to consume the flesh of a treasure like Swanee so casually. At that moment, despite their extensive knowledge and origins from great clans, they regarded everything with suspicion. In their minds, they had concluded that this was a terrifying, reclusive family, best left undisturbed. "Where is your clan leader?" "This old man wishes to pay his respects," Zishan Shou inquired, clad in feathered robes and a golden crown. His body enveloped in strands of purple aura. He exuded a formidable aura but kept it restrained, wary of acting too casually in this place. "The clan leader is in seclusion and will not emerge for some time," Shenming replied truthfully. "You impudent child, you talk too much," his father interjected, delivering another resounding smack with his fan-like hand. Shenming felt aggrieved. Was it not the truth? He had not been instructed to keep it a secret that the clan leader, after imbibing the Swanee's precious blood, had felt relief from his internal ailments and had thus entered a period of dedicated cultivation. Zishan Shou, Jiao Tsong, and the others exchanged knowing glances, convinced that this was undoubtedly a remarkable clan leader, whose strength was so great that his periods of seclusion were extended. Finally, the group turned their gaze towards the ancient willow tree. Given the village's enigmatic nature, surely this tree, so deeply rooted here, must possess extraordinary qualities. "Is this a revered spirit?" Lei Yunquan inquired with caution. "What name do you bestow upon it? A deity of the willow?" A chorus of exclamations arose, nearly causing the assembled individuals to leap back in astonishment. Even Zishan Shou, an uncle of royal lineage renowned for his immense power and influence, was taken aback. The mysterious village, the terrifying title of the revered spirit, all this left the group utterly bewildered. The term deity is not to be employed lightly. To ordinary clans, it signifies omnipotence and supreme authority. In ancient times, the early people held deep-seated beliefs, placing great emphasis on sacrificial rites, convinced that deities existed and could be summoned in times of need to safeguard them. In truth, as later generations came to understand, the objects of tribal worship were, in fact, supremely powerful beings, such as the Zhenhou or the purest-blooded Pishio, all creatures of the highest order. In that distant past, the ancient people revered these supreme beings, offering sacrifices and homage to them, and indeed, they had once received protection. Any entity daring to claim the title of deity must be capable of contending with the primordial beasts of antiquity, possessing heaven-defying strength. Capable of annihilating several superclans with a mere gesture, its divine might unimaginable and insurmountable. Legend has it that even now, the ancient kingdoms with their boundless territories continue to perform celestial sacrifices, engaging in ancient rituals, offering tributes to the deities. Even after the passage of countless ages, the shadows of ancient deities may still linger behind these ancient kingdoms, terrifying and enigmatic. That the people of Stone Village refer to this willow tree as a deity is nothing short of astounding. Such a title cannot be used indiscriminately. Are you certain that you venerate this revered spirit as a deity, and it does not object? A teenager from the Zishan clan cautiously inquired. There is no objection. The willow spirit is benevolent and has always protected our clan, replied Meng, rather dazed. The announcement that the spirit did not oppose being referred to as a deity caused nearly all the powerful figures present to change countenance, instinctively retreating in fear from the pitch-black, nearly decrepit willow tree. Any being that serves as a spirit among the human race is often associated with deities, many being descendants of ancient gods. They hold this title in great reverence, for they dare not elevate themselves without igniting the divine flames, adhering strictly to a hierarchy. The audacity of this willow to accept such a designation indicates its formidable power, suggesting it has long defied the heavens and is indifferent to worldly matters. Could it truly be an ancient deity, lingering between life and death, now in its twilight years? This thought lingered in the minds of many, yet none dared to voice it openly. After such an encounter, a sense of reverence blossomed within the group, rendering them uneasy. They no longer dared to act too casually, moving about the village with utmost caution. Nonetheless, their curiosity remained unquenched. They yearned to uncover the origins of this secluded family and the extraordinary nature of the willow spirit. Had it ever bestowed sacred artifacts? It is known that objects refined by genuine ancient deities are exceptional, possessing otherworldly qualities. An insatiable desire grew among the crowd. If they were to pay homage and offer the finest tributes, perhaps they might gain the favor of the willow. While Shi Jiao and others hoped for their swift departure, the group was reluctant to leave, expressing that they need not enter the village but could reside outside, content with merely obtaining a drink of water. From the esteemed powers of Zishan, Luofu Days, the Lei clan, the Golden Wolf tribe, and Yuntian Palace, formidable individuals have taken residence. Initially, they intended to venture into the mountains, eager to uncover the mysteries of the mountain treasures. Brother, are you aware of the happenings within the mountains? I have heard tales of extraordinary treasures that have driven even the primordial relics to madness. Have you not sought them out? The leader of the Golden Wolf tribe secured his unicorn and made small talk with Shi Jiao, who was of a similar age. I have heard whispers, yet the clan leader forbids our pursuit. Such treasures can only be claimed by those with great fortune or ferocious beasts. Otherwise, it is merely a path to demise. Meanwhile, Lei Yunkuan retrieved a jar of spiritual flowers and immersed it in boiling water. Before long, an exquisite fragrance wafted forth, imbued with spiritual energy. He invited the village's youth, of comparable age, to partake in the drink, subtly probing for information. In contrast, the innocence of children shone through more brightly. Two young maidens from Yuntian Palace engaged in playful banter with a small boy, their laughter ringing through the air. They occasionally pinched his delicate cheeks, finding him irresistibly adorable. We used to drink the milk of the snow. Its aroma was rich and its sweetness unparalleled. We would have a large cup every day during our childhood, one girl exclaimed with a beaming smile. Indeed, beast milk is truly delightful, the small boy nodded earnestly. They found themselves engrossed in a discussion about beast milk. What kind of beast milk do you favor the most? The two identical maidens, with their fair and exquisite features, playfully tousled his glossy black hair. Fire tiger's milk, moon rhinoceros milk, dragon horn elephant juice, when these are blended together, the resulting beast's milk is the most delectable. As Zishan Kuan, Lei Mingyuan, and others passed by, they rolled their eyes at the absurdity of the discussion. What was this? Particularly Jiao Pong, who seethed with indignation at having been bested by a mere child, found it a profound disgrace. Yet now, faced with the possibility of a reclusive family, perhaps even one guarded by deities, he could only seethe in silence, refraining from further outbursts. 2 hours later, this group of formidable individuals began to suspect something was amiss in Shitsuan. Their repeated investigations revealed that many had not even grasped the bone script, which was not indicative of a hidden clan's typical attributes. Something felt off. It was improbable that everyone was merely concealing their prowess. Why could they not sense the true power of the runic energies? Indeed, a problem lingered. Were they merely frightening themselves? These astute individuals could discern even the faintest hint or flaw, having initially been misled by an array of bizarre occurrences. Now, as they truly engaged with the inhabitants of Shitsuan, they gradually uncovered the discrepancies, realizing they might have been overly anxious, leading to a significant blunder. Many bore flushed faces, a testament to their embarrassment. Jiaopeng felt as though his lungs might burst with ire, while Zishan Kuan, Lei Mingyuan, and the other prodigies shared in the discontent. The expressions of the young elites from these major powers darkened, reflecting their sense of having been mocked. Should this incident become public? It would indeed be a grand joke. Several powerful clans nearly deceived by a mere stone village, destined to be a tale of wonder. Uncle Tsong, I just learned that this lightning-struck willow tree only appeared a few decades ago. It is not an ancient guardian of this lineage. Over the years, this willow tree has remained silent, never engaging in discourse with the village, leading me to suspect that it has lost many of its abilities as a spirit of sacrifice. With a grim expression, Jiaopeng spoke through gritted teeth. The faces of Jiao Tsong and others also reflected their discontent. Having made such a significant blunder due to preconceived notions, they were relieved that they had not committed the disgraceful act of offering sacrifices before the tree. The people of the Purple Mountain lineage murmured among themselves, sharing the same sentiment. The aura around the head of the Purple Mountain, shrouded in swirling purple mist and cloud, resembled a colossal purple furnace, exuding a terrifying presence. However, he did not unleash his fury, quickly retracting his energy. Grandfather, will they be angry? What if it brings misfortune to this village? Voiced the two young ladies from Yuntian Palace, their concern palpable. Most individuals are unlikely to. An elder, holding a snow feather, murmured softly. As dusk fell, the group gradually came to a realization, understanding their mistake. This was by no means a hidden aristocratic family, but rather a likely accidental discovery of a Swanese remains. Upon this conjecture emerging, not only did the people of Luofu days tremble, but even members of the Gene Wolf tribe felt a shiver of apprehension, for it signified that a formidable treasure technique might be concealed within the stone village. Undoubtedly, the primal runes of the Swan Ni are exceedingly precious. Even prominent clans would be tempted and envious. Among the ancient species, the mightiest possess treasure techniques that are on par with the clan's divine abilities. Such artifacts are always sought after, and typically, a clan possesses only one immensely powerful treasure technique, with the rest being minor divine abilities for assistance. It is precisely due to their rarity that they are deemed invaluable. Ah, wild child, your bravado knows no bounds. You speak of chasing unicorns and slaying spirits, yet do you not fear the winds may cause your tongue to falter? Jiaopeng's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Meng and the others. The villagers were taken aback, especially the children, who felt a chilling aura enveloping the air. How could a sudden shift in demeanor occur so swiftly? As a genius with an untamed spirit, Jiaopeng had long endured his grievances. Now, he was on the verge of unleashing his fury. Jiao Tsong did not intervene. Instead, he wished to observe the villagers' reactions. Others merely stood by, watching the situation unfold. Big brother, why do you not seek reason? Little Dot stepped forward, extending his small arms as a barrier. Having clashed with Jiaopeng before, he understood the potential danger posed to Meng and the others. Though young, Jiaopeng's demeanor was grim as he retorted, "Reason? You truly are but an infant, utterly oblivious to the fact that in this world, reason exists only within the reach of a clenched fist. Big brother, we seek no conflict and have lived in peace. Please, do not be angry or wrathful. Should we have wronged you, we shall offer our apologies," Little Dot implored earnestly. His large eyes filled with sincerity. The sight of such a small child, with remnants of milk on his lips, speaking so earnestly stirred a sense of discomfort among some of the stronger figures present. An elder from Yuntian Palace stepped forward, declaring, "Enough. This place is inhabited by simple folk. There is no need to trouble them." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the middle-aged Jiaotsong from Luofu days, acknowledging that there was no need for pleasantries with Jiaopeng. However, the villagers of Shurtsuan feasted upon a mythical beast, the Swan Ni, and acquired its sacred relics, inciting envy among numerous formidable individuals who yearned to possess them, leading to an inevitable conflict. The people of the Golden Wolf tribe spoke up, acknowledging the village's mischievousness. Suddenly, a cacophony of calls erupted as three fledglings, Da Peng, Shaoqing, and Ziyun, flapped their wings and rushed toward the small figure, brimming with vitality. Over the past few days, they had undergone remarkable transformations, having consumed the flesh and blood of the Swan Ni, reaping unimaginable benefits from such potent lineage. Da Peng's eyes gleamed like gold. Shaoqing's wings adorned with vibrant patterns, while Ziyun's plumage shimmered with a golden hue. It was evident to all that these were rare and extraordinary avians, likely inheritors of the primordial bloodline of fierce creatures, now exhibiting mutations of unparalleled value. "This prey is mine. None shall contest it," declared the domineering Jiao Long, as he unslung a treasured bow from his back and drew it taut, aiming to unleash an iron arrow. Jiao Tsong of the Luofu days did not intervene, observing with a composed demeanor. "Do you claim it merely by assertion?" queried Zishan Kuan and Laming Yuan, stepping forward to similarly ready their bows. Viewing the three fledglings as their quarry, the assembly of powerful beings expressed astonishment. These were no ordinary fledglings, but rather mutated ones, and should they mature, they would undoubtedly become formidable guardians. "Do not harm Ziyun and the others," exclaimed the small figure, filled with righteous fury for the first time, eyes wide with determination as they extended their delicate white hand to obstruct the impending confrontation. Chapter 37. The tyrant. Though the Jiao Peng was not imposing in size, its gaze was frigid, resolute, and commanding. Drawing the treasured bow with great force, it resembled a full moon, the taut string bearing a chilling iron arrow aimed at the trio of fledglings. With a whistling sound, the arrow shot forth, emitting a mournful wail, as a powerful gust of wind surged like a banshee's cry towards Ziyun. The Jiao Peng had singled out this particular fledgling, for it appeared the most extraordinary, its entire body shimmering with a resplendent hue of purple and gold, radiating brilliance, intent on wounding it for capture. With a resonant clang, the diminutive figure leaped into action, its snow-white hand striking the iron arrow with such force that it was deflected. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This little creature was remarkably swift, intercepting an arrow propelled with such ferocity and weight mid-air. "Why are you so vicious? Why do you seek to harm Ziyun and the others?" Little Shihua exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. "Stand aside," the Jiao Peng bellowed, its brows furrowed, eyes fierce, aiming the iron arrow at the little one. A chilling smile etched upon its face. Its domineering demeanor incited fury among the onlookers. Meng, Pai Ho, and the snot-nosed boy, who had never encountered such an unreasonable individual. The three fledglings had been nurtured by the villagers, yet he sought to injure and seize them. "Is there no reason left in you?" Shi Dazhuang retorted angrily, raising his hand to grasp a heavy bronze cauldron, ready to charge forward. Dazhuang stepped back, the little one urged, aware that none but himself could rival the Jiao Peng. "Retreat now, or do not blame me for the ruthlessness of my iron arrow," the Jiao Peng coldly declared, an expression that belied its youthful appearance. "None shall escape. These three fierce birds are my quarry." Jiao Peng spoke coldly, once more drawing his bow and nocking an arrow, aiming ahead with a glint of cold light emanating from the arrowhead, an aura of lethal intent pervading the air. The wind howled ominously, while on the other side, Zishan Kuan and Lei Mingyuan also sprang into action, eager not to fall behind Jiao Peng as they charged towards the three fledglings. Armed with precious bows and iron arrows, ready for the hunt, the great roc, the little azure bird, and the purple cloud, although unable to speak, possessed intellect comparable to that of humans. Fully aware of the impending danger, their anger palpable, the small one leapt forth, blocking the two assailants, its voice youthful yet firm. "These are my companions. You cannot harm them." At that moment, the Shilin Hu and others were stirred, a group rushing forward, all aflame with indignation, having initially regarded these individuals as guests, only to find them so brazenly oppressive. "This is rather unacceptable, isn't it?" The elder from Yutian Palace interjected, seeking to mediate. "It is merely a quarrel among children. Let them compete and see who truly is the most talented. It is of little consequence." Some attempted to stir the pot, coveting the treasured bones of the Swanee from Shurtsuan, yet lacking a valid pretext. They hoped the situation would escalate. As for Jiao Tsong of the Luofu marshes, he remained aloof, offering no resistance to Jiao Peng. The Zishan clan and the Lei clan also showed no signs of intervention, watching dispassionately as their kin took action, awaiting the outcome. "Very well. Since it concerns the children, we shall observe without interference," the elder from Yuntian Palace nodded, choosing to say no more. Although Shilin Hu and others were filled with rage, they suppressed their fury upon seeing the small one gesturing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, these individuals were formidable indeed. With a swift motion, the Jiao Peng unleashed a flurry of consecutive arrows, each one glinting with a chilling light, accompanied by the howling wind as the iron arrows soared toward the three fledglings, each shot imbued with lethal intent. The diminutive figure swiftly attempted to intercept, But it was not just the Jiao Peng who posed a threat. The formidable Zishan Kuan and Laming Yuan also required vigilant defense. The sheer volume of arrows released by the Jiao Peng rendered it nearly impossible to deflect them all. In a cacophony of sparks, the iron arrows struck the three young birds, producing a resonant clang akin to metal clashing, their force immensely potent. The great Peng cried out, its wings trembling as it fiercely beat against the incoming arrows. Despite its protective scales, it sustained injuries, blood cascading down as several azure scales were lost. Clang, clang. The other two fledglings were also struck by arrows. The little Qing emitted a mournful cry, blood splattering in the wake of the assault. The Jiao Peng's strength was formidable. Though merely over 5 years of age, it wielded the might of thousands of pounds in its arms. The penetration power of the iron arrows astonishing. While the three fledglings were remarkable in their own right, having diligently followed Shi how to study the bone script, they were still only about 3 months old, too young to effectively wield their precious techniques. Furthermore, their defensive capabilities paled in comparison to those of an adult Qing Lin Eagle. Apart from Ziyun, both the Great Peng and Little Qing were injured. Several scales lost and bloodshed. Incensed, the diminutive figure leapt forward, positioning itself protectively in front of the three fledglings, glaring defiantly at the Jiao Peng. Get away! The Jiao Peng, brimming with arrogance, gazed coldly as it aimed an iron arrow directly at Shi Hao, drawing the bowstring taut, poised to strike at his vulnerable throat. The villagers seethed with anger. The three fledglings, having grown up in Shi village, were integral members of their community. The audacity of someone intruding upon their land to hunt and brazenly seize what was theirs was an affront too great to bear. Do not force my hand. The fervor of his anger is evident in the words spoken by the young one. What does it matter if I do? Jiao Peng, provoked, had previously faced defeat in a physical contest, leaving him deeply unsettled. He had long resolved to employ his treasured techniques. Whoosh! A cold gleam soared forth as Jiao Peng released the bowstring, the iron arrow hurtling towards the young one's throat with terrifying swiftness, its mournful whistle slicing through the air. Bang! The young one's movement was deceptively simple, yet remarkably quick, steady, and precise. With a resounding clap, he seized the chilling iron arrow, then, with a powerful flick of his wrist, sent it hurtling back towards Jiao Peng. In that instant, he leaped over 20 meters, diving like a dragon. Small in stature, but astonishingly potent in presence. The young one took the initiative, launching an assault on Jiao Peng. He discarded the precious bow and iron arrow, his form twisting with the agility and strength of a demonic ape. With a swift motion, he dashed several meters sideways, and then, as runes flickered between his arms, they illuminated rapidly, enveloping him in a hazy aura of brilliance. Wild child, you dwell in the mountains, unaware of the vastness of the world beyond. Now behold the power of bone inscriptions. Jiao Peng's voice was icy. As his arms blazed with light, emboldened, he charged towards the young one, intent on suppressing him with overwhelming force, the runes shimmering as he gained astonishing speed and divine strength. The young one remained silent, leaping into the air. At the moment of nearing his opponent, radiant light erupted from within him, divine brilliance surging forth, his fingers glowing with a pearly luminescence. Boom! As their palms collided, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to a mountain collapsing. Jiao Peng groaned in agony, propelled backward violently, his entire being sent hurtling through the air. The flesh between his thumb and forefinger was completely lacerated, a gruesome display of blood, his arm convulsing uncontrollably. Were it not for the timely illumination of a string of arcane runes upon his arms, manifesting as two ferocious, serpentine dragons coiled around his hands, his phalanges would have undoubtedly suffered a catastrophic fracture. With a resounding thud, Jiao Peng was flung a dozen meters, crashing to the ground, before tumbling several more meters to finally regain his footing and composure. In that instant, the surroundings fell into an absolute hush, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. It was only the first exchange, and Jiao Peng had already been sent flying. Such astonishing divine strength, marveled an elder from the Cloud Heaven Palace. With a nimble kip-up, Jiao Peng rose to his feet, his face flushed crimson with a surge of violent energy. Having suffered such a humiliating defeat, he felt as though he had been dealt a stinging slap across the face. Thump! A dull sound echoed as the little one kicked the 1,000-pound bronze cauldron, sending it soaring through the air, hurtling towards Zishan Kuan and Laming Yuan. These two had seized the opportunity during the exchange to draw their bows and aim their arrows at the three fledglings. A collective daze washed over the crowd as the colossal cauldron hurtled through the air. Could this truly be a mere village child, not even 4 years of age? To launch a 1,000-pound bronze cauldron into the air with such force was truly barbaric, a stark contrast to his usual porcelain doll-like appearance. With a deafening boom, the bronze cauldron arrived, its momentum and weight formidable and awe-inspiring. The two prodigies swiftly evaded its path, fearing the devastating impact. Even a glancing blow would undoubtedly result in shattered bones and severe trauma. With a resounding crack, the precious bow of Zishan Kuan was shattered, struck down by the onslaught of the copper cauldron, which arrived with unprecedented swiftness and ferocity. In a moment of panic, he attempted to evade the blow while deflecting it with his bow. While he emerged unscathed, the bow was irreparably broken. "Come here, you two." The small figure glared at the two, commanding them with a loud voice, before turning to Jiaoping, gesturing at the three of them, and declaring, "You three, attack together." A stunned silence enveloped the group. The elite from the Zishan, the Lei family, and Luofu days were momentarily taken aback. How could they, possessing such prodigious talents from their clans, be compelled to unite against a mere child still in his infancy? If Jiaoping, Zishan Kuan, and Lei Mingyuan were hailed as geniuses, then what could one possibly call this child, not yet 4 years old? Chapter 38. The clash of treasures forced me to employ my treasures, Jiaoping murmured. His face flushed with anger, nearly contorted with rage as he grappled with the indignity of being repeatedly repelled. He was inherently defiant, a genius from a prominent clan, known throughout a vast expanse of 50,000 miles. Yet here he was, vanquished in a humble mountain village, a profound humiliation. At this juncture, little Shi Hao had no desire for further dialogue. The only recourse was to engage in battle. "Jiaoping, are you capable? After being hurled away multiple times, are you now furious out of shame?" Zishan Kuan approached, though his words dripped with scorn, a cold light flickering in his gaze as he fixed his attention on the small figure. The destruction of his precious bow left him unsettled, poised to strike at any moment. "Do you truly believe you can face all three of us alone? Such arrogance is beyond comprehension." Standing to the side, Lei Mingyuan's lips curled into a cold, disdainful smile as he remarked, "The mere might of the physical form signifies little in this world. It is the treasures of the arts that reign supreme. Without divine abilities, how formidable can one truly be relying solely on flesh and blood?" The young boy remained silent, his gaze fixed upon them, before turning to a group of formidable beings. He addressed the elder from Yuntian Palace, saying, "Please, grandfather, bear witness and judge our strengths and weaknesses." The crowd was taken aback. This clever little fellow had astutely discerned the tension among the powerful, recognizing that only the elder, delicately twirling a snow feather, seemed inclined to offer support. His words were clearly an appeal for him to arbitrate. In an unexpected turn, the young boy took the initiative, charging toward the formidable Zishan Kuan, who radiated hostility. With a palm strike, his fingers glimmered with a luster akin to divine jade. "Excellent. Let me test just how powerful your pure physical strength truly is." As a prodigy, young and often lauded, Zishan Kuan had always carried himself with pride. He stepped back, evading the brilliance of Shi Hao's prowess, and as the force of the boy's palm began to wane, he struck back fiercely. Although he sought to gauge the boy's physical capabilities, he was not reckless. Having witnessed the Dragon Phoenix suffer a significant defeat, he opted for a more cunning approach in their duel. Zishan Kuan was taken aback. This mode of attack was typically employed only when they were older. The elders had spoken of how established patterns merely guide them, while the true battlefield is ever-changing, with life and death hinging on a fleeting moment. He swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding a kick aimed at his head, and retaliated with a forceful sweep toward the boy's chest. The powerful palm strike he unleashed met the boy's attack head-on. Boom! Like a fierce rhinoceros crashing against the mountainside, a thunderous roar erupted, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Zishan Kuan's palm throbbed with pain, akin to a fracture. Had it not been for the radiant bone ring on his thumb that mitigated the terrifying force, his hand would likely have been shattered. Nevertheless, he was propelled into the air, struck by a kick from the diminutive Shi Hao, soaring several meters before crashing to the ground. In this tumultuous moment, the little one also soared forth, not repelled by the impact but rather charging towards Lei Mingyuan, delivering a straightforward and brutal punch. Astonishingly, the porcelain doll displayed remarkable prowess when provoked. The twin sisters, observing the spectacle, possessed large, clear eyes adorned with long lashes, exuding an uncommon ethereal charm. Their identical, beautiful faces a delight to behold. Witnessing the two prodigies being effortlessly sent flying by this child, Lei Mingyuan was disinclined to engage in a physical contest. His gaze ignited with intensity, his body surged with dark electric energy, and a rune materialized in his palm, interlacing with arcs of lightning as he thrust it forward. In the void, crackling sounds echoed, sparks flew, and the air crackled with electric fury, culminating in a thick bolt of black lightning aimed at Shi Hao. Undeterred, the little one lightly trembled his right arm, causing the rune to blaze brilliantly, illuminating him with a radiant glow, rendering him exceptionally luminous. His offensive capabilities surged significantly, and bone runes flickered into view, resembling a series of metallic inscriptions, imprinting themselves into the void, dissolving the lightning. With a resounding thud, the little one advanced without hesitation, sweeping his right foot to kick up a massive grinding stone, propelling it towards Lei Mingyuan. With a sharp crack, Lei Mingyuan's palm shattered, but at that moment, the diminutive figure leapt into action, soaring through the air to deliver a powerful downward kick. The impact resulted in a thunderous sound as Lei Mingyuan was sent sprawling. Despite crossing his arms in defense, he was still dealt a heavy blow. The small figure wielded an astonishing strength of 8,000 pounds, and with such a kick, Lei Mingyuan felt as though he had been struck by a rampaging bull, blood spraying from his mouth, his arms aglow and trembling, nearly breaking apart. This was the force discharge rune created by the Lei Ho. Without it, his arms would have shattered. Onlookers gasped in astonishment. In mere moments, the small figure had struck down 3 talented individuals, gaining the upper hand, leaving the powerful members of the 3 great clans with dark expressions. Utterly incredulous that such a prodigious talent could emerge from a mere mountain village, truly a paragon of innate brilliance. At this point, not only was Jiao Peng seething with rage, but even Zishan Kuan and Lei Mingyuan's faces flushed crimson, their eyes gleaming with cold fury. It was a most humiliating experience to be kicked away like that, a true embarrassment. With a chilling gaze, Jiao Peng chose to retaliate, unleashing a formidable spell to attack the small figure. In his palm, an ancient character materialized, dazzling and radiant, illuminating the heavens above. With a resounding boom, a fierce aura erupted as a gray-brown dragon emerged from the rune, lunging toward the diminutive figure. However, Shi Hao remained unperturbed. With a graceful motion of his right hand through the air, a cascade of silver light fell, revealing a radiant moon that cast brilliant hues, shielding him from harm. The fierce dragon was formidable, as thick as a water barrel, its scales dense and imbued with a sense of ancient antiquity, as if it had traversed through time from the distant past to engage in battle. With a resounding roar, a radiant silver moon revolved before the diminutive figure, its ethereal essence surging through the cosmos, transforming into an expansive ocean. It ascended as if from a boundless sea, wielding an overwhelming divine might, cleaving towards the gray dragon. This was a contest of extraordinary techniques. Amidst the violent clash with the gray dragon, the silver moon blazed fiercely, its brilliance radiating in all directions, splattering everywhere. The gray dragon, in turn, danced across the heavens and earth, twisting and turning, unleashing torrents of scorching light, while the nearby trees and stones continuously emitted crackling sounds, shattering one after another. A soft chirp echoed as the divine light of the silver moon surged, from which emerged a ferocious avian creature. Its form instantly expanded, resembling a cloud, casting a formidable shadow over the battlefield, exuding an astonishing aura of ferocity. What was this? An ancient demonic bird, perhaps the sky-eater sparrow or the celestial roc. Such a powerful technique. The formidable beings from the Golden Wolf tribe and the vast Luofu marsh were left astounded. Although Shi Hao had only revealed a semblance of its form, still incomplete, it emanated a terrifying presence. This was an exceptionally powerful technique. If it could be further refined, it would rival the clan-defining divine arts of the Purple Mountain, the Thunder Clan, and the Luofu Marsh, a primal treasure technique that would incite envy among great clans. Soon, all eyes were fixed upon the 3 fledglings, their gazes ablaze with fervor, as they speculated that this technique must surely originate from the 3 mutated azure-scaled eagles. A phenomenon of ancestral reversion had occurred, the supreme fragments of ancient demonic birds re-emerging. Someone astutely recognized the underlying truth. With a thunderous crash, the colossal demonic bird, whether the sky-eater sparrow or the celestial roc, swooped down, its misty-clad claws seizing the ferocious dragon. With a resounding crack, it forcefully tore apart. The gray ferocious dragon transforming into a cascade of flowing light, swiftly vanishing in the blink of an eye. In recent days, after successfully undergoing a baptism, the little one's understanding and insight into the treasured arts deepened, enabling this particular art to unleash unprecedented power, overwhelming the dragon and phoenix. At that moment, Zishan Kuan and Lei Mingyuan surged forward, their formidable auras radiating strength. The ancient demonic bird spread its wings, filling the sky in an instant. A tempest raging as a terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings. It dove towards Zishan Kuan, shrouded in mist, its true form obscured, rendering it even more fearsome. The little one launched an offensive, safeguarding itself with the radiant silver moon, propelling the ancient demonic bird to confront the adversary. Zishan Kuan bellowed, glowing with an ethereal light. A purple aura ascending to the heavens, as a violet sun erupted forth, rapidly expanding, harboring a purple fire-scaled creature that reared its head and let out a fierce roar. Flames surging around it. A fierce collision ensued as the purple fire-scaled creature roared in fury, ascending to the sky to challenge the ancient demonic bird. Their clash produced a dazzling brilliance, akin to two stars colliding, illuminating the surroundings in a blinding white radiance. With a mournful cry, the purple fire-scaled creature trembled and turned to flee, while the ancient demonic bird descended, landing with a powerful strike, its claw piercing through the creature's skull. A thunderous roar echoed as purple flames surged, shattering the fire-scaled creature into pure essence and light, dissipating into the void. Zishan Kuan, taken aback, hastily conjured a spell, invoking the treasured arts for defense. The ancient demonic bird unfurled its wings, morphing into a terrifying cloud of darkness that filled the sky, charging towards Lei Mingyuan. The wind howled fiercely as the diminutive figure propelled himself over 30 meters in a single bound, landing near the vanquished Jiaoping. A resplendent moon hung high, casting down hundreds upon hundreds of luminous rays. "Ah!" Jiaoping cried out, his face etched with terror. He was unable to defend himself as the small figure descended from above, the light of the silver moon piercing through the bone inscriptions he had conjured. Then, with a resounding thud, Shi Hao's foot connected with his jaw, sending him tumbling head over heels, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. The small figure landed on the ground, his eyes clear and bright. He seized a stone roller weighing several hundred pounds and brought it down upon Jiaoping's head. "Ah!" Jiaoping shrieked in agony. Despite his formidable physique, the sensation of having such an enormous stone roller smashing into his face was unbearably excruciating. With a muffled expulsion, he spat out a mouthful of bloody froth, followed by 2 broken teeth. His entire face throbbed with pain, and he screamed loudly. The small figure, exercising restraint, refrained from taking Jiaoping's life, lest the people of Luofu Great Marsh retaliate and potentially bring a cataclysm upon Stone Village. Such was the reality of survival in the Great Wilderness. In addition to fending off various primeval beasts, one was sometimes compelled to yield, lest they incur a calamity that could lead to the extermination of their entire clan. It was the first time that little Shi Hao had ever yearned for power with such intensity. "Attack together!" Lei Mingyuan roared, launching his assault. While Zishan Kuan once again surged forward, the small figure tossed Jiaoping aside as if he were a broken pot, then invoked his treasured techniques to confront the other two. In an instant, the light blazed fiercely, lightning crackled, purple mist billowed, and fierce birds cried out, creating an intense and chaotic battle. In the blinding flash of lightning, Lei Mingyuan extended his fingers, and a fierce avian creature erupted forth, entwined with black lightning, aiming its assault at the diminutive figure. Regrettably, it was in vain. With a flourish of his treasured technique, Shi Hao summoned forth the ancient beast, which opened its terrifying maw and devoured the thunderbird in one fell swoop, utterly dismantling it. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at such a formidable display of prowess. Suddenly, a cold beam shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, targeting the back of the small one's head. The Jiaoping, ruthless and resolute, rose from the ground, disregarding the mercy offered by Shi Hao, and unleashed his own treasured technique, transforming the fierce dragon into a lethal arrow. He knocked it onto the bowstring and released it with startling speed, the beam radiating an astonishing intensity and a chilling sharpness. This prompted gasps from many in Shi village, their faces turning pale. "Oh dear!" exclaimed the pair of young maidens from Yuntian Palace in alarm. Sensing the impending danger, the small figure pivoted swiftly, his eyes shimmering with a pure and ethereal light. With a powerful tremor of his arm, radiant runes flared to life, and a second round moon materialized, one in each hand. With a forceful clash, a resonant hum echoed as the two moons converged, transforming into a pristine grinding disk. As the fierce dragon arrow hurtled toward him, he deftly rotated the gleaming silver disk, producing a series of crackling sounds that shattered the malevolent arrow into fragments, leaving not a trace behind. The crowd was left in stunned silence, while the elder from Yuntian Palace sighed in admiration, exclaiming, "Truly remarkable. At such a tender age, he has already begun to explore the intricacies of evolving treasured techniques, an extraordinary talent." This was not the first time he had lauded the young prodigy, and none among the powerful could dispute his words. In truth, whether from the Thunder Clan, the Purple Mountain lineage, or the vast expanse of Luofu, their clan's treasured techniques were renowned. It was merely that the three children had inadequately executed theirs, leading to their defeat. Zhao Peng's complexion turned pale. From the beginning until now, he had been repeatedly subdued in battle against the children of this mountain village, never once gaining the upper hand. The blows to his confidence were immense. If you continue to disregard the situation, bear the consequences. This was the only remark from Shi Hao. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Peng's face blanched, yet his gaze soon turned ominous, filled with a sinister determination as he charged forward once more. Three prodigies engaged in combat against the diminutive figure, and the air was filled with thunderous roars, accompanied by the cries of mythical beasts and the ferocious growls of the dragon. The cacophony was deafening. The ancient demonic bird let out a long cry, its wings beating fiercely, casting a vast shadow across the sky, exuding a terrifying aura that instilled a sense of dread and oppression in all present. It overwhelmed the fire unicorn, the thunderbird, and the ferocious dragon with merciless ferocity. Its might utterly unstoppable. The ancient demonic bird was a harbinger of death, as it effortlessly tore the gray dragon, as thick as a water barrel, into 3 pieces, swallowed the thunderbird whole, and shattered the fire unicorn with a single stroke of its wings. With a resounding crash, Zhao Peng, Zishan, and Lei Mingyuan were sent flying, all coughing up blood and tumbling like rolling gourds, enveloped in a cloud of dust. The onlookers were astounded. These were 3 prodigies, the finest talents within a 50,000-mile radius. They had joined forces, yet were utterly bested by a mere child from a mountain village. This was truly shocking and almost unbelievable. At this moment, Zhao Peng, Zishan, and Lei Mingyuan were filled with a mix of shame and rage, typically enveloped in the aura of genius. Receiving accolades wherever they went, they now found themselves in a pitiful state, covered in dirt and humiliation. The stark contrast to their usual glory drove them to the brink of madness, unable to suppress the urge to let out a howl of despair. The diminutive figure surged forward, delivering a mid-air kick to the newly roused Jiaoping, sending him hurtling like a projectile against a nearby colossal rock. Jiaoping cried out in agony, his suffering unprecedented. Zishan and Lei Mingyuan attempted to flee, but their efforts were futile. The small one pursued relentlessly, delivering 2 more kicks that sent them sprawling, blood gushing from their mouths and noses, writhing in excruciating pain. Finally, little Shi Hao dashed forward, seizing them all and lining them up side by side. Once more, he seized a stone roller, slamming it down upon them. Ah! Zishan and Lei Mingyuan shrieked in torment. Despite their formidable physiques, they were no match for the relentless assault of the small one, collapsing in agony. "How dare you? If you strike me again, I will drown your stone village in blood." Jiaoping roared, witnessing Shi Hao approaching with the stone roller. Thump! Without hesitation, the small one slammed the stone roller onto his face. Arg! The sound emanating from Jiaoping was barely human, his face contorted, nose fractured, and teeth shattered by the impact of the stone roller. Even onlookers winced at the sight. Jiao Tsong, a middle-aged man from Luofu Great Marsh, his face twitching, surged forward, radiating murderous intent. "Brother Jiao Tsong, what is the meaning of this? Did we not agree that this was merely a children's quarrel, a friendly competition?" "There is no need for adults to become involved," an elder from Cloud Heaven Palace interjected. "Indeed, it is just a children's contest. Why become enraged?" The leader of the Golden Wolf tribe added, attempting to dissuade him. It was quite astonishing, considering that many individuals present coveted the Swanee treasure bone and sought to disadvantage Stone Village, racking their brains for a pretext. The Golden Wolf tribe had been remarkably proactive. "So why the change of heart?" "Child," the chieftain began, "your exceptional talent is truly a marvel to behold. However, living in this desolate wilderness, your potential will be squandered. The Golden Wolf tribe wishes to take you as a disciple. Would you be willing to join our ranks? We will impart the most potent bone inscriptions and allow you to study an unparalleled treasure technique. Many were taken aback, then inwardly cursed, deeming it a cunning move. This way, they would not only acquire a prodigy, but also peacefully incorporate Stone Village's Swanee treasure bone into their possession. Little one, come to our Cloud Heaven Palace. Two young girls chimed in, fluttering their eyes at Little Stone. We'll take you to see the sea of snow and drink the most fragrant beast milk. I love drinking beast milk the most, Little Stone replied, blinking his large eyes. The Golden Wolf tribe members frowned, wondering if the little fellow was deliberately using the situation to decline their offer. Though he appeared innocent, his choices were quite astute. Child, apprenticeship is crucial. You must choose the right lineage. The old servant of the Lightning Clan interjected. Our lineage commands lightning and can transform into thunder gods. Would you be willing to join us? Despite their genius being defeated, he still attempted to persuade the child. The crowd revealed curious expressions. Taking in such a prodigy as a disciple would also allow them to take away the descendant of the archaic demonic bird and obtain the Swanee treasure bone. It was a worthwhile endeavor. Consequently, several other factions made their offers. Young man, if you aspire to venture beyond this untamed wilderness, forsaking a life confined to these mountains, know that the world beyond teems with wonders. Our clan possesses an unparalleled arcane art, capable of catapulting you to unprecedented heights. Our clan commands the arcane art of parting fire, capable of igniting landscapes into infernos with a mere thought, incinerating all adversaries. Child, join our clan, and you might one day inherit the mantle of the ancient deity, the god of fire. Yet, not all were so earnest. Some sneered inwardly, remarking, such theatrics are excessive. We are all here for the Swanee's precious bone. Even if we were to take this child, we would likely eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Jiao Tsong, a formidable figure from the great marsh of Luo Fu, scoffed, declaring, why feign such pretense? We of the great marsh of Luo Fu simply desire the Swanee's precious bone. This village is certain to be unable to protect it. Indeed, the Swanee's bone is too precious for a mere village to safeguard. Entrusting it to them would only invite annihilation. We should deliberate on how to handle it. Agreed. So it shall be. Furthermore, the 3 fledgling exotic birds are also beyond the means of this village to possess. They, too, should be relinquished. Many powerful individuals concurred, completely disregarding the villagers of Stone Village. They would not deign to solicit their consent, decreeing that the fate of the bone and the birds would be decided by those present, not by their rightful owners. The villagers of Stone Village, upon hearing this, were consumed by indignation. Was weakness truly so devoid of dignity? Not even a greeting, not even a query. This was blatant contempt. Uncles, elders, the Swanee's bone is ours, dearly bought with lives and bloodshed. And Peng, Shaoqing, and Ziyan are my companions. The child's limpid eyes and crystalline voice commanded immediate silence. 3 fledglings nestled close, their bright eyes gleaming with intelligence, nudging his arm affectionately. If you wish to avoid annihilation, relinquish them, a formidable tribal leader declared. Neither these fledglings nor the Swanee bone relic are yours to possess. Yours? The serpent rock sneered, wiping away blood. Soon, Stone Village will be no more, and they will belong to no one. You are too oppressive, a tearful child lamented. Understanding the dire situation, Stone Village could not withstand such force. A surge of malice emanated from the serpent rock as he addressed the airborne dragon. Uncle Serpent, devour those wild children, especially the babe with milk stains on his lips. Rend his bones, but leave him alive just long enough to bring him to me. A deep roar echoed as the dragon lowered its massive head, fixing its gaze upon the children with chilling, murderous intent. You are too oppressive. A villager trembled with indignation. Oppressive? What will you do about it? Resist, and your village will be bathed in blood. The serpent rock mounted the dragon, glaring down at the child with frigid eyes. The middle-aged leader of the Luo Fu Marsh remained impassive, stating, surrender the Swanee bone relic and offer the 3 fledglings, or this village may cease to exist. Nestled in a rustic mountain village, the inhabitants, though simple, possessed an indomitable spirit. We would rather be shattered as jade than survive as mere tiles, roared Shirlin and the others. If you force our hand, we shall fight to the bitter end, until our last drop of blood is spilled. They were cognizant that even if they relinquished the Swanee treasure bone, these powerful individuals would likely resort to eliminating all witnesses, as such actions were dishonorable and best kept concealed. Do you truly desire the village to be washed in blood? Coldly inquired Jiao Tsong. a formidable figure from the Luo Fu Great Marsh. Uncle Jiao commenced the assault immediately. Tear them asunder. Jiao Peng, seated above, commanded, pointing in the direction of the small child. Oh, Divine Willow, I know you can hear my words, and I trust in your ability to safeguard our village. Please, protect this place, the child whispered to the charred willow wood, his eyes filled with innocence. So, you aspire to impersonate a deity? Jiao Peng scoffed. Uncle Jiao, cleanse this land with blood, and furthermore, pluck the tender branches of the stone village's sacrificial spirit, he proclaimed audaciously. Jiao Tsang of the Luofu Great Marsh remained silent, impassively observing the unfolding events, allowing the situation to escalate. With a resounding roar, the flying dragon surged forward, its immense form swooping down, generating a fierce gust of wind as it charged toward the people of Stone Village. Grandfather, quickly, stop them, the two identical young girls exclaimed anxiously, imploring their grandfather to aid Stone Village. Be patient, the elder from the Cloud Sky Palace murmured, a sudden unease gripping him, causing his hair to stand on end. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, and an emerald willow branch, as if sculpted from divine jade, immaculate and radiant, pierced the heavens with a dazzling glow, as the monstrous creature, with its gaping maw wide open, swooped down upon Shurtsuan. Its eyes bulged in sheer terror, emitting a chilling roar. However, that sound abruptly ceased, as a vibrant green willow branch, akin to a divine chain of order, surged forth with a brilliant green radiance and pierced through its body with a sharp thud. Chapter 40. The Willow Deity, Unstoppable. The dripping emerald willow branch exuded a luminous green aura, appearing exceedingly supple, yet when it struck, it proved more formidable than divine iron. With a resounding impact, it pinned the creature mid-air, blood cascading in glistening streams along the verdant tendril, both eerie and mystical. The beast could no longer vocalize. Its scales dulled in an instant, overwhelmed by terror, its vitality rapidly dissipating as it trembled uncontrollably. What has transpired, Uncle Jiao? Jiao Peng, perched atop the ferocious beast, cried out, his heart racing with trepidation. The scene was harrowing. This beast, as thick as a water vat and stretching several dozen meters, was densely covered in scales and bore a pair of immense wings, embodying strength and ferocity. Yet, it was ensnared by a slender willow branch, rendered immobile in a most peculiar manner. How can this be? Gasped the onlookers. Was this truly a guardian spirit of a mere mountain village? How could it possess such terrifying power, effortlessly piercing the body of such a formidable creature with a single strike? Hurry, rescue it, commanded Jiao Tsang, a middle-aged man from the vast expanse of Luofu. Suddenly, dozens of figures emerged from the forest, racing towards the scene, their palms aglow with shimmering runes, illuminating beams of light that enveloped the village entrance as they collectively launched an assault against the Willow Wood. The clans of Lei, Zishan, and the Jinlang tribe felt a chill in their hearts. On the surface, only a few individuals had arrived at the vast expanse of Luofu, yet unbeknownst to them, a multitude lurked in the shadows, fully prepared. However, it was all too late. In an instant, the colossal flying dragon in the sky became lifeless, its once resplendent scales appearing as though they had endured the passage of millennia, beginning to crack and decay. Its entire form rapidly aged, ultimately shattering into fragments and plummeting to the ground. Such a sudden turn of events was utterly terrifying. A creature of formidable might, rivaling the strongest present, was reduced to dust as if it had succumbed to old age. The dragon, in a state of panic, fell to the earth, thoroughly terrified. What kind of powerful spirit could have achieved this? It scurried away in a frenzied escape, stripped of all pride, its countenance pale with fear, its body trembling uncontrollably. On the tender, green branches, a droplet of gray liquid gently rolled, exuding a vibrant vitality, extracted from the body of the flying dragon. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, from the moment the dragon was pierced, to its rapid disintegration, and finally, its descent to the ground. At that precise moment, a dozen formidable figures leaped from the primordial forest, arriving just in time, their movements accompanied by a dazzling display of light. With runes swirling in the air, ethereal avian shadows and fearsome beasts took shape, enveloped in radiant brilliance, as they charged towards the charred willow tree. With a swift motion, the willow branches extended, transforming into a verdant chain that traced an elegant arc through the air, appearing both delicate and crystalline. Yet the terrifying consequences of its movement instilled dread. As the willow branches swept through, They cleaved a skilled warrior in half, seemingly fragile, yet comparable to a divine blade, directly severing the individual, blood gushing forth. What was that? The onlookers were utterly astonished. This was merely the commencement. All the experts who had surged forward were encompassed within its shimmering emerald radiance. Such an assault was terrifying, ostensibly a mere willow branch. Yet it inflicted damage akin to a razor-sharp weapon cleaving through the air, vanquishing all adversaries. Thud, thud. Blood blossomed forth, a cacophony of sounds echoing as the lithe willow branch swept across, causing swathes of corpses to plummet to the earth, either severed or cleaved in twain. Each crimson bloom a testament to its power. The twilight painted the horizon with hues of crimson, casting a golden patina upon the entire village. Beneath the sunset, a tender sprig swayed upon a charred willow tree, crystalline and translucent, exuding an indescribable beauty. Yet, upon the ground lay a tableau of carnage, stained with blood. This scene etched itself into the minds of every puissant individual present, an indelible memory. With such simplicity, a cohort of experts from the Luofu Great Marsh were annihilated in a mere instant, without a modicum of suspense, sending shivers down the spines of the assembled powerhouses. The middle-aged man, Jiao Tsong, from Luofu Great Marsh, his face ashen, devoid of all color, was drenched in a cold sweat, an overwhelming dread engulfing his heart. What manner of formidable sacrificial spirit was this? The previously composed and self-assured powerhouses were now dumbfounded. Moments before, they had regarded Sher Village with disdain, utterly disregarding it, as if oblivious to its existence. Intent on seizing the Swan Ni precious bone and distributing the 3 fledglings amongst themselves. Now, they were all seized by terror. Shi Feijiao, along with the other simple, honest men, the band of children, and the women and elders who had arrived upon hearing the commotion, were all rendered speechless, staring blankly at the scene, unable to believe their eyes. It is utterly shocking. A single willow branch has severed the heavens and earth, vanquishing myriad foes, leaving one trembling in its wake. For decades, the willow had never engaged with the villagers, displaying no peculiar behavior, yet now it has wrought such a staggering outcome, invoking a sense of unreality. Perhaps only the reclusive elder and a few others remain unfazed. For decades past, they witnessed a far more terrifying spectacle on that tempestuous night, laden with torrential rain and thunderous lightning. Lo and behold, the dragon phoenix has finally crawled from the heap of corpses, escaping to the vicinity of Jiao Tsong. Clutching his leg, weeping and wailing in sheer terror, Jiao Tsong, a formidable being from the vast Luofu marshes, stands at the edge of the village, harboring both resentment and fear, and utters, "Mighty spirit of the ritual, please forgive my ignorance and offense." As his words take flight, a gentle breeze sweeps through, causing the willow branches to sway, conjuring a veil of mist that descends. With a resounding thud, a willow branch pierces his right arm. A chilling scream escapes his lips. Jiao Tsong struggles with all his might, but to no avail, as his divine essence rapidly dissipates, his arm withering, cracking, and with a sound reminiscent of decayed wood. It breaks and falls. Jiao Peng wails in despair, positioned below, clinging to Jiao Tsong's legs, only to be struck by the withered and broken arm. As he gazes up at the crystalline branches above, his vision fades to white, succumbing to a faint from sheer fright. Jiao Tsong, with a bitter smile, has not only lost an arm, but also rendered his cultivation nearly futile. He sways precariously, overwhelmed by the bitterness of his plight. Moments ago, he towered above, commanding the villagers' fate with a mere thought. Little did he expect that in such a brief span, he would be reduced to a state of utter helplessness. The 2 slightly older youths from Luofu Day stepped forward to support Jiao Tsong. Their hands trembled, and their hearts quaked. For the sights they had just witnessed were indelibly etched into their memories, a haunting imprint that would be difficult to erase in this lifetime. The formidable warriors fell silent. Stricken by a profound dread, the spectral being they had encountered was truly terrifying, sending chills down their spines. The Jinling tribe, the Lei clan, and the Zishan family were all gripped by trepidation. Just moments ago, they had been deliberating the fate of Shurtsuan and had contemplated seizing the precious bone of the Swanee. Yet this scene now instilled a sense of alarm within them. Each person was consumed by regret, lamenting that had they known this willow tree possessed such astonishing power, they would have never dared to utter a word, even if gifted with treasures. "Hey, weren't you all intent on seizing our precious bone? Come and take it." A group of youths exclaimed, their indignation simmering as they regained their composure. You from the Jinling tribe, Luofu days, the Lei clan, and the Zishan family. Were you not just lofty and dismissive of us? Why do your faces now pale? One of them blurted out, still dazed. And weren't there several powerful clans proclaiming they would massacre our Shurtsuan? Another child, with a runny nose, clenched his small fist, recalling past grievances. At these words, the powerful warriors shuddered, their scalps prickling with unease as they quickly glanced at the willow tree, fearing it might once again display its might. Dear brother, those were merely jesting remarks, not to be taken seriously. Do not dwell on them, they urged, cold sweat beading on their brows. Their status was of utmost nobility, and they typically held little regard for these villagers, receiving respect wherever they went. How could such a humble settlement dare to defy them? Yet now, they found themselves compelled to swallow their pride and offer apologies to the villagers. Esteemed brother, might we consider this misunderstanding resolved, with commensurate recompense forthcoming in due course? The chieftain of the Gold Wolf tribe inquired, directing his gaze toward the stalwart figures of Shi Yi and his compatriots. Chhhhhh. A verdant luminescence flashed, the willow stirred, and a branch descended with alacrity, piercing the chieftain's shoulder. Instantly, half of his body's vitality waned, an arm fissuring and detaching, leaving him grievously impaired, mirroring the affliction of Jiaozong. Subsequently, the willow's bough moved swiftly, like a divine spear, successively impaling 7 or 8 formidable individuals, those who had vociferously threatened to cleanse Stone Village in blood or had issued prior menaces. Now, the tender branch extracted a substantial portion of their life essence. Depart hence, Shi Yi declared. A collective shudder ran through the assembled experts. The willow was simply too formidable to withstand, requiring the personal intervention of their respective clan leaders. Otherwise, their presence here was merely a futile sacrifice. A throng of individuals surged forth from Stone Village. The chieftain of the Gold Wolf tribe, Jiaozong of the Luofu Great Swamp, bore a rueful smile. The clan uncle of Marquis Purple Mountain and the aged servant of the Thunder clan remained taciturn. This time, they had suffered a complete defeat. Only the emissaries from the Cloud Heaven Palace maintained composure, having incurred no losses. The elder, escorting 2 comely maidens, narrowed his eyes, offering no further pronouncements. The 2 young women blinked their large eyes, gazing at Stone Village, eager to speak, but were restrained by the elder. The twilight had long since faded, and darkness descended. In the distance, the willow tree at Stone Village emitted a soft, ethereal glow, enveloping the entire village. With a population numbering in the tens of millions and vast tribal territories, how dare it treat us thus, without fear of impending calamity? Someone exclaimed, more than a mile distant from Stone Village, indignation seething within them. It is imperative that this matter be reported to the clan leader, who must personally intervene. Aside from all else, the Swanee treasure bone and this sacrificial spirit are not to be overlooked, someone declared vehemently. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when, even from such a distance, the sacrificial spirit sensed the intent. A vibrant, verdant willow branch, radiant with light, stretched over half a kilometer, lashing out with incredible speed. Thwack! Thwack! All those who had spoken so fiercely were cleaved asunder, their bodies bisected as if by the sharpest of demonic blades, separating their torsos from their lower halves in a gush of blood. Even the leaders of the various clans suffered injuries. The old servant of the Lei clan and the clan uncle of the Marquis of Zishan each lost a hand, severed cleanly at the wrist as a warning. The assembled powers, their scalps prickling with dread, dared not utter another word. They fled through the night, each summoning forth their treasured artifacts, their brilliance illuminating the ground as they plunged into the depths of the primeval forest. Chapter 41. The Strong Little One, we must take our leave for now. We shall return to see you another day. Beneath the cloak of night, a snow-white feather, spanning 5 or 6 meters in length, emitted a pure and ethereal glow. Upon it stood several figures, among whom were a pair of elfin sisters, waving their delicate hands, their fair skin luminous and eyes sparkling with life, as they bid farewell to the Stone Village. The crystalline feather, hovering a meter above the ground, carried them swiftly away into the forest. They were among the last to depart and the only ones to escape unscathed. Farewell, young ladies. When you return, do not forget to bring sweet beast milk, such as that of the snow leopard or the icefield elephant. Little one called out loudly. A wave of laughter erupted from the Stone Village, as the children teased, chanting, still nursing at 4, chasing sparrow, little Hao Hao. In the wake of a significant crisis, the inhabitants of Stone Village found themselves relieved. erupting in collective laughter. The little one, with eyes of stark contrast, his cheeks flushed a rosy hue, quietly elucidated. I merely sought to observe the nature of the snow leopard's milk, for I had heard it was quite extraordinary. Pray, do not jest, for I had no intention of consumption. Laughter echoed as Shi Hao and others approached, tousling his hair and gently pinching his apple-like cheeks, finding the situation amusing. As tranquility descended upon Stone Village, the villagers' countenances gradually shifted to solemnity and gravity. They procured various sacrificial offerings, and the entire village congregated before the willow tree. Engaging in earnest worship, each individual offered prayers with utmost devotion, seemingly resonating with the very fabric of the cosmos, thereby engendering a peculiar force. A palpable sense of astonishment swept through the assembly, particularly among the elder statesmen of the village, who had once heard tales of the primeval ancestors generating extraordinary forces during their rituals, enigmatic beyond comprehension. To their surprise, their devout worship had manifested a similar spectacle and arcane energy, albeit faint, yet perceptible to all. Furthermore, the ancestral black cauldron of Stone Village quivered subtly. Its depictions of celestial bodies, terrestrial landscapes, and ancient forebears becoming more distinct, with a faint luminescence coursing through them. Regrettably, they lacked the knowledge to harness this arcane power. The potency of sacrificial rites was undeniably palpable, possessing an extraordinary nature. Should an entire nation partake in a unified celestial rite, what manner of force would it unleash? A sense of trepidation gripped the hearts of the elder statesmen, deterring further contemplation. The ceremony persisted for an extended duration before its conclusion. Night had fallen, cloaking the surroundings in darkness. Mountain peaks stood tall, imposing and magnificent, as the primeval mountain range echoed with a cacophony of roars, startling the very essence of one's being. Amidst the dark mountains lies a solitary sanctuary. In the distance, a charred willow tree stands, its tender green branches emanating a soft radiance, enveloping the entire stone village in a serene embrace, isolating it from the outside world, a realm of tranquility and peace, the sole sanctuary amidst the vast mountain ranges. The formidable clans such as the Lei clan, the Zishan family, the Luofu Great Marsh, and the Golden Wolf tribe traversed through the night. Passing by the small town of Gushan without pausing, gripped by an overwhelming dread, the willow tree's enigmatic aura instilled in them profound fear. The lined horses galloped with great speed, particularly the mutated unicorns among them, their bodies adorned with shimmering silver scales, radiant and resplendent, crowned with a singular horn, capable of traversing 10,000 miles in a day. At the horizon's end, an expanse of structures rises, with a grand golden tent at the heart of the tribe, embellished with an embroidered golden wolf's head, exuding majesty yet ferocity. As they approached the grand tent, several individuals atop the unicorns tumbled to the ground. One middle-aged man with a severed arm paling and fainting. "What has befallen you, Badu?" A tall elder emerged from the tent adorned with the golden wolf's head. His eyes flickered with golden light, captivating and intimidating. He grasped the fainted man, a golden rune materializing in his palm, radiant beams shooting forth, merging with the man's being. Awakening as if from a harrowing nightmare, the injured man exclaimed, "Chieftain, you must avenge me. We entered a peculiar village and discovered the remains of a Swani, a willow tree struck by lightning, and you had no means to resist. Many were severed or slain." Upon hearing the account, the venerable elder of the Golden Wolf tribe was profoundly moved. Instinctively, he sensed that the spirit they spoke of was immensely powerful, far beyond what a mere mountain village could possess. It could rival even the spiritual guardians of their own tribe, which boasted a population nearing 10 million. There lies the descendant of the primordial magical avian, along with the sacred runes of the Swani, a treasure not to be overlooked, he mused. The others chimed in, urging the elder to venture forth, passionately persuading him. After a lengthy contemplation, the towering and majestic elder, whose pupils shimmered with a faint golden hue, nodded in agreement. 2 bolts of golden lightning flickered from his eyes as he declared, "With such a formidable spirit emerging, it is imperative that I witness it for myself. To ensure our safety, I shall summon the divine wolf to accompany me." The crowd quivered with anticipation, their expressions transforming into delight at the prospect of the elder seeking the most powerful spirit. The golden being was indeed a terrifying presence, instilling profound reverence in every member of the tribe. Soon after, a swirling golden whirlwind manifested over the plains, racing towards them with incredible speed. A similar occurrence unfolded within the other great tribes. In another noble territory, vast and boundless, With a population exceeding tens of millions, grand cities stood in succession, thriving in prosperity. At the heart of the ancient city, majestic and solemn, the blackened walls shimmered with a metallic sheen, stretching endlessly like a magnificent iron fortress upon the horizon, evoking an overwhelming sense of grandeur. In the central palace of the capital, a commanding voice resonated, heralding the emergence of a powerful spirit. A resplendent purple sun illuminated the vast expanse of the palace, where a supreme being sat aloft, their visage obscured. The violet radiance flickered like flames, and their aura surged like an ocean, rendering the formidable figures within the hall unable to lift their heads, too intimidated to cast a glance upwards. On this day, within a radius of 50,000 miles, all prominent clans were stirred, having learned of an extraordinary ritual spirit emerging from the vast Shenming Mountains. A willow tree struck by lightning, stirring a great upheaval. The treasures of the mountains and the wilderness, the precious bones of the stone villages Swan and I, and this enigmatic ritual spirit tugged at the hearts of the powerful, prompting the mightiest among the clans to rise restlessly. After years of dormancy, they resolved to embark on a journey to uncover the secrets that lay within. Days later, the once tranquil town of Xiagushan was abuzz with activity, as the chieftain of a major tribe was seen personally gracing this land, astonishing those strong ones who had come in pursuit of the mountain treasures. With a crackle, lightning intertwined, and the Lord of the Thunder clan stood upon a mountainside, enveloped in a tremendous electric glow, shattering the lower half of the cliff in a terrifying display. Strangely, while ordinary eyes could not discern the truth, the more powerful observers gazed intently, feeling a growing sense of dread. This willow was no ordinary tree. The Lord of the Thunder clan refrained from making any rash moves, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the surrounding woods to tremble and driving ancient beasts to flee in terror. 2 hours later, a great river, meandering through the primordial forest, surged with mist. A deep roar echoed, reminiscent of a ferocious dragon's emergence, as clouds and fog billowed skyward, revealing a shadowy figure. Amidst the haze, the form was indistinct, yet 2 radiant eyes shone brightly, akin to twin flames piercing through the mist, illuminating the surroundings and instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Sufficiently distanced, he gazed down upon the stone village, murmuring, "Is it this sacrificial spirit that has slain numerous masters of my clan?" 2 days hence, a golden whirlwind swept through the primordial forest, instilling fear in the ferocious birds and beasts, compelling them to flee in haste, rendering the mountainous expanse suddenly silent. A tall and formidable elder stood upon a highland, surveying the stone village, musing, struck by lightning, reborn from destruction. This willow tree must possess extraordinary qualities. Beside him stood a golden divine wolf, not particularly large at merely 1.5 meters, dwarfed by some of the azure wolves in the forest. Yet, it exuded a terrifying aura, its fur shimmering with golden light, its eyes gleaming like gold, with runes flickering ominously, a sight both awe-inspiring and fearsome. They approached with purpose, all being the paramount forces of their clan, circling the stone village, intent on scrutinizing the area, poised to unleash a great upheaval. Chapter 42. The Great Upheaval. The expansive mountain range was no longer tranquil. Formidable beings roamed, some drawn by the village's sacrificial spirit, others seeking the treasures hidden within the wilderness, converging upon the small town of Lonely Mountain, now bustling with activity. The leaders of various clans refrained from rash actions. They sensed an enigmatic quality to the willow wood, evoking an inscrutable feeling. In these past few days, numerous powerful entities ventured deeper into the mountains, eager to discover the sacred object that had incited conflict among ancient species for 2 years without respite. A coalition of masters from diverse tribes formed a remarkably potent expedition, currently breaching the outer regions, dispatching fierce beasts as they delved deeper into the mountain's heart. One might ponder, what treasure could lie hidden for 2 years, undiscovered? Could it possibly be a living entity? It is possible, perhaps a miraculous herb, which might even possess the ability of flight. A group of individuals engaged in fervent discussion, yet remained vigilant as they ventured into the mountains, each harboring a sense of anticipation. Even if they did not acquire the treasures of the mountain, the unexpected discovery of other spiritual herbs would render their journey worthwhile. Naturally, the discovery of the remains of ancient beasts perishing in battle would send shivers down their spines, for each of these relics was an invaluable treasure. Suddenly, from the depths of the primordial forest, a deep, resonant roar echoed, shaking the very mountains. causing massive boulders to tumble and ancient trees to splinter as if a cataclysmic flood had surged forth. How could such a terrifying roar emanate from so close? Even before they had delved deeper, the crowd was taken aback. A fierce wind howled, ancient trees swayed, and an overpowering stench wafted towards them from the forest, accompanied by an aura of malevolence. This is dire. A ferocious beast is on the prowl. Prepare for defense. A golden-haired bear charged forth, rising on its hind legs. Towering at 10 meters, with a prominent horn sprouting from its brow, moving at an astonishing speed. Despite its massive size, it was remarkably agile, bounding forward with incredible swiftness. In a swift motion, it struck down, and before anyone could react, one individual was brutally smashed beneath its massive paw, reduced to a mere pulp. A formidable warrior unleashed a powerful technique, aiming at the horned golden bear, as ancient runes spread forth, transforming into a blaze that surged downward towards the beast. However, this ferocious creature had no intention of engaging in battle. It leapt high into the air, soaring over 20 meters, and vanished in an instant. This is bad. We must flee. It is a tide of beasts. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The bear human was immensely powerful, sprinting at the forefront. While a horde of ferocious beasts surged from behind like a torrential flood, a dark mass overwhelming the landscape. Fear gripped their hearts, for the air was thick with the stench of blood, and the howling winds heralded the approach of so many savage creatures. The ground trembled as ancient trees were uprooted, and the colossal beasts trampled the terrain, escaping from the depths of the mountains, their strength palpable. What in the world has transpired? How could there be so many ferocious beasts? The people fled in terror, not daring to pause for even a moment, amidst such a tide of beasts. Even the leader of a clan would likely retreat, unwilling to confront them head-on. A roar echoed through the mountains, rocks cascaded, and the peaks trembled, as massive boulders tumbled down, creating an utterly terrifying spectacle. Behold, an ancient relic of a bygone era, a demon ape. What was shocking, however, was that this formidable creature had lost one of its arms, leaving it with a single limb, its eyes glinting with ferocity as it fixed its gaze upon them. The group of strong individuals fled rapidly, yet they could not evade detection. The demon ape unfurled its wings, transforming into a streak of black lightning, accompanied by howling winds and tumbling rocks, as it dove towards them with alarming speed. The person at the forefront suddenly halted, his eyes vacant. With a soft flick of its finger, another skull was sent flying. It opened its maw, draining the cranial fluid, and then, with a lick of its crimson lips, released its hold. The victim, his mind utterly emptied, could only manage a truncated cry of agony before his demise. So swift was the act. A collective gasp of horror arose from the onlookers, their scalps prickling with fear. None had anticipated encountering such an ancient, formidable creature so soon after entering the mountain range. Resistance was futile. Flight was their only recourse. Yet, their struggles were in vain. With a series of blurs, the demonic ape left behind a trail of afterimages as skulls continued to ascend, the creature reveling in its gruesome feast. In the end, none escaped. All the experts met their demise. Were the people of Stone Village present, they would have recognized this as the same ancient species that had once battled the Swanee. Now even more ferocious. The bestial surge was staggering, devastating vast swathes of the forest, coalescing into a torrent that crashed outward from the mountains, causing a widespread uproar. Not only were the nearby villages alarmed, but even the powerful individuals who had journeyed from afar were shaken, surmising that some cataclysmic event must have transpired within the mountains to incite such a frenzied exodus. In the distance, the skies above the mountain range were darkened by countless silhouettes as hordes of ferocious birds took flight, desperately fleeing the highlands. Indeed, a terrifying stampede. The chieftain of the Golden Wolf tribe remarked, standing atop a rock, surveying the bestial flood with a deeply furrowed brow. I had presumed that this desolate wilderness, lacking in spiritual essence, would be devoid of extraordinary life. Yet, it seems to harbor a congregation of such savage beings. Beside him, a golden divine wolf stood proudly on the summit, its gaze fixed on the distant horizon. A primordial relic is driving away the herd. The chieftain of the Golden Wolf tribe displayed a look of astonishment and murmured to himself, such a formidable relic seems to be acting under orders. Upon this keen realization, he was struck with shock. After all, it was a primordial relic, a force capable of sweeping through realms, seemingly unmatched, yet now engaged in such tasks. He vaguely grasped that within the mountains, a supreme entity was clearing the area, signaling that the mountain treasure was indeed on the verge of emergence. Simultaneously, Lei Ho and other powerful figures, including the Lord of the Luo Fu Marsh, also discerned the truth. They were the mightiest of their kind, commanding numerous tribes across this land, yet now they could only sigh, aware that the mountain treasure was beyond their reach, rendering them powerless to compete. 2 hours later, the beast tide finally receded, retreating into the surrounding forests, each creature dispersing in different directions. This was merely the first wave of the beast tide. The weakest of the beings had been driven out, clearly indicating that a second wave was imminent. Peace would remain elusive in this land. The powerful retreated to the small town of Lone Mountain. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the scene within the mountains was too terrifying for them to enter. Let alone the mountain treasure. Even the remains of the relics were beyond their grasp. Alas, this journey was in vain. They had not anticipated such fearsome circumstances within these mountains. A powerful demon ape was merely tasked with herding the myriad beasts. And this was not even the deepest part of the mountains. What extraordinary being could possibly reside within the vast expanse of these mountains? Could it be a sacred herb? Or perhaps the legendary celestial bone from ancient tales? Who knows? In any case, having come in vain, I have no desire to linger. I shall depart tomorrow, lest I meet an untimely demise here. The crowd was engulfed in frustration, as numerous tribes united and mobilized their forces, yet the outcome left an indelible sense of dissatisfaction. Surely, there are members from the Golden Wolf tribe present, as well as experts from the Luo Fu days. Let them share their insights. The atmosphere in Shaogushan town was rife with commotion, with the number of outsiders nearly matching that of the indigenous populace. Meanwhile, considerable numbers of formidable warriors from the Golden Wolf tribe and the Lei clan stood by, awaiting orders. Whispers circulated that the village in question was no ordinary place, having caused significant losses to some of the mightiest factions on this vast land. Is that truly the case? It seems implausible that such renowned powers, including two mighty lords, the Golden Wolf tribe and the Luo Fu days, could be so easily thwarted. The crowd, incredulous, displayed expressions of astonishment. A disdainful snort echoed through the air as a formidable figure from the Golden Wolf tribe approached, his demeanor icy and his gaze frigid. That village is nearing its end. It will be eradicated, ceasing to exist. His confidence was palpable, for the Golden Divine Wolf from his tribe had arrived, a spirit of unparalleled strength within a 50,000-mile radius, having existed for an eternity. While the tribal leader may not be the strongest on this land, the Golden Divine Wolf could command respect among the spirits of various clans. Within the mountains lies the king of ancient remnants. Although our tribe cannot contest for the treasures of the mountains, eliminating this audacious village will require little effort. A disciple from the Luo Fu days spoke ominously. Not long ago, they had suffered a devastating setback, their leader Jiao Tsang reduced to nothingness, and nearly all dispatched experts lost, igniting fury within their clan. Now, with their mightiest leader personally present, could they truly fail to eradicate a mere village? They would never believe it, even if it cost them their lives. Indeed, the treasures of Wuyuan Mountain are beyond their reach. Perhaps we shall seek compensation from that village instead. They obtained a precious body of a mythical beast, a sacred relic unworthy of a mere village, remarked a member of the Lei clan. Ah, the arrival of the Purple Mountain Marquis. At that moment, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from within the town of Shaogushan. A radiant purple sun soared across the sky, 3 feet above the ground, darting past the town and disappearing into the primeval forest, heading towards Shurtsuan. Though it vanished in an instant, the overwhelming aura it exuded still sent tremors through every soul present. Aside from the reclusive Yun clan, represented by the enigmatic Yutian Palace, the Purple Mountain Marquis is revered as the paramount force across this vast expanse of 50,000 miles. Could his arrival be to punish that obscure village? With the foremost powerhouse now present, should he choose to act, perhaps only the Lei Marquis and a handful of the most formidable entities, such as the spirits of the Jinlang tribe, could withstand him. Heavens, it truly is the Purple Mountain Marquis. Let us hasten to discern his intentions. The mighty clans stirred with excitement. Such supreme beings rarely intervene, and each of their appearances generates tremendous upheaval. When the clan leader takes action, it is surely to obliterate that village. The dignity of our Purple Mountain lineage cannot be trifled with. A young member of the Purple Mountain clan spoke with haughty confidence. Once the Purple Mountain Marquis sets forth, who can rival him? Once he stirs, it is certain that a lineage shall face annihilation. Someone sighed, recalling past precedents. For the Purple Mountain Marquis had once single-handedly vanquished several formidable tribes. At that moment, the Lei clan, the Luo Fu Days, the Golden Wolf tribe, and several other factions seemed to have received some command, surging toward the mountains and forests, followed by the people of the Purple Mountain lineage. Remarkably, several prominent clans were heading toward a single destination, Stone Village. Having failed to seize the mountain treasure, they now aimed to annihilate that village. A sigh of resignation escaped many lips. It was indeed astonishing that such a formidable coalition of clans, accompanied by the four clan leaders themselves, had assembled. This village was far from ordinary. Many were in awe. The convergence of the Purple Mountain, Luo Fu Days, Lei clan, and Golden Wolf tribe was an exceedingly rare occurrence. As discussions buzzed among the crowd, excitement and anticipation surged. A tempestuous battle was imminent. The foremost power in the realm, the Duke of Purple Mountain, along with the enigmatic first Sacrificial Spirit, the Golden Divine Wolf, and several clan leaders had all arrived, promising a terrifying confrontation. Chapter 43. The Four Great Powers. The small town of Shaogu Mountain fell eerily silent as the formidable forces departed in unison. All followed the experts of the four clans towards Stone Village, eager to witness the impending clash. The forest was dense, with a layer of fallen leaves accumulated over the years, measuring over a foot in depth. Walking upon them felt soft, not to mention the decomposed leaves that had turned to black soil, making the ground even thicker. The mountainous terrain was fertile, with ancient trees towering overhead. While the woods were home to many fierce beasts, the sheer number of people moving together scared both the colossal creatures and ferocious birds into retreat. As if swept away by a mighty tide. Was this the village in question? From a considerable distance, still 2 or 3 miles away, the four clans halted, refusing to advance any further. They climbed the cliffs and ascended to higher ground, securing a vantage point from which to gaze down upon the village below. There appears to be nothing extraordinary about this village. It is a quaint and simple settlement. Stone houses, constructed from rugged mountain rocks, display animal hides and smoked meats, while the sounds of chickens and dogs fill the air. An elderly man leans against a wall basking in the sun, and a group of children frolic and chase one another. Is such an ordinary village truly worthy of mobilizing an army? In my view, a mere stampede could easily raze this place to the ground, remarked a member of the Golden Wolf tribe. They are a band of iron riders, each mounted upon scaled steeds, clad in gleaming armor, wielding sharp spears and glistening broadswords, pointing resolutely ahead. Those who dare to offend the majesty of Luofu Days shall face annihilation, and this village shall surely meet its doom today. A group of young men clamored. Their expressions icy. Having lost an arm, Jiao Tsong had become a mere shadow of his former self, and they yearned for vengeance. Yet, the leaders of the four great clans issued a command, forbidding any rash actions, urging them to await further instructions. Anyone who dared to act independently would face severe punishment. It seems this village is indeed no ordinary place, as it prompts such caution from these formidable figures. Where, I wonder, are the leaders of the four clans? What could they possibly be doing? The powerful individuals who followed closely began to speculate, keeping a vigilant watch over everything. In the tranquil stone village, at the courtyard's edge, a small child cradles a tiny clay pot, preparing to boil some beast's milk. He sneaks glances toward the courtyard entrance, fearful of being discovered by the older children. How delightful it smells! Over the fire, the beast's milk in the pot bubbles vigorously, and he flares his little nostrils, his large eyes half closed in pure bliss. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings fills the air, and the child looks up, astonished. Why are there so many birds, including fierce ones? Is there another beast tide approaching? He rose to his feet, stepped out of the courtyard, and gazed skyward, quickly discerning an anomaly. Birds took flight from the surrounding mountains and forests, fleeing as if startled from a distance of 2 to 3 miles. Something was amiss. Perhaps a ferocious beast or a group of men had encircled this place. The astute Shi Hao immediately shouted out, alerting the villagers. In truth, the likes of the stone forest tiger and the stone flying flood dragon had also sensed the disturbance at the earliest opportunity. The villagers, though simple, were not without vigilance. Having lived for years in the harsh wilderness, they had developed a keen sense of awareness. Could it be that those rascals had returned? One of the fathers of the village exclaimed. Among the mountainous terrain, the powerful figures of the four clans displayed expressions of astonishment. The villagers' swift reactions were indeed extraordinary. Look! "The chieftain has arrived," cried the members of the Golden Wolf tribe. A tall and formidable elder emerged, his pupils shimmering a pale gold, as bolts of lightning seemed to emanate from him, instilling dread in the hearts of all present. This elder was immensely powerful. Beside him stood a golden divine wolf, not particularly large, yet striding with an air of supremacy, casting a disdainful gaze upon the formidable warriors of the clans. The wolf radiated a golden brilliance, exuding a regal presence that surpassed that of any human. Its cold, golden eyes swept over the crowd, causing every warrior to recoil, nearly gasping for breath. For it was more terrifying than the elder himself. Everyone understood that this was undoubtedly the most powerful spirit within a radius of 50,000 miles. Golden Wolf Tribe, do not act recklessly. Retreat 1 mile and await my command, declared the formidable elder. After uttering this command, he transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished into the forest. Soon, he arrived at a location 1 mile distant from the stone village. Standing atop a peak alongside the spirit sacrificer, gazing intently at the village below. At the same moment, 3 formidable beings emerged from the other 3 directions, ascending the rocky cliffs to overlook Stone Village. The sound of crashing waves echoed like thunder. To the west, a great river wound its way through the mountains and forests, where the lord of the vast Luo Fu Marsh stood, enveloped in mist. He radiated a luminous glow as a colossal fierce dragon began to take shape. This was the manifestation of blood essence, and he endeavored to transform into a giant dragon, which slowly began to extricate itself from his spine, coiling upon the mountainous terrain, creating an ominous spectacle. Once the dragon liberated itself from his spine, it rapidly expanded, its girth reaching nearly 10 feet, and its length extending over 200 feet. A terrifying sight shrouded in gray mist. Enormous runes flickered in the void as the fierce dragon roared, creating chaos in the surrounding land. Rocks tumbled and leaves were swept away in the tumult. With a fearsome howl, the gray dragon rose to its hind legs and lunged towards the stone village, unleashing a devastating assault that left all in shock. Its massive form blotted out the sky, the gray mist roiling, thick and oppressive, as if it had emerged from the depths of chaos itself. With a thunderous roar, it exhaled a torrent of blinding light, shattering the rocks below. Outside the stone village, the mountains and woods faced annihilation. The ground split apart under the weight of the dragon's overwhelming power, a force so formidable that it sent shivers down the spine. Yet, something was amiss. The village remained unscathed. At the village's center, a vibrant green branch of a willow tree glimmered, emanating a hazy radiance that enveloped the entire village, countering the dragon's cataclysmic strike. Then, the willow branches swiftly spread, reaching towards the heavens, intent on piercing through the fierce dragon. Boom! Suddenly, from the northern direction, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted, black bolts cascading down from a cliff towards the stone village, intercepting the ascending willow branches. The Thunder Lord had made his move. A formidable monarch exerting every ounce of strength, wielding the most powerful divine art, transforming as if into a god of thunder. Is it the revival of withered wood in spring? I, representing the thunder god, shall once again annihilate you. Let decay consume you entirely. The resounding voice thundered like a tempest, shaking the mountains, compelling all strong beings to cover their ears, for the penetrating sound was overwhelmingly intense, sending leaves swirling wildly in the forest. He was not targeting the main trunk of the willow, but rather intercepting the delicate tender shoot. As the bolts of black lightning danced furiously, they descended with overwhelming force, plunging the world into darkness. A tide of ominous gloom surged forth. From the southern direction, a howl of a wolf reverberated through the heavens and earth, the divine wolf howling at the moon. There, golden light blazed, enveloping the entire peak. As the sacrificial spirit underwent a terrifying transformation, its back split open, revealing a golden seam, and its fur parted to either side. The sacrificial spirit roared, shaking the mountains with its might. It was shedding its skin, and after the golden fur split apart, a more resplendent divine wolf emerged, its coat gleaming as if forged from gold. The golden wolf was indeed fearsome. No wonder it commanded respect among the sacrificial spirits within a radius of 50,000 miles, having undergone a rebirth, casting off an old layer of skin, refined into a treasured artifact. The onlookers were filled with awe. In the past, this golden wolf had shown restraint, wearing its old skin. But now its true ferocity was revealed, its power fully displayed. The golden twilight blazed fiercely, and the wolf hide swelled rapidly, coming to life, resembling a living divine wolf, its teeth glinting with a chilling light. Clearly, the shedding of this sacrificial spirit was thorough, leaving behind an intact remnant, rendering this artifact exceedingly rare and immensely powerful. A howl erupted from the divine wolf, shaking the heavens and the earth, as the wolf-hide artifact emitted an immeasurable radiance, bathing the world in gold, surging toward the stone village and assaulting the willow tree. The crowd trembled. Truly, it was the most formidable sacrificial spirit within 50,000 miles, its might utterly terrifying, instilling a profound fear deep within the hearts of all. The golden wolf hide transformed into the divine wolf, lunging directly at the blackened, robust roots of the willow, intent on obliterating it at its very foundation. The golden light surged, engulfing the village. Boom! A purple mist arose from the east, a thick haze sprawling across the sky, enveloping the entire mountain forest with an overwhelming terror. The esteemed Purple Mountain Marquis had also made his move. Chapter 44. Shock and awe. The purple mist surged forth like a boundless ocean, saturating the sky, covering the mountains with its grandeur, causing the very souls of the onlookers to tremble. The mist coalesced into a colossal purple giant, descending with a single foot aimed at the stout willow tree at the village's edge, wielding the divine might of the heavens, as though the very heavens were intervening. Such a scene, such a magnitude, left the assembled heroes awestruck. Indeed, the Purple Mountain Marquis was formidable, his reputation well-deserved. With that one step, he could annihilate an entire tribe. The stone village faced dire peril, besieged by the combined assault of the four great powers, each strike astonishing and overwhelming, casting a shadow from above to below. The willow branches remained unwavering, steadfastly ascending to confront the onslaught of the master of the vast Luofu. It was a fearsome dragon, stretching over 200 zhang, dominating the western sky, exhaling radiant light, its assault terrifying, reducing numerous mountains and forests to mere dust. With a swift motion, the emerald willow branches, seemingly invincible, pierced through the dragon's skull, transcending it like a divine green chain, wielding immense power, vanquishing all in its path. The dragon was indeed colossal. Despite being struck through and its vitality swiftly dissipating, it continued to thrash and claw through the heavens and earth, spewing forth rays of light, attacking the ground below. In the surrounding stone village, devastation reigned, forests vanished, rocks flew chaotically, and the earth cracked open. The tender willow swayed, radiating brilliance, its verdant branches coiling like a celestial dragon, swiftly ensnaring the fearsome creature's neck. With a powerful tug, this formidable dragon plummeted to the ground. In the distance, the master of Luofu, before a great river in the mountain forest, spat forth a mouthful of essence, his eyes emitting beams of light, revealing his astonishment. He realized that this technique, imbued with his vitality, had been shattered in an instant, becoming a mere supplement for that willow tree. The dragon visibly withered, its essence drained by the vibrant willow branches, its divine radiance extinguished. Meanwhile, the willow branches faced an assault from the north, as dozens of bolts of lightning converged, black lightning dancing wildly, aimed at intercepting the lush, dripping tender shoots. Would it withstand the onslaught? Such a tender branch, crystal clear and seemingly fragile, stands in stark contrast to the ferocious tempest of lightning, where dark bolts intertwine, capable of reducing even the strongest iron to dust. All present hold their breath. Thunder is among the most terrifying forces in existence. The willow had previously endured such an assault, its form charred black, a testament to the destructive power of lightning. Now, faced with a similar onslaught, could it possibly survive? In my name, grant you annihilation, roared the thunder god, his voice resonating like a mighty mountain, causing the earth to tremble. Yet, astonishingly, as torrents of lightning surged and enveloped the willow branch, it grew even more verdant, as if nourished by a sweet spring, droplets of moisture forming upon its tender leaves. The crowd gasped in disbelief, while the Thunder Lord found himself at a loss for words, experiencing a rare moment of self-doubt. The willow branch swayed, sending forth a ripple of green that dispelled the thunderous storm, absorbing all the energy in an instant, leaving onlookers agape and speechless. With a graceful sweep, the branch traced an elegant arc, shimmering with emerald light, extending towards a great river in the west. There, a figure stood amidst the mist, emanating an aura of immense power, the master of the Luofu Great Marsh. Despite the distance of over a mile, the willow branch traversed the space in the blink of an eye, leaving observers stunned. With a sudden, forceful strike, the tender branch descended, prompting a desperate cry from the master of the marsh, who summoned all his strength to resist, wielding a piece of beast bone, an extraordinarily potent artifact. As a decoy while he swiftly made his escape, the scene was resplendent, illuminating the entire mountain forest and river with dazzling light. Yet, even such a potent artifact proved insufficient as it was shattered by the tender sprout with a soft poof, reduced to bone fragments. The runes dissipated instantly, their essence absorbed into the verdant willow. Ah, no! The master of the Luo Fu marsh cried out, his escape proving futile despite his desperate flight. The willow branch, descending from the heavens, possessed an edge sharper than any celestial sword. With a gentle stroke, it cleaved him in two, leaving him to fall into a pool of his own blood. His essence then surged, causing him to appear as if aged by 10,000 years. His flesh withered, cracked, and lost all divine radiance. At that moment, the assembled heroes were gripped by terror, the various powerhouses silenced by fear. The faces of the Luo Fu marsh people were drained of all color. Not long ago, they had boasted that with their patriarch's arrival, a mere village was insignificant and would be utterly swept away to avenge Jiaozong. But now, the outcome was brutally and horrifyingly different. The strongest patriarch of the Luo Fu marsh had been cleaved in two, his blood staining the earth where his corpse lay. Patriarch! Many cried out in anguish. At this moment, countless individuals felt their hair stand on end, their scalps tingling with dread. This willow tree was far too terrifying to confront directly. Clan leader, flee! The Lei clan exclaimed, urgently warning Lei Ho. For the willow branch, shimmering with light, had already turned, reversing its direction and hurtling towards the north, aiming directly at Lei Ho. In truth, Lei Ho had sensed the danger early on and reacted immediately, summoning his magical artifacts, harnessing lightning, and levitating just above the ground as he sped away, attempting to escape. However, the willow branch was too swift, transforming into a beam of emerald light that streaked across the northwest, arriving in an instant. With a swift whoosh, the stone mountain upon which Lei Ho stood was cleaved asunder, like a sharp blade cutting through soft clay. The tender shoot, without pause, pursued him with relentless speed, aiming directly for the center of his back, poised to pierce through. Begone! Lei Ho roared, his entire being bristling with energy, a myriad of electric currents erupting forth. He transformed into a sphere of lightning, blindingly radiant, unleashing a torrent of electrical discharge with astonishing force, causing the very stone mountain to crumble. Lei Ho bellowed, struggling incessantly, his treasured artifact glowing and resonating, attempting to snap the willow branch. Yet, all was in vain, unable to harm the tender twig in the slightest. The willow tree greedily absorbed the lightning he emitted. This is, the onlookers exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the willow's intent. It sought to compel Lei Ho to continuously unleash his treasured art, generating an unending stream of lightning for its consumption. To be reborn from destruction, it craved the nourishment of lightning. A chill ran down the spines of the crowd. The willow tree was too malevolent to be judged by ordinary standards. The alliance of the four great clans would prove to be a grave miscalculation. Lei Ho was suspended from the willow tree at the village entrance, writhing in agony, his life force gradually waning, his demise imminent. The crowd was awestruck. This was the esteemed Lei Ho, master of one of the only two marquisates, now hung as a prisoner, an inconceivable fate. The events of this day were destined to reverberate throughout the land. The name of Stone Village would shake the four corners of the world. A seemingly dying totem, charred and blackened, possessed such terrifying power, slaying one and suspending another. Two of the four supreme powerhouses, a display of divine might that shook the world. The expression on the faces of the Lei clan was one of utter despair. The esteemed patriarch of such a formidable lineage, who commanded the realms and held dominion over vast territories, had been captured. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. One chieftain was slain, another taken captive, and assaults at two other locations were only just beginning. That golden wolfskin artifact, indistinguishable from a true divine wolf, glimmered as if forged from gold, lunging forward with immense ferocity, its powerful claws tearing through earth and stone, intent on obliterating the roots of a willow tree. However, as a single root was exposed, the divine wolf was suddenly ensnared by a root that surged forth like a coiling dragon, dragging it into the crevice of the earth. With a haunting howl, the golden divine wolf's fur bristled, radiating brilliance as it emitted a blinding light. It thrashed violently, its massive claws reaching desperately for the root. To the astonishment of onlookers, those razor-sharp golden claws shattered upon striking, splintered into 3 pieces by the relentless force of the root. The root swept through the air, scattering earth and stone, burying the scene beneath a veil of debris. The spectators stood in stunned silence, nearly in disbelief. Such a potent artifact, akin to the divine wolf itself intervening, had been rendered utterly ineffective. As the dust settled, observers noted with horror that the golden wolf skin was withering, decomposing, disintegrated by the root into mere fertilizer. How could such a mighty artifact, the remnant of the first sacrificial spirit within 50,000 miles, be relegated to a role of nourishment? A chill ran through the crowd. The members of the Golden Wolf tribe were ashen-faced, for their exalted divine wolf, heralded as the foremost sacrificial spirit of this land, now lay subjugated in such a manner. They recalled the recent boastful claims of charging forth with iron steeds, trampling this land into oblivion. In hindsight, such declarations seemed to be nothing more than a self-inflicted jest. With this willow standing tall, who dares to proclaim themselves the foremost spirit of sacrifice upon this vast expanse? Thunderous roars echoed as the willow's branches entwined with the Thunder Lord, swaying gracefully in the breeze. It lifted its tender tips, gently undulating, and a verdant vortex materialized, rapidly expanding until it culminated in a towering tornado that reached the heavens. The green whirlpool broadened, connecting the celestial and terrestrial realms, its might overwhelming, shaking the very earth. It surged forth like a mountain torrent, resembling an ocean crashing against the sky, its thunderous sounds threatening to shatter all who stood against it. The colossal purple foot was ensnared within the vortex, followed by the entirety of the purple giant, which then collapsed with a resounding crash, engulfed by the heavenly tornado, torn asunder. The scene was rife with astonishment and terror. Chapter 45. Omen. The willow's strength exceeded all expectations. The green vortex ascended to the heavens, rending everything asunder. Such a massive purple giant was obliterated, reduced to mere powder. From the demise of the ruler of the Lufu Marsh to the Thunder Lord being hoisted aloft, the destruction of the golden wolfskin treasure, and the collapse of the giant conjured by the purple mountain lord, all transpired in an instant. In this tumultuous sequence, the divine wolf reacted swiftly. Upon witnessing the ruler of Luofu Marsh meet their end, it leapt into action, turning tail to flee, leaving behind a golden afterimage. Cunning as a wolf, it sensed the impending danger, its golden form shattering rocky mountains and ravaging forests, reaching an unparalleled speed as it raced into the dense thicket. Indeed, when that golden wolf pelt displayed its might and launched its assault, it had already transformed into a radiant beam of light, commencing its flight through the primordial mountains. Renowned as the foremost sacrificial spirit within a radius of 50,000 miles, its instincts and spiritual perception were extraordinarily potent. At this moment, it lacked the overwhelming aura it once possessed, replaced instead by an unsettling dread, compelling it to flee without pause. Although the elder of the Golden Wolf tribe possessed formidable strength and ruled vast territories, he ultimately fell short of the divine wolf's prowess. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly sought to escape. "Fire the arrows," he commanded simultaneously, instructing the strong within the tribe to intercept, thus buying him precious time. In an instant, a deluge of arrows was unleashed, their whistling piercing the air, as iron shafts surged toward the stone village. However, this proved utterly futile. The green vortex expanded, ensnaring all the arrows, which snapped one by one, shattering into fragments. This scene left onlookers aghast, chills coursing through them. The terror was beyond comprehension. How could one contend with such a force? The whirlwind howled like an ancient beast, reverberating through the mountains. The tribal leader of the Golden Wolf tribe let out a terrified scream, his body involuntarily propelled towards the eye of the storm. "No," he cried in horror, aware that entering such a tempest would spell certain doom, for no amount of skill could withstand the assault of the willow tree. A streak of golden light shot upwards, its fluctuations akin to the rising tide, astonishingly magnificent, while its brilliance was enough to send shivers down one's spine, as if a sliver of the sun had detonated. Cleaving towards the tornado, the ancestral artifact, the tribal leader had brought forth the ancestral relic. The members of the Golden Wolf tribe gasped in astonishment, their excitement mounting as they anticipated breaking through the whirlwind to strike the willow tree. However, just as their exhilaration began to swell, the situation shifted dramatically. When the golden beam of light collided with the green vortex, it slipped from the grasp of the tribe's leader, dimming in brilliance and fleeing. A cry erupted from the chief of the Golden Wolf tribe as his form disintegrated, blood mist swirling around him, merging into the whirlwind and vanishing without a trace. A chill swept through the crowd, instilling deep fear. Suddenly, the ancestral artifact that had escaped plummeted before the eyes of the tribe. It was a dagger, measuring a foot in length, its entire surface shimmering with a golden luster. After encountering the green vortex, its runes dulled, yet it managed to break free. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that it was crafted from a golden beast's fang, imbued with a mysterious and formidable power. The strong members of the Golden Wolf tribe trembled. An elder, shaking uncontrollably, lifted the dagger, his heart aching as he realized it could not withstand the willow tree's might. This was not a tooth shed by their ancestral spirits, but rather a relic from an ancient kingdom. In times long past, before the Golden Wolf tribe migrated, they were required to pay tribute to this ancient nation annually. And their ancestors had achieved remarkable feats there, earning this treasured artifact, the Wolf Fang dagger. During that era, the Golden Wolf tribe stood incredibly powerful and resplendent. However, as time wore on, they gradually fell into decline, leading a branch of their kin to migrate to this present location, thus forming the tribe as it exists today. This treasured artifact had then come into the possession of their lineage. The Marquis of Purple Mountain has also fled. It was only at this moment that people realized the so-called strongest being within a radius of 50,000 miles, the Purple Mountain Marquis, had already transformed into a violet sun, gliding close to the ground, heading toward the primal mountain range. He had fled simultaneously with the Golden Wolf, leaving behind a treasured artifact that emanated a radiant glow, coalescing into a human form to face his demise in his stead. The willow branch, after sweeping across the surroundings, had only enough time to pierce through this artifact, absorbing its divine essence, without pursuing the foremost strongman. The towering tornado diminished swiftly, restoring tranquility to the area, as the assaults of the four great powers were neutralized, instilling a profound sense of dread among the assembled heroes. The four clans fell into a profound silence. Having mobilized their forces, only one clan leader managed to escape, while others were either subdued or captured, the sting of defeat resonating loudly. They had presumed themselves the sovereigns of this land, invincible and commanding the allegiance of various tribes, boldly declaring their intention to raise Stone Village. Yet, this was the outcome they faced. Now, the strongmen of the four clans were engulfed in shock, fear, terror, and fury, their emotions tangled. As the clan leader had been slain, a humiliation that filled them with both dread and rage, their fists clenched tightly. My father cannot die in vain. We must seek justice. A robust youth from the Golden Wolf tribe bellowed, his eyes gleaming with a ferocious light akin to that of a wolf. The young clan leader urged calm, stating, "We cannot possibly contend with that demonic willow. Sending more people would only lead to their deaths. As even our clan leader has fallen." The Wolf Fang dagger lay abandoned on the ground. The demonic willow had not pursued further, leading me to speculate that its reach extended only for a mile or so, unable to venture beyond. The young man spoke with a cold tone, his eyes shifting as he prepared to strategize. Upon his words, everyone fell into a stunned silence. At that precise moment, Shi Hao, suspended from the willow tree, finally exhausted his vital essence and could no longer conjure forth lightning. His body, withered and parched like a dilapidated teapot, fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. "Oh!" Many from the Lei clan cried out, their voices a mixture of shock, rage, and sorrow. Shi Hao's descendants, their eyes crimson with fury, prepared for a desperate battle, willing to initiate a grand conflict at any cost. Our Luo Fu Great Marsh will not yield either. Since he cannot reach us here, we shall set fire to this stone village from afar and carry out a bloody purge. Someone from the Jiao clan roared. The death of their clan leader, here, fueling their immense hatred. Only the Zishan lineage remained silent, for Zishan Ho had already fled. Withdraw and launch a probing attack. The forces from the Luo Fu Great Marsh, the Golden Wolf tribe, and the Lei clan retreated 3 miles, leaving a contingent behind to unleash a barrage of flaming arrows upon Stone Village. These were archers of prodigious strength and unwavering aim, their arrows converging upon the village. As expected, at such a distance, the willow branches did not retaliate. Only a hazy aura enveloped the entire village, shattering the arrows before they could penetrate. A great fire erupted outside the village, raging fiercely, yet unable to spread within. "It's ineffective," the crowd lamented, their voices tinged with fear. "Let us besiege this place. The villagers will be trapped, unable to hunt, and will eventually starve to death." The young chieftain of the Golden Wolf tribe snarled viciously. "Young chieftain, we should retreat. Or we risk annihilation," someone advised. In truth, the powerhouses of all four clans harbored fear, with most yearning to flee immediately, unwilling to linger here even for a moment longer. However, the descendants of the clan leader and the powerful figures, consumed by a fierce desire for vengeance, lost their reason. "I, the brother of the Lord of Lawfu Days, shall not retreat. I am determined to avenge my brother and will besiege this place, allowing the mountain dwellers to perish from hunger," roared the younger brother. The Jiao clan members were filled with dread and reluctance, with some stepping forward to voice their opposition. "Knowing full well we face certain death, we cannot fight. That is your brother. You may seek your revenge, but we do not wish to die in vain." "What do you mean? The clan leader has just died, and instead of seeking vengeance, you wish to flee? Are you truly the valiant sons of Luofu Days?" In an instant, chaos nearly erupted within Luofu Days as internal strife began to unfold. A similar situation transpired among the Lei clan and the Jilang tribe. No one desired to embrace death, all wishing to distance themselves from the ominous willow tree. Ultimately, a portion chose to escape, while others obeyed orders to encircle the stone village, preparing to sever their food supply. Suddenly, everyone froze in shock, followed by cries of alarm. "Young clan leader, retreat. It is an ill omen. The spirits have forsaken us and seized our ancestral artifact," an elder exclaimed in terror. Not only did the Jiao clan feel this way, but members of Luofu Days and the Lei clan also shuddered, all contemplating retreat. As for the Zishan clan, they had already begun their flight, leaving not a single soul behind, evidently having received commands from the Zishan Marquis, unwilling to continue the fight. In an instant, the willow branch stirred once more, this time radiating an even more brilliant light than before, its brilliance so intense that it spanned 4 or 5 miles. With a fierce sweep, it cleaved the stone mountain, sending its peak tumbling down with a resounding roar, leveling the forest in its path. The young chieftain of the Golden Wolf tribe bellowed, and his head was instantly severed. Subsequently, many within the tribe who insisted on fighting were bisected at the waist, their corpses falling in swathes, blood splattering. The same fate befell the Luo Float Great Swamp and the Jiao clan, as numerous figures of authority were slain. With a sweep of the willow branches, many fine heads were sent flying, accompanied by a spray of blood. In their final moments, these individuals were consumed by terror and regret, realizing that the willow tree could have extended its reach here all along, but had simply chosen not to interfere previously. Thud, thud. After eliminating the key figures, the willow tree did not engage in wholesale slaughter, but instead directed its attacks towards the scaled horses and exotic beasts. Willow branches pierced mount after mount, creating a macabre display of impaled creatures on the crystalline limbs. Flee. The powerhouses of the 4 clans were seized by terror and fled for their lives, no longer daring to linger. The people of Stone Village were dumbfounded, marveling at the willow tree's immense power. "There are still a few feathered tigers here, rare exotic beasts," exclaimed a clan elder in astonishment. The villagers held the willow tree in profound reverence, offering heartfelt prayers, for it was the guardian of Stone Village. Each person reverently referred to it as the willow deity, offering devout supplications. Suddenly, a divine thought echoed, stating, "This is sustenance. Prepare sufficiently, for a great calamity is imminent." "Who is it?" The crowd was taken aback. "It is the Sacrificial Spirit, our guardian willow deity, who speaks," little one declared, his eyes wide with bright light, staring in astonishment at the charred willow tree. Chapter 46. Deep within the mountains, the willow tree had been broken for many years, leaving only a charred stump, a dozen meters in diameter, with a single vibrant green willow branch swaying in the breeze. For decades, it had remained silent, yet today it spoke. The little one blinked with wide eyes, filled with curiosity. "Greetings to the willow deity." The villagers, utterly astonished, were gripped by a profound reverence. The willow's display exceeded all expectations, prompting many to bow in supplication, imploring it to safeguard the tranquility of Stone Village. Elderly villagers, trembling with age, led the prayers, expressing their respect with sincere words and devout hearts. A mysterious force emerged, remarkably akin to the sacrificial power recorded in ancient texts, which the ancestors invoked during celestial offerings. Radiating outward like ripples, the ancestral cauldron in the village resonated, revealing the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers depicted on its walls, alongside the visages of ancient forebears. all shimmering with a mystical glow that accentuated its antiquity, evoking a sense of profound nostalgia. Yet, the willow fell silent once more, as it had for decades, remaining as mute as if it had never uttered a word. Follow the willow deity's counsel. Begin stockpiling provisions. An elder commanded, regaining composure. On that day, the village was filled with the savory aroma of meat. Every household busied themselves with preparing jerky and smoked meat, working diligently. Even the children lent a hand. The willow had spoken, an unprecedented occurrence in decades, and the villagers dared not dismiss it lightly. Anxiety brewed within them as they earnestly prepared for an impending calamity. The Purple Mountain, Thunder Tribe, Loafu Marsh, and Golden Wolf Clan, the four great tribes, gathered their forces, only to flee in disarray, utterly humiliated. The little town of Gushan was abuzz with chaos, as the four clans, covered in dust and grime, were left terrified, their pride thoroughly shattered in the face of such overwhelming fear. They took a respite in the small town of Solitary Mountain, their former vigor now diminished. No one dared to suggest an assault on Stone Village, and the mere mention of its name became a taboo. It was a disgrace. These formidable clans, once dominant in their realms and commanding this vast land, now found themselves incapable of conquering even a single village. Some elders seethed with indignation. After a brief outburst, many trembled, for the willows were too formidable, invincible indeed. The losses they had incurred were monumental, and they lamented their folly, realizing it was too late for regrets. Such a grievous event was bound to stir a tempest, potentially triggering a series of unfortunate incidents. Consequently, the four clans resolved to depart this place at the earliest opportunity. For them, it was a blood-soaked cursed land, where a single village had led to the demise of three supreme clan leaders, a defeat so catastrophic it was beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, the depths of the primal mountains were far from tranquil. Wisps of mist rose, obscuring the landscape in an ethereal haze, reminiscent of chaos itself. The roars of ancient beasts abruptly ceased, giving way to a profound silence. A colossal figure emerged, shrouded in dense fog, its true form indiscernible. Yet the menacing aura it exuded reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The mountains trembled, and all creatures, winged or terrestrial, lay prostrate in fear, bowing in reverence. It stood towering, its height unfathomable, piercing the clouds, with eyes a deep azure, akin to two vast lakes embedded in the firmament, each with a diameter of several miles. Such immense azure orbs were terrifying, radiating an overwhelming murderous intent. It was difficult to fathom the nature of this creature. Its body was of unimaginable size and grandeur. Should news of it reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the realms. This sacred artifact belongs to me. It emitted a deep, resonant sound, somber as thunder, shaking the mountains to the brink of collapse, while in the distance, the fierce beasts and ominous birds trembled with trepidation. Boom. In response, a massive iron rod, as thick as a pillar supporting the heavens, swept through the air, accompanied by howling winds, tumbling rocks, and surging clouds. This strike was nothing short of apocalyptic, as if the very fabric of the universe had been pierced. A low, thunderous roar reverberated, an aura of malevolence sweeping across the nine heavens. A colossal figure extended a gigantic claw, overshadowing several mountain ranges, glinting with a chilling light, sharp beyond measure. When the claw collided with the iron rod above the clouds, the firmament seemed to tear apart, the mist dissipating, and a myriad of radiant hues burst forth. As potent treasures erupted, engulfing the world in their brilliance. Hiss, hiss. From the sky, fragments of extraordinary bones fell, some as crimson as blood diamonds, others as inky as darkness, and some crystalline and pure white, all emanating a resplendent light, each a wondrous treasure. Should the powerful beings of the human race beyond the mountains behold this spectacle, their eyes would surely blaze with envy, for these were remnants from ancient, legendary beings, amounting to more than a dozen. What an astonishing trove! These bones, inscribed with primordial runes, cascaded down, scattering across the vast and wild mountain ranges, anchoring the land. When the fierce winds from the high heavens surged again, they could not obliterate the mountains. The enormous creature, towering above the clouds, stood majestically between heaven and earth, its eyes a deep, ethereal blue, resembling two serene lakes. With a cold voice, it proclaimed, "The mercy of a woman." Boom. It opened its mouth and emitted a terrifying radiance that engulfed both the heavens and the earth. Had it not been for the precious bones that subdued the vast mountain range moments ago, untold suffering would have ensued. The brilliance shattered the clouds above, casting divine light forward. This was an unparalleled treasure technique. Suddenly, a steel rod met it with a resounding thud, striking against the radiant treasure technique and releasing waves of profound resonance. Moreover, an ancient and formidable rune emerged, ringing out with a metallic clang, causing the rod to emit boundless light, entwined with a multitude of intricate characters. Empowered, the rod's divine might surged immensely. This was a fierce battle, where two unimaginable entities deployed primordial treasure symbols to anchor the mountains, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. You and the little red bird were both gravely wounded. Retreat was your only option. The being with eyes like deep, oily pools exuded a chilling aura, its murderous intent palpable. The clash continued. Suddenly, from the depths of the mountain range, another fiery presence erupted as the little red bird appeared, engaging in a cataclysmic battle with another fearsome creature. To your astonishment, you remained alive in this world. A roar echoed. For formidable beings were locked in combat, their terrifying levels of power surpassing imagination, even causing powerful relics like the demon ape and the fiery bull demon to tremble in distant hiding. In the remote town of Little Solitary Mountain, the powerful were struck with awe, for even they could hear the sounds emanating from the mountain's depths. Gazing upward, they beheld a swirling chaos, where numerous beast bones suppressed the boundless mountains, rendering their secrets impenetrable. What was transpiring? Could it be that a mountain treasure was about to emerge? Were they engaged in a decisive battle for the ultimate prize? As the words fell, divine light erupted from the vast mountain range. Chaos surged forth. Even with a dozen sacred bones suppressing the land, the mountains trembled violently. It was the clash of unparalleled treasures, causing the heavens and the earth to quake. The crowd was filled with dread, exchanging terrified glances. Their very souls stirred with trepidation. Many dropped to their knees with a thud. They trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by an immense pressure that compelled them to bow and worship. What kind of terrifying being could this be? A chill ran down their spines, and some recalled that their clans had once sought to explore the mountains for treasures. They felt truly fortunate to have retreated in time. Flee. This was the collective thought of all present. In this desolate wilderness, lingering even for a moment could lead to dire consequences, where a single misstep could result in utter annihilation. The members of the Lei clan, the Luo Fu Marsh, and the Golden Wolf tribe trembled further. Even a single enchanted willow had instilled fear in them. With the presence lurking in the depths of the mountains, this was no place for mortals, and a hasty retreat was undoubtedly the wisest choice. The small town of Gushan was engulfed in panic, as tribes and powerful figures from all corners began to flee, racing towards the ends of the earth, unwilling to linger even for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the heart of the vast mountain range. Rocks were sent flying as chaos spread, sweeping across the entire expanse. Ethereal light soared skyward, auspicious energy surged forth, reminiscent of the world before creation itself. As if an extraordinary treasure of chaos was emerging, oscillating, and shaking the entire wilderness. The mountain treasure has appeared. At this moment, without the need for further words, everyone comprehended that the sacred artifact had once again seen the light of day. A resounding roar echoed from the depths of the mountains, intensifying the fierce battle as four unimaginable, terrifying creatures fought to the death over the recently unearthed treasure. Chapter 47. The calamity begins. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the vast expanse. Even the outermost reaches of the majestic mountain range could hear that immense sound. The powerful beings fleeing felt their strength wane, many collapsing to the ground. As for their mounts, they had long since ceased to heed commands, trembling uncontrollably, prostrating themselves in fear, too terrified to raise their heads, repeatedly bowing towards the direction of the wilderness. Deep within the mountains, a terrifying aura filled the air as the four great beings clashed in a battle reminiscent of primordial chaos. At times, flames surged like an inferno. At others, dark clouds obscured the sun, and then iron rods sliced through the sky. This was a cataclysmic confrontation. Had it not been for the suppression of this vast mountain range by a dozen sacred bones, stabilizing the terrain, it is unfathomable to consider the devastation that would ensue. Amidst the chaotic mists, a bird's cry pierced the heavens. A fiery red bird screeched in fury as it battled its opponent, igniting a tempest of crimson flames that scorched half the sky. an unbearable heat radiating forth. With another mighty roar, the heavens trembled. Its adversary, embodying a sovereign presence, exuded an aura capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, unleashing brilliant rays of light that soared into the sky, countering the divine fire with formidable abilities. Should anyone witness this, they would surely be astounded. The small red bird's opponent was a colossal avian creature, yet its roar resembled a beastly growl, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Without the primordial sacred bones anchoring the mountain, it would undoubtedly have crumbled. Boom! The colossal wings soared across the sky, resembling a dark cloud that overshadowed the heavens, dimming the crimson flames considerably. A pair of enormous talons descended, reaching for the little red bird. This fearsome creature was immense, filling the firmament with its presence. Its wings spanned like 100,000 mountains descending upon the earth, exuding a malevolent aura that sent shivers through the very soul. With a sharp cry, the vibrant red bird took flight. Though its form was small, its audacity was unparalleled. When its body collided with the giant claws, a resounding clang echoed, sparks flying in all directions. The two adversaries engaged in a fierce battle. The colossal beast enveloped the sky, shrouded in thick black mist, rendering its true figure indistinguishable. From a distance, only its blood-red eyes were visible, enormous and haunting, akin to twin blood moons hanging in the firmament. With a thunderous roar, the gargantuan avian spread its wings wide and soared upwards, seemingly too vast for the sky above the sprawling mountains. Its assault was unparalleled, each flap of its wings producing a cataclysmic reverberation. The little red bird struggled mightily, for it bore injuries from a protracted battle with a being wielding an iron staff, resulting in mutual devastation. With a whoosh, the crimson light cleaved through the clouds. The little red bird's body shimmered with an intricate array of runes, densely interwoven. It opened its beak, glistening like a ruby, unleashing torrents of radiant light that held forth. This was an unmatched, formidable divine technique. The dawn's light transformed into ethereal scarlet swords, sharp beyond measure, ablaze with fiery brilliance, slicing toward the monstrous avian. A fearsome creature, vast as a storm cloud, emitted a primal roar, sensing the imminent peril. It spread its wings and ascended into the azure sky, disappearing in an instant. Simultaneously, dark clouds churned ominously. As the beast fled into the boundless heavens, its iron feathers unfurled, shimmering with runes, enveloping the entire realm while unleashing an endless stream of dark energy that cascaded downward. Clang, clang. In the celestial expanse, a multitude of divine lights erupted, clashing with the dark energy and a scarlet divine sword, creating a resonant symphony akin to a cataclysmic collision of comets beyond the stars, instilling terror in the great wilderness. Meanwhile, fierce winds howled, tearing through the heavens, as an enormous iron rod was wielded by a pair of furry hands, engaged in a fierce battle with a towering entity. Each collision resonated as if the very fabric of creation was being torn asunder, chaos radiating outward. Radiant hues and auspicious energy swirled as an artifact emerged from the depths. Yet the four great beings did not immediately seize it, instead focusing on subduing their adversaries. With the presence of these four formidable entities, no other creatures dared to approach. Even the demonic ape and the firebull demon, remnants of ancient times, trembled in fear from afar, unwilling to draw near. The battle intensified, as these four unimaginable powerhouses fought with reckless abandon, their fierce rivalry exuding a terrifying aura that sent tremors through the 8 desolations, causing all living beings to quake in dread. With a resonant buzz, the very heavens quaked, as a monstrous claw descended, striking towards the little red bird. Divine light surging forth like tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore, boundless and overwhelming. This was an assault, as a creature towering above the world, piercing the clouds. With emerald eyes, suddenly launched an attack, abandoning its opponent wielding an iron rod and turning its fury towards the little red bird. The fiery avian screeched in anger, its wings flapping vigorously, generating a tempestuous and violent whirlwind, transforming into a crimson tornado that tore through the fabric of the heavens and the earth, engulfing all in its fiery glow, intent on ensnaring that enormous claw. Simultaneously, a colossal and ferocious bird of prey swooped down from the opposite side, its path intertwining in a fierce confrontation, targeting the being concealed within the chaotic mists, its form spanning the sky, more magnificent than the darkest thunderclouds, emanating an overwhelming black fog. Its eyes, reminiscent of a blood moon, unleashed 2 spears of crimson as formidable as mountains, hurtling towards the fray. With a resounding roar, the very heavens quaked, violently shaking, as the four great beings abruptly exchanged adversaries, engaging in a deadly struggle to the bitter end. The mountains stood vast and magnificent, with countless towering peaks rising majestically, each adorned with blazing runes, some red as blood, some black as ink, and others pure and crystalline, blossoming in the expanse of the firmament. This was the manifestation of the primordial bones of ancient species, asserting dominance over the entire landscape. Otherwise, amidst such fierce combat, even the residual shockwaves cascading from the celestial heights would herald a cataclysmic disaster. On the distant periphery of the mountains, the powerful beings, gripped by an instinctual dread emanating from their very souls, staggered and fled in desperation. This realm was too terrifying to comprehend. Merely the aura radiating from these titans left them paralyzed, compelled to prostrate themselves in reverence, their hearts gripped by terror. In that moment, they longed to escape into the fabled ancient lands to evade calamity. In the village of stone, the willows stood tall, their tender branches swaying gently. Although the villagers felt a pang of anxiety, they remained far less shaken than the external forces, evidently under a protective shroud. A fierce battle raged in the mountains, the nature of which remained a mystery, igniting intense turmoil. It seemed as though an enigmatic power had ensnared the very landscape. Otherwise, the vast expanse of 50,000 miles would likely face a cataclysm of catastrophic proportions. Shi Hao and Shi Yi whispered to each other, their hearts laden with trepidation, uncertain of how long this impending disaster would last or the extent of its terror. Suddenly, a resounding cry echoed from the sky. A fearsome avian creature, its body adorned with emerald scales and wings shimmering with silver brilliance, appeared above. Ah, it is the azure-scaled eagle, Auntie. It has transformed. Its azure wings have turned to silver, exclaimed the diminutive figure, gazing skyward in awe. Chirp! The Dapeng, Little Qing, and Ziyun fluttered with excitement, flapping their wings and racing to the edge of the village, calling out to the heavens. The azure-scaled eagle had indeed changed. Its wings glimmered with a radiant silver, reminiscent of molten silver, exuding an aura of sanctity. It had consumed the flesh and blood of the mythical Swanni, resulting in a remarkable metamorphosis. The palpable intensity of its presence was terrifying, its power having surged exponentially. With a howling wind, the azure-scaled eagle descended, retracting its magnificent silver wings. Instantly, 3 fledglings rushed forward, nuzzling against its body. In that moment, the formidable creature appeared restless, having fled from the depths of the mountains, where the combat was ferocious beyond comprehension. Even under confinement, the tremors of the battle echoed, sending ripples of fear through all living beings. Please, Auntie Qing, do not venture out. Remain in the village for now, the little one implored, stepping forward. The villagers gathered around, for their bond with the ancient avian progeny was strong. Forged through the trials of life and death, none wished for its downfall. The azure-scaled eagle nodded, having come to evade calamity. The battle raged fiercely, with the deep mountains echoing the roars of beasts like a tsunami, sweeping across the heavens and the earth, its might awe-inspiring, accompanied by astonishing bird calls that resonated like celestial music, striking fear into the heart. This conflict persisted for days, and still continued. The land seemed on the brink of chaos, leaving many to ponder the ultimate outcome. Elders from prominent clans whispered, hoping for an early cessation of the turmoil. Countless souls were engaged in fervent prayers. With a thunderous roar, chaotic energies surged, propelling a luminous divine artifact far into the distance, shattering the intricate runes scattered throughout the mountains. The primordial bones, once thought to anchor this realm, could no longer contain it. Suddenly, a colossal beast's foot emerged, rising upright, shrouded in mist, its emerald eyes sweeping over the surroundings, declaring, "This sacred object holds immense significance. The fewer who know its presence, the better. Thus, let us eradicate all, starting with the human race, cleansing this land of all loquacious beings." The ferocious avian echoed this sentiment, bursting forth from the chaos, its wings unfurling to cover the endless mountains below, immense and unparalleled, with eyes like blood moons, radiating an overwhelming ferocity. With a resounding thud, an iron rod, as colossal as a mountain ridge, was thrust forth, gripped in a massive, furry hand. This being was also cloaked in mist, wielding the rod with a divine might that commanded respect. Following this was the small red bird, bursting forth amidst a blaze of flames. The The four formidable beings possessed an unimaginable divine might, their roars reverberating through the vast expanse of the earth as they engaged in fierce combat, rendering the ancient treasures nearly ineffective. All creatures heed my command. Rise and flatten this land. Amidst the mist, those jade-like eyes grew ever colder, as the towering and fearsome entity issued its decree. Go forth and obliterate all obstacles. The ferocious bird ceased its monstrous cries and began to articulate human speech, its voice resonating with authority as it proclaimed its orders, its blood-red eyes chillingly intimidating. Chaos enveloped the atmosphere, and luminous sacred relics floated, poised to be grasped by the being wielding an iron staff. The other three terrifying entities unleashed their howls, surging forward in pursuit. Chapter 48. Chaos reigns upon the earth. This vast wilderness was boundless, with towering mountains rising one after another, dense forests teeming with life, and ancient beasts roaring as fierce birds soared above. All was thrown into utter disarray. A bellowing cry erupted from a wild bull, its sound echoing for miles. A colossal crimson bull, as red as blood, surged forth from a fissured mountain, towering over 10 meters and stretching 30 meters in length, accompanied by rivers of molten lava and engulfed in flames. This was the Fireball Demon, once a formidable adversary of the Golden Lion, its fiery horn having been shattered in their epic battle. It had existed for countless ages, instilling fear throughout the wilderness, with even the elders of Stone Village growing up listening to its legends. Its hooves trampled the flames, its entire form bathed in firelight, its red hide shimmering like satin as it charged into the distance. Following closely behind was an endless horde of ferocious beasts, a myriad of strange creatures, deftly avoiding the lava and inferno as they surged forth from the vast mountain range, intent on wreaking havoc beyond the hills. No. In a village inhabited by several hundred souls, panic ensued as ferocious beasts charged forth, led by the formidable Fireball Demon, far surpassing their guardian spirit in strength. How could they possibly resist? Sensing impending doom, the village's guardian spirit hastily abandoned the place, fleeing in terror, ultimately merging with the tide of beasts and becoming one of them. This was a tragic spectacle, as the Fireball Demon barreled through. Not only the village spirit, but even the guardian spirits of larger tribes stood no chance against it. Nothing could impede its advance. Stone huts and altars were effortlessly tossed aside by its single, crimson horn, which shattered them as it rampaged through. Clouds of dust soared into the sky as it raced towards the distant horizon. Behind, a multitude of savage beasts clawed and gnawed, surging forward. The villagers fought valiantly, but against this torrent of beasts, they appeared utterly insignificant. The sounds of flesh tearing echoed relentlessly. Those sharp claws and gleaming white teeth claimed life after life. This was a human tragedy, as the village was swiftly engulfed by the beastly onslaught, leaving no survivor. Similar horrors unfolded in other regions, in mere moments. 7 or 8 villages along the periphery of the vast mountains were razed to the ground, stained with pools of blood. Deep within the mountains, 2 terrifying entities issued commands, and countless feral birds and beasts obeyed without question. In the township of Little Lonely Mountain, a golden-maned lion surged forth, its pelt gleaming, an effulgent golden aura flowing about its form. It walked upright, towering at 20 meters, a great horn sprouting from its brow, crackling with electrical discharge. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stormed into the town. Heavens, it is indeed the golden-maned lion. The townsfolk were stricken with dread. It was an ancient beast, spoken of in legends throughout this wilderness, and none had anticipated its arrival here. Flee. None dared to resist. This relict was exceedingly terrifying. Upon entering the town, it lashed out with a single swipe, instantly obliterating 7 or 8 people on the street, their flesh a mangled mess. Then, with another swipe of its claw, several stone houses collapsed, burying over a dozen souls beneath the rubble. Chaos erupted in Little Lonely Mountain as people scattered in all directions. To their horror, they discovered that the town was encircled by savage beasts, leaving no means of escape. A bestial tide had risen, engulfing the area. Why, oh heavens, do you punish us so? A white-haired elder roared, his face turned to the sky. Father, save me. A child cried out in terror. Little Lonely Mountain was plunged into panic. Doomsday had arrived, and all were fleeing for their lives, only to find themselves with no path to tread. The people howled in despair. Golden-maned old lion, I will fight you to the death. The town's foremost warrior, a robust man of middle age, brandished a broadsword taller than most men, his hair and beard bristling, his entire being radiating light as he charged toward the Beast King. Alas, he was no match for this ancient creature. With but a single swipe of its paw, it cleaved him and his sword in two, sending a geyser of blood erupting into the air. In the heart of the town, the lowly stone mountain trembled violently, unleashing a massive boulder that radiated a shimmering brilliance, adorned with intricate runes, rushing forth with great speed. With a resounding strike, the golden-haired lion swung its sharp claws, producing a sharp crack as it struck the boulder, sending sparks flying and the massive stone tumbling away. A roar echoed as the beast tide engulfed the small town. A horde of ferocious creatures surged forward, tearing at the rune-engraved boulder, the sound of clashing resonating amidst the flying stone debris. The boulder glimmered, emanating an overwhelming force, crashing repeatedly, each thud accompanied by the sickening sound of beasts being pulverized into a bloody pulp, blood splattering in the chaos. With a thunderous roar, the golden-haired lion caused the entire town to tremble. A magnificent beam of light erupted from the large horn atop its head, a bolt of lightning striking the boulder, producing a crackling sound and leaving several fissures upon its surface. You, in your savage frenzy, staining the earth with blood, do you not fear retribution? I am a descendant of the mountain deity. The boulder shone brightly, emanating a wave of divine thought. Go and relay this to the entities residing within the mountains. The golden-haired lion also released a wave of divine thought, opening its massive maw to unleash an even more dazzling display of electric brilliance, before launching itself at the boulder. Despite the fierce resistance from the town's spirit, woven with runes, it ultimately succumbed to the might of the golden-haired lion, shattering into a glorious spray of blood, devoured by the feral beast. Moments later, the small town lay in ruins, with shattered walls and bloodstains marking the ground. All its inhabitants perished, leaving no remnants of their existence, entombed within the bellies of the savage beasts. The mountains are teeming with ferocious beasts, and beyond the vast wilderness lies a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Under the leadership of formidable ancient species, a tide of beasts ravages the land. Surging toward the earth's edge, in the stone village, the willow trees stand silent, their tender branches emanating a gentle glow that envelopes the entire settlement. The oncoming wave of beasts charges forth, but deliberately steers clear of this sanctuary. Perhaps it is the sole place spared from catastrophe. The suffering of countless souls is unimaginable. How many lives have been lost to untimely fates, leaving nearby villages in ruin? An elder of the clan sighed, his face etched with sorrow, as he witnessed the calamity descending upon those struggling to survive in this desolate expanse. Little did he know that this turmoil was far graver than he could fathom, extending beyond the mountains into the boundless earth itself. On this fateful day, blood splattered across the land as countless tribes faced annihilation. Predatory birds and fierce beasts roamed freely, and ancient aberrations emerged, sweeping across all inhabited territories. This was a cataclysm. In the vast mountain range, chaotic energies permeated the air, and celestial lights occasionally surged forth as four supreme beings engaged in a monumental battle for sacred artifacts. Divine flames scorched half the sky, colossal birds swept through the heavens, and ferocious beasts rent the firmament asunder. Iron rods pierced the clouds, and the conflict intensified. The resplendent sacred artifact changed hands multiple times, each of the four great beings having possessed it at one point, yet none could truly claim ownership. The battle raged on. A dozen primordial bones of ancient species could no longer safeguard this mountain range. The clash of the four supreme beings turned the landscape into a chaotic scene of crumbling stones, as towering mountains collapsed into disarray. As they engaged in a fierce battle while moving forward, the battlefield expanded ever more vast, stretching into the distance, nearly overwhelming the expansive mountain range. In Shenming, the charred willow suddenly quivered, its tender branches bursting forth with vibrant greenery that stirred the heart, radiating resplendent hues of dawn that enveloped the entire village. What has transpired? The little one, playing beneath the tree with three fledglings, looked up in astonishment. A tremor swept through the villagers, as if they were in the presence of divinity. The ancestral medicinal cauldron of their clan glowed, resonating in harmony, while the ancient patterns of their forebears became increasingly vivid upon its surface. With a resonant hum, the willow's verdant brilliance soared into the sky, interweaving divine chains of order that dazzled the eyes, subsequently shrouding Shenming, which abruptly vanished from the face of the earth, leaving nothing behind. It stood entirely charred, having endured a cataclysmic blow. When calamity struck, it could only defend itself, utterly incapable of contending with such a terrifying being of a higher order. In the distant, unending mountains, thick mists enveloped a pair of jade-like eyes as vast as lakes, gazing intently this way, acutely aware and emitting a low rumble, uttering, "They have indeed escaped." At this pace, who knows how many days it will take to cleanse this land in blood? This is far too slow. The fierce avian of the mountains crumbled. The earth fractured, and smoke billowed into the sky, revealing a profound pit where the stone village once stood, resembling an immense abyss, dark and unfathomable. Oh, it appears to be the site of a divine being's demise. No wonder it took root here. Alas, how unfortunate for it to have succeeded. The creature with emerald eyes roared, exuding an aura of murderous intent. The radiant sacred artifact floated amidst a cascade of luminous colors. As the four great beings engaged in relentless combat, their magical techniques clashing, obliterating the entire mountain range, leaving behind shattered peaks scattered across the vast expanse. Your thirst for blood is so profound. Do you not fear retribution one day? Who can rescue me? A terrifying creature with a pair of verdant eyes bellowed, and with a single roar, the clouds above were dispersed. The ferocious avian, unfurling its massive wings, enveloped the heavens in a shroud of dark mist. Its body more colossal than the storm clouds themselves. This time, it seized the radiant sacred artifact and soared thousands of miles away. The other three beings pursued relentlessly, launching fierce assaults. "I detest the human race. I shall cleanse you in blood." The fierce bird shrieked, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it swept across the boundless land, mountains and rivers rapidly receding. Soon, it arrived at a noble territory belonging to the Thunder Clan, home to millions. It cast aside the sacred artifact and unleashed a bloodbath upon this place. Roar though it was evidently a fierce avian, it emitted a beastly roar, opening its beak to unleash a terrifying darkness that engulfed this population-dense noble territory. The realm of the Thunder Clan was vast, dotted with grand cities and teeming with life. Yet today it faced the calamity of annihilation, like a torrential flood reversing its course, akin to an immense ocean striking the heavens. Once this domain of lords and kings was enshrouded in raven light, its entire populace ascended skyward, drawn inexorably towards the gaping maw of the colossal avian. It was a terrifying spectacle, reminiscent of the world's end, and resistance proved futile, for the millions caught within the ebony radiance were already marked for demise. Within the tenebrous light, any struggle resulted in shattering, transforming into crimson mist. A devouring sky rock. Could it truly be a devouring sky rock of legend? Heavens! What grave transgression has our clan committed to warrant punishment from such a mythical demon bird? Cries of lamentation echoed from within the Lei clan, as all stood aghast, powerless to resist. Struggle was in vain, none could deliver them. The umbral light blotted out the sky, enveloping the land, leaving them to witness their own consumption by that avian beak. A horrifying tableau unfolded. A gargantuan, malevolent rock spanned the firmament, its form wreathed in tenebrous mist, obscuring the entirety of the heavens. Eyes like sanguine moons glared down as it unfurled its immense jaws, swallowing tens of millions whole. With sickening sounds, those who entered its gullet were instantly pulverized, reduced to sanguine vapor, and ingested into its belly. Such a vast quantity of blood essence barely sated its appetite. Nourished by the copious blood energy, the devouring sky rock became invigorated, casting off its weariness. Chapter 49. 100,000 li of flowing blood and iron staff swept forth, collapsing the firmament, striking towards the demon bird's head, a head far larger than even an ancient mountain, threatening to burst it asunder in a myriad of crimson blossoms. Alas, the malevolent avian was too formidable. With a single flap of its wings, it rent the heavens and vanished in an instant, evading the iron staff. Though its form was colossal, it possessed astonishing agility, endowed with divine speed. Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of heaven with such ferocity? A voice echoed through the mist, as the iron rod struck once more. What is this heaven? The heavens cannot contain me. The colossal form of the ferocious bird filled the sky, its wings beating fiercely, striving to rend the very fabric of the universe. A tempest arose, enveloping all in darkness. This immense creature unleashed its arcane powers, its demonic might unparalleled, emitting a mournful cry that seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss. Countless black feathers, inscribed with terrifying runes, shot forth, each one astonishingly thick, descending with a chilling howl, as if to obliterate the world, aimed at the being wielding the iron rod. A fierce battle commenced anew. The iron rod pierced the heavens, clashing against the endless barrage of black feathers. The brilliance of their powers erupted in a cataclysmic display, shaking the very foundations of existence, as the winds and clouds transformed in chaos. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy coalesced, and the myriad black feathers morphed into a colossal black furnace, towering above the highest peaks, its imposing presence formidable and awe-inspiring, standing between heaven and earth. This was a great furnace of the cosmos, fashioned by the heaven-swallowing sparrow, woven from demonic feathers and refined with runes, a fearsome infernal cauldron. With a resonant hum, it trembled, seeking to engulf the being wielding the iron rod. The air thickened with energy as the massive entity swung the iron rod with great force, while simultaneously a vertical eye opened upon its forehead, radiating golden light, with runes cascading through the atmosphere, transforming into an unparalleled celestial sword, cleaving towards the black furnace. This was a battle of life and death, igniting their true fire. On the other side, the Crimson Bird was locked in fierce combat with the gigantic beast. Fighting with reckless abandon, flames clashed against monstrous claws, resonating with metallic clangs as the sounds of their struggle echoed through the realms, harmonizing with the very fabric of existence. They battled fiercely, traversing the vast expanse, the battlefield expanding ever wider amidst the endless mountains. On the vast earth, the once thriving Thunder Clan has become a relic of the past. Towering cities now stand desolate, their inhabitants devoured by the celestial beast known as the Sky-Eating Sparrow. Marking a catastrophic calamity, the four supreme beings have departed, and as a gust of wind sweeps through, dozens of colossal cities, along with numerous smaller settlements, collapse in an instant, reduced to ruins and rubble. The once mighty Thunder Clan, which once dominated this realm, has dissipated into the annals of history, no longer extant. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, no living being shall endure. These mountains and rivers can only be deemed exquisite when stained with blood. Amidst the heavens and earth, a fearsome creature looms, shrouded in dense mist, its emerald eyes gleaming with a terrifying intent to kill. It commands all beings and, freeing itself from the entanglement of the little red bird, surges forth, vanishing into the distance until it reaches the horizon. What manner of monstrosity is this? In another noble territory, the Purple Mountain Clan is struck with awe as they witness, amidst the vast mist, a pair of lake-sized emerald eyes drawing ever closer, suffocating them with their oppressive presence. Whoosh! From behind, the pursuing little red bird opens its mouth, unleashing a cascade of radiant light, igniting a torrent of divine fire that births a crimson celestial sword, cleaving towards the immense beast. Alas, it is too late to intervene. The colossal creature, towering above the clouds, opens its maw wide, swallowing everything in a blood-red abyss. Heavens, no. What kind of beast is this, and how can it possess such overwhelming power? The Purple Mountain Clan is struck with horror as their entire royal city lifts from the ground, its walls, akin to black mountains, and grand palaces, all fracturing, with the entire populace succumbing to that sanguine maw. The diminutive Crimson Avian desired to thwart the assault, yet the human constitution proved too frail. The merest contact would cause them to detonate within the beast's sanguinary maw, dissolving into a sanguine mist, as they were all encompassed by the ferocious creature's arcane techniques. Even the formidable totem spirit was rendered helpless, exploding in the firmament, its essence consumed by the gargantuan monster. A veritable holocaust ensued. The Purple Mountain lineage was decimated. Save for the elusive Marquis of Purple Mountain, the clan was utterly annihilated, not a single member surviving. The Crimson Avian seethed with indignation, its actions constrained by the potential consequences, whereas the savage beast acted with unbridled impunity, devouring tens of millions in a single gulp. A gust of wind swept through, and primordial chaos permeated the air. Every colossal city in the region crumbled, reduced to ruins. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, no tribe or community, whether human or otherwise, remained. A thorough and merciless purge. For supreme beings contended for dominion, two of them roaring madly, commanding all life to obliterate the land, reducing the territory to cinders. Over a dozen primeval remnants led the charge, rampaging across the domain, breaching settlement after settlement, extinguishing great clans, and leaving rivers of blood in their wake. A roar echoed through an ancient tribe. A one-armed demonic ape, its eyes filled with malice, shrouded in dark mist. Like a fiend from the netherworld, spread its wings and descended like a bolt of black lightning. Heavens, the primeval remnant has come. This tribe is truly not insignificant. Boasting a population of 200,000 to 300,000, replete with formidable warriors, well-versed in the arcane powers of bone inscriptions. At this moment, a cadre of skilled fighters surged forth to confront the threat. Yet, in but a fleeting encounter, the demon ape shattered their skulls with ease, voraciously consuming their brain matter, leaving no trace behind. Such a potent ancient relic was simply insurmountable. Even with 200,000 to 300,000 souls united, they were no match, as sheer numbers could not compensate for their inadequacy. The tribal spirit emerged, taking the form of a silver crocodile, but after only a few exchanges, it was brutally torn asunder by the demon ape, which wielded a single arm and a foot. Silver blood gushed forth, marking its untimely demise. Nearby, a tide of beasts surged forth, swiftly engulfing the area. A tribe of 200,000 to 300,000 was reduced to mere history, the ground stained with blood. As all perished within the bellies of the beasts, the beast tide grew ever more colossal, driven towards the world's end. As increasingly ferocious predators from the surrounding mountain ranges joined the fray, creating a spectacle that sent shivers down one's spine. The feral creatures roared in rebellion, obeying the command to cleanse the land with blood, painting the earth in crimson. To the exceptional among you, I shall take you, permitting you to accompany me to my divine mountain FO with a resounding cry. A colossal, malevolent bird unfurled its wings, scattering the clouds and leading a vast horde of savage avians toward a sprawling settlement of hundreds of thousands. Loose the arrows, the chieftain bellowed. All the warriors surged forth in unison, drawing their bows skyward. A flurry of iron-tipped arrows whistled through the air, ascending into the heavens. Indeed, some of the raptors were struck, plummeting earthward with mournful cries. Yet, the majority remained unscathed, for the leader was exceptionally ferocious, a terrifying relic of a primordial age. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of interwoven runes, transmuting into a blazing inferno that cascaded from above. Cries of agony echoed throughout the settlement as swathes of people perished in the conflagration, reduced to ashes in an instant. Its savage might was insurmountable. An hour later, the once thriving settlement, home to hundreds of thousands, was reduced to smoldering ruins. The sky filled with sinister birds flew overhead, leaving behind a few stray feathers to bear witness to the tragedy and suffering. Why, someone cried out, must the heavens punish our people? On this day, numerous settlements were assaulted, unable to resist. Once their totemic spirits were slain and the clan's champions fell in battle, it spelled annihilation for the entire community. Humanity's existence was already precarious, struggling to survive in this harsh wilderness. Why, then, would such calamity befall them? Daily life presented enough challenges, with ferocious beasts roaming the land and savage birds dominating the skies. This was the reality of human existence, demanding constant struggle and resistance, lest they perish. But now, even resistance and desperate efforts were futile, leading to the utter extinction of entire clans. It was a cataclysm that swept across the land. Under the leadership of the devouring sparrow and the towering, monstrous beast, rivers and mountains were stained crimson, and entire populations were wiped out. Destruction is invariably easier than construction. Even the little red bird and the creature wielding an iron rod, despite their earnest intentions to intervene, found their efforts largely ineffectual. The fierce battle between the sky-devouring sparrow and the ferocious beast inadvertently shattered the mountains and rivers, resulting in far greater devastation. The land was stained crimson, drenched in blood. The Golden Wolf tribe and the Luofu Marsh met their demise in succession, with entire families perishing, leaving not a single soul alive. Thus, in this realm, the most formidable four tribes were utterly annihilated, their habitats reduced to blood-soaked ruins. Other tribes followed suit, unable to escape the impending calamity, sharing the same fate. On this day, heaven and earth wept. Countless lives were lost to the sharp claws and white teeth of savage beasts. Apart from humanity, other formidable clans, such as the winged and wood tribes, also suffered horrifying blows, being completely erased from this territory. With all great clans extinguished, the cataclysm extended to even farther lands. Just as the sky-devouring sparrow and another supreme being had foretold, 100,000 miles lay in ruin, mountains stained with blood, and the cries of creatures filled the air, evoking a scene of apocalypse. Once thriving colossal cities were reduced to rubble, and the vast plains, once teeming with life, now lay desolate, littered with bones and rivers of blood. The calamity surged forth, leaving no one unscathed, wreaking havoc upon the world, as the wails of the living echoed in horror, blood flowing for 100,000 miles. Boom. It was not until several days later that the life-and-death duel of the four supreme beings came to a close, drawing the curtain on the conflict. The entire expanse fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Before the eyes, the majestic mountains either lay in ruins or had become fractured remnants. The earth cracked and barren, stripped of vitality, stained with blood, transformed into a land of death. This is the stark reality. The environment is harsh, teeming with primordial beasts, ferocious birds darkening the skies, and venomous insects lurking within the forests. To survive, one must engage in a relentless struggle. Such calamities unfold daily across various lands. As the silver moon rises, the mountains lie in eerie silence, shrouded in a somber stillness, devoid of any sound. The night wind sweeps across the earth, producing a mournful wail, as if the very land weeps in sorrow. Chapter 50. A glimpse of daylight before them lies an extraordinary space, illuminated by a faint glow reminiscent of the dawn's first light, accompanied by swirling mists. Where are they? The villagers of Shurtsuan find themselves bewildered, confused by their sudden departure from the vast wilderness and the mountains. The young one gazes around, the outside world enveloped in a hazy obscurity, akin to a realm of chaos, emanating an ancient and desolate aura that threatens to lead them astray. At the village's edge, a sturdy willow tree stands firmly rooted, its charred trunk cracked and aged. The solitary willow branch, once vibrant and lush, now appears dull and lifeless. The sight before them fills the villagers with trepidation. The tumultuous tides of beasts surge through the rugged mountains. Suddenly liberated from the heights, they ponder their current whereabouts. All gather before the willow tree, humbly offering prayers. "O willow spirit, bestow upon us your unparalleled grace, allowing us to evade this misfortune." The clan leader, Shi Yi, speaks up, having been alerted to the gravity of the situation and emerging from his retreat in advance. The specifics of their location seem inconsequential. They have all survived. And that is the most favorable outcome. Do not panic. We have stockpiled ample dried meat, nuts, wild grains, and sun-dried mountain vegetables, sufficient to sustain us for several months. The old chieftain spoke. Indeed, we shall patiently await, for with the protection of the willow deity, no crisis shall befall us. The stone forest tiger concurred. Several key figures subsequently voiced their agreement, calming the villagers' anxieties, allowing them to resume their tasks in an orderly manner, grinding wild wheat and tidying up the dried meats atop their roofs. 2 months swiftly passed, and the little one turned 4. His soft locks cascaded to his shoulders, and his large, jet-black eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, adorning a visage both lovely and endearing. Though he appeared like a delicate porcelain doll, he possessed immense strength, leaping distances of 30 to 40 meters, thus becoming the foremost expert of Stone Village. "Little one, why are you daydreaming again? Are you yearning for beast's milk? Come, there's a bowl here." Sitting beneath the willow tree, hugging his knees and lost in thought, the little one sprang to his feet at the call, his large eyes darting about as he exclaimed, Where? Haha. So you truly desire beast's milk. You have been cooped up for days, and your palate must be quite weary indeed." A group of older children erupted in laughter. The little one, feeling quite embarrassed, retorted, "No, not at all. I was merely asking." The children continued to chuckle, and a snot-nosed boy, with a mischievous glint in his eye, whispered, "Uncle Linhu's family just welcomed a little tiger cub, if you are truly craving." "Enough of that," the little one hastily interrupted, casting a wary glance at the snot-nosed boy, who, though merely a few months older, was full of mischief. "A gentleman speaks, rather than resorts to violence." The snot-nosed boy hastily wiped his nose and retreated. With a sudden crack, the heavens tore open, and a beam of sunlight streamed in, banishing the gray mist that had shrouded the space, illuminating it with a newfound brilliance. "Ah, we behold the sun once more," a chorus of children exclaimed, their faces alight with wonder. The adults, too, were stirred from their stupor, rising to gaze skyward, their hearts racing with excitement after being confined for over 2 months, their bodies nearly rusting in place. With a sound reminiscent of a delicate jade vase shattering, the space trembled violently, flickering in and out of clarity. before culminating in a resonating hum. The ash and fog vanished entirely, chaos dissipating as the celestial light descended. The sun hung resplendent in the high sky. Though its brilliance was blinding, it inspired exhilaration among the crowd, who craned their necks and cheered joyously, liberated at last, re-emerging onto the earth. A group of eager children, unable to contain their excitement, rushed from the village, greedily inhaling the fresh air imbued with the scent of verdant foliage, leaping and bounding with delight. Yet, something felt amiss. This was not the familiar woodland outside their village. Meng was struck dumb, realizing that the landscape before him bore no resemblance to the hills he had known since childhood. A river flowed past the village, where large fish occasionally leapt, their golden scales glimmering and sending sprays of water in all directions. Nearby, a lake shimmered with crystalline blue waters, where a flock of resplendent birds strolled leisurely, each measuring over 2 meters in length, radiating hues of the sunset. A group of unicorns, their silver coats shimmering, approached the lakeside to drink. Such breathtaking scenery! After their initial astonishment, the children were once again filled with awe. The adults stood in stunned silence, having escaped from the peculiar space. What lay before them was utterly unlike the familiar mountains and forests surrounding their village for decades. They had arrived at a place of exquisite beauty. Chirping excitedly, Ziyun, Dapeng, and Shaoqing rushed forward, drooling over the large fish in the water, now measuring approximately 3.5 meters in length. Their growth had begun to slow after the initial 2 to 3 months. The appearance of the azure-scaled eagle sent waves crashing onto the shore, where 7 or 8 large fish, adorned with golden scales, leaped energetically. Each weighed over 10 pounds, and most astonishingly, they bore 2 translucent whiskers by their mouths, exuding a delightful fragrance. The 3 young birds joyfully dashed forward to indulge in this feast. Shi Yi, astonished, quickly followed suit, seizing one of the large fish and flipping it over in his hands, exclaiming, "Is this truly a whisker fish? It appears to be of the exceptional golden-scaled variety. What a treasure! Rich in spiritual essence, regular consumption will enhance strength and fortify bones, immensely beneficial for the children." Upon hearing this, a chorus of excited shouts erupted from the children as they raced towards the water's edge. Such fish were rare and prized for their spiritual essence, fetching a high price in the outside world. Yet here in this lake, they were plentiful enough to sustain an entire village over time. "Look, Chief, are those large birds by the lake not the 5-colored chickens also known as little lawn birds?" exclaimed Meng's father, a hint of excitement in his voice as he pointed ahead. He had once glimpsed one from a distance in the mountains, but had never managed to catch one. "It seems, indeed they are." Shi Yi widened his eyes, carefully discerning the sight before him, instantly moved by the revelation. The 5-colored chicken, adorned with resplendent plumage, is a sight to behold, resembling the mythical phoenix. Each specimen measures over 2 meters in length and is a rare medicinal treasure. Should one suffer a broken bone or injured sinews, a broth made from the 5-colored chicken, consumed alongside its flesh and bones, accompanied by a sip of the nourishing soup, possesses miraculous efficacy, swiftly mending fractured bones. A group of robust men nodded in agreement, their gazes not fixed on the 5-colored chicken, but rather transfixed by the unicorn on the other side. The shimmering steed, radiating silver light, stirred the hearts of every man present. Residing in the mountains, all formidable men yearn for a steed capable of traversing vast distances, a peculiar dream and obsession unique to them. The unicorn, a rare mutation of the scaled horse, is exceedingly scarce, yet here, one could behold an impressive gathering of no fewer than 50 or 60. Naturally, this sight left the men envious. Yet they were aware that such creatures are considered fierce beasts, not easily approached. "Patience," whispered Shi Jiao. "In time, we shall capture a few. Let us not startle them. As long as we dwell in this fertile land, they will ultimately belong to us." The landscape beyond the village had undergone a remarkable transformation. After the initial shock, the villagers were no longer despondent. The locale proved to be extraordinary, teeming with an abundance of rare and ethereal creatures, a veritable treasure trove of natural beauty. The small child, lost in thought, gazed at the azure lake where the dragon-beard fish, adorned with shimmering golden scales, leapt gracefully from the water, while by the shore, a dozen unicorns stood majestically. His expression was one of dazed reverie as he murmured, "It seems I have seen this before, a vast lake, where the birds are more resplendent than these little phoenixes, immense, where nobles engage in the hunt." Observing his demeanor, the clan leader, Shi Yi, felt a tremor in the wrinkles of his face, and even Shi Yi and Shi Feijiao exchanged glances, their attention now diverted from the unicorns. "Father, mother, I miss you." The child spoke softly, sitting alone by the lakeside, hugging his knees, enveloped in a wave of melancholy. Shi Yi and Shi Feijiao dared not utter a word, merely exchanging concerned looks. "Grandfather, clan leader, are they still in this world? I long for them." The child suddenly raised his head, his large eyes misty, as he earnestly inquired, marking the first time he had posed such a direct question. Shi Yinfeng, reflecting on the myriad memories of the past, felt a complex swirl of emotions. He crouched down and affectionately stroked the boy's head with his rough palm, uncertain of how to respond. Just then, a streak of crimson lightning tore through the sky, resplendently illuminating the heavens, as if a vast expanse of sunset had erupted. A fiery red bird, glistening and dripping with vibrant crimson, no larger than a palm, plummeted from the sky, landing before the great willow tree at the village's edge. "Ah, Xiaohong!" The child sprang to his feet, rushing eagerly towards it. The crimson bird, resplendent in its vibrant hue, descended, its once brilliant aura now subdued. A grievous wound marred its chest, nearly cleaving it in two, while several claw marks on its head threatened to pierce through to its skull. This unfortunate creature, cloaked in scarlet, bore its injuries heavily. Ghastly runes flickered ominously within its wounds, relentlessly sapping its vitality. The small one dared not move, for upon its arrival, the ground was scorched as if it were an inferno, emanating a terrifying heat. "What has happened to you, little red one?" the small one inquired softly. The bird's eyes, the only non-red features, were starkly black and white, glimmering like gemstones as it cast a large, disdainful glance in his direction. The sorrow and ire reflected in its gaze made the small one feel a twinge of embarrassment, prompting him to scratch his head. "Does it hurt, little red?" After a prolonged silence, the small one managed to utter this simple question. The crimson bird widened its eyes, glaring at him with palpable anger, exposing all the whites of its eyes in indignation. The sight of a red bird plummeting from the sky left a group of children in a state of astonishment. Could this be the very creature that the small one had relentlessly pursued out of the village? However, those who truly understood the gravity of the situation, such as the village chief and several elderly elders, trembled in fear. Stone forest tiger and stone flying dragon stood frozen, their hairs standing on end, wary of provoking the crimson bird. They had once witnessed from afar a fiery avian engaged in a fierce battle amidst the vast mountains, setting half the sky ablaze, a sight so terrifying it would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. Now, as the crimson bird plummets from the heavens, it stains the horizon a vibrant red, reminiscent of a sunset's gentle descent. Such a sight elicits a shiver, conjuring images of a formidable being. "Grandfather, it's all right. I know Little Red is powerful, yet I sense no malice. It bears no hostility towards Shurtsuan," the little one explained, blinking with wide eyes. The crimson bird lay upon the ground, its eyes wide open, releasing a faint ray of dawn light that fell upon a massive rock. With a soft puff, a wisp of green smoke arose, and the entire boulder melted into a pool of lava, flowing like molten fire, searing and unbearable, causing a sharp pain to those who beheld it. The crowd gasped, merely a slender beam of dawn light, not true flames, yet it emanated such a terrifying heat. Recalling the inferno they had witnessed, a blaze that raged for a fortnight, they marveled at its divine power. Concern washed over the onlookers as Shi Feijiao and others cautiously approached, intent on pulling the little one away. "Little Red, please don't be upset. Look, even smoke is rising from your head. Take care of your splendid crimson feathers. It would be a shame if they were to burn," the little one said. A cluster of red feathers flickered above the bird's head, standing on end, clearly displaying its anger. However, moments later, it seemed to calm, its gaze fixated curiously on the little one. "Grandfather, see? Little Red is quite gentle now. It's no longer angry." The little one smiled brightly, pure and sweet, longing to cradle the little crimson bird. The fiery creature flapped its wings, struggling to rise, as the runes upon its chest flickered, continually sapping its vitality. "You have come in search of the Willow Spirit, have you not? Previously, you perched upon its trunk. This time, do you seek its aid in healing your wounds?" asked the little one. "Humph. To have my thoughts deciphered by a mere child." The little red bird felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and emitted a crisp sound of disdain, choosing to ignore him and instead gaze upward at the willow tree. The stout and charred willow stood in solemn silence, while the feeble branch swayed gently in the breeze, suddenly descending without a sound, gradually emanating a verdant luminescence. The crimson bird chirped softly, laboriously advancing a few steps toward the tender green branch, exposing its injury and extinguishing the last flicker of flame. Upon the branch, a droplet of crystalline sap materialized, akin to a dewdrop, radiating a celestial glow and enveloped in a fragrant aroma that invigorated the people of Stone Village. As the willow branch drooped, the tender shoots brushed against the fiery bird, the translucent sap trickling down into the grievous wound, instantly igniting a fervent blaze and causing the runes to flicker incessantly. The little red bird chirped softly, its body trembling as it endured the pain with great difficulty. The willow branch swayed gently, and with it, several droplets of sap emerged, rolling amongst the tender shoots, each one glistening like ethereal pearls, shimmering with hues and releasing a delightful fragrance. As these droplets fell, the runes began to fade, and the grievous wound that pierced its chest and abdomen closed completely, seemingly alleviating the little red bird's agony significantly. Subsequently, the tender shoots, adorned with green radiance, cascaded down to its head, the crystalline sap flowing down, gradually erasing the several claw marks upon the little bird's head, thus eradicating the remnants of its grievous injuries. A flicker of firelight illuminated the scene as the little red bird soared, its entire being aglow with a dazzling radiance that rendered onlookers unable to open their eyes. An endless stream of divine light enveloped it, transforming its appearance into something extraordinarily resplendent, a stark contrast to its former self. The villagers were astonished. This tiny crimson sparrow emanated an overwhelming divine presence, akin to facing an ancient celestial deity, nearly causing them to collapse in awe. Fortunately, the great willow tree emitted a soothing aura, mitigating the intensity of this celestial might. In the distance, near the lake, various multicolored birds and unicorns bowed in reverence, as if on a pilgrimage, continually worshipping this extraordinary sight. The little red sparrow felt a profound joy, chirping merrily as it tempered its divine aura, hopping playfully in place. It addressed the willow tree in a melodious voice, saying, "I owe you a tremendous favor." The charred willow remained silent, its tender green branches swaying gracefully, gesturing toward the villagers. The crimson sparrow, now brimming with vitality and radiance, shook off any remnants of lethargy, its feathers glistening with a crystalline sheen. With a resonant sound, a red feather detached from its body, releasing a stream of luminous light like a bolt of electricity, an ethereal sight that struck a nearby rock. "Keep this safe. Should anyone cause trouble, show it to them." Its voice was enchanting and melodious, akin to the sound of jade beads cascading onto a plate, clearly a token of communication. However, upon embedding the red feather into the rock, it immediately melted, transforming into a pool of magma, its crimson glow pulsing as the liquid bubbled and swiftly expanded. The crowd recoiled, the heat proving too intense. The little red sparrow paused, glancing at the villagers before inhaling deeply. Its radiant plumage shimmered brightly, flashing intensely as wisps of divine light ascended and vanished into its mouth. It drained the spirit, leaving behind a singular, resplendent crimson feather, before nodding at the willow and soaring into the sky. "Little Red, do come to play often." The tiny one stood at the village's edge, vigorously waving towards the heavens. "Keep this feather safe." The clan leader, Shi Yi, solemnly declared, "Such a diminutive red feather bore great significance, and none would regard it as an ordinary plume." After a considerable while, tranquility returned, and the villagers began to acclimate to their new surroundings. A group of children, exuberantly shouting, dashed along the verdant shores of the picturesque lake, deliberating on how to catch dragon whisker fish to strengthen their bodies. Their yearning for power intensified. The little phoenix, with its vibrant plumage and 2-meter wingspan, leisurely swam in the lake, utterly unfazed by the children. As for the dozens of unicorns, they displayed a slight wariness towards adult males, but otherwise paid no heed to the playful youngsters. Once calmness enveloped the scene, the tiny one sat alone by the lakeside, hugging their knees, lost in thought, gazing into the azure waters for an extended period. What could be occupying the child's mind? Shi Yi approached and settled down on the lush grass by the lake. "Very well, I shall share all that I know with you." The clan leader nodded. Shi Hao was astute and should not be treated as an ignorant child. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it the refreshing scent of earth and the fragrance of flora, while golden fish occasionally leaped from the water, creating an atmosphere of peace and serenity. Our stone village seems to hold a significant and astonishing heritage, though we ourselves are on the verge of forgetting it, with only fragmented whispers from our ancestors remaining. Shi Yunfeng murmured. The lineage of the Stone clan is ancient, tracing back to the primordial era, as recounted by the late clan elder. In the passage of time, all things may fade, to the extent that even the villagers themselves no longer believe in those ancient tales. How distant it feels. Shi Hao was astonished. The village elder sighed gently and remarked, "Many matters have slipped from our memories. The lineage has long been severed." It was only when a young couple arrived here and spoke of these things that we realized the old tales might indeed hold some truth. Shi Hao's eyes widened. He sensed that they could possibly be his parents. What were they like? He inquired. The villagers treated him kindly, yet every other child had parents, while he was but a small orphan. Despite his cheerful and optimistic demeanor, a deep-seated longing resided within him. The woman was exceptionally beautiful, and the man was handsome. Albeit with a somewhat frail appearance, the elder recounted honestly. The little one clenched his fists, his large eyes sparkling with a blend of joy and anticipation. And he raised his small face, urging, "Grandfather, please continue." They hailed from an ancient kingdom, claiming that Shurtsuan was the ancestral land of their clan. Though they once basked in splendor, they could no longer find their ancestral home. Their purpose in coming here was to leave behind a lineage, ensuring the continuity of their bloodline. Should that illustrious clan face extinction elsewhere, this place could remain a sanctuary, a bastion of purity. The lineage that remained was once formidable. Yet due to various circumstances, Shurtsuan gradually fell into decline, and by now, the ways of cultivation have long been forgotten. It was only when the young couple unexpectedly discovered the path back to their ancestral land that they ventured here. The couple was remarkably resilient, traversing the vast wilderness and crossing endless territories, only to arrive here, where their hopes were dashed. The stone village was far from the robust establishment they had envisioned. It had long since lost the grandeur of ancient times. At that moment, you were cradled in their arms, appearing exceedingly frail, seemingly just a few months old. Yet they insisted that you were already a year old. The little one widened his eyes, listening intently. At this juncture, a group of children approached quietly and sat on the ground, curiously attentive. Your condition was dire, marked by severe regression. They suggested treating you as if you were merely a few months old. If survival proved impossible, they would not hold it against us, the chieftain sighed, gently ruffling the little one's hair. Even he had not anticipated that such a fragile child could endure, let alone possess such innate talent. The little one appeared dazed, a haze of confusion enveloping his mind. A child so small should not recall the sights of his first year, yet the imprint left by his subconscious was indelibly profound. They family had nurtured the elder brother, and in a moment of reverie, the little one seemed to glimpse something, unable to suppress his sorrow, tears cascading down his cheeks. Chapter 52. When self-reliance emerges, he beheld a blurred vision, devoid of warmth, only coldness. Though fragmented, it was heart-wrenching. He yearned to discern it fully, yet the fog surged forth, obscuring everything. At that tender age, he could not possibly possess clear memories. This was merely a profound imprint within his subconscious, brought forth by emotional upheaval. Do not weep, child. Everyone in the village is your kin. This is your home. With his calloused palm, Shi Yunfeng gently wiped away the tears from the little one's face. Do not cry, little one. We are all your brothers. Let go of your sorrowful thoughts. A group of children swiftly gathered around him. Little Shi Hao, having dried his tears, urged, "Grandfather, please continue your tale. There is not much more to tell." Your parents did not say much. Shi Yunfeng recounted the events of yesteryears. That couple had cared for Shi Hao in Stone Village for several months, leaving only after they were certain he would survive. At that time, the frail child was merely a year old, yet he appeared as though he were only 6 months. They abandoned me, little Shi Hao wept anew, his large eyes glistening with tears. No, Shi Yunfeng shook his head, asserting, they could not bear to leave you. But they had to depart in search of a miraculous remedy to heal your afflictions. The mischievous boy scratched his head and murmured, I was quite young then. But I retain some memories that uncle was quite gallant, albeit with a hint of illness, and that aunt was the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered. I remember vividly. Little one lost his parents at 6 months of age when they vanished. Shi Dazhuang nodded in agreement. Though years had passed, the elder still recalled the sorrow and reluctance that accompanied the couple's departure, stating, you were their only child. They said that even in death, they could not bear to witness your decline. Tears flowed ceaselessly from little Shi Hao's eyes as he called out, "Father, Mother, where are you?" The clan leader recounted the events of that year, feeling a significant lightness in his heart. The couple from that time was exceptionally formidable, yet they scarcely mentioned the ancient kingdom, leaving many matters shrouded in ambiguity. Their quest for the sacred herb necessitated venturing into the perilous primordial lands, such as the ancient divine mountain where the elusive true hound may dwell. If discovered, it would inevitably incite a fierce competition for the ancient species. "Can you assist me, Lu Shan, in unveiling the depths of my subconscious?" Young Shi Hao murmured beneath the tree, filled with yearning. "Very well." The little one's eyes widened with hope as he clenched his tiny fists, no longer burdened by sorrow. He resolved to ascertain his physical condition and subsequently uncover the whereabouts of his parents, his simple objective. The villagers observed that this place was indeed ideal for habitation, devoid of excessively ferocious beasts. In the distant woodlands, prey was abundant. Although formidable birds and beasts existed, they were not insurmountable. The nearby lake teemed with a variety of fish, particularly the precious dragon whisker fish, a rare medicinal delicacy, which brought smiles of delight to every clansman. In the past, even the direct descendants of the Purple Mountain lineage, the Thunder Clan, and the Golden Wolf tribe could not indulge so luxuriously in these strength-enhancing exotic fish on a daily basis. We should explore the outside world to discern what lies beyond, how far we are from our original vast mountain range, and what has become of our former abode. Stone Forest Tiger Path. "Uncle, let me go? I shall accompany Aunt Qinglin Eagle for a thorough exploration." Amidst the envious gazes of the children, the little one climbed onto the back of the Qinglin Eagle. With a silver spread of wings, the wind howled as they soared upwards, disappearing into the clouds. The fierce bird is acutely attuned to its surroundings, soaring high in the sky before swiftly darting towards a particular direction, as swift as a bolt of silver lightning. What has transpired? Why have these mountains and rivers fractured? Little Shi Hao, astonished, had only ventured a few hundred miles when he discovered the Earth's anomalies. The ground lay cracked, suffused with a sense of desolation. The mountains and rivers utterly collapsed, severing all vitality. As he delved deeper, remnants of shattered walls and ruins emerged, colossal cities reduced to immense wastelands, stained with blood yet devoid of any corpses. Traversing thousands of miles further, he encountered not a single soul, only traces of blood remained, with numerous great tribes obliterated, transforming this vast territory into a desolate grave. There lay a colossal footprint. From his lofty vantage point, level with the clouds, he gazed down upon the earth, where a massive imprint was evident, having crushed an entire mountain range, shattering many peaks. The little one was awestruck. What kind of immense being could possibly create such a mark? Continuing onward, he observed several abysses below, dark and boundless, yet upon closer inspection, he discerned they were claw marks, gouged by some ferocious bird of prey. This raptor left little Shi Hao in a stupor. The azure-scaled eagle trembled, experiencing a profound shiver that resonated from the depths of its soul, a reverence for this supreme being. Though they belonged to the same avian family, the disparity was insurmountable. Pressing onwards, the land stretched barren for thousands of miles, a wasteland where entire mountains had been melted away, scorched and desolate. Could this devastation be the consequence of little Hong being pushed to her limits? Pondered the little one. The azure-scaled eagle possesses remarkable intelligence, having circled the battlefield for an extended period, capturing the essence of an unparalleled battle spirit. It seems to have gained profound insights, particularly from the traces of avian combat, which proved immensely beneficial. Auntie Qing, once Ziyun and the rock can soar. I shall accompany them to these places for enlightenment, the little one declared. As they ventured further, the endless mountains crumbled, many swept away in an overwhelming force, thousands of majestic peaks severed with alarming precision, a truly terrifying spectacle. Child, what have you discerned? Where is this place, and how far is it from the Kangmeng mountain range? Shifei Jiao inquired. A throng of people gathered, including several clan elders, as the villagers expressed great concern over this matter. I cannot ascertain how far we are from our original abode, but I believe it is at least 50,000 miles away. The entire land has been submerged, and mountains have collapsed. The little one recounted all that had been witnessed along the way, leaving the crowd in astonishment. It is indeed a great calamity. No wonder the Willow deity sought to lead Shitsuan away. The clan leader sighed, fully aware that without the willow trees, Shitsuan would surely have been reduced to rubble. With no survivors left, The harrowing image of that land spoke volumes. Over the course of the following month, the little one frequently ventured out with the azure-scaled eagle, sometimes disappearing for many days, ultimately uncovering the dire situation. Grandfather clan leader, the vast expanse of the Shenming mountain range has been utterly shattered. Our dwelling place is lost. The little one brought forth news that left everyone in a state of disbelief. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, all life had perished. Even the ferocious beasts and countless raptors had vanished without a trace, perhaps consumed by supreme beings. In a realm spanning 100,000 miles, it has transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of any living creatures, all extinguished. Such a calamity has befallen us, the Thunder Clan, the Purple Mountain, the Luofu Marshes. The Golden Wolf Tribe, what formidable factions they were, each with populations in the millions, now utterly annihilated. An elder of the clan lamented, overwhelmed with sorrow, though once adversaries. And despite past grievances, in the face of such a tragedy, those grievances pale in comparison. The combined populace of all the great clans amounted to hundreds of millions, all gone. A cataclysm of unimaginable proportions. We must grow stronger. Only then can we safeguard our homeland. A group of children cried out. The grimness of this disaster sent shivers through their tender hearts, yet it also ignited a fierce determination within them, each proclaiming their desire to become powerful. Indeed, we shall commence our journey from this very moment, diligently cultivating our bone scripts. The vast expanse of 100,000 miles has now turned into a void. Perhaps we can establish a nation, remarked a slightly older child. Their aspirations were grand, yet the path ahead appeared daunting. The ancient kingdoms thrived from antiquity to the present, possibly due to the existence of ancient deities and their own formidable strength. Even a mere retainer of those ancient realms could effortlessly vanquish the Golden Wolf Tribe and the Luofu Marshes. The unfathomable terror of the unyielding ancient kingdoms from times long past is beyond imagination, the clan leader sighed. Fear not, for we have the Willow deity. When we grow, we too shall possess great strength. Given the prodigious talent of our little one, who can already contend with the primordial true hounds, is it not conceivable that we might one day conquer a grand nation? A group of children, filled with indignation, clenched their fists in determination. Very well. I await your glorious achievements. As the late elder once stated, in ancient times, our clan was immensely powerful, capable of battling the true primordial beasts alongside ancient deities. I fervently hope that you will revive this splendor and allow our so-called ancestral land to resonate throughout this vast domain, Shi Hao remarked, gently patting the heads of the children as a gesture of encouragement. A man must strive for strength. One must harbor lofty ambitions. In the days that followed, the children of Shitsuan dedicated themselves wholeheartedly, diligently refining their bone inscriptions and cultivating their vitality, each growing robust as fierce beasts. This idyllic habitat was truly blessed. Besides the dragon whisker fish, the villagers also discovered the dragon sinew snake. Though it was a fearsome creature, it could be hunted, and its sinew was extraordinarily precious. When boiled down and consumed, it significantly reinforced one's bones, serving as a rare medicinal treasure. Not only did the children flourish rapidly, but the adults also reaped immense benefits. Becoming robust and full of inexhaustible energy, time flew by swiftly, and over a year had passed in the blink of an eye. If one were to calculate by age, the little one was slightly over 5. However, considering the months lost in his early years, he had reached the age of 6. I am 6 now, and I can lift boulders weighing 30,000 pounds. When will you awaken, Spirit of the Willow? In front of the grand willow tree, the little one whispered. Over the course of the year, he had grown taller, his large eyes sparkling with wisdom, his complexion fair and beautiful, and he had become increasingly refined and charismatic. Chirp, chirp. The melodious sounds of birds resonate through the sky. The purple cloud, alongside the majestic rock and the nimble little Qing, is not particularly swift. However, its body measures 4 meters in length, enabling it to soar into the heavens with remarkable speed, piercing the cloud layers above. Do not fret. I am coming to explore the remnants of the battlefield with you, exclaimed Shi Hao as he waved his hand and then, with a powerful stomp, surged upwards, gracefully alighting upon the back of the purple cloud. The howling winds roared, and in an instant, they vanished into the horizon, racing towards the desolate expanse of lifeless terrain. This land, a shattered landscape, bore witness to cracked earth and collapsed mountains, an utterly barren and silent domain. It is time for us to change our direction and venture westward, Shi Hao proclaimed, gesturing towards the fractured mountain range to the west. With the winds howling fiercely, they traversed swiftly, soon arriving at the crumbled mountains, meticulously searching for the remnants of past battles. Chirp, chirp. Little Qing called out, darting towards a vast basin. Its body adorned with dazzling patterns that glimmered after feasting on the flesh and blood of the mythical beast, the swan and eye, leading to its own transformation alongside the rock. Ah, this is not merely a basin. It is an expansive lake, now dried up due to the cataclysmic conflict that transpired, Shi Hao marveled. Suddenly, the purple cloud emitted a cry, signaling the presence of life below. What manner of creature could that be? The little one pondered, astonished. At the bottom of the desiccated lake lay a being, encrusted in earth, utterly motionless, as if entombed for countless years. Were it not for its luminous eyes, one might easily mistake it for a long-deceased entity. Oh, it is a monkey, merely a foot long, but how does it possess 3 heads and 6 arms? Shi Hao exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 53. Zhu Yin. This creature, encrusted with earth, measures merely a foot in length yet possesses 3 heads and 6 arms. Resembling a monkey, though it is distinctly something else. What manner of being is this? The little one pondered, filled with trepidation, within 100,000 miles. All life had perished, yet this peculiar entity had somehow survived. It must be extraordinary. The great lake had withered, its bed now a hardened expanse of dried mud. And one of this creature's legs was ensnared within, as if encased in stone, rendering it immovable. The surrounding mountains had all been severed, as though swept away by an immense force, obliterating the entire range, leaving only the lower halves of the peaks. The lake's desiccation was a direct consequence of this violent upheaval, and the once vibrant expanse now lay in a lifeless stupor, devoid of the azure waves and boundless beauty it once displayed. 3-headed fledglings circled above, intermittently diving into the clouds and then back to the lake bed. The little one sat atop the purple cloud, gazing downward, retrieving some sustenance from his beast-hide pouch and casting it below. The creature, seemingly famished, eagerly snatched the fallen morsels, devouring them with ravenous haste, and afterward, it gazed upward with a look of longing. Although the atmosphere felt devoid of peril, the creature exuded an air of strangeness. Let us descend a bit closer for a better look, the little Shi Hao suggested. The purple clouds swooped down, hovering above the parched lakebed. The little one's arm shimmered, and a multitude of runes materialized, showering down a cascade of luminous rain upon the creature. The being, resembling a monkey and only a foot long, widened its eyes, exhibiting both apprehension and bewilderment as the radiant rain cascaded over it, rendering its form almost translucent. This was an application of bone script, a means to discern the true nature of an adversary. The diminutive creature gasped in astonishment and remarked, "It has suffered severe damage. Intricate runes reside within, yet they are nearly extinguished. The rest remains obscured, shrouded by a mysterious force." Once assured of safety, the young Shi Hao leaped gracefully to the ground. 3 young birds emitted soft calls, circling in the air, their bodies aglow, poised for battle at a moment's notice. The lake had been dry for over a year. Could it be that this creature had been trapped here without sustenance? The little one was astonished. The lake bed was as solid as rock, indistinguishable from stepping upon mountain stones. The creature, measuring about a foot in length, approached, revealing a skin akin to a silkworm pupa, with a small portion recently shed. Had it undergone some form of metamorphosis, just now breaking free? Wrapped in mud, it must have been sealed away for at least a year or 2. Shi Hao displayed a look of wonder. Chirp, chirp. The 6-armed entity let out a gentle sound, its 6 arms waving in unison, beseeching Shi Hao for food. The little one unwrapped a portion of jerky and offered it, asking, "What manner of creature are you, and why are you confined here?" The small creature, with bulging eyes, stared wide-eyed, devouring the food voraciously while pondering its predicament, only to eventually reveal a look of bewilderment, having forgotten to eat. It vigorously rubbed its head, visibly frustrated, seemingly dissatisfied with itself. "Ah, you truly are undergoing a transformation. You've shed another piece of your old skin." The creature's old skin was caked with hardened mud. After removing several pieces of tough skin from one arm, it unveiled a radiant coat, shimmering like golden satin, far more pleasing to the eye than the dust-laden old skin. It was feeble, having only recently revived, unable to extricate its sealed leg, and frequently displaying a look of confusion, scratching its head in a futile attempt to recall something. The little one, filled with curiosity, illuminated its arm, casting another shower of light upon it. Suddenly, it emitted a sharp cry, as if startled, its entire being shimmering brilliantly. The intricate, fractured runes within flickering as they enveloped it, rendering it inscrutable. Had it endured severe trauma, necessitating a transformation to survive? Shi Hao gazed at it, sensing the creature's dire condition. With a crackle, this being, resembling a monkey, suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, its form fracturing with a series of resounding pops, shedding its old skin to reveal its true essence. During this metamorphosis, its 3 heads and 6 arms blurred, swiftly coalescing into a singular form with 2 arms, returning to a more conventional appearance. Alas, a transformation had taken place. Could it merely be a form of treasure technique? The little one was astonished. As it shed its old skin, withdrawing the treasure technique, it shone radiantly, freeing itself from the sealed leg, chattering incessantly, yet its body had diminished, now barely over 3 inches tall. This transformation was astonishing. It appeared as though it had become an entirely different being. It was round and plump, akin to a golden fist, likely to roll about like a golden ball with a gentle push. Still reminiscent of a monkey, yet now spherical and glistening in gold. It was fist-sized, with large, expressive eyes that sparkled with brilliance, rivaling even Shi Hao's own. Each blink radiated a twinkling glow. Truly adorable. The little one swiftly lifted it, cradling it in the palm of his hand, kneading and squeezing, releasing a cascade of golden radiance. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The golden orb struggled valiantly, glaring with its remarkably large eyes, incessantly vocalizing. Squeak, whimper. The little one promptly stuffed a piece of meat into its mouth, instantly silencing its cries. It devoured the food with the voracity of a starving soul reborn, rolling about in his palm while munching rapidly. Shi Hao tugged at its monkey-like tail, yet the golden orb remained unfazed, hanging there, clutching its meal, engrossed in its relentless gnawing, completely indifferent to him. The little one burst into laughter, delighting in the antics, flipping it over and playing joyfully. Eventually, the golden orb grew irate, but not for the reasons one might expect. Rather, it was due to the absence of food, realizing that the little one had failed to offer more. Ha! The little one chuckled merrily, presenting another piece of meat. Yet the golden orb continued to disregard him, nonchalantly allowing itself to be squeezed or shaken by its tail, remaining indifferent, still clinging to the food, engrossed in its feasting. Xiun, Dapeng, and Shaoqing stood in awe, descending to observe this golden orb, their expressions a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Just moments ago, this being had exhibited 3 heads and 6 arms, a manifestation of an ancient legendess formidable power, instilling them with trepidation. Yet now, this orb displayed such a demeanor, unconcerned as long as it had sustenance. Having encountered such a creature, it was clear that meditation on the battlefield was no longer an option. The little one, still grasping the golden orb by its tail, settled onto Xiun's back and set off towards Shizun. A gust of wind swept through as 3 fledgling creatures alighted upon the verdant grass by the lake. A group of children gathered around, their eyes wide with astonishment. What is this? A newly opened-eyed monkey. It appears as if it were forged from gold, its fur shimmering dazzlingly in the light. How round it is. It could easily roll if placed upon the ground. Wow, it has quite the appetite. Unfazed even when its tail is tugged, it simply buries its head and gnaws away. The lake, resplendent and crystal clear, mirrored the azure sky, while the banks were carpeted in lush greenery. In the distance, brightly feathered birds strutted about, occasionally interrupted by the appearance of mythical beasts. A circle of children sat cross-legged on the grass, fixated on the creature before them, bursts of laughter escaping their lips. Eventually, the golden orb of a creature burrowed directly into a diminutive leather pouch, its mouth never ceasing as it consumed an entire bag of jerky, leaving not a trace behind. It was only at this moment that the children began to sense something amiss. My heavens, it is no larger than a fist. How can it possibly ingest such a copious amount of food? How can its little belly hold so much? They pondered, bewildered. What manner of monkey is this? Their exclamations attracted the attention of the adults, including Shi Hao and others, who approached. It is not a monkey. It possesses the ability to transform. When first discovered, it had 3 heads and 6 arms, shedding a skin akin to that of a golden cicada, the small one explained. What? 3 heads and 6 arms? That is the legendary supreme art. Shi Hao exclaimed, astonished. Having followed the clan leader in recent years, he had learned many secrets. What a pity it nearly perished. The runes within its body shattered, rendering it impossible to observe further. The small one lamented. At this moment, several elderly clan elders were startled. The phrase 3 heads and 6 arms left the group of old men in a state of astonishment. The clan leader, Shi Yi, also approached, crouching down to observe intently. The golden orb was infuriated, incessantly vocalizing its displeasure due to the depletion of food. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a child tossed a red fruit, striking the orb, which promptly subdued, lowering its rear and engrossing itself in gnawing, indifferent to the commotion around it. This creature was indeed extraordinary. A glance from the clan leader elicited a startled reaction, revealing a grave expression. "What manner of monkey is this?" a child inquired. "This is no ordinary ape," Shi Yi replied, lifting its diminutive legs for closer inspection. The onlookers followed suit, astonished to discover that its feet were a vivid red, reminiscent of smoldering coals. If one were not attentive, the golden fur on its legs would obscure this striking hue, which was only visible when elevated. Truly, it resembled the legendary beast. The old leader trembled, feeling as if confronted by an unparalleled menace. "Grandpa leader, what is it?" Little Shi Hao asked. "In ancient lore, there exists a fearsome creature named Shi Yi, resembling an ape, with red feet and a white head. Its appearance heralds impending chaos in its realm." The crowd gasped, instinctively retreating. Could this golden orb be such a ferocious entity? Was it an ancient beast? Hearts raced wildly, a sense of trepidation permeating the air. Unless a deity intervened, who could possibly tame an ancient beast? Yet, something was amiss. Its head was not white. The snot-nosed creature opened its mouth. It was certainly not an ancient ferocious beast, but rather a remnant species, its bloodline perhaps diluted. For reasons unknown, it had suffered severe injuries, the clan leader remarked. Yet, even in such a state, it instilled fear in the hearts of many, regardless of its tainted blood. As long as it could be classified as an ancient remnant, it remained a terrifying entity capable of wreaking havoc in the wilderness. The only consolation was that this golden orb appeared harmless, resembling merely a glutton with no evident threat. Moreover, it had sustained significant damage, its internal ruins shattered. It was a pity that the legendary supreme treasure art had been destroyed alongside it. Once the tension subsided, a sense of regret enveloped the group. "Oh, it has horns on its head." The little one reached out to touch it, discovering not only the absence of white hair, but also a pair of small protrusions amid its golden fur, which differed significantly from Shi Yi. Only upon closer inspection could one discern that these small protrusions, hidden within the fur, shimmered with brilliance. Careful scrutiny revealed they were a pair of unicorn-like horns. Chapter 54. Blood transfer. "You damned monkey, stop right there." In the stone village, a brawny woman rushed out, pursuing a golden orb the size of a fist that was fleeing while hoisting a 100-pound beast's leg, rolling along the ground in a comical manner, gnawing as it ran. Incredibly, despite being a mere 3 inches tall, by the time it reached the village's edge, it had devoured all but a single large bone from the hefty piece of meat. "You foolish monkey, can't you find another place? This is the 6th time in a fortnight." The voice of the middle-aged woman resonated like a lion's roar as she seized a bone over half a meter long and struck it upon the creature's head. A resounding clang echoed, sparks flying as if it had been struck against iron, producing a metallic sound. The golden sphere, no larger than a fist, looked utterly innocent, blinking its large eyes, unable to retaliate or utter a complaint. "Ant Tiger, it's not a monkey. It's a Shi Yi," the little one corrected, tugging at the golden sphere's tail and hoisting it upside down. Indeed, it was quite bothersome. Even pigs found it detestable. The middle-aged woman was indignant and struck again with the bone, yet it seemed futile, akin to striking iron. "Xiaozhu, during the past half-month, you've pilfered from the entire village. Is your little belly still unsatisfied?" Shi Hao remarked, giving its ear a gentle tug. "Ji," protested the golden sphere, clearly displeased by the label. "It's not a pig as in tree pig, it's Zhu as in Zhu Yin. If you dislike that, I shall simply call you Furry Ball." Shi Hao chuckled, rolling it around in his palm. The golden Zhu Yin was irate, questioning the absurdity of such names, feeling it was both a pig and a ball, which displeased it greatly. Shi Hao continued to knead and pinch it, and amidst its protests, they arrived by the lakeside, preparing for their training. A group of children had already gathered there, sitting earnestly on the green grass, diligently practicing their bone script. After a great calamity, a vast area of 100,000 miles had perished, profoundly impacting the children, igniting their fighting spirit as they yearned to grow stronger. Has the furry ball caused another ruckus? Just now, I heard Ant Tiger from the Lin family let out a lion's roar. Haha, it seems to cause trouble every day. I truly wonder how it can eat so much, its little belly resembling an endless abyss. A group of children stood up, their faces beaming with joy as they gathered around, playfully squeezing the round, golden body of the Zhu Yin, relishing its delightful texture. Over the past fortnight, it had consumed enough cured meat to rival the weight of a dragon's horn. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao nodded in agreement, remarking that it was likely famished after being confined at the bottom of the lake for over a year, and this was merely a process of rejuvenation. The azure lake shimmered with clarity, occasionally interrupted by the leap of golden fish. The children sat cross-legged by the shore, resuming their cultivation. In the span of this past year, Shi Hao's strength had surged remarkably, akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, as he could now lift boulders weighing 30,000 pounds solely with his physical prowess. It is worth noting that he was merely a 6-year-old child. His remarkable feat left the villagers astounded. Furthermore, he was diligently refining the bone inscriptions, having already attained profound mastery. At this rate of growth, it is unfathomable to conceive the heights he might eventually reach. True cultivation transcends mere physical training. It necessitates a comprehension of primordial runes and a connection to the essence of the cosmos. Without this understanding, even the most formidable of bodies cannot ascend to the pinnacle. The genuine supreme being recognizes no distinction between physical form and bone inscriptions. During the forging of the body, mysterious patterns may emerge, transforming into fragments of the great Tao, intertwining with flesh and blood seamlessly. Conversely, while cultivating bone inscriptions, these become divine radiance, nurturing and melding with the corporeal form in a singular fusion. However, this path is exceedingly arduous. Within a village of hundreds or even a town of thousands, it is rare to find an individual capable of embarking on such a journey of cultivation. This realm demands the mobilization of one's entire essence, resonating like thunder, refining the bone inscriptions, and invoking divine radiance within the blood, thereby tempering the natural order and nurturing the body. In essence, the blood transformation realm signifies the congealing of blood and runes, giving birth to divine radiance, which subsequently nourishes the physical body. Seizing the essence of heaven and earth to fortify oneself, thereby achieving the goal of cultivation. The initial phase of the blood transformation realm possesses a formidable destructive power, capable of effortlessly subduing formidable beings such as the stone forest tiger and the stone-flying flood dragon, who wield a strength of 5,000 to 6,000 jin. If one were to quantify this power, the initial stage of the blood transformation realm would possess at least 8,000 jin of destructive force. The diminutive protagonist also integrates runes into his flesh, transforming them into divine radiance, akin to an eternal divine furnace, ceaselessly drawing upon the spiritual essence of the world, thus marking his entry into the blood transformation realm. Even the mightiest individuals like the stone forest tiger and the stone-flying flood dragon do not truly belong to this realm, as it is exceedingly challenging. It is indeed remarkable for even one person in a tribe of 10,000 to surpass this threshold. The mid-stage of the blood transformation realm boasts a destructive force of no less than 20,000 jin, while the later stages are even more astounding, unleashing a staggering 50,000 jin of divine power, enabling one to charge through hordes of colossal beasts, even in tribes numbering in the tens of thousands. When someone enters the blood transformation realm, it remains a lifelong endeavor to reach the later stages, capable of manifesting such extraordinary strength. Remarkably, the diminutive protagonist, at merely 6 years of age, can lift a boulder weighing 30,000 jin solely through physical prowess, and when augmented by the secret power of runes within his flesh, his strength becomes even more astonishing, placing him at the pinnacle of the blood transformation realm. In recent years, Shi Hao has made rapid advancements. He has thoroughly studied a plethora of ancient texts collected by the elder patriarch, achieving profound mastery. He has reached the pinnacle of sublimation, on the verge of breaking through to a new domain. Over the past few days, the diminutive protagonist has nearly worn out the ancient texts, having completely mastered and grasped these runes, leaving him with little else to learn but to explore and delve into self-discovery. Moreover, he was also delving into the art of ancient magic, one being the primordial runes of the ancient magical birds, and the other the great powers of the divine beast known as the Swanni, both of which could evoke envy among clans numbering in the millions. As the sun began its descent, The evening glow painted the horizon in hues of crimson, enhancing the beauty of the lakes, where a flock of exotic birds frolicked in the water. Suddenly, chaos erupted. All the majestic birds flapped their wings and cried out incessantly. Among the aquatic plants, an egg the size of a human head began to roll away at an astonishing speed, pulled by a fuzzy golden ball. This fluffy creature, while the roasted egg it produced was delightful, was not considered a true elixir. Rather, it was the eggs of the little phoenixes that were the real treasure. The mischievous little rascal, though diminutive, possessed a rather wicked nature. With a chirp, the golden ball transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant, moving with incredible swiftness. Shortly thereafter, a chorus of agitated little phoenixes erupted from the waterside foliage, flapping their wings and splashing water in their fury. The aroma was delightful. The children gathered around a fire by the lake, roasting the bird eggs and sharing a sumptuous feast with the golden ball. Though the eggs were few, their flavor was exquisite, a true restorative treasure, and the children indulged heartily, feeling a warm glow throughout their bodies. The golden ball, however, was not greedy. It willingly shared its bounty. Yet, its large eyes darted around, contemplating which of the children to visit that night, for it could not simply steal eggs without due cause. As nightfall descended, the willow tree at the village's entrance suddenly radiated a luminous aura, enveloping the entire stone village, reminiscent of its splendor in the vast mountains. A nightly occurrence until it fell into a deep slumber over the past year. The willow spirit had awakened. The villagers gasped in astonishment. At this moment, Zhu Yin stood with his golden fur bristling, his eyes wide with trepidation, intensely fixated on the slender, emerald branch emerging from the charred trunk. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he leapt towards the willow tree, driven by an urge to nibble on the tender shoots, sensing the extraordinary vitality pulsating within. "No, little furball!" Shi Hao exclaimed in alarm. The verdant willow branch descended, ensnaring the little creature and suspending it in midair. To the untrained eye, one might mistakenly believe it had hanged itself. This unexpected turn left Zhu Yan's large eyes round with shock, as it struggled fiercely against its predicament. The diminutive figure hastily clarified, "The willow deity does not hold a grudge against it. Although it is an ancient breed, its internal runes have shattered, and it may have forgotten its past." After a prolonged interval, the willow deity finally relented, evidently holding a significant regard for the golden Zhu Yan, though it refrained from further discourse. Once liberated, Zhu Yan let out a startled cry, tumbling down to perch upon Shi Hao's shoulder, seeking refuge behind his hair, its large eyes blinking in trepidation as it gazed at the willow, no longer daring to move. The entire village gathered, their reverence palpable as they engaged in solemn rituals to express their profound respect. Ultimately, the chieftain, adopting a tentative approach, inquired about the little one's cultivation achievements, seeking guidance from the willow on the path forward. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. The revelation was utterly breathtaking. The stature of the willow deity was beyond compare, and its words were assuredly not false, far more credible than the legends they had heard. Yet the news was astonishing. What they possess is merely the raw power of their physical forms, without invoking the unparalleled treasures unique to their race, the willow deity added. The golden-winged rock and the true hound, these ancient and formidable beasts of the heavenly realm, possess unparalleled and extraordinary treasures of power that are beyond comparison. The clan members were left in a state of astonishment, rendered speechless. Therefore, do not rush to make a breakthrough. Instead, strive to surpass the formidable barrier of 100,000 pounds of pure physical strength in the shortest time possible, as it will greatly benefit you. As advised by Lu Shu, the villagers were taken aback, clearly recognizing Lu Shun's exceptional regard for the little one, as he had spoken more words to him than in the past several decades combined. "I will do my utmost," the little one exclaimed, his large eyes sparkling as he clenched his tiny fist, then timidly inquired, "Lu Shen, could you help me see what lies within my subconscious? I wish to understand what transpired back then." He felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the revelation of a harsh truth. Yet he was also deeply yearning to comprehend the events of the past. Chapter 55. Heritage. The charred willow tree, its main trunk exuding a hazy mist, spread outward like chaos itself, enveloping the entire world in a stillness reminiscent of the primordial void before creation. Everyone was struck with awe. Previously, only a single willow branch emitted light, yet now the severed trunk had undergone a transformation, creating an astonishing spectacle that compelled them to retreat involuntarily. Squeak, the fist-sized furball, darted out with a sudden burst, shrieking incessantly as it nearly plunged into the lake. Its round eyes widened in alarm as it gazed from a distance. The clan members also withdrew, leaving only the little one at the village's edge, gradually enveloped by the mist, obscured and difficult to discern clearly. Shi Hao stood motionless, as if at the world's end, enveloped in a haze of chaos. Scenes once glimpsed in childhood, now obscured by time, resurfaced from the depths of his subconscious. A profound voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, solemn and majestic, evoking a mythical tableau. Before him loomed a colossal altar, soaring into the clouds, exuding an ancient and weathered aura as if it had existed for eons. Its surface was adorned with myriad ancient engravings, depictions of the sun, moon, and stars, fearsome primordial beasts, ancient ancestors, and deities that struck awe into the hearts of onlookers. The altar, magnificent and boundless, dwarfed the mountains, surrounded by swirling clouds, upon which lay the remains of primordial beings, their blood cascading over the intricate designs, alongside rare divine treasures and precious elixirs. This was a national rite of worship to the heavens. A golden sun radiated an overwhelming aura, blinding to the beholder. At its center stood a formidable figure, illuminating the entire firmament, akin to a celestial sovereign, surveying both heaven and earth. His golden blood energy emanated naturally, giving rise to such extraordinary phenomena. This was the emperor of the ancient realm, commanding vast territories, now personally conducting the heavenly offering with utmost gravity. Behind him gathered a cohort of royal elites, each exuding an intimidating presence, their eyes flashing with electric intensity. Following them were numerous feudal lords and endless retainers. This assembly alone comprised tens of thousands, hailing from various dominions, each a formidable force in their own right, their collective aura causing the very heavens to tremble. In the distance lies an endless army, truly boundless and immeasurable, filling the land to capacity, rendering the horizon invisible from the altar. Each lord commands a populace in the billions, with no ordinary figures among them. The assembly of so many vassals and nobles, even if they were to lead but a handful of troops in a celestial offering, would be nothing short of astonishing. The national sacrifice is a grand spectacle, unfathomable and reminiscent of mythical scenes. On the other side, notable families partake in this magnificent sacrificial rite, bathed in the oceanic, divine radiance. Among them, a young woman cradles an infant still swaddled in cloth, the child gleefully laughing and reaching out with tiny hands, his large eyes reminiscent of the young Shi Hao. Beneath the willow tree, the little one is momentarily entranced, lost in thought. The sacrificial scene fades, revealing other visions. A vast lake emerges, azure and crystalline, exuding unparalleled beauty and a rich spiritual aura, ideal for cultivation. Various exotic creatures roam the shores, including ancient species from a bygone era. Such a sacred lake is a place where ordinary folk dare not venture. In the distance, tens of thousands of fierce riders sit astride formidable beasts, clad in gleaming armor. Their divine spears raised to the sky, glinting with a chilling metallic sheen, emanating an air of grim authority. They remain motionless, ever vigilant, while nobles hunt ahead. The shores of the sacred lake are haunted by terrifying ancient species, and the descendants of divine birds nest there, marking it as an area forbidden to the common man, lest they invite calamity upon themselves. Yet, at this moment, hundreds revel in the scenery, engaging in the hunt, unafraid, each exuding a vitality so intense it is almost overwhelming. A group of resplendent and vividly colored raptors inhabited the sacred lake. Disturbed, they erupted in fury, each majestic bird measuring 6 or 7 meters in length, their feathers shimmering as if ablaze with divine flames. Among them, a particularly magnificent avian king stood out, stretching an impressive 17 to 18 meters long, radiating a kaleidoscope of divine light. An ethereal glow surrounded it, instilling trepidation in the hearts of countless iron riders in the distance. With a resonant call, it unleashed a torrent of celestial brilliance, sending the endless cavalry reeling back, its might reverberating across the sacred lake. Ah, what a magnificent phoenix! It is indeed a formidable relic, coursing with the blood of ancient divine birds, a rare elixir indeed. Observe how I shall bring it down, cackled an elder. He drew forth a colossal bow, its ebony frame and dragon tendons exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. In an instant, he nocked an arrow, shaped like a full moon, aimed toward the heavens. With a whoosh, the arrow soared, reminiscent of a soaring dragon, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds while emitting an overwhelming radiance, cascading a boundless divine brilliance toward the phoenix. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning erupted in the sky as the arrow collided with the ancient creature's descendant, unleashing a cataclysm of radiant energy that spiraled into a tempest of light. Letting out a furious cry, such a powerful ancient relic was wounded, retreating in haste, transforming into a cascade of multicolored divine light as it fled into the clouds. Not so fast, the elder bellowed, drawing his bow once more. Another divine arrow was released, carving a fearsome trajectory that pierced the heavens, vanishing into the clouds. With a splatter of crimson rain, the phoenix plummeted to the ground. The elderly man, who had just felled an ancient remnant, erupted in laughter. He then personally used a silver blade to dissect the descendant of a divine bird, collecting the most precious blood, filling nearly half a bowl. This small amount contained most of the bird's essence. He strode towards a young couple, the man statuesque, the woman radiant, cradling an infant. "Grandson, taste the divine bird's blood. You will surely surpass your grandfather and father." The old man dipped a jade chopstick, placing a few drops of the glistening blood into the infant's mouth. "Father, is Howard old enough?" The young couple attempted to dissuade him. "It is of no consequence." The old man waved his hand, insisting on feeding the infant several large drops of the divine bird's blood. The infant did not resist, eagerly sucking, eyes bright, even smiling, which astonished the onlookers. Our royal lineage is truly flourishing this generation, with heroes emerging one after another. This little one might not be much different from Eir. Perhaps in the future, he can suppress the desolate lands and intimidate the various races, an even older man stated. Upon hearing the name Eir, everyone looked towards a child, their faces filled with affection and concern, for he was extraordinary. He possessed double pupils, 2 pupils in one eye, an unusual trait of an ancient sage. This was a child of about 3 years old, standing not far away, looking towards them. Although young, he was very composed. With 4 pupils in total, divine light flowed, vaguely exuding a dignity that was inconsistent with his age. In ancient times, those with double pupils were considered saints, deities. Those few who had appeared were earth-shattering, world-shaking figures. Upon his birth, Shi Yi was discovered to possess heterochromia, which naturally stirred great excitement within his clan. Everyone harbored immense expectations for him. Indeed, he was truly extraordinary, endowed with innate talent and an unparalleled ability to learn, far surpassing his peers. Although our lineage holds the title of king, being of royal blood, we are entitled to vie for the imperial throne, as an elder remarked. The crowd's gaze turned once more to Shi Yi, their hopes resting heavily upon him. The infant in the swaddling cloth let out a soft coo, his cherubic face flushed with delight as he smiled at the onlookers, radiating innocence. Laughter erupted among the assembly, and an elder remarked, "Certainly, our little Hao is well-behaved and exceptional. He may one day become a steadfast aid to your brother and surely rise to become a noble lord." A playful voice chimed in, "With so many of our offspring, surely not many will be dispatched to the desolate wilderness to become lords there?" They were aware that in the remote vastness, self-proclaimed lords existed, not sanctioned by the ancient kingdom, and the two could hardly be compared. How audacious it was for millions to declare themselves lords, to wield power in the desolation, oppressing the suffering populace, unrestrained and self-appointed, was a presumption of great folly. True lords, however, were those who commanded dominions of billions, whose generals could effortlessly annihilate tribes of mere millions. The scene shifted dramatically, the picturesque lake fading into obscurity. The majestic imperial city loomed, grand and awe-inspiring, resembling a divine city fallen from the heavens. Spanning vast expanses with an endless populace, its walls towered like mountain ranges, stretching infinitely, imposing and magnificent. In the battlefield of the myriad tribes, the 15th Lord has slain an ancient beast known as the Pishio, causing an unprecedented turmoil across the expanse. Recent reports indicate that it was merely a juvenile creature, yet it possesses a strength far surpassing that of ordinary ancient breeds. It is suspected that a mature Pishio with an exceptionally pure bloodline is about to enter the battlefield. The imperial city trembles. Chapter 56. The innate supreme before us lies a grand edifice, suffused with spiritual energy and shimmering with the glow of treasures. Palatial structures abound, resembling celestial abodes crafted upon the earthly realm, while auspicious beasts crouch and roar at the gates. Noble residences are enveloped in a haze of ethereal light, as rare avian creatures soar above the palaces, leaving trails of dazzling brilliance in their wake. Within the estate, tranquil lakes reflect the serene waters, with streams flowing freely, stone hills rising majestically, and lush trees flourishing throughout the expansive gardens, presenting a breathtaking vista. This is a realm of paradise, overflowing with divine essence. A beautiful woman cradles an infant, her brows knit in concern. It is too late to speak now. The news has already reached the imperial capital. The act of slaying the Pishio offspring must have occurred many days ago, and what was meant to transpire has likely already unfolded. A young man clenches his fists, his brows furrowing with intensity, as flashes of lightning flicker in his gaze, causing the room to resonate with a thunderous echo. The infant, previously in a serene slumber, opens his innocent eyes, bewildered by the commotion. "Do not frighten the child," the beautiful woman implores. "The recent days have been fraught with anguish, causing me to overlook Hao. Why is he so unusually drowsy, and why do I now perceive a presence of runic energy within him?" The young man turns, surprised. "Ah, you noticed it too? I thought it was merely an illusion. How could such a young one possibly exhibit runes within him?" A young woman, shrouded in perplexity, questioned the sudden awakening of a formidable man, whose eyes burst open with an electrifying intensity, sending two bolts of energy soaring through the window, startling a flock of birds that erupted into a cacophony of startled cries. "What are you thinking?" the stunning woman inquired. The true paragons of humanity occasionally manifest the sacred bone, revealing their primal insignia and unique primordial treasures, the man declared with a resonant voice, his tone shifting to one of fervent enthusiasm. "There are rare individuals who are innately endowed with primal treasure bones, akin to the golden-winged Dapeng and the true hound, possessing innate abilities that are indeed worthy of being hailed as supreme bones." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman was taken aback, her gaze filled with incredulity as she looked at the adorable infant cradled in her arms, her hands trembling with anxiety. "Allow me to investigate thoroughly," the young man asserted decisively, striding forward with purpose. The curious infant, oblivious to their intentions, blinked his large eyes in delight, extending his tiny arms in a gesture of invitation. After a meticulous examination, the man was left astounded, his fingers trembling as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Usually composed and resolute. Supreme bone. Innate. What does this signify? This implies that the child may one day stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient beasts of the celestial tier, capable of contending against the pure-blooded golden-winged Dapeng and the true hound. His exclusive primordial treasures will surely reverberate throughout the world, etching his name into the annals of human history. The woman gently cradled the infant, planting a tender kiss upon his rosy cheeks, her eyes shimmering with radiant light as she proclaimed, "Regardless of whether he possesses the supreme bone, he will always be our child, and we shall ensure that he grows up in happiness." Several days later, news emerged from the 100 Clans battlefield that the adult Pishio, in a display of overwhelming force, rampaged through the vast battlefield, leaving no adversary capable of standing against it. Even the formidable experts surrounding 15th Master were unable to impede its progress, as he was relentlessly pursued for hundreds of thousands of miles, losing an arm and suffering near-total bone fractures. Ultimately, with the assistance of others, he managed to escape by employing several precious bones of an ancient remnant to construct a divine array, but his whereabouts remain unknown. "No, I must seek out my father." Upon receiving this information, the young man abruptly rose to his feet, resolute in his decision to venture into the southern borderlands. The clan has already dispatched numerous experts, and the human emperor has issued an edict for all the feudal lords to search and provide aid. "What significant impact can your presence have?" The young woman expressed her concern that her husband might rashly endanger himself in pursuit of the Pishio. "With my father's life hanging in the balance, I must exert every effort to find him, regardless of the circumstances." The man remained steadfast, unwavering in his determination. Recognizing her husband's temperament, the beautiful woman knew that once his mind was made up, there would be no dissuasion. However, deeply worried about his pursuit of the formidable Pishio, she proposed, "I shall accompany you. There are 2 treasured techniques that require our combined efforts as husband and wife to reach their zenith, unleashing unparalleled power." "No, you must care for Hao," the man demurred. "How can I bear to let you go alone?" The woman gently shook her head, her expression serene, and replied, With so many members in the clan, surely they are capable of caring for little Hao. Unless an ancient ferocious beast breaches the imperial capital, who would dare to wreak havoc in my marquis's residence? After contemplation, the man conceded the validity of her words. He had secretly informed the two elder patriarchs in charge of the clan about the emergence of the supreme bone within Shi Hao's body, and he was confident that they would regard him as a priceless treasure, ensuring his safety. This matter has been classified as top secret due to its immense significance. On the surface, having Shi Yi is sufficient, as his naturally distinctive heterochromia allows for immediate recognition upon appearance. In contrast, Shi Hao is not easily discerned unless one is intimately close, as only those nearest to him can perceive him from a proximity. Therefore, there is no necessity to divulge this information, lest it attract unwanted attention and lead to premature misfortune. Indeed, there is no need for concern. Fortune favors the prepared, and young Master 15 will undoubtedly be safe. The clansmen urged, yet the couple remained resolute in their journey. Rest assured, my 11th brother, I shall look after Hao. I will encourage him to bond closely with Yi, and when they grow older, they shall together traverse the vast expanse and bring peace to myriad clans. A woman said with a smile. Her beauty was striking, and she was none other than Shi Yi's mother. Her smile, with its gentle curve and pearly teeth, exuded warmth and approachability, and with a remarkably gifted young son, her standing within the clan was exceptionally high. Thank you, dear sister-in-law. Having several clan elders watch over him will suffice, and we apologize for any inconvenience. The couple expressed their gratitude. You are too kind, dear sister, we are all family. So such formalities are unnecessary, the woman replied softly. Ultimately, the couple set forth on their journey, departing from the ancient realm and heading toward the battlefield of the 100 clans. The 3-year-old child exhibited remarkable composure, far exceeding what one might expect at his tender age. The clansmen assisted in caring for Shi Hao, and with numerous servants at their disposal, he faced no troubles aside from a few initial days of restlessness as he missed his parents, after which he became easy to tend to. Several days later, the woman brought Shi Hao to her residence, whereupon she noticed her son's eyes glimmering with an otherworldly light as he fixated intently on the small infant. She curiously inquired, why do you gaze so intently at your little brother? He is quite remarkable, possessing a bone within him, intricately inscribed with enigmatic runes. Stone, he said with a calm demeanor. The young woman was taken aback. She was aware that her child was extraordinary, endowed with the rare dual pupils characteristic of ancient sages, capable of perceiving various primordial truths. Suddenly, a wave of shock washed over her as a realization struck, and she hurriedly inquired, Did you say he has a bone within him, suffused with primal runes? Indeed, the child replied serenely. It is a supreme bone. The young woman trembled at once, her thoughts racing to an ancient legend that stirred her heart. For a considerable time, her expression fluctuated between joy and trepidation as she gazed intently at the innocent, pure-eyed infant, a flicker of fierce emotion crossing her face. She then turned to caution her son, saying, Do not divulge this to anyone. The child nodded in silence. Months passed swiftly, and little Shi Hao grew increasingly adorable. Reaching the age of 8 or 9 months, already able to walk independently and articulate his thoughts. His large, expressive eyes sparkled. His complexion was fair and beautiful, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, irresistible to anyone who wished to pinch his cherubic cheeks. During this time, the young woman treated little Shi Hao with utmost affection, as if he were her own, ultimately bringing him to reside with her, caring for him alongside Stony. I wish to visit the garden to see the crimson-crowned crane, the little one exclaimed, his large eyes fluttering. It is stunning, its feathers are brilliant red like fire, and its call is exceedingly melodious. His youthful voice, sweet and tender, carried an innocence that captivated those around him. Generally, children of such a tender age struggle with speech and walking, yet he exhibited no such difficulties. She was a maidservant, and you should not heed her nonsensical chatter. In the future, my dear, I shall take you to witness the majestic phoenix and the resplendent peacock, the lady said. Aman is a wonderful sister. So kind and beautiful, she often regales me with tales, truly a delightful companion. Little Shi Hao blinked his large eyes and innocently declared, Auntie is the best. The small child tilted his head back, his tiny hands clasped together, his eyes sparkling with hope. Then he turned and said, Brother, shall we play in the backyard now? There are many children there. No, Shi Yi refused, sitting cross-legged with the poise of a sage, silently practicing his bone inscriptions. "Oh, then I shall go and play," the little one said, bouncing off towards the distant backyard, seeking the company of the servants' children, where he laughed joyously. The little one was both lovely and endearing. Possessing a gentle nature, he never bullied the servants' children, often playing alongside them, thus earning the affection of everyone in the household. Days later, the lady took Shi Yi and the little one away from the noble house, driving towards an estate to behold the descendants of ancient divine birds such as the phoenix and the multicolored peacock. "Auntie, where are the phoenixes?" the little one curiously inquired. Somewhat perplexed, upon arriving at the estate, they proceeded directly into an underground chamber. "We shall see them shortly," the lady stated, her expression impassive. Upon reaching a secret room, she illuminated a rune at her fingertip and pressed it upon the little one's body. However, his inner precious bones radiated with light and astonishingly dissipated without him losing consciousness. Truly, he possessed the supreme bone. The woman's gaze intensified with fervor, cognizant that the nascent bone was merely beginning its development. She clapped her hands, and a spectral figure materialized from the periphery, silently approaching and hoisting the infant, placing him upon the frigid bed. "Madam, what is the purpose of this?" the child inquired with guileless innocence, a mere 8 or 9 months old, while other infants remained oblivious. His query was imbued with purity and incomprehension. A resplendent silver blade, shimmering with captivating iridescence, sliced open the child's chest, causing blood to gush forth. Simultaneously, a nebulous divine radiance, swirling with the arcane secrets of the cosmos and an infinite array of runes, flickered incessantly. "It hurts," the child cried out in agony, his eyes wide with terror. Never anticipating such treatment, he was but an infant, barely capable of understanding. "It is truly vexing that he does not succumb to unconsciousness," the woman remarked impassively. Nearby, another child, Shi Yi, observed in silence, his demeanor inscrutable, leaving one to wonder if he was truly not yet 4 years of age. Blood flowed freely, leaving the infant pallid, his eyes vacant, as he continued to wail and lament in anguish. "May there be no unforeseen complications. I have scrutinized rare osteological texts, which indicate that such grafting can indeed be successful. My son is destined to command reverence throughout the heavens and earth, for his eyes bear double pupils." The woman exclaimed anxiously. "Madam," the child implored, his face streaked with tears, reaching out with his tiny hands in a plea to alleviate the excruciating pain. However, the woman remained unmoved, her countenance frigid, merely urging the spectral figure to exercise caution so as not to diminish the vitality of the supreme bone. "It is complete." At long last, the shadowy figure emitted a guttural roar, akin to that of a wild beast, as it excised a radiant orb of light from the diminutive child's chest. This nascent power, imbued with an ineffable enchantment, sent tremors through the very soul and emanated a boundless divine effulgence that illuminated the entire chamber. "Here, it is your turn. You must persevere," the matron urged, her anxiety palpable as she addressed the other child. The young boy nodded, offering no verbal response. He lay upon a jade bed, where a silver blade sliced through his flesh, causing blood to flow freely as his chest was laid bare. "Exercise caution and avoid any missteps," the woman commanded the shadowy figure, her gaze fierce, betraying her deep affection for her child. Nearby, upon the frigid bed, the diminutive figure appeared wan and tormented, his large eyes brimming with tears. With each flutter of his long lashes, crystalline droplets cascaded down his cheeks. He feebly extended his small hand, as if grasping for a modicum of warmth, and implored in a trembling voice, "Madam." The matron cast a frigid glance in his direction, then averted her gaze, turning her attention to the other bed. Her countenance softened with maternal affection, and she spoke in gentle, soothing tones. "Ear, you must endure. In time, this entire domain shall be yours, for you are destined to be supreme." Beside him, the small child, now bereft of his supreme bone, lay alone on the icy bed. His alabaster face stained with tears, he gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, murmuring, "Mother." In his most agonizing moments, he yearned for his true kin, a poignant plea that tugged at the heartstrings. Chapter 57. Agony Mother. The small child continued to murmur, his faint cries echoing in his unconscious state. Only a mother's love could be so pure, so gentle, so incapable of inflicting harm. When he was but a few months old, his mother departed, leaving behind only a faint impression. Yet now, That fleeting memory has transformed into an insatiable yearning for warmth, a longing to rest in her embrace. Tears incessantly streamed down his pale little face as he curled up, trembling violently, seeking solace in the cold corner of the bed. From the other side of the jade bed came muffled groans. Although young, Shi Yi felt no fear. His unique eyes glimmered with a flicker of light. He bit down on a piece of soft wood, sweat beading on his forehead as he endured the excruciating pain. Brave child, hold on, he reassured himself. Once this day passes, you shall soar to great heights, and none shall impede your ascent. You will become the most radiant prodigy of this vast realm. A woman, anxious yet filled with fervor, grasped the child's hand, allowing him to draw warmth to combat the agony. Her eyes shimmered with an intense resolve. The radiant orb before them was inscribed with countless runes, swirling with the mysteries of the cosmos, intricate and profound, evoking a sense of awe that compelled one to worship. The woman's gaze was fervent, her conviction unwavering. This endeavor was worth the risk of discovery and reckoning, for implanting this essence within was a worthy pursuit. This supreme bone had only just begun to grow, yet already exhibited immense power. If it were to flourish further, the potential was unfathomable. The legendary golden-winged Great Peng and the True Hound, beings capable of slaying gods, were supreme entities, yet one born of the utmost excellence could contend with them. It is almost time. You must endure. Her gentle encouragement and unwavering support imbued Shi Yi with the strength to persevere through this daunting trial. The source of light was resplendent, as if a celestial deity lay in slumber within, emanating radiant halos that illuminated the entire chamber with a dazzling brilliance, akin to a descent into the divine realm. Stone Yi's chest was filled with this blinding radiance, and his struggles intensified, unleashing beast-like roars of immense agony. His body drenched in perspiration. Be cautious, do not harm my son. The young woman's face contorted with fury as she admonished the shadowy figure. Her tension and fear mounting, terrified of failure. Although the records were meticulous, this was, after all, the supreme bone, and the process of transplantation was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to devastating consequences for both of us, the shadow intoned gravely. I care not. I demand success. Since the bone tome bears accounts of precedent, we have no reason to falter, she retorted, her exquisite visage slightly contorted. Grasping Stone Yi's hand, she declared, we are all of the same bloodline from the Stone family, sharing a common origin. Our chances of success should be significantly heightened. Hold on, the shadow warred. And then the entire chamber erupted in fervor, the magnificent divine light blossomed, permeating every inch of the space. Radiant flames erupted, thunderous mountains descended, lightning danced, and celestial sounds reverberated, conjuring a myriad of extraordinary phenomena. Ultimately, the auspicious light receded, runes coalesced, transforming into the singular supreme source bone, which merged into Stone Yi's chest cavity. The shadow moved swiftly, and the runes surged forth, healing the wound and staunching the bleeding. All is well. A low growl resonated, and the chamber fell into a profound silence, the bizarre spectacle dissipating. Good child, you are your mother's pride. Henceforth, none shall impede your path. This earth shall tremble beneath your feet. The young woman was overwhelmed with emotion, clutching one of Shi Yi's arms, her face radiant with joy, and her eyes ablaze with fervor. She tenderly retrieved a soft blanket and carefully draped it over the unconscious Shi Yi. Rising to her feet, she could not contain her laughter, which bordered on madness and hysteria. Grandma, I'm cold, whimpered the little one, curled up on the frigid bed, trembling violently. The sound of her laughter startled him awake, his chest aching, his complexion pale, and his voice frail. The young woman turned sharply, neglecting to retrieve the blanket. Her gaze fixed upon him with a chilling detachment. She addressed the shadowy figure, stating, extract the residual true blood from his body to nourish the supreme bone within Yi. The area where the supreme bone grows corresponds to the true blood required to cultivate that singular primordial treasure, which possesses astonishing divinity. If removed, this child likely would not survive beyond 2 years. The shadowy figure responded, 2 years? A year and a half will suffice. Anything could happen within that time. She retorted coldly. The figure fell silent, producing a jade vial and employing a secret technique, with runes flickering as they began to extract blood, immediately enveloping the chamber in a sacred luminescence. Quickly administer this precious blood to nourish Yi's body, hastening the unification with the supreme bone, so that they become inseparable. She urged with urgency. It is best to proceed gradually, the shadowy figure cautioned. Not to worry. Yi heir possesses unique dual pupils, unlike any ordinary child. Moreover, the sooner they merge, the more reassured I shall feel. At the very least, even if someone were to discover it within half a year, they would be unable to transplant the supreme bone, as frequent attempts would surely lead to its demise. The chill is biting. The little one has once again succumbed to unconsciousness, his lips paling, his tiny body curled in the corner of the bed, trembling incessantly. When all was said and done, silence enveloped the secret chamber. The shadowy figure had departed, leaving the expansive underground palace exuding an eerie ambience. The young woman paced restlessly, her brow furrowed in contemplation, pondering how to address the situation. Ideally, no one in the clan should uncover the secret of the supreme bone residing within the little one, unless one were to hold him constantly, and only an individual of profound cultivation would possess the sensitivity to detect it. The only individuals who met this criterion were his parents, yet he had already reached 8 or 9 months of age, long past the need for others to cradle him. Born with dual pupils, Yi heir could decipher numerous origins, a capability that others lacked and thus should remain oblivious. The young woman relaxed her furrowed brow, reflecting on future prospects. Should that couple meet their demise at the claws of the Pishio, or fall victim to other circumstances outside, everything would be flawlessly resolved. She murmured softly to herself, a hint of coldness gracing her lips. Suddenly, a terrifying roar shattered the stillness. The underground palace collapsed, the entrance forcefully breached by a formidable presence. An elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow yet possessing immense stature, burst into the room, radiating an overwhelming brilliance akin to golden divine flames. The young woman gasped in astonishment. The entrance to the palace was not something an ordinary individual could force open. Only the strongest of the clan could achieve such a feat. Divine light surged forth, a myriad of auspicious rays illuminating the space as the elderly man, resembling an enraged lion, stormed into the chamber. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyes widened in fury, unleashing a thunderous roar. Vile woman, what a poisonous harlot! He was one of the 2 elders of the clan, highly esteemed and possessing formidable strength, who seldom made an appearance and had been secluding himself within the ancient cave, seeking enlightenment. The parents of Shi Hao entrusted their child to him and another individual, as they alone were privy to the existence of the supreme bone within the infant, a matter deemed strictly confidential. Initially, he and another venerable elder were to jointly oversee the child's well-being, ensuring his safety. However, given their advanced years and being of the male gender, they were not particularly adept at nurturing an infant. Consequently, they consented to the assistance of younger members of the clan in providing care. The clan had always been harmonious, and several granddaughters-in-law devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the task. Over the past months, they had nourished little Shi Hao, rendering him plump, fair-skinned, and exquisitely adorable, thereby alleviating their concerns. Never could they have foreseen that such a calamitous event would transpire on this day. You venomous harridan, I shall slay you. The elder's hair and beard radiated a brilliant light, resembling a golden lion. In an instant he pounced, seizing her by the neck as if she were a mere chick, and hoisted her aloft. Although the young woman possessed considerable cultivation and formidable strength, she was utterly insignificant in comparison to the elder. Her complexion turned ashen, and the runes adorning her body threatened to shatter. Fourth grandfather, do not slay my mother. Shi Yi, roused by the roar, seized the silver blade from his bedside and pressed it against his own throat, instantly drawing a line of blood. You, vile whelp, the elder raged. Fourth brother, release her for now. Another elder entered, his body emitting crimson light, akin to an ancient fire phoenix. Though aged, he was hale and hearty, his eyes gleaming like golden lanterns. Fifth brother, what is the meaning of this? This is a descendant of your lineage. Do you seek to pardon her out of favoritism? The elder resembling a golden lion demanded. Fourth grandfather, I implore you, do not slay my mother. On the other side, Shi Yi, the possessor of the double pupils, spoke once more, the silver blade stained with blood, having cut his neck. Did you see? We have lost a supreme. And must we stand idly by as yet another child with dual pupils meets their demise? In ancient times, such individuals were revered as saints and divine beings. Release her, and we shall deliberate at our own pace, spoke the elder, resembling a blood phoenix. With a tremendous force, the elder, akin to a golden lion, hurled the young woman against the wall, creating a resounding crash that dislodged numerous stones, leaving her incapacitated for some time. Xiling, I am deeply sorry for the two of you. I failed to protect Hao, allowing him to endure immense suffering and hardship, the elder bellowed towards the heavens. Fourth Master. I am cold and in pain, whimpered the small child, curled up in the frigid corner of the bed. Oh dear child, it is all my fault. The elder gathered him into his embrace, tears nearly spilling forth, as he activated the secret power of the talisman, enveloping the child in a radiant glow. And what of the supreme bone? Inquired the elder, his entire being suffused with a crimson hue and divine radiance, resembling the blood phoenix. The young woman, pale and silent, rose to her feet. It resides within me, replied Shi, discarding his silver knife with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, and he remained silent for a prolonged moment. The elder, still cradling the small child, grew even more enraged and coldly asserted, Our clan has a sacred decree. We shall not turn against one another, but unite in solidarity against external threats. How else could we have emerged from a mere village and laid claim to this vast territory, ruling over millions and ascending to the throne of the emperor, with countless noble titles bestowed upon us? You, woman, are far too ruthless. The clan's rules cannot accommodate your actions. Fifth brother, do you intend to shield her? The elder, resembling the golden lion, interrogated fiercely. The resplendent estate of Xiling, a symphony of palatial structures, stood as a terrestrial echo of celestial grandeur. Bathed in the amber hues of the setting sun, it exuded an aura of solemnity, inspiring a sense of reverence akin to pilgrimage. Yet, beneath the veneer of auspicious tranquility and architectural magnificence, a tempest of hidden agendas and veiled malice brewed. Within the confines of a colossal hall, an atmosphere of palpable tension reigned. A council of venerable elders, numbering over a dozen, sat in solemn assembly. Runes flickered ominously, poised to unleash their latent power at a moment's notice. The grave circumstances surrounding the dire condition of the young prodigy, coupled with the heinous act of extracting his supreme bone, had sent tremors through the upper echelons of the clan. These esteemed elders, figures of immense seniority, had been summoned from their secluded abodes, for such matters could not be concealed from their discerning eyes. Many among them had long withdrawn from the affairs of the mortal realm, some having remained unseen by their kin for decades. Yet, even they had been roused from their meditative slumber, their sanctums disturbed by the gravity of the situation. How could such an atrocity, the desecration of a natural-born paragon, occur within the very heart of their clan? Was this not an act of rebellion against the heavens themselves? Why do we deliberate? Let the treacherous harpy be subjected to immediate and agonizing execution, thundered one elder, his voice resonating with righteous fury. Her lineage and kin are not without influence, and her execution without due process would invite complications, cautioned another elder, his tone measured and deliberate. The imperial capital would be rife with speculation and rumor. Yet, to offer an explanation would be to divulge the existence of the supreme bone to the world. Even the emperor himself would be compelled to offer an accounting to the populace were he to commit such an act, let alone her family. He continued, Do you dare suggest that we prioritize personal connections over justice, that we condone the perversion of law? Countered the enraged elder, his eyes blazing with celestial constellations. The very air crackled with raw power, the table before him splintering under the force of his indignation. Throughout the hall, runes pulsed with malevolent energy, and lightning danced in a terrifying display of raw power. The air was thick with the acrid scent of impending conflict. The diminutive figure lay on the brink of life, cradled in someone's arms, protected by a radiant aura as vast as the ocean, nurturing its vitality to prevent it from succumbing to frailty. Naturally, this matter will be addressed subsequently. The current focus lies upon the supreme bone, an irreplaceable treasure that must not be lost. It rightfully belongs to my stone clan and must not vanish due to any circumstances. The elderly man, enveloped in a crimson glow and seemingly bathed in celestial flames, spoke with a commanding gaze, calm and composed. What do you mean, fifth elder? He inquired, rising abruptly like a golden lion, declaring, It must be extracted and reconnected within Hao. It is rightfully his, and no one shall claim it. Once removed, it would be exceedingly difficult to reattach it immediately. Are we to protect solely because she belongs to your faction? The supreme bone should rightfully belong to its true owner. The aura between the two flickered, the hall resonating with the sound of roaring mountains and seas, shaking the very sacred space. Fourth brother, I assure you, this is not a matter of favoritism. The elder, resembling a blood phoenix, rose and gestured towards the frail child, stating, "Look at this child, so weakened. Even with daily consumption of precious elixirs, recovery remains elusive. How can the supreme bone be nourished?" As this statement echoed, the clamor diminished, and many fell silent, acknowledging the harsh reality that the child's survival was uncertain. In my opinion, we would rather forego the supreme bone than compromise our clan's principles. Both the mother and child should be eliminated, spoke the elder with the most fiery temper. At this declaration, a hush fell over the assembly, for to lose a supreme being from the clan was one thing. To allow the dual-sided to perish as well was another matter entirely. Dear brother, temper your anger. Yi remains but an ignorant child, and this matter bears no relation to him. He possesses the potential of ancient sages and divine beings. In the future, he shall undoubtedly look down upon all tribes and should not be implicated in this affair. Someone interjected. As for how to deal with the wicked woman, let us momentarily set this matter aside for later deliberation and first discuss the supreme bone. Many within the hall fell into silence. Having reached this point, they could not abide the thought of both children being rendered powerless. The most formidable bloodline must endure. The supreme bone had already been implanted within Yi's body. What would the outcome be? At that moment, an ancient elder, who had not left his dwelling for 30 years, suddenly opened his eyes. They shone like two golden suns, their radiant light bursting forth with a thunderous roar, striking fear into the hearts of all present. The assembly fell into an immediate hush, their quarrels silenced. Having fused with Yi, nourished by his flesh and blood, they became indistinguishable, yielding a result that was astonishing, as though it had naturally birthed within him. The fifth elder spoke. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd, their hearts stirred. Indeed, it had succeeded. If the wielder of the twin pupils were to possess the supreme bone, what heights might they attain in the future? Such an achievement was almost beyond imagination. Let us discuss this again in a few days. For now, let us conclude here. Another elder, equally venerable and absent for 2 or 3 decades, suggested. The assembly nodded in agreement. The fourth elder, resembling a golden lion, and the elder known for his fiery temper exchanged silent glances, aware that their clan would never permit the supreme to vanish or the wielder of the twin pupils to perish. Days later, news arrived. The supreme bone within Shi Yi remained intact, enveloped by a robust vitality, essentially having melded into a singular entity. The little one's breath was feeble, and his eyes were devoid of spirit. Despite the clan's powerful members nourishing him with their vital essence, he struggled to recover, eliciting sighs from all. Many spiritual herbs were sought, yet none proved effective. His delicate face grew increasingly pallid, accompanied by persistent coughs and trembling fits, as his body remained icy to the touch. After a fortnight, his condition deteriorated further. The brightness in his large eyes had vanished, leaving him frail and seemingly on the brink of death. Moreover, at midnight, the sound of cracking bones echoed as his small frame shrank, losing its vitality, resulting in a grave regression. Though merely 8 or 9 months old, the severity of his affliction rendered him akin to an infant, deteriorating with each passing day. "Are you my fourth great-grandfather?" the little one inquired weakly, his lifeless eyes struggling to focus as he lay upon his small bed. He was in a state of relentless decline, as if a bottomless pit within him consumed his blood essence and devoured his bones, leaving him nearly unrecognizable to those around him. The elderly man, filled with sorrow, gently patted him, soothing him into slumber. "Why can I no longer remember those beside me? Everything is becoming increasingly obscure." The little one exerted himself to recall, yet confusion clouded his gaze. Once a bright and vivacious child, he now appeared in such a state that it pained the servants to witness. Days later, speaking became a laborious task. The light in his large eyes had dimmed entirely. Gazing at the weeping young girl standing by his bedside, he asked, bewildered, "Miss, who are you?" The lovely young girl wiped away her tears and softly whispered, "I am Amon. Why have you forgotten me, little master?" As she wept, fearful of being overheard, she covered her mouth, tears cascading from her large eyes. Finally, she murmured, "I overheard the fourth ancestor speaking. You are the supreme one, unparalleled by anyone, yet you have been wronged." "I am supreme," the little one mumbled. "Indeed, you are the supreme one, born of greatness. You must recover." "Little one," the girl exclaimed through her sobs. "I will, for I am supreme, and I shall heal," the little one whispered in response. "Ah, I remember now. You are Sister Amon, who spun many tales for me and promised to take me to see the crimson-feathered crane. You were so kind to me. Suddenly, the little one recalled the girl's identity. Yes, little master, you must remember that you are supreme, and do not forget, I am Amon. Everything will be well again. The girl urged through her tears. Yes. The little one nodded vigorously, then as if struck by another thought, remarked, I seem to recall a bit more. And there were other young gentlemen and ladies. Why haven't they come? The other children of the servants cannot come here, Master Sherbin. They have all gone to cultivate, the girl replied, forcing a smile. In recent days, fewer and fewer children from the clan had appeared, until none showed up at all. Moreover, the once frequent visits from uncles and aunts of the clan had dwindled, and they no longer came to watch over him. The little one was growing increasingly frail. No longer the brilliant, radiant child destined to rise as the strongest. No one in the clan uttered a word, not out of superficiality, but rather due to a growing detachment that made their silence even more pronounced. Yet, such a small child could not comprehend these complexities. Eventually, the little one grew increasingly frail, degenerating to a profoundly serious state, to the point where even Aman and the fourth master could hardly recognize him. Young master, you must remember that you are supreme, and do not forget me. I am Aman. A beautiful little girl stood by the bedside, tears streaming down her swollen eyes. However, the little one was unable to utter a sound, at a loss for words. Where's Howard? He demanded, when the couple laid eyes on the little one. They were struck by shock, trembling at the sight. Was this truly a child of only 10 months? Why was he so weak and so emaciated? There was not a glimmer of light in his eyes. Where had the previous spark and brilliance gone? The frail child instinctively opened his tiny hands upon seeing the couple, laughing innocently as though sensing a warmth of kinship, yearning for their embrace. Howard, Shi Yi shouted, nearly bursting with rage, his eyes almost bloodshot. His elder father had vanished. His young son was in peril, and he was consumed by wrath. My child, what has happened to you? The little one's mother cried, nearly fainting as she scooped him up, holding him tightly in her arms. Xiling, I am sorry for failing to take care of Howard. I should not have allowed others to raise him. Come, punish this old man, lamented the elderly man, resembling a golden lion. Upon discovering the truth, Shi Yi was engulfed in fury, his hair standing on end as he brandished a golden war spear, his body enveloped in runes, battle energy surging. With a thunderous crash, he thrust the spear, sending a portion of the palace flying, as he charged directly toward the residence of Shi Yi's lineage. Calm yourself, 11th, for we can converse amicably. We shall provide you with an explanation. A throng of individuals, alerted by the commotion, swiftly rushed forth. The title of 11th does not imply the existence of 10 elder brothers, but rather signifies his position as the 11th in the current generation of the clan, a designation intended to foster a sense of kinship and family unity. Begone! Stone Xiling's eyes flared with intensity, and with a sweep of the golden divine spear, runes cascaded through the air like a surging ocean, striking fiercely against the heavens. With a thunderous roar, the multitude was sent sprawling, each one spewing blood, utterly incapable of resisting as their protective patterns shattered. Like a golden war deity, Stone Xiling was enveloped in a tempest of divine golden flames. Wielding his spear with resolute strides forward, his gaze radiated a divine brilliance, his voice chillingly resolute. Whoever dares to obstruct my path shall meet their demise, regardless of their identity or background. 11th, do not act rashly. A young man interjected, positioning himself in front. Rash. Haraha. Stone Xiling laughed maniacally, his eyes icy as he bellowed. You must be Ear's uncle, are you not? Do you presume to intimidate our lineage as if we are without defenders? Begone. He thrust the golden divine spear forward, unleashing a torrent of divine light, countless runes coalescing into a multitude of luminescent spears that surged forth in a blinding haze. Puff! The young man opposite made his move, yet was utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. His weapon shattered, his treasured artifact crumbled, only to be pierced through the chest by a golden divine spear, hurtling into the distance. With a resounding thud, he was pinned against the gate of a grand palace. Coughing blood, his eyes wide with terror as the chasm between them became painfully evident. Xiling, do not act recklessly. The vile woman may be entrusted to your judgment. But Ear is still but a child. You cannot kill him. As a multitude of elders materialized, a voice roared, Begone, all of you. Where were you when my son suffered? For every bone she broke in my son, I shall break 100 in hers. Stone Xiling bellowed, tears welling in his eyes. Returning to his clan and beholding the state of his once adorable and intelligent son, his heart convulsed in anguish, as if bleeding. Boom! With a sweep of his golden spear, Stone Xiling unleashed a divine ability, its magnificence akin to a chorus of celestial deities, resonating with thunderous incantations that reverberated through the heavens. The elders who stood in his path were hurled back, their mouths spewing blood, utterly aghast. The thought of his son. Stone Xiling's heart was lacerated. The little one, once a paragon, had his bones stolen. Tears streamed as he embarked on a rampage. Chapter 59. Frenzy. Crimson clouds unfurled as an elder conjured a string of bone beads, each one as large as a goose egg, radiating a crystalline luster. Resembling a constellation of stars descending from the outer realms, its energy waves terrifying. They coalesced into a celestial map, its patterns spreading like a river of stars cascading down. Its aura immense, instantly enveloping Stone Xiling. Vanquish! Stone Xiling roared, his raven hair dancing wildly, as he brandished his spear, its golden light engulfing the firmament. The corners of his eyes ruptured, tears of blood trickling down, his child's tribulation causing his heart to hemorrhage. Now, anyone who dared obstruct him would face his wrath. The divine ability was earth-shattering, its thunderous incantations echoing like the chants of celestial deities, showering the area with boundless sacred radiance, causing the celestial map to detonate. Shatter! Stone Xiling bellowed, his spear thrusting upwards, primal runes forming in droves, surging forward, the golden light inundating the space before him. Amidst the sound of cracking, the pristine white bone beads shattered one by one, their formidable runic power dissipating into a vast expanse of divine light that radiated in all directions. Numerous palaces ascended into the air, akin to falling leaves, insignificant in the face of such ferocity, only to be obliterated high above, reduced to dust. This string of bone beads, a rare and potent artifact, was thus shattered by the war spear, transforming into divine essence, dissipating into the cosmos, causing great sorrow among the clan elders. Although the Stone Clan, as royal kin, held significant power, such precious treasures should not be squandered so heedlessly. The elder's lips bled. His body quaked violently, bones fractured in multiple places, and he was propelled into a grand palace, shattering it to fragments amidst a cloud of dust. Xiling, recognizing the kinship, commanded restraint, urging against escalating the conflict and harming their harmony. A group of elders emerged from the haze, their appearances disheveled and smeared with blood, their faces reflecting both fury and astonishment. This nephew was overwhelmingly powerful, rivaling his father. Harm to harmony? My son's supreme bone has been seized, his life hanging by a thread, while the vile matriarch's lineage thrives unscathed. Does that not constitute a breach of harmony? Xiling's anger ignited, his golden aura intensifying, illuminating the surrounding realm as though divine flames blazed within him. His voice turned frigid as he declared with authority, "Though you are my uncles, none of you can stand against me. Exclude the vile matriarch's lineage and withdraw. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness and for unleashing a massacre." A figure emerged, bearing an expression of rage. "Xiling, let us converse. What cannot be discussed over a seat?" An elder interjected, seeking to mediate. "What discourse remains when your resolution is set? The perpetrators shielded, and the afflicted left to privately nurse their wounds. The very survival of my son hangs in the balance. Yet you bid me to parley? Very well. Deliver to me the heads of that vile woman and Shi Yi." "Insolence!" An elder bellowed, brandishing a feather fan wreathed in wind and thunder. With a forceful sweep, akin to the descent of a thunder god, a boundless torrent of violet light surged forth. "Do you defy the decree of over a dozen elders? Are you Shi Yi's great-uncle?" Xiling pressed onward, his advance unwavering. A resounding roar escaped him, his eyes unleashing an inexhaustible blaze of electric light. A tempest of lightning, yet of a golden hue, erupted forth. Crack! The thunder reverberated, the firmament saturated with electric discharge, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The elder's feather fan shattered, his form charred, wisps of smoke rising from his scalp, his fate uncertain. Another incandescent golden beam, emitted from Xiling's eyes, struck him, sending him hurtling into a palace, never to rise again. 15th truly begot a remarkable son, someone murmured. 15th Master's prowess is renowned throughout the imperial capital. Who else could fell an archaic species of Yuan with but 2 arrows? His cultivation is earth-shattering. It was precisely for this reason that he dared to slay a cub of the pure-blooded Pai Xiao on the 100 Clans battlefield. Many elder figures had discerned 15th Master's intent to cleanse his grandson's flesh with the genuine blood of the Pai Xiao. Now, akin to an indomitable force, he possesses a power that reverberates throughout the imperial capital, rendering even the elder generation as mere challengers. He stands like a golden war deity, instilling awe and trepidation in all. It can be asserted that had it not been for the emergence of another lineage, represented by the prodigious Shi, endowed with innate dual pupils and the attributes of ancient sages and divine beings, Shizling would undoubtedly have hoisted the banner of his clan. In truth, even with the presence of Shi Yi, the lineage of Shizling was destined to rise. No one could obscure its brilliance, for his youngest son bore the innate bones of supremacy. Regrettably, the eventual outcome has left many lamenting in despair. With a thunderous stride, Shizling advanced, each step fracturing the ground beneath him. As if a colossal golden giant were traversing the earth, impervious to obstructions. Halt! An elderly man bellowed, wielding a vine transformed into a formidable treasure. Its dark brown hue now shimmering with luminescence. With a resounding crash, the ground within the palace was pierced, giving rise to numerous spiritual vines that erupted forth, radiating brilliance akin to celestial dragons, ferociously surging towards Shizling in an attempt to ensnare him. Be warned, descendants of Shi Hao, those who stand in my way shall perish. Shizling proclaimed with authority. He moved with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, his presence overwhelming. His hair surged, each strand gleaming, emanating a golden radiance that rendered him dazzling, akin to a solar deity. With a thunderous roar, his dense golden locks cascaded like a waterfall, obliterating all luminous spiritual vines in their path, ultimately striking the treasure in the elder's grasp. Begone! With a resounding cry, Xiling brandished his spear, and with a sickening thud, blood splattered as the elder was impaled and sent hurtling into a nearby rockery, which shattered upon impact, while blood gushed forth. Xiling, you have become corrupted. Cease this at once. The elders bellowed. If seeking retribution for my son is considered corruption, then I shall embrace damnation this day. Xiling roared, his hair wildly flailing about him, bathed in radiant golden light, as he surged forward, an unstoppable force. Each sweep of his golden spear resulted in a fountain of blood, reaching heights of several feet, and none dared to stand in his path, lest they meet their demise, causing all to recoil in fear, their faces ashen. Activate the runes and confine this realm, suppressing him. Panic gripped the lineage of Shi Yi, and within their domain, they desperately arrayed a deadly formation, utilizing precious bones to quell Xiling's advance. I dare anyone to obstruct me. Xiling thundered, his aura a tempest of murderous intent, his eyes blazing with a light that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned elders, forcing them to retreat. His gaze alone was enough to deter any from meeting his eyes. With each stride, covering dozens of feet, Xiling advanced, obliterating the palaces of his adversaries. Suppress him. Precious bones radiated light, and a tapestry of runes intertwined across the ground and filled the air, forming an inescapable net, poised to ensnare Xiling. With a primal roar, Xiling erupted in fury, his disheveled hair reaching towards the heavens, as if ignited by divine flames. His body emanated boundless light, as though forged from pure gold. Standing tall and indomitable, he swung his spear with tremendous force. At present, the chants of the deities reverberate once more, immeasurable power surges, and divine techniques astound the heavens as he, like a golden celestial being, sweeps across all directions. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupts here, with rubble soaring into the clouds and divine light, akin to a boundless ocean, radiating outward. Xiling's battle intent soars to the firmament as he brandishes his divine spear, shattering this place and causing all treasured bones to explode. Perish, all of you! With a flourish of the golden spear in his hand, those involved in setting up the formation are sent flying like scarecrows, collapsing en masse thereafter, their blood splattering. None can impede his advance as he strides forward, unyielding. Xiling's wife, cradling their infant son, follows behind, her entire being aglow with crystalline radiance, accompanying him along the way. The little one gazes in bewilderment at the figure ahead, who resembles a heavenly deity, repeatedly reaching out with his small hands, sensing a profound connection, and uttering incoherent babblings, unable to form a coherent sentence. Her mother's nose tingles with emotion, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. The once precocious child has regressed to this state, causing her immense grief and her heart to bleed. Halt him! Many cry out in terror. Shi Yi has succumbed to demonic possession, driven to utter madness, filling them with dread as he seeks to annihilate them all. Slay him! Kill him! Mere rabble! Shi Yi remains dauntless. He plunges his spear into the earth and unleashes his most potent divine technique. At this moment, he resembles a deity being venerated, his aura both sacred and terrifying. A deafening roar erupts, unleashing boundless divine light. He stands as if at the world's epicenter, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving around him. A colossal, ferocious beast materializes, wreaking havoc in all directions. The bestial roar reverberated, an earth-shattering arcane art. The indistinct primeval beast rampaged with unrestrained ferocity, its every claw strike resulting in scores of casualties. The area transformed into a slaughterhouse, the creature's immense form proving invincible. With each leap, over 100 warriors were swiftly slain, instilling dread in the hearts of the remaining combatants. Finally, Shi Yi himself intervened, radiating boundless golden light, his presence towering and awe-inspiring. With a sweeping motion, he sent the remaining warriors hurtling through the air, their blood splattering. In a fleeting moment, the area before him was cleared, devoid of any opposition. Xiling, have you sated your wrath? Has your anger been appeased somewhat? A group emerged from the distance, the speaker none other than the fifth elder, his body radiating a scarlet glow, akin to a reborn blood phoenix, his golden eyes resembling twin lanterns. Beside him stood a child, distinguished by his budding horns and innate double pupils. Despite his youth, his composure and poise were such that even adults felt humbled in his presence. Having obtained the supreme bone, Shi Yi had become even more extraordinary. Divine light danced within his eyes, and his every gesture exuded a terrifying majesty. Even at such a tender age, he possessed a formidable aura, as if destined to reign supreme over all living beings, gazing down upon them like a deity descended from the heavens. Xiling, the elder stated calmly, no one desired this outcome. Name your compensation, but do not demand the severing of our clan's limbs. Fifth elder, what are you implying? Shizling's eyes glimmered with intensity as he stood resolute, wielding a golden spear, his gaze fixed upon a gathering of formidable adversaries. You dare to claim my son's supreme bone, causing him to regress to the brink of death, while the calamity becomes a pillar of your clan. Such words are audacious. Among them was his fifth brother, Shi Wan, a senior elder of the clan, whose formidable prowess was unfathomable, even surpassing that of Shizling's father. Xiling, let us not dwell on the complexities of this matter for now. Do not let anger cloud your judgment. Let us sit and discuss this calmly, and I assure you, a satisfactory resolution will be forthcoming, Shi Wan said, his eyes shimmering with divine light, his presence imposing. The faces of the assembly shifted dramatically. They were all powerful members of Shi Wan's lineage, numbering in the dozens. It was evident that they could not acquiesce to such a request, as surrendering the supreme bone was out of the question. Xiling, the supreme bone has already been extracted. It cannot be restored. Let us consider alternative compensations, Shi Wan suggested placidly. Whether it can be restored or not is of no concern to you. What belongs to Heir cannot be possessed by anyone else. Shizling retorted vehemently, a sense of indignation swelling within him. For what was once the precious bone of a child had been so brazenly seized. That is unacceptable. Shi Wan resolutely shook his head. For the prosperity of our clan, such actions cannot be taken. A naturally born supreme must not perish. You say it cannot be done. Shizling's aura surged like a tempest, his eyes crackling with electric fury. With his spear in hand, he advanced boldly, fixing his gaze upon Shi. I shall retrieve it myself, he declared, pointing the golden spear menacingly at Shi's chest. Radiant light erupting forth, runes crackling like thunder, an imminent clash seemed inevitable. On either side of Shi Wan, numerous formidable warriors brandished their weapons, their eyes ablaze with fury, poised to strike, unwilling to allow the divine being with the innate dual pupils to meet an untimely demise in this confrontation. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Shizling repeated the word thrice, his rage surging, the golden light in his pupils intensifying. Xiling, all other demands may be entertained, but you must not harm Eir. Shi Wan stepped forward, his gait steady, his entire being radiating a crimson glow, an imposing presence akin to the surging tides of the ocean. He was an unparalleled powerhouse, renowned not only within his clan, but throughout the entire imperial capital. Shizling raised his spear. What more could he say? There was nothing left but to engage in battle. Surrounding the Golden War spear, divine symbols emerged one after another, forged as if from metal, exuding a chilling essence that enveloped the spear, emanating an unmatched divine might. Kill! Shizling charged forward, shaking the spear, causing the entire sky to tremble. The symbols, seemingly alive, radiated divine brilliance as they descended in suppression. With a thunderous roar, dozens of warriors opposite him were compelled to retreat, as if 100,000 mountains were crashing down upon them, instilling a sense of dread that made each individual feel the urge to kneel. This was the disparity. Shizling, regarded as the prodigy of the imperial capital, was renowned far and wide, a force beyond their capacity to contend with, save for the esteemed elders of his clan who could stand against him. Only Shi Yuan remained in the arena, while the others staggered backward, utterly unable to maintain their footing, lest they be crushed by that overwhelming aura. A resounding rumble echoed. As Shi Yuan's arms trembled, resembling a blood phoenix soaring to the heavens, crimson radiance bursting forth around him. In an instant, his momentum surged tenfold, counteracting the might of the Golden War spear. Boom! The spear, like a rainbow, surged forth with an unstoppable might, piercing through the heavens and earth, accompanied by a cascade of golden symbols that caused the very fabric of reality to tremble. With his right hand adorned in intricate runes, Shi Yuan thrust forward, transforming into a divine wing that entwined with the resplendent crimson feathers of the phoenix, dazzling in its brilliance, accompanied by the resonant cry of the phoenix that reverberated through the cosmos. The divine wings of the phoenix collided with the golden spear, akin to two volcanoes erupting in an explosive clash, magma surging and flames obscuring the sky, rendering the surroundings blindingly bright, obscuring all else. In this fierce confrontation, they engaged in dozens of exchanges in the blink of an eye, one enveloped in golden light, reminiscent of a war god, while the other bathed in crimson glows, akin to an ancient ferocious bird, the blood phoenix. Their speed was astonishing as they relentlessly charged at one another, each impact unleashing a magnificent radiance. The spectators were left awestruck. Shizling's strength was formidable, compelling the powerful elders of his clan to fight with such desperation, a scenario utterly unimaginable, especially considering the significant disparity in their cultivation times. A piercing cry of the phoenix shattered stone and gold alike, its sharpness causing palaces to crumble, startling the gathered powerhouses into activating their runes to shield themselves, lest they suffer grievous harm. Shi Yuan's hair and beard billowed as if caught in a tempest, his eyes shimmering with lightning, his entire being aglow. From within him emerged an ancient ferocious bird, radiant red, its feathers resplendent, soaring skyward to strike down upon Shizling. He unleashed his most potent treasure technique, exuding an overwhelming killing intent, leaving the crowd in utter astonishment as the elder had been driven to such extremes. A deep roar emanated from Shizling, his form radiating golden light, as a colossal ferocious beast materialized, filling the expanse of the heavens and earth. It raised its head and howled, subjugating all spirits, resembling a king surveying the vast land below. The silhouette of the beast was shrouded in ambiguity, yet it was evident to all that it was undoubtedly one of the most formidable creatures, for it radiated an overwhelming aura that dominated the heavens and the earth. With a resounding crash, the colossal beast struck down with its massive claw, obliterating swathes of palatial structures beneath it. Its ferocious might reverberated across the land, inducing a palpable fear that compelled all to bow in submission. The ancient ferocious bird let out a long, piercing cry, its vibrant wings sweeping forth to clash against the beast's claw, resulting in an intense confrontation. This was a battle of divine arts, a pinnacle struggle between two warriors, where there was only me and none other, a fierce and relentless contest of life and death, as boundless divine light surged forth, instilling awe in the hearts of onlookers. "Grandfather, strike at his left rib." At that moment, Shi Yi suddenly spoke, his eyes shimmering with a radiant brilliance, exuding an air of intimidation that belied his tender years. His gaze pierced through the myriad origins of the world, revealing a flaw in Shi Ziling's defenses, prompting him to alert his grandfather to exploit the weakness. With a thunderous roar, Shi Yuan unleashed a bolt of electric energy from his eyes, summoning the divine art as the ancient ferocious bird dove downwards. Targeting Shi Ziling's left rib, intent on magnifying that vulnerability. Roar. Alas, the immense ancient beast let out a deafening roar that shook the very mountains and rivers, instantly obstructing the terrifying avian predator, which resembled a phoenix, as it slammed down a claw, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Grandfather attacked the beast's left armpit. Shi Yi called out once more, his eyes profoundly deep, emanating strands of divine radiance, as mysterious power swirled around him, exuding an aura of terror. With a thunderous crash, the ancient ferocious bird launched another assault, its wings unfurling, beak agape, releasing an endless cascade of radiant light, each scintilla potent enough to obliterate a host of powerful beings. Bang! The ferocious beast raised its colossal claw and struck the beak of the ancient avian fiend, effectively barring all radiant light from entering. Strike its chest. Shi Yi commanded once more, his gaze intensified, akin to two divine lamps igniting, exuding an aura that left many in a state of trepidation. With a resounding boom, the ancient avian fiend flared its feathers, moving with swiftness and ferocity, aiming for the beast's chest. Alas, it once again found nothing but emptiness, barely evading the massive paw that threatened to crush it. Shi Yi possessed the ability of the, allowing him to discern various primal sources and identify weaknesses. However, his guidance could not keep pace with Shi Ziling's speed. Fifth Master, you are incapable, Shi Ziling proclaimed, his form erupting in even more resplendent light. The enormous silhouette of the beast swelled rapidly before shattering, transforming into ancient beast runes that surged into his body, merging with him. He radiated brilliance, wielding a spear. Each step he took trembled the very earth beneath him. With a swift thrust of his spear, the golden light pierced through the ancient avian fiend, delivering a lethal blow. Boom! The golden spear pivoted and surged forward, causing Shi Yuan to reveal a look of dread as he hastily sought to evade, but it was already too late. The runes, enveloping the spear's brilliance, penetrated his shoulder. Shi Yuan bellowed, exerting all his strength to concentrate the runes upon his shoulder, their radiance blinding. He was propelled backward, mysterious symbols intertwining to halt the spread of the wound, revealing a gaping blood hole that shone through. Despite this, he had lost his combat capability, aging a decade in an instant, crashing into the crowd, unable to continue the fight. With the defeat of the clan elder, Shi Yuan's lineage found themselves powerless against Shi Ziling, leaving all in astonishment. How old could he possibly be? The individual, barely in their 20s, already commands a presence that rivals the most formidable figures within the clan. A profound silence descended upon the scene, as the descendants of Shi Yuan's lineage trembled with trepidation. Shi Ziling advanced deliberately, his golden spear aimed resolutely forward. His gaze fixed upon Shi Yi, he inquired, "My esteemed nephew, was it you who divulged to your mother the presence of the supreme bone within Hauer?" Such profound machinations. Shi Yi remained silent, rooted to the spot, his eyes gleaming with an enigmatic light. "Did you threaten to take your own life to prevent the clan from executing your mother for her transgressions? I wonder, if I were to slay her here today, would you truly resort to self-inflicted demise?" Shi Ziling stated calmly. "Venerable elders, will you not intervene?" Someone exclaimed. "Ziling, whatever misdeeds have occurred are ultimately our responsibility. This wicked woman is at your disposal, to be punished as you see fit. However, Ear is sacrosanct. You must not harm him." At that moment, several venerable elders appeared in unison. Each possessed formidable strength, having secluded themselves for many years. They were several generations senior to Shi Ziling, their eyes shining like miniature suns. They were the true apex beings of the clan. Before them stood a bound woman, escorted into their presence. "Sister-in-law, does your heart beat with crimson or darkness?" Shi Ziling questioned through gritted teeth, before bellowing, "Truly, you are devoid of conscience." Nearby, Shi Yi's face remained impassive, his double pupils radiating a light of extraordinary intensity. A chilling aura emanated from him, sending shivers through all present. Shi Ziling continued, "I vowed that for every bone you broke in my son, I would break 100 in yours. Today, not even the celestial king of old can prevent me. I want you to witness it firsthand." Shi Ling bellowed, then swiftly turned to face Shi, raising the golden spear as if it were a mere iron rod, and swung it forth. "You dare!" An elder of the clan shouted in fury. "Shizzling, cease. Do not harm Ear. Everything else is negotiable." Another elder echoed, "Are you rebelling?" A clan elder aligned with Shi Yuan reprimanded loudly. Simultaneously, they obstructed him, their collective powers illuminating the heavens with astonishing brilliance. "And what if I do?" Shi Ling roared defiantly, his golden spear continuing its descent towards Shi. Yet, a multitude of clan elders stood in his way, unleashing various mystical arts, their runes forming a barrier ahead, intercepting the spear's fall. Shi Ling's arm trembled as intricate runes intertwined, revealing an enigmatic force that surged down the golden spear, emanating an uncanny power. This is not good. All the clan elders gasped in astonishment. They sensed a secret energy penetrating their mystical arts, surging towards Shi. Although it diminished as it passed through them, it remained formidable. What kind of mystical art is this? They pondered, alarmed, as it coursed through their bodies and spells, striking forward, too late to intervene. Ah! Shi let out a tragic cry, his body hurtling through the air, crashing against a decorative boulder, drenched in blood. The sound of cracking bones echoing as hundreds of them shattered in an instant. "Here!" The young woman screamed in terror, her voice rising, and then she looked up suddenly, her rage palpable, fixing her gaze on Shi Ling as she coldly declared, "My father and the others will not spare you." With a flash of golden radiance, Shi Xiling coldly cast the golden war spear in his hand, piercing through her form with a resounding thud. The force of the blow propelled her dozens of feet away, impaling her upon the earth. Chapter 61. The heavy pupils of profound hush fell over the assembly, each individual trembling in awe and trepidation. What manner of power was this? Several elders had joined forces, yet they could not impede Shi Xiling's advance. He stood as a veritable war god, bathed in resplendent light, towering over heaven and earth. An insurmountable force. Within his body, over 100 bones fractured, cold sweat beating upon his brow. Shi Yi raised his head and beheld the young woman. Instantly, two astonishing beams of light erupted from his heavy pupils, accompanied by a low, guttural roar. This was no mere child's voice. It possessed a chilling quality, a palpable rage, and an untamed ferocity that sent shivers down the spine. Shi Xiling was taken aback, even though his most potent strike had been partially deflected by the elders. Mitigating over 90% of its force, it was still not something an ordinary person could withstand. Yet here was a child, not even 4 years of age, displaying such resilience. Despite the fracture of 100 bones, his essence and spirit remained undiminished, even growing more fierce, burning like a divine furnace, a sight he had never before witnessed. "Here!" The elders cried out, transforming into streaks of lightning as they swiftly encircled him, forming a protective barrier. They were all seized by a sense of dread. This was, after all, a possessor of the heavy pupils, endowed with the qualities of ancient sages and deities, infused with the supreme bone. He was destined for greatness, to reign supreme over the ancient kingdom. How could they allow him to be harmed? "Xiling, how could you do such a thing?" One of the elders exclaimed. "Shi Xiling, you have gone too far. How could you bear to strike here? Do you truly possess a heart of stone, seeking to cripple our clan's strength?" The elders, partial to the Shi Yuan lineage, were even more vehement, their voices filled with reproof. A group of individuals grew anxious. The one with dual pupils could not perish, nor could the innate supreme being vanish, for the loss would be insurmountable. This was the very hope of their proud lineage. "Who will pity my son?" Shi Xiling spoke with an unsettling calmness. Yet his icy demeanor, tone, and expression sent shivers through those present, clearly indicating his seething fury. The young one, once clever and endearing, possessing the innate supreme bone, was meant to look down upon both heaven and earth. Instead, it had been taken from him, leading to a severe decline in his condition, to the point where even those closest to him could scarcely recognize him. He had lost the ability to speak and was teetering on the brink of death. How could one not feel discontent? How could one refrain from rage? Shi Xiling's wrath was palpable, his gaze turned frightfully cold at the reproach he received. Who would lament the young one? Why did they not exhibit such concern? Golden beams of light shot from his eyes, slicing through the sky like lightning, causing the crowd to recoil in shock, rendered speechless. Some elders felt a pang of guilt, falling into a profound silence. The young one is indeed pitiable finally. Someone sighed and remarked, "Born with supreme bones. He had not been met with glory but rather had suffered under covert malice. Truly a tragic fate for such an innocent and kind-hearted child, whose plight was heart-wrenching." "Xiling, no matter what, you must cease," an elder urged. The other elders knelt to examine Shi Yi's condition. As long as he was still alive, they would spare no expense to heal his wounds. Wisps of light flowed from Shi Yi's eyes in a surreal display, slowly enveloping him as if forming a cocoon. nurturing his body with a crackling sound, and remarkably, broken bones began to realign. Though they could not be immediately restored, he was no longer limp. He could now sit upright. Her eyes, profound as the vast sea of stars, shimmered with the enigmatic power of her dual pupils, radiating a cascade of ethereal light. This spectacle left many in a state of astonishment, their expressions frozen in awe. What an extraordinary dual-eyed being, far surpassing the legends. An elder of the clan, after recovering from his shock, could not help but express his admiration. With a hum, her chest flickered, enveloped in a sacred light that staunched the bleeding wounds, while her bones resonated in a harmonious melody, seemingly destined to flourish. This was the power of the supreme bone. The onlookers were spellbound. It had been less than 2 months since the implantation, and yet such terrifying potential had already manifested, truly living up to its name. Shi Yi felt a pang in his heart. This was the bone of Hao, astonishingly exerting such remarkable effects in another's body. If it were to mature fully, how unfathomably formidable would it become? Shi Yi, cease your actions, an elder advised. Reluctantly, Shi Yi withdrew, for otherwise, he would have suppressed you today. The elder aligned with the Xiwan lineage was less courteous, his gaze imbued with a chilling intent. Mother, Shi shouted, breaking free from the elder's grasp and lunging forward. His eyes aglow with divine brilliance, intent on mending that body. However, before he could approach, a scream erupted from a woman, her body explosively disintegrating into fragments. At that moment, Shi Yi strode forth, his spear aimed resolutely ahead, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. An elder swiftly scooped up Shi and retreated hastily. Shi Yi now resembled a demonic sovereign, annihilating any divine obstruction in his path, compelling all to evade his wrath. Several ancestors, you have long been present. Why remain hidden? Shi Yi suddenly inquired. This estate was already shrouded in a soft luminescence, emanating from the ancient relic's sacred bone, binding this realm and silencing the tumult of battle cries and clamor. For elderly figures materialized, each appearing from a different direction, seated in a celestial palace enveloped in swirling mist, ethereal and indistinct, reminiscent of primordial deities before the dawn of creation, evoking a sense of dread. They did not take action, yet their presence suffocated the surroundings. As I entered the estate, before I could strike, you had already confined the realms of existence. Now that we have reached this juncture, why do you refrain from acting? Stone Xiling inquired. Xiling, put this aside for the time being. In 10 years, you shall inherit our stone family, one elder proclaimed. Xiling, you have already taken many lives, your anger should have subsided. Stand down, another elder advised. Very well. Return the supreme bone to my son. Stone Xiling bellowed. The 4 elders fell into silence, seated there, shrouded in mist, their forms indistinct, akin to the chaos of creation. Yet the subtle, looming authority and terrifying aura they exuded caused the very fabric of existence to tremble. Xiling, you have gone too far. Do you comprehend whom you are addressing? That is an elder of our clan. Do you not possess a modicum of respect? One clan elder admonished. Get lost. Stone Xiling retorted. Having already defeated the clan's patriarch, how could a distant elder dare to wield authority? With a swift thrust of his spear, divine radiance erupted. And auspicious colors cascaded like an ocean, golden runes crashing forth. With a resounding pop, the elder was instantly obliterated, leaving only a cloud of crimson mist. Stone Xiling, the clan has not treated you poorly. The elder has already promised that in 10 years, you will lead the family. What more could you desire? An elder intoned gravely. If that is the case, then there is no alternative but to subdue you and cast you into the desolate wilds. Another voice thundered. An imposing elder emerged, summoning all his vigor to engage in a fierce battle with Shi Yi, intent on subduing him. In that instant, the atmosphere shimmered with divine brilliance, and the world became illuminated, enveloped in resplendent radiance. However, ultimately, this formidable elder was cast aside, spitting blood and on the verge of disintegration, severely injured from the confrontation. The clan's masters arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, their hearts trembled. Shi Yi was indeed extraordinarily powerful, and it would be a grave loss if such a talent were to turn against them. The elders were moved, yet some still took action, 3 stepping forward simultaneously, invoking their treasured techniques to launch an assault. Instantly, the air was filled with thunderous roars, divine light soared to the heavens, and the atmosphere was charged with a tempest of lethal intent, transforming the area into a realm of annihilation. where various sacred lights danced and supreme techniques wreaked havoc. Shi Ling, how audacious of you to defy your masters and ancestors, bellowed an elder who favored the Xiwan lineage as he strode forth to join the fray. Jiu Yi, carry me. Suddenly, Shi Yi spoke, requesting this elder to take him into the fray. You surely was taken aback. I am a wielder of the, capable of bestowing mystical powers upon you, granting you divine assistance in battle. Shi Yi whispered into his ear. Shirley lifted him onto his back, releasing runes that enveloped them both, creating a connection between them. Instantly, Shirley felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and then he discovered he could see through illusions. The movements and attacks of all techniques slowed before his gaze. Even as an esteemed elder, he was astonished. This child was truly remarkable. So young yet possessing such formidable skills and divine abilities. With a swift motion, Shirley charged into the battlefield, launching an attack, his eyes radiant as the sun, capable of discerning numerous flaws and striking with overwhelming force. With a swift motion, a treasured technique soared into the air, vibrant runes converging to form a magnificent dragon blade. Its scales formidable and claws menacing. It rushed past, its sharpness grazing the edge of Shirling's hair, severing a lock of black hair in a perilous moment. Excellent. Shirley's strike was successful, instantly filling him with delight. He discreetly communicated with the others, urging them to join forces with him as they carried Shi, unleashing a formidable and unparalleled offensive maneuver. Shi's luminous eyes glowed intensely as he lay upon the elder's back, coldly observing the battlefield where a figure resembling a golden war deity stood, his youthful gaze both captivating and unnerving. The four elder clansmen engaged in a fierce battle against Shi Ling, a spectacle that left the observing clan members in a state of trepidation. Suddenly, Shi transmitted a message, calling upon the elder to assist, drawing upon his vast reservoir of energy to nourish himself. His eyes shone brightly, projecting a multitude of runes that imprinted upon the void, densely packed and profoundly affecting all techniques in the realm, severely disrupting Shirling's offensive. Remarkable. Many gasped in astonishment. Though still young, this child was truly extraordinary. Even an ancestor meditating in the mist stirred, his eyes snapping open. Boom. A radiant blaze flashed as the four elder clansmen unleashed their attacks like a torrential storm. Their techniques astonishing. Shirling staggered as his technique was interrupted, narrowly escaping calamity. His eyes turned icy, fixed upon his opponent. Protectier, one elder exclaimed, a sense of dread filling his heart. Chapter 62, The Little One. With the four ancestors present, there would be no danger. Previously, when Ear's bones had shattered, I believe it was merely to allow Shirling to vent his frustrations, remarked another elder with composure. Wielding his war spear, Shi descended like a celestial demon, his resounding roar heralding the emergence of a colossal primeval beast from within, joining him in the fray. In response, Shi lifted his gaze, his eyes profound, reflecting the celestial dance of sun and moon and the cataclysmic fall of stars, an awe-inspiring sight. He unleashed two resplendent beams, composed of intricate runes, that streaked across the sky. Once more, he attempted to disrupt the natural order, hindering Shi Ziling's spellcasting, but this time to no avail. With a sweep of his golden war spear, Shi Ziling invoked a resonance with the heavens and earth, unleashing a surging tide of golden energy that suppressed all directions. With sickening thuds, several clan elders coughed up blood as they were hurled away. Shi Li, upon landing, staggered, each step marked by a fresh expulsion of blood, barely managing to keep Shi Yi from being thrown clear. His body convulsed, and he teetered on the brink of collapse. Beside Shi Ziling, the primeval beast roared, its earth-shaking bellow and baleful aura spreading like a vast ocean in all directions, further unsettling the four clan elders, causing them to spill more blood. Again, the four roared, charging forward in a united assault. The ensuing battle was a maelstrom of clashing powers, shaking the very foundations of the world. The area was ablaze with light as Shi Ziling, a golden deity incarnate, defied the onslaught of the four masters, his relentless attacks gaining the upper hand. As the battle reached its zenith, the four elders were stained with their own blood, while Shi Ziling grew ever more formidable, his divine radiance overwhelming them to the point of suffocation. Suddenly, a terrifying surge emanated from Shi Li, as if an ancient god-king had descended upon the world, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. His chest glowed with an intense light. A wave of surprise washed over Shi Ziling. The suddenness of this development and the sheer force of the power suppressed everything, halting the Golden War spear and obliterating the primeval beast at Shi Ziling's side. In the depths of Shi Ziling's eyes, divine light surged violently, akin to two bolts of golden lightning that dispelled the terrifying fluctuations surrounding him. The spear in his grasp radiated once more, entwined with a multitude of flying runes, instilling awe in all directions. With a thunderous roar, the golden spear lunged forward, piercing through the fabric of heaven and earth, accompanied by the celestial chants of the gods, resounding with an unparalleled authenticity and sanctity. As light cascaded down, a testament to offense transcending defense, Shi Yi's assault was truly formidable. He and Shi Yi seemed to merge as one, his chest aglow, intricate patterns coursing across his body, revealing the mysteries of the cosmos. The aura he emanated was overwhelmingly terrifying, causing the three other clan elders to spurt blood and stagger backward in shock, their hearts gripped by trepidation. This was not even directed at them, yet they felt its weight. In the distance, the onlookers were struck as if by a hammer, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, some even retreating involuntarily. With blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, their breaths nearly stifled, succumbing to an instinctive urge to prostrate themselves. It was the supreme bone of Heir. Shi Ziling's gaze turned to ice, fury igniting within him. Shi Yi, bearing Shi Yi upon his back, had fused with him, forcefully harnessing the power of the bone, unleashing such divine might that it left all witnesses with each footfall. The heavens trembled. He was akin to a liberated deity of carnage, dispelling tranquility and radiating a bone-chilling aura as he swept his spear forward. The three clan elders were hurled away, their bodies drenched in blood, crashing into the crowd. Unable to rise, their bones were shattered beyond count, and their runes could scarcely coalesce. As for Shirley, he faced Shi Ziling's most formidable assault. The spear's tip gleamed, resembling a golden dragon descending from the firmament, piercing through his protective artifacts and unleashing a torrent of blood. With a sickening thud, half of his body exploded, the excruciating pain causing him to convulse. His runes were instantly obliterated, rendering them ineffective, and his eyes were filled with terror. Shi Ziling, like an ancient god-king bathed in radiance, advanced, his golden spear aimed forward, intent on impaling Shi Li and Shi Yi together, pinning them to the ground. Ziling, it is time to cease. At that moment, the ancestor from the west stirred. Still seated, he moved with lightning speed, appearing in close proximity. His entire being emanated a misty aura, his form indistinct. He extended a hand, halting the terrifying spear's tip, shielding the two individuals. In truth, they had been present all along. From the moment Shi Ziling and his wife entered the estate, they had been in motion, sealing off all directions. Early on, upon entering the clan, Shi Ziling had sensed an unsettling atmosphere, detecting the presence of the four ancestors. He had foreseen misfortune. The four possessed profound cultivation, their limits difficult to discern. With them present, seeking justice through force was exceedingly difficult. Their years of cultivation were immeasurable. Ancestor, is this how you uphold justice? Shi Ziling roared. I understand your grievances. The clan has wronged Hauer, but I implore you to believe that we will make amends. The ancestral elder spoke. At that moment, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings, and the other three elders manifested, encircling him in silence. I will not yield, roared Shi Ziling, his entire being radiant. With a golden war spear pointed defiantly towards the heavens. Runes erupted from his body as he unleashed his most formidable treasure technique, prepared to engage in battle. The spectators were awestruck. It had been many years since anyone dared to challenge the elders so boldly, and the sheer power of Shi Ziling was truly intimidating. Ziling, you have gone too far. Should you insist on combat, do not blame us for suppressing you. One elder cautioned. Then let us fight. Shi Ziling declared, brandishing his spear. A dazzling spectacle as runes intertwined and an ancient ferocious beast surged forth. His treasure technique was astonishing, launching the most potent offensive. The very heavens seemed to rend apart. A vast expanse illuminated by blinding holy light, leaving all present trembling in fear, compelled to kneel before such divine might. Suppress him, commanded the elder. The scene transformed into a terrifying battlefield, an awe-inspiring clash that shook the very soul of every onlooker, instilling a profound sense of dread. I cannot see. In the stone village, before the great willow tree, the little one was in tears, unable to witness the battle. Because you are still too young to comprehend such a level of combat, the willow whispered, as chaotic energy lingered, shrouding the area in a haze of confusion. I must see it unfold. I need to know the outcome. The little one clenched his fists, aware that this was a past event, yet still filled with anxiety. The stone manor was ablaze with brilliance, various holy lights dancing and obscuring the sun, rendering the entire estate invisible. A bond of understanding connected their hearts. At last, the little one's mother joined the fray, cradling him in her arms as she charged onto the battlefield. Together with Shizling, they unleashed a magnificent array of magical techniques that reverberated throughout the imperial capital. Alas, the little one could perceive nothing but blinding light and resplendent spells. Dazzling enough to quicken the heart, the entire realm was suffused with a sacred golden glow. Ultimately, he was perhaps too weak, succumbing to unconsciousness nestled in his mother's embrace. Just before his eyelids fluttered shut, he caught a glimpse of the young man outside the battlefield. Although Shi Yi was battered and broken, his spirit remained unyielding, his profound, dual-colored eyes fixed intently upon Shizling, radiating an icy demeanor. He then turned to glance at the little one, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, his gaze shimmering with a disdainful brilliance that lit up his features. He offered only a fleeting glance, for the little one lay on the brink of death, having lost his supreme essence, rendering him unworthy of further consideration. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a desolate wasteland, far removed from the vast ancient kingdom and bidding farewell to the vibrant imperial capital, a stark contrast indeed. They arrived at a sprawling yet dilapidated estate, the birthplace of the founder of the Shijia clan, a veritable second ancestral ground. "Xiling, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed an elderly man with hair as white as snow, striking an ancient table in his excitement and indignation. "If I were to regain my youth for another 50 years, possessing your strength, I would raise a ruckus in the imperial capital and show them that our lineage is not to be trifled with." Shizling merely shook his head, his countenance a shade pallid. An elder of considerable age then spoke. "To think they would banish you to this desolate land. How outrageous. And you are still so young." "Indeed, though it is referred to as the second ancestral land, what does it truly offer? Desolation and harshness prevail here. It is far from a paradise suitable for cultivation or long-term residence. The dilapidated second ancestral land lies in a barren frontier, a place where only those who have committed grave errors and incurred great misfortunes are exiled. This is the pact I have made with them. Heir shall recuperate here. The stone tomb path bears no distinction. It is merely another form of exile." An elder, filled with indignation, inquired, "What exactly have they promised you?" If Heir could regain his vitality, they would promptly return the supreme bone. "The stone tomb path. Child, how can you place your trust in them? This is merely a stalling tactic. Given Heir's dire condition, even if he survives, he can no longer nourish the supreme bone," lamented another elder, striking his chest in despair. Aside from the servants, there are 4 distinguished elders present, all once formidable figures of great renown, now reduced to this desolate land due to their grave transgressions. Were it not for their concern over implicating their descendants, they would have fled long ago, for their powers are indeed formidable. Years have swiftly passed, and these few have now entered their twilight years, with little time left. The 4th ancestor, bearing the weight of all, privately bestowed upon me a fragmented map, suggesting that if I could uncover the true ancestral land of our clan, it might offer a chance for Heir's restoration. Softly, the stone tomb path echoed his words. Meanwhile, his wife, with a countenance laden with worry, cradled the frail child, her once beautiful visage long devoid of smiles. "What? The true ancestral land of our clan?" Several elderly individuals widened their eyes in astonishment, for this was no ordinary place, shrouded in mystery and legend. It was from here that the ancestors of the Stone clan emerged, establishing a glorious ancient kingdom. The excitement among them was palpable. This ancestral land tugged at the hearts of many within the Stone clan, steeped in enigma and said to be the birthplace of deities. However, due to ancestral decrees, they had severed all ties with it, ultimately rendering their search fruitless. "Is it true, or are you merely deceiving us?" One elder expressed skepticism. "Regardless, I must make the attempt, exerting every effort to restore Hauer," Stone Xiling declared with unwavering determination. "What if you cannot find it?" Another elder cautioned. "Then I shall seek the ancient divine mountain, traversing through the wilderness to procure a sacred herb. I cannot allow Hauer to languish in despair," Stone Xiling resolutely replied. Beside him, his wife nodded, her beautiful eyes brimming with resolve as she held their little one close. The elders gasped in surprise, collectively urging caution. Xiling, do not act recklessly. The ancient divine mountain is not a place to be entered lightly. It may harbor formidable beings such as the true hound or the golden-winged roc. And you risk your life. Stone Xiling had been diligently studying the fragmentary map, and unless absolutely necessary, he would not venture into the ancient divine mountain, placing his hopes on discovering the ancestral land. If Hao perishes, I shall undoubtedly confront them with a vengeance, unleashing chaos upon the heavens and the earth. Stone Xiling's gaze was piercing, exuding an aura of terror. I will not leave Hao behind. Stone Xiling was certainly not one to be easily deterred. Later, the couple from Shizling, after enduring countless hardships, finally located Shurtsuan. Upon encountering the charred willow tree, they were genuinely astonished, for their formidable nature allowed them to perceive the tree's extraordinary essence. However, they were profoundly disheartened by everything else in the ancestral land of Shurtsuan. As a gust of wind swept through, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a small figure standing solitary beneath the willow, tears streaming down their face. After a prolonged silence, the willow conveyed a thought, asking, "How do you feel?" The small one lamented, "I am deeply pained. Father, mother, where are you now?" The child wept incessantly. "Indeed, you are a kind-hearted child, untainted by hatred, refusing to succumb to the madness of vengeance," the willow communicated, then continued, "Have you not lost the supreme bone? Do you not harbor resentment? The present Shi is destined to shine with unparalleled brilliance, enveloped in infinite divine circles, a sight beyond the reach of ordinary mortals." The small one understood well that Shi's future was assuredly transcendent, a radiance destined to illuminate the earth, a vision easily conceived. With serene composure, the child replied, "Is it merely a bone? Supremacy is not conferred. It is not determined by a single fragment of bone, but rather forged through one's own relentless journey. Since you possess such insight, I shall share with you a secret," the willow expressed with satisfaction. "What secret?" the small one inquired, momentarily taken aback. "Have you ever witnessed the withering of flora only to see it flourish anew?" the willow posed. "I have indeed seen it," the small one softly nodded. "The autumn winds sever the yellow leaves, wildfires consume the withered grass, the cold winds howl, and come spring, the branches rejuvenate," the willow imparted. "The withering and flourishing of flora is an entirely natural occurrence. However, at this moment, it profoundly resonates with the little one, who comprehends the essence of the willow. Oh, spirit of the willow, do you imply that the supreme bone within me still holds the potential for rebirth?" His large, bright eyes glisten with tears, imbued with youthful exuberance. "Nothing in existence is absolute. I merely suggest a possibility." The willow does not refute this notion. Instantly, the little one clenches his tiny fist, his eyes sparkling with a brilliant light, filled with both yearning and anticipation. Although he possesses a cheerful disposition and does not believe that a single supreme bone can dictate his fate, the thought that it was originally inherent to him, allowing him to stand alongside the true hound and the golden-winged roc, yet was cruelly taken away and gruesomely implanted within him, leaves him feeling disheartened. Now, it seems as if a ray of dawn has pierced through, illuminating his heart and invigorating his fighting spirit. "Oh, spirit of the willow, could you elaborate further? Please guide me through this perplexity." His large, expressive eyes, distinct in their black and white, exude a childlike innocence yet radiate brilliance. In truth, there is little to articulate. The simplest and most profound truths are often embedded within the mundane. An ancient tree may perish if severed, for its vitality has long been exhausted. Consider the chives. Initially sown, they appear yellow and frail, yet with each harvest, they become increasingly verdant and robust. Likewise, a silkworm, trapped within its cocoon, faces inevitable demise, but should it break free, it transforms into a butterfly, resplendent and vibrant, marking a rebirth that transcends its past. The willow spirit speaks calmly, undisturbed, recounting the most ordinary of truths. The little one's large eyes grew increasingly bright as it gazed upon its charred trunk and the solitary tender green branch that remained. It spoke, much like the willow deity, which flourishes anew amid destruction. "I too shall emerge stronger from this trial. This is a form of tempering, an extraordinary journey of cultivation. After my rebirth, I shall undoubtedly surpass my former self. Your insight is commendable, but regarding my circumstances, it would be wise not to indulge in unfounded assumptions." The willow conveyed its thoughts, a hint of amusement evident in its tone, a rare display of emotional fluctuation. "Did you, dear Willow, save me?" The little one seemed to recall a moment from the past, when it had been so frail, its body having undergone severe degeneration, teetering on the brink of death. As the mountain breeze rustled the vibrant green branch, the willow continued, "Had I bestowed upon you the gift of life, you would merely have survived, leading an ordinary existence. Initially, I simply observed in silence. I survived on my own," the little one exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, as you neared exhaustion, life gradually blossomed anew within you, growing stronger until you ultimately persevered without my intervention," the willow recounted candidly. As the flora withered and then flourished anew, it became clear that the little one had indeed endured through its own efforts. Realization dawned upon the little one, its eyes, resembling black jewels, shining even brighter. The willow, having witnessed the little one's vitality burgeoning from desolation, felt a twinge of empathy. It too had once faced a similar plight. "I must caution you, nothing is absolute. While you have managed to survive through your own strength and have given rise to vibrant life, whether you can regenerate the supreme bone remains uncertain." "I understand." The little one nodded earnestly, devoid of blind optimism, as he had yet to feel the emergence of the precious bone within him. The spirit of Lu continued, stating that once rebirth occurs, it would inevitably leave an indelible mark on history, transcending the existing foundations through a process of nirvana. The runes would become increasingly intricate, encompassing the mysteries of the heavens, surpassing the past, and presenting a completely different essence. As the chaotic mist dissipated, tranquility returned to the village. A beam of golden light surged forth, resembling a golden fist, as a fluffy ball of fur landed on the little one's shoulder, chirping incessantly. The village chief and a throng of others gathered around, witnessing the tears on the little one's face. Auntie Hu and the others offered words of comfort, gently wiping his tears away, showering him with affection. "This place is your home, little one. Regardless of whether you know your origins, we are all your kin," a group of middle-aged women declared. Meanwhile, a band of sturdy men extended their rough hands to tousle his hair, grinning broadly as they reassured him. "It is nothing to worry about. Our stone village has birthed deities. In the future, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable force capable of contending with the ancient ferocious bird, the golden-winged roc, a being that can slay gods. Do not weep, little one. We are here too, your childhood friends. We shall face the future together." A group of children chimed in. With determination, the little one wiped away his tears and nodded vigorously. The kindness of his kin brought him joy, allowing him to grow up happily, free from the burden of hatred. However, he knew that one day he must journey to that ancient land to seek answers. "Grandfather, I wish to grow stronger." The little one had never yearned for power as fervently as he did today. Yet, having reached the pinnacle of his training in Stone Village, he found there was little left to learn. In that ancient realm, which commands vast expanses of mountains and rivers, with a population reaching unimaginable numbers, it is only natural that prodigious talents emerge, with each generation producing extraordinary figures that astonish the world. Among them, his elder brother shines like a brilliant sun, his radiance destined to illuminate the entire land. Possessing the rare trait of dual pupils, his innate abilities are on par with those of ancient saints and divine beings. Furthermore, with the blessing of his supreme bone, should he mature, he would transcend to a divine-like status. At nearly 10 years of age, Shi has already gained considerable fame in the imperial capital. In the face of such a highly regarded individual, who is destined to challenge the heavens and contend with the fearsome primordial beast, the little one feels an immense pressure. To grow stronger, alas, the legacy of my clan, this ancestral land, should have transmitted the most formidable bone texts and treasures, yet they have all faded with the passage of time. The clan leader sighed, filled with profound regret. But soon after, his heart began to race violently as he touched the bone in his embrace, struggling to find calm. Once the crowd dispersed, leaving only Shi Yunfeng, the little one, and the golden Zhu Yan, the clan leader, with utmost solemnity, drew the little one beneath a willow tree and said, "Child, I can no longer instruct you. You are a true prodigy. However, I possess a bone, inscribed with symbols of such intricate complexity that a mere glance could induce one to bleed. I have hesitated to show it to you, fearing it would inflict grave harm. Yet now, I have nothing left to teach you, and this is all that remains. If you choose to behold it, you must exercise great caution." The elder clan leader carefully retrieved a bone from his robe, pristine and lustrous, resembling a palm-sized piece of exquisite jade, shimmering with an indescribable brilliance, pure and translucent. Though modest in size, it is densely inscribed with an indecipherable multitude of symbols, seemingly echoing the ethereal chants of celestial deities, stirring one's very blood. This is truly astonishing. A mere fragment of bone, yet upon its revelation, it invokes such awe. Do not fixate upon it. Cast a glance and then look away, lest you do harm to yourself, the venerable elder cautioned sternly. Indeed, grandfather, the young one replied, taking the artifact into hand and gently caressing its surface, feeling an exquisite smoothness that penetrated to the core, a sensation of profound comfort. There is no need for elaboration. This bone undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary origin, unmistakably not of the mundane realm, as if it encapsulates the supreme truths inscribed within its very essence. With a restless energy, a fist-sized golden Zhu Yin leapt about, its bright, expressive eyes wide with agitation, emitting sharp cries, eager to seize the bone for itself. Grandfather, how did you come by this treasure? It seems quite extraordinary, the young one inquired. Indeed, the elder's voice trembled as he spoke of the bone, his gaze drawn upward towards the stout, charred willow, his heart stirred with uncontainable emotion. Is it connected to the willow deity? Little sure how expressed his astonishment. The elder nodded, recounting a tempestuous night decades ago. Lightning flashed, torrential rain poured, and furious winds howled, unleashing devastation upon the mountains, collapsing them under the wrath of nature, as torrents surged like oceans and beasts fled in a frenzied stampede, instilling terror in the hearts of all. The willow stood amidst the storm, enveloped by the tumultuous sea of lightning, its countless branches transforming into radiant chains of divinity that pierced the vast firmament. At last, it shattered, entirely charred, descending from the heavens, accompanied by a radiant orb enveloping this luminous bone, plummeting together into Stone Village. Ah, did it fall alongside the tree spirit from the celestial realm? The little one exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the chief nodded vigorously. Back then, he was still young, witnessing everything unfold. The shock in his heart was unimaginable. In the chief's perspective, perhaps the tree spirit was only interested in the little one, as it had spoken in the village several times, most often concerning him. Tree spirit, what on earth is this? The little one inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. It seemed an eternity passed before the willow finally spoke, uttering just 4 words: Primal True Resolution. Chapter 64. Cultivation Primal True Resolution? The little one was taken aback. The name sounded extraordinary. Having once been enveloped in a radiant light and falling into Stone Village alongside the tree spirit, its origins must be astonishing. A fist-sized furball squeaked incessantly, scratching its head and leaping onto the little one's hand, clinging to the luminous bone like a golden koala, refusing to let go. Its intention was clear. This is mine. No one shall take it from me. Please, tree spirit, enlighten us on how to cultivate the primal true resolution? The chief asked on behalf of the little one, for this concerned his future. To comprehend the primal true resolution, one must establish the most solid foundation. In childhood, during the blood transition stage, one must possess the physical strength to lift 100,000 pounds of divine iron, akin to the offspring of a primordial beast, while also honing one's mental will to be harder than iron. Only then can one begin. The willow spoke, uttering words that made the old chief's heart tremble. This is immensely difficult. How can a child possibly achieve such a feat? Even the most accomplished adults struggle without harnessing the secret powers of ancient texts. Few possess such formidable physical strength. I shall strive to achieve my goals within the shortest possible time. The little one nodded earnestly, his gaze resolute. From that day forth, Shi Hao commenced rigorous training, occasionally receiving guidance from the willow tree, diligently refining his physique and fortifying his bones. A thunderous rumble echoed as the earth trembled, dust swirling in the air. Goodness, what on earth is the little one doing? He emerged from the mountains, hoisting a colossal dragonhorn elephant. In the early morning, a group of children stood agape, momentarily mistaking the sight for a massive beast charging towards Stone Village. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was airborne, struggling against its predicament. Beneath the dragonhorn elephant, a tiny figure bore its immense weight, propelling it forward with its legs flailing, each step sending tremors through the ground. The dragonhorn elephant was indeed gargantuan, each weighing several tons, covered in scales and adorned with a pair of formidable horns. Yet, at that moment, The little one had subdued one, effortlessly carrying it as he sprinted forth. A gathering of exotic birds and creatures by the beautiful lake lifted their heads in astonishment, gazing in disbelief. With a resounding thud, the little one cast the dragonhorn elephant at the village's entrance. A group of robust men, alerted by the commotion, immediately rushed in to tackle the massive prey. Chirp! The furry ball leaped from the little one's shoulder to the elephant's head, chattering incessantly as if proclaiming that this bounty belonged to it. My word, little one, your strength is truly astonishing. A throng of children encircled him, voices rising in excitement and admiration, their eagerness palpable in the air. With diligent practice, one can achieve great feats. The young boy, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and, after running with such a heavy prey, was slightly out of breath, his little face flushed like a ripe apple. Well done, my child. You are now the foremost hunter of our village. A chorus of adults laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. With a resounding thud, he cast his catch at the village entrance, sending chickens scurrying and dogs barking, while children practicing by the lake rushed over in astonishment. And the adults were drawn into action once more. Days turned into the third and fourth, and soon the villagers grew accustomed to this spectacle. What began as shock transformed into numbness, and they quickly adapted. Little one, you've caught too much meat. It is simply unmanageable. And consuming dragon-horned elephant meat daily has become quite tiresome, a child complained. The two composed uncles, engaged in the task of preparing the prey, glanced up and succinctly replied, indeed. Squeak, squeak, protested the little fur ball, which showed no signs of weariness. For the past half-month, it had devoured almost half of a dragon-horned elephant each day, its appetite astonishingly large. Despite its diminutive size, the creature possessed an insatiable hunger akin to a bottomless pit, capable of devouring an entire mountain of roasted meat. Not to worry. Anything I cannot finish will be given to the furball. Starting tomorrow, I shall pursue a different ferocious beast. Constantly hunting dragon-horned elephants is not sustainable. The young boy said, feeling a bit bashful. In the following 2 months, the boy captured a completely different gigantic beast each day, each weighing tens of thousands of pounds. An astonishing sight. The stone village, situated by the lake, was abundant with dragon-beard fish, a rare and precious creature that contributed to enhancing strength. The clan members descend to the lake almost daily, capturing several magnificent fish weighing dozens of pounds, their golden scales shimmering and their dragon-like whiskers glistening. The essence of these creatures is so precious that the great clans regard it as a luxury. Naturally, these delicacies find their way into the bellies of the children, resulting in rapid growth in their strength. Particularly, the little one, endowed with extraordinary physical prowess, has been granted special provisions by the clan, leading to an almost exponential increase in his power. He has thoroughly experimented with various ancient formulas recorded in the village archives. It is essential to note that these formulas are not to be trifled with. The clan has come to understand that they once flourished in ancient times, even producing deities. These venerable recipes have been honed over countless ages, making them far from ordinary. Fortuitously, the Willow deity has discovered a treasure trove for them, not only alleviating their food scarcity, but also providing access to a myriad of sentient beings. The materials documented in the ancient formulas can almost all be traced, resulting in the concoction of broths and medicinal powders with remarkable effects. After 3 months, the little one can lift an astonishing 50,000 pounds, relying solely on his physical form, without the aid of bone inscriptions, showcasing a strength that is truly astonishing for a child of just over 6 years. 70 miles away lies a tumultuous cascade of rocks, a fitting place for his cultivation. Additionally, I possess an ancient formula designed for the foundational development of the offspring of a primordial ferocious beast. The Willow spirit conveyed this ancient recipe to the little one, who was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the rare herbs and living beings required for such a formula are so extraordinary that even super tribes with populations in the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, would struggle to procure them, not to mention the rarest elixirs. Even the essence and precious bones of the ancient breeds are exceedingly difficult to procure. How could the stone village possibly present such treasures as if they were commonplace necessities? These items are far too astonishing and extraordinary. Why are the primordial fierce beasts so powerful? Even in their juvenile stages, they defy the heavens, far surpassing the mundane. Akin to myth, this is inextricably linked to these extraordinary items. Divine Willow, we cannot acquire these things. The small one murmured softly, lowering its gaze. Fear not. We can substitute ordinary items for the primary medicine. The divine willow communicated telepathically. And the primary medicine. The small one's eyes widened, discerning the divine willow's intent. You are nurturing this Zhu Yin. It cannot simply feast without contribution. Let it offer a drop of blood every other day as the primary medicine, the divine willow proposed. The golden Zhu Yin, about the size of a fist, bristled with fur and ceased its chirping, instead emitting a howl, its large eyes wide with indignation, glaring at the divine willow. Fluffball. I shall take you to the ancient divine mountain to consume rare elixirs, but for now, you must assist me. The small one grasped it firmly, shaking it vigorously. Chirp. The golden fluffball squealed, expressing its discontent vehemently. Dozens of miles away, jagged stone mountains loomed, with ferocious waterfalls cascading down. Perhaps it was no longer merely a waterfall but a torrential flood, the thunderous roar nearly deafening the ears. 3 mighty rivers converged, crashing through the rocky hills, leading to a vast valley below, where towering cliffs were formed. The water surged violently, as if descending from the heavens, with waterfalls cascading in torrents, and loose stones continuously tumbling down. Upon reaching this point, the mere act of approaching the tumultuous waters instills a sense of trepidation. For the vast mountain torrents are exceedingly fearsome. The colossal boulders cascading downwards, many weighing several thousand or even tens of thousands of pounds, descend with the force of the water's momentum. What tremendous power they possess! This is the new realm of cultivation for the diminutive figure, who must ascend the sheer cliffs against the onslaught of the raging waters and the descending stones, a task evidently fraught with peril. With a thunderous roar, he barely steps beneath the waterfall before being violently thrown aside by the white waves. The waterfall plunges from heights of several hundred to over 1,000 meters, its force overwhelming. Yet, the little one remains undaunted. Rising to his feet, he grips the rocks with hands akin to iron claws, holding his breath as he begins his arduous ascent, step by painstaking step. The white waves engulf him, but a protruding point of white foam can be seen against the cliff face. For the ferocity and magnitude of the water are beyond the capacity of ordinary strength to withstand. Suddenly, a boulder weighing over 1,000 pounds crashes down towards him with alarming speed and fury, sending shivers down one's spine. Despite being submerged by the churn of the waves, he senses the impending danger and swiftly dodges to the side. Although he narrowly escapes the colossal impact, he stumbles, and with a resounding crash, he is swept downwards by the force of the water. This is merely the beginning. The ultimate trial lies in withstanding the relentless torrents and the onslaught of immense boulders